Konoha Year 58. With a series of sharp whistling sounds, dozens of kunai sank precisely into the bullseye of multiple wooden training targets, each one nailed dead center in the 10th ring. Watching the results of the throwing technique he had once secretly copied from Itachi, Jiraiya immediately lost interest. Handsome as it looked, it was in truth of limited practical use. Jiraiya sighed softly to himself. Ah, this leisurely life is about to come to an end. His name was Jiraiya, more precisely Senju Jiraiya, a child of the second Hokage's Senju line, distantly related to Senju Tobirama. By blood he could even call Tobirama grandfather, though they were not directly kin. Born in Konoha Year 51, he was at present only a 7-year-old brat. His parents Senju Yongjien and Senju Minaho had answered the second Hokage's call to blend into Konoha and relinquish the Senju surname. They died on the battlefield during the Second Great Ninja War. Of course, that was only his surface identity. In truth, he was a transmigrated soul, twice transmigrated to be exact. The first time had been into the pirate world. Because he disliked trouble and his system was as lazy as he was, he never bothered to form his own pirate crew and instead drifted along with Luffy, relying on his knowledge of the story. On their travels he even schemed to get rid of Momonosuke. Although he himself had become a great swordsman, he was a devil fruit user and thus not a pure swordsman, so in the end he never contended with Zoro for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. In this way, fighting and leveling up all the way to Wano, he watched Luffy master Haki in 4 forms and could not help but feel envious. Because of his laid-back temperament, he never awakened Conqueror's Haki and instead simply trained his armament and observation Haki to their peak for fun. While Luffy was busy training his Haki, Jiraiya, with nothing better to do, took Zoro's place in the fated encounter with Kazuki Hiyori. Each day he idly teased Hiyori while waiting for Luffy to return from training. Later it was also Hiyori who brought out Amino Habakiri to exchange for his blade Shusui. Before the Great War began, he and Hiyori became lovers, and afterward she replaced Momonosuke to become Wano's first female shogun. Jiraiya promised that after Luffy became the Pirate King he would return to stay by Hiyori's side. Luffy's father Dragon successfully led a revolution, overthrew the world government and reshaped the global order. For the sake of his captain, Jiraiya exchanged his system points for books on his previous life's socialism and handed them to Luffy's father, leaving Dragon to study and improvise as he pleased. In the end, Luffy became the Pirate King. Dragon rebuilt the world government and Jiraiya disembarked in Wano, bidding farewell to his companions. In the days that followed he lived a peaceful life at Hiyori's side. From time to time he would use experience from his former world to help Hiyori govern Wano, and their old crewmates would occasionally drop by for grand banquets together. By the time he passed away, Wano had developed splendidly. He entrusted the country to his son Kazuki Byakuya, and at the very end he and Hiyori left this world together with gentle smiles. Such had been his previous life. Because of his lazy system's settings, he could bring only a single devil fruit from that world into this one, but he did not particularly mind. When he chose his body's model for this new transmigration, he picked the template of Gojo Satoru, gaining the Limitless Technique and 6 eyes, albeit with restrictions. Limitless, he could use the power of Stop and Azure, whose derivative uses included teleportation, high-speed movement and long-distance rapid travel. Because Jujutsu could not exist in this world, the system converted Azure into a flying thunder god mark, directly inscribable through 6 eyes or by touch. The mark's pattern was a triple tomo identical to the 3-tomo design on the Heaven's Curse seal that Kakashi had once sealed. 6 eyes combined with the rapid analytical power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it allowed for high-speed observation, copying of ninjutsu and immunity to all illusions. Because his devil fruit ability did not allow elementalization, the system fused the fruit with his eyes so that Flying Thunder God could teleport him instantly to any point within his field of vision. Normally his eyes appeared blue; when activated they glowed with an intense azure light. He did not imitate the adult Gojo Satoru's habit of wearing a blindfold, instead opting for round dark sunglasses like Gojo's student days. After all, he had no intention of sealing away his own looks. Host Senju Jiraiya. Appearance: Gojo Satoru's looks with Tsunade's hair color and Takatani Genji's hairstyle. Bloodline: Senji clan. Physical strength max. Spirit max. Speed max. Perception max. Comprehension max. Chakra 10 tons with wind, fire and water attributes. Skills: Limitless Stop Azure. Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical model Radiant Dragon Fruit, a fusion of the Glint-Glint fruit and Azure Dragon Fruit, stripped of the Glint-Glint fruit's elementalization and the Azure Dragon Fruit's storm-calling powers. Its external form resembled the water dragon god from Fairy Tail. Flying Thunder God: when combined with 6 eyes, it allowed him to teleport directly to any point within his line of sight. The Flying Thunder God combo: the system had imported Minato's combo strings from Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 into his memory. Used together with the Glint-Glint fruit's powers, they could be executed freely. He also possessed Bajiquan and Jeet Kyun-do, the three-body technique, body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, Uchiha throwing technique, shuriken shadow clone technique, hard eye revised it, fusion with basic observation haki, the complete Rasengan series, fire style, majestic destroyer flame and majestic extinction flame, single hand seal version, the complete second Hokage's water style with simplified seal, sage mode, Yasukani no Magatama Yada mirror and Tatsuka blade laser beams, lightspeed kicks and radiant dragon's roar. Note: all ninjutsu required the user to be at least 16 years old to activate. The system had already fused the Radiant Dragon Fruit skills with Limitless, allowing his light-based powers to be used seamlessly with Flying Thunder God. As for items, he owned more than 999 triple-pronged Flying Thunder God kunai, as well as an assortment of fresh ingredients and daily necessities. Looking at such an overwhelmingly powerful status panel, yet confronted with a wall of age-based restrictions, Jaya could not help cursing furiously in his heart. Limitless and the Devil Fruit ability required him to be 14-6 eyes Flying Thunder God, and many of the non-simplified ninjutsu required him to be 12, and the simplified versions would only unlock at 16. He had no idea when the system would ever help him properly integrate and rationalize his Devil Fruit powers. Thinking of this, Jaya let out a long sigh. The academy graduation storyline is about to begin. Tomorrow, I officially enroll. For now I can only rely on the three-body technique, body flicker and shadow clone. At least I still have hard eye. He regretted it now. He never should have stockpiled a mountain of Flying Thunder God kunai and purchased so many ninjutsu before even transmigrating. It was all the system's fault for setting up some pre-registration mode. The points he had painstakingly saved over so many years had vanished in one go. Decades of hard work, and in an instant he was back to square one. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Still, with all four of Konoha's founding legends alive at this time, keeping a low profile might not be a bad idea. Once Tsunade took office, he could afford to be a bit more high profile. At the very least, he intended to earn himself the moniker of a Golden Flash. Grumbling under his breath, Jaya headed home. The system for its part seemed to say, "I'm done putting in effort, do as you like. If you want something, search the shop yourself, I don't have time for you." Jaya was left speechless. His home was the place his parents had left him, a simple two-story duplex. Downstairs were the living room, kitchen and dining area, upstairs 2 bedrooms. Living alone made the place feel a little empty, but there was one good thing about it. Next door was the Yamanaka flower shop. He often ran into little Ino there. They were practically childhood sweethearts, having played together since they were small. A sudden knock sounded at the door. Speak of the devil, when he opened it he found Ino standing on the threshold. "Hello, Zekin. School starts tomorrow, have you finished preparing everything?" "I'm all set. What about you, Ino?" "I'm mostly ready too. My mom asked me to come invite you. Since you live alone and start school tomorrow, she wants you to come over tonight so we can celebrate your enrollment together over dinner." "Alright then, please thank Auntie for me. I'll come by this evening." "Okay, see you tonight, Zekin." "Bye-bye." See you tonight." "Bye." After sending Ino off, Jaya began to mull things over. I never existed in the original story. There's no guarantee I'll get into Class A. My performance isn't bad, but it's hard to say whether that old third Hokage will pay any attention to me. After all, at the moment he had only the three-body technique to show, and arranging his graduation team would not necessarily be simple. In the end, he would just have to see how the old man chose to assign him. If he did not end up in Class A, he would simply let his shadow clones attend lessons. If he could not deepen his relationship with Ino, then the only real joy of attending school would vanish. Just thinking about how in the original story Ino ended up with Sai made him feel thoroughly vexed. "Since I've come here, Sai, you can spend your days with your sketchbook. Ino is mine." At that thought, Jaya broke into a foolish grin, only to quickly school his expression back to normal. He tidied up the house, organized what he needed to bring for the next day, and then headed out, planning to buy a few small gifts in town to take with him. That evening when he arrived at Ino's home, Uncle Haichi and Aunt Keiko welcomed him as warmly as ever. Everyone enjoyed a lively, harmonious dinner together. After returning home, Jaya washed up and went to bed. Damn it, he thought, I'm a man in my 20s and tomorrow I have to start elementary school. Just thinking about it makes me want to curse. Feeling his irritation rising, he decided to stop thinking altogether. He rolled over, closed his eyes, and waited for tomorrow's opening ceremony to arrive. At 7 o'clock in the morning there was a knock at the door. Zekin incoming, and Ino called as she took out a key, unlocked the door and walked straight inside. At that moment our male lead was still sprawled on his bed, stubbornly refusing to get up. "Zekin, time to get up. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Honestly, you still love lazing in bed this much." "Jaya, hurry and get up," Ino chided as she began tugging at his blanket. Suddenly a large hand swept out, pulling Ino directly into his arms as he continued his second round of sleep. In an instant Ino found herself blushing furiously, lying in Zay's embrace as her mind exploded into a storm of thoughts. The two of them remained nestled together like that for 5 minutes before Ino finally could not hold back and began to make a fuss, successfully waking Jaya as well. Still half drowsy, Jaya came to his senses and smirked mischievously. So little cutie, does it feel comfortable in my arms? Ino's face flushed scarlet in a sudden rush. You big bully, all you know how to do is tease me. Hurry up and get up or we'll be late, she pouted coquettishly. With that she covered her face and bolted out of the room. Watching Ino flee like that, Jaya let out a low chuckle. Days where he could occasionally tease this little girl were not bad at all. Stretching lazily, Jaya finally got up, washed up and began getting dressed. He tied up his hair with a hairband, put on round-framed sunglasses, rolled up the sleeves of his black long-sleeved shirt that had a golden dragon embroidered along the left arm, hung a silver necklace around his neck, slipped into a pair of casual three-quarter pants and finished with black ninja-style shoes. He glanced at himself in the mirror. Not bad, he murmured, then headed downstairs. In the living room downstairs, Ino was sitting on the sofa, cheeks still burning as she replayed the scene of Jaya teasing her just now. Suddenly hearing footsteps on the stairs, she turned her head and froze. It was the first time she had seen Jaya dressed this formally, at least in his own eyes he was usually very casual. All at once he seemed even more handsome than usual. Jaya walked closer and noticed the little girl still spacing out, so he waved a hand in front of her eyes, finally snapping Ino back to reality. Jaya chuckled. What's wrong, little cutie? Knocked out by my handsomeness? Ino's face flushed again. So full of yourself. Watching her words contradict her heart, Jaya only smiled and did not take it to heart. After all, these styles were designs the system had refined based on his previous life. Although the system was rather lazy nowadays, one had to admit that anything produced by the system was bound to be top-notch. He took Ino's hand and the two of them headed out, walking toward the school. Along the way they drew an exceptionally high rate of turning heads, making the little girl so embarrassed she wished she could hide. Once Ino had steadied her mood, she asked Zekin, do you think we can be assigned to the same class? Who knows, he replied. I did pretty well on the entrance exam, but am not from a clan, so it's uncertain whether I can get into class A. Hearing Zay's words, Ino felt a little disheartened. After all, they had been childhood sweethearts since they were small, so of course she wanted to study together. Besides, Zay's looks were precisely her type, good-looking, decent personality, occasionally a bit playful, and on top of that an excellent cook. Indeed, Zay's cooking was quite good. Before crossing over he had been single and, being genuinely interested in the culinary arts, had learned to cook. In this world of shinobi, most cuisine was traditional Japanese fare with little in the way of hwagwa dishes, so Zay's cooking had earned unanimous praise from the Yamanaka family. Chatting and laughing, the two of them arrived at the school gate and began checking which classes they had been assigned to. As expected, all the clan children were in Class A: Uchiha Hyuga Nara Akimichi Yamanaka Inazuka Aburame plus 1 Uzumaki Naruto. Looking at those familiar names, Jaya felt that sometimes being a little brat wasn't so bad, at least one could live carefree for a while. Naturally, he also wanted to get into Class A. After all, Ino was from the Yamanaka clan, so she would often run into Shikamaru and Choji there, and sometimes the two of them would bring Naruto along as well. So he was fairly familiar with Naruto, though not especially close. With Anbu and Root watching from the shadows, he had no desire to attract too much attention to himself. Just then Shikamaru and Choji arrived. Shikamaru yawned. Yo Jaya, you're here too. Having to go to school is such a drag. Choji chimed in. Hey Jaya, long time no see. Don't say that, Shikamaru. School's actually pretty nice, we at least get to hang out with friends. Jaya grinned. Yo Shikamaru, Choji, long time no see. But seriously, Jaya continued, Shikamaru, you're the one I admire most here, managing to keep every subject right on the passing line. Honestly, not many people can pull that off. He burst out laughing. Ino exclaimed, really? Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. Jaya, you're such a pain. WHYD, you have to expose me. So troublesome. Jaya slung an arm around Shikamaru's shoulders. Come on, don't be like that. We're the same, we both hate hassle. I just don't have your level of score control finesse, am only sighing in admiration. Shikamaru was speechless. In his eyes, Jaya was not much different from himself, sharp mind, solid ability, yet somehow even lazier than he was. Jaya was the type who would lie down rather than sit and sit rather than stand. Clearly capable and intelligent, yet lazier than Shikamaru himself, all under the self-styled banner of being Buddhist, taking life as it came. Shikamaru could only shake his head in resigned admiration. He knew Jaya fairly well, he had often seen Jaya sneaking off alone in the past. Driven by curiosity one day he and Choji secretly tailed Jaya to a remote training ground intending to slack off while watching him practice. They had barely arrived when Jaya noticed them. Watching his shuriken techniques, his body flicker and that frightening sensory perception, the two were stunned. In the end the three of them agreed that this would be their shared secret. Whenever they had free time they would train together. From then on Shikamaru and Jaya would amuse themselves by bickering whenever they had nothing better to do, while Choji sat off to the side snacking as he watched them squabble. Shikamaru waved a hand. "Stop staring at the list. We already checked, you're lucky you got assigned to our class. I heard your score beat a civilian ninjas by just a little, so that guy got pushed into Class B. Lucky bastard." "Ha, I've always had good luck," Jaya said. "Alright, no need to envy me. I'm the protagonist blessed by the goddess of fortune after all." Choji fell silent. Shikamaru fell silent. Ino cut in. "Alright, you two stop bickering. Let's hurry to the classroom or all the seats will be taken." And so the four little ones entered Class A together. No sooner had they stepped inside than a familiar voice rang out, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I'm the man who will become Hokage." Jaya muttered under his breath, "Yeah, before you become the man who will be Hokage you have to let your future wife become Hokage first." Silence followed. Then the classroom erupted into laughter. Even Shikamaru cracked a smile while Naruto stood there for a long moment not quite catching on. Jaya strolled over to Hinata and whispered, "Hinata, did you hear? Naruto says he's the man who will become Hokage, so you'd better work hard and become Hokage soon." Hinata's face flushed instantly, on the verge of turning into a puffing steam engine, which scared Jaya into hurriedly backing away. He quickly escaped, found Ino and plopped down in the seat beside her. Ino asked, "Zekin, what did you just say to Hinata to make her blush like that?" "I told Hinata that since Naruto wants to be the man who becomes Hokage she should hurry up and become Hokage herself," he replied. Ino was utterly bewildered. "Ha! Hinata and Naruto." Jaya gave her a strange look. "What, you didn't notice? Hinata's always liked Naruto. Even Shikamaru knows that." "What? How did I not see that?" "Well, that's on me," he sighed lightly. "It's my fault for hogging all your attention so you never noticed the people around you." Ino's face went red in an instant. She gave Jaya a light punch on the chest, then turned away and refused to look at him. Jaya only smiled and let it be. This little girl was still far too shy, though much better than Hinata. By then Naruto finally processed what had been said. Fuming, he ran over to Jaya. "Hey Jaya, I said I'm going to become Hokage, not that I'm going to be the man of the Hokage." Jaya replied calmly, "I know. I was just teasing you to liven up the mood. You've been shouting that slogan for so many years I've grown tired of hearing it. I really do admire you, but I think vows are best kept quietly in your heart and proven through action." Naruto fell into contemplation at his words. After a long moment he said, "Jaya, you're right. I get it now. Thanks." "No problem," Jaya replied. "Hurry back to your seat, the teacher's about to arrive." Naruto returned to his seat and just then the teacher walked in. Jaya glanced at him. Well, now wasn't that Uzumaki Naruto's godfather of sorts, Yuma no Iraka? It seemed the plot hadn't gone off course, everything still had that familiar feel. Iraka called out quiet. "Everyone, I am your homeroom teacher for your 6 years at the academy, Yuma no Iraka. From now on you can call me Iraka Sensei." A chorus of 36 voices responded yes. "Next I would like each of you to introduce yourselves." "Well, start with the first student in the bottom row on the left," Iraka said. "Hello everyone, my name is Yamada Yuichi and my dream is..." One by one they spoke. "Hello everyone, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. Nara Shikamaru. Akimichi Choji. Yamanaka Ino. Hello everyone, my name is Jaya. I have gathered my dreams, interests and hobbies into 2 words: Buddhist mindset." "Thank you." Then came Aburane Shino. Inazuka Kiba. "Hello everyone, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to gain the village's recognition. I speak my mind and keep my word, that is my ninja way. My interest is eating ramen and my hobby is eating Ichirako ramen." Iraka nodded. "Very good. All of you have your own dreams and goals. I hope that during your time at the academy you will study diligently and strive to move a step closer to them. Alright, next let's welcome the Hokage-sama to speak to us," he announced as the class applauded. The third Hokage then began his long speech on the will of fire. While the old man droned on at the front, I sat below absent-mindedly playing with Ino's little hand while Ino listened to Sakura whispering to her about how handsome Sasuke was. In that atmosphere we endured the old man's rambling for a full hour before we were finally dismissed. Today was only the entrance ceremony. Classes would officially begin tomorrow. Everyone went home to prepare for the next day's lessons. Thus the days passed one after another, a monotonous routine of school and home. Jaya also found it utterly boring, the only solace being that Ino wasn't competing with Sakura for Sasuke like in the original story but instead preferred to spend time with him. However, given their young age, neither was ready to break through that layer of unspoken feelings. Still, the relationship between Sakura and Ino mirrored the original narrative, facing issues as Sakura began to engage in comparisons after school started. Sakura thought Sasuke was handsome while Ino thought Jaya was good-looking, leading to a quarrel. Ino pulled Shikamaru and Choji along while Sakura dragged Naruto, resulting in a standoff. Shikamaru, Choji and Naruto were utterly bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Aside from Ino, another altered plotline involved Naruto, who had known Jaya since childhood and used to play together often. This connection had an impact on Naruto, teaching him the lesson that being a sycophant leads to nothing in the end. Thus Naruto currently did not have feelings for Sakura, as he was aware of her crush on Sasuke. He hadn't pursued her, but during school he often brought up Hinata, reminding Naruto of the girl he had helped when they were young. This led Naruto to seek out Hinata to chat, making the little steam princess often activate her powers. It allowed both Naruto and Hinata to gradually adapt to each other. And so they arrived at the annual final assessment. Since both Jaya and Shikamaru found it troublesome, they chose to focus on managing their scores. Jaya had spent a long time learning this score management technique from Shikamaru. Thus both he and Shikamaru were placed in the upper middle tier while Naruto was somewhere in the lower middle. Thus the tail-end quartet was formed: Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Naruto. As a commoner, Jaya certainly couldn't be at the bottom. It was a joke this quartet was a connection arranged by the third Hokage for Naruto, as they were all from prominent families. If he entered and messed up, not only could he end up in a low-tier class after graduation, but he would also be constantly monitored by the Umbu and Root. Irika announced, "Now we will proceed with the final practical assessment, shuriken throwing, shadow clone technique and combat." Hearing Irika's words, some were happy while others were anxious. Those with good grades found it too simple, like Sasuke, while those with poor grades like Naruto were pulling their hair out. At this moment Jaya recalled it seems that the Uchiha clan massacre occurred when Sasuke was in his first or second year. However, he was too lazy to care. Relying on a bunch of readied neurotics to mend their ways was wishful thinking. Yet it was unfortunate for the common Uchiha, who suffered from unwarranted disaster, living a quiet life yet being caught in the turmoil. There was nothing he could do. If his identity were exposed, he would surely be taken by Danzo for experiments on would release. Just look at Senju Hashirama's grandson. If he was treated like that, his own second-generation grandson wouldn't fare much better. It was better to wait patiently for the third to be killed. However, when he turned 16, he could design a plan against Danzo and take that old man down. With that thought, he didn't dwell on it any longer and decided to focus on the exam. Thus today marked the start of the final assessments, and the entire school was undergoing evaluations. He hovered around 80 points in most subjects. By the time he reached the 6th grade, he would manage to score around 90 points. After finishing the exams, several students waited outside for those still inside. Once everyone finished, they discussed going to celebrate, though Naruto was still excluded. So the group chatted and laughed as they headed to barbecue, eating until almost 8 o'clock. At this point Jaya pulled out his share of money and said he had to leave due to other matters. After leaving, he went home to prepare a few dishes, pack some barbecue, and headed for Naruto's house. After all, celebrating without one person wasn't ideal. He simply wanted to bring it over to celebrate together. Upon arriving at Naruto's door, he knocked. Knock knock. Coming right up. Hey, I brought some food. Want to finish it together? Naruto's eyes reddened slightly upon seeing it, but he held back and replied, come in. I didn't expect you to come over now. Jaya rolled his eyes and said, cooking takes time, you know. Quick, put away your instant noodles. Today is a feast prepared by your Zaya-sama himself. Upon hearing this, Naruto got excited. After all, Zay's cooking was delicious. This guy was incredibly lazy and avoided cooking. They had begged him for ages before, to no avail. Thus Jaya sat with Naruto to eat. However, he had already eaten, so he only moved his chopsticks a few times before stopping, while most of the food ended up in Naruto's stomach. After Naruto finished, he burped, causing Jaya to burst into laughter. When Naruto went to the kitchen to clean up, Jaya transformed one of his shadow clones to look like Ino and knocked on the door from outside. Then both of them played poker with Naruto. Jaya made up an excuse saying that Ino was looking for him, as everyone knew they were together, yet no one spoke of it. They played until nearly 10 o'clock before both said their goodbyes. Naruto also accompanied them to the door, expressing how happy he was today. And just like that, the first semester passed. The second year began, and during this time the Uchiha clan massacre still occurred. However, Jiraiya didn't bother with it. Even if he wanted to intervene, he couldn't. Anyway, he was immune to illusions with his 6 eyes and wasn't afraid of any divine intervention. One could say that his pair of eyes was the only existence in the ninja world that could counter the Sharingan and Rinnegan, immune to infinite Tsukuyomi. Moreover, others couldn't use it. It was impossible to be as convenient as the Sharingan. About a week later, Sasuke returned to continue classes, but it was obvious that he had changed. Previously he was at Sundara with an obsession with his brother, but now he was purely aloof and avoided strangers. Only Naruto and Sakura dared to provoke him. Naruto had no choice. Indra and Ashura's chakra were evident. How could he not approach him? Sakura was indeed very brave, a real-life sycophant, getting everything in the end. Anyway, he was in a passionate romance with Ino and would no longer concern himself with them. He had his own little darling to care for. Every day he secretly teased his little darling Ino, making her blush and her heart race. Coupled with the cheesy pickup lines from his past life, the little girl was utterly charmed. He couldn't even count how many times he had pinched the flesh at his waist. But he wouldn't change. It was just for fun. Ino was helpless, yet she didn't dislike it, just as she had said before. Ino quite enjoyed this playful teasing, finding pleasure in the occasional flirtation. In such an atmosphere, 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the 6th year, Naruto and his relationship had improved significantly. After each final exam, he would look for Naruto to celebrate, and later Ino joined as well, mainly to accompany her boyfriend. As time passed, graduation from the ninja school was fast approaching. Everyone started to actively prepare for the graduation exam, whether it was the clone technique or theoretical questions. Jiraiya noticed that at least half of the students were cramming last minute. He thought about the graduation exam tomorrow. The storyline was about to officially begin. He also needed to prepare. Some abilities could start being utilized. In the 64th year of the Woodleaf, I sighed while leaning on the table. Today is quite a nice day, Shikamaru. Where should we go to relax after it's over? Yesterday everyone went to the hot spring to celebrate our impending graduation, and I was enjoying myself, humming contentedly. After all, I had never been to a hot spring in my previous life. If it weren't for the group discount, my meager savings wouldn't even be enough to splurge. Shikamaru looked at the unreliable guy beside him with a deadpan expression. You're acting like an old man enjoying retirement. Look at how you say that. I'm enjoying life, okay? Just think about it, after graduation, well, all start missions. Where will we find the time to enjoy ourselves? I've worked hard for 6 years and am finally graduating. What's wrong with enjoying a bit? Shikamaru was at a loss for words, having never seen someone so lazy. Even he who disliked trouble had to concede. While everyone was chatting and dreaming about the future, Irika arrived in the classroom. Quiet, students. We will begin the graduation exam shortly. Please adjust your mindset and prepare yourselves. Those whose names I call will go next door to start the exam. This year's graduation exam will focus on the clone technique. Hearing this, our savior instantly became anxious, scratching his head in his seat. Ha! The clone technique. That's the ninjutsu I'm least good at. Seeing Naruto like this, I wasn't too concerned. After all, I still had Mizuki to back me up, so there was no need to panic. However, I was considering whether I should find an opportunity to communicate with Naruto and see if he could help me copy the Flying Thunder God technique from the Sealing Scroll. As I pondered, the exam began. The first was Sakura and the second was Sasuke. I had no idea how much time had passed. I was starting to yawn when I heard number 30's Eijikuin. Finally, it was my turn. Without hesitation, I walked into the classroom to begin the exam. Unlike the simplified version of the exam in the original, the real exam was quite different. At the beginning of the exam, there were questions about the Will of Fire, the major ninja villages, and how many years Konoha had been established, some rather silly questions, before proceeding to assess the clone technique. After such a long time, it was time to showcase some skills. So I decided to pass on the clone technique and use the shadow clone technique instead, creating 5 clones standing in front of Irika and Mizuki. Both of them were stunned, but eventually they regained their composure and congratulated me on passing. With that, I walked out with my ninja headband, deciding to hang it on my arm like Shikamaru. As I emerged, people around me were buzzing with excitement, all because I had used the shadow clone. Sasuke shot me a glance and huffed. I couldn't be bothered with him, just another tsundere. But this was easy to explain. My parents were both elite ninjas, one a special jonin and the other a regular jonin, so using the shadow clone technique was well within reason. At that moment, Naruto's turn for the exam came up. Knowing the original story, I didn't stick around to watch. After giving Ino a peck on the cheek and ignoring her blushing reaction, I greeted Shikamaru and Shoji before heading home. After all, I had previously agreed with Naruto to celebrate our graduation exam by having a meal together, even though I knew he wouldn't pass. I needed Naruto's help to get the Flying Thunder God technique. Thinking of this, I headed to the system shop to purchase a copying card. Just placing the card on the text would allow me to copy it. This thing is quite expensive, costing 10,000 points each. But it was useful. After copying, I could simply slap it on my forehead and the copied content would automatically enter my mind. Just as I was contemplating this while cooking, there was a knock at the door. It was likely Naruto, so I wiped my hands and went to open the door. Upon opening it, I saw a somewhat dejected Naruto. "What's wrong, Naruto?" "Didn't pass." I failed again." Sigh. "But there's some good news. Let me tell you in secret once I get inside." We entered the house and I continued cooking while Naruto pondered something in the living room. Half an hour passed. "Naruto, come in and serve the dishes. It's time to eat." "Oh, okay." We brought out the dishes I had prepared and I exclaimed, "Let's dig in." I didn't care, I began to eat heartily. Seeing that I had started eating, Naruto also pushed aside his worries and focused on the food, prioritizing the meal. After finishing the meal, Naruto said he had something to discuss with me. I sent 2 shadow clones to wash the dishes while Naruto began sharing his experience about failing the exam, mentioning he had met Mizuki under the swing at school. Mizuki suggested he sneak in tonight to steal the sealing scroll, which he wanted me to consider. I pondered for a moment and said, "Naruto, I think this is feasible. However, I heard that the sealing scroll contains many forbidden techniques. I suggest you learn the multi-shadow clone technique once you get it, as that jutsu would suit you very well. You're a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, so you naturally have vast chakra reserves." Hearing this, Naruto indicated he would consider learning it if he saw it. "By the way, Zasia, do you have any ninjutsu you'd like to learn? This is a rare opportunity. If that scroll truly contains so many forbidden techniques, you must be interested in some of them, right?" Hearing Naruto's question, my eyes lit up. This was a prime opportunity. Cough cough. "Naruto, I do have a ninjutsu I'd like to learn. It's called the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time body flicker technique. If possible, could you help me copy the method of practicing it?" As I spoke, I took out the copying card and began to teach Naruto how to use it. After he learned, he expressed his desire for one to use. Seeing the gleam in Naruto's eyes, I felt helpless. There was no way around it, I was already in too deep, so with a sigh I bought another card from the system shop for Naruto. After handing the card to Naruto, I seriously told him, "Naruto, I only have these 2 cards. Once they're used up, they're gone. This is something my father managed to obtain somehow, so be careful not to copy it incorrectly. Feel free to learn it first, and if you really can't learn it, you can copy it later. And for sure don't mention the copying card to anyone, or I might end up getting captured and dissected for research." Naruto, upon hearing this, though not fully understanding what it meant, knew it couldn't be good. He immediately replied that there was no problem and he would keep the secret. After discussing a rough plan with Naruto, I told him to come back tomorrow to give me the ninjutsu. Now all I had to do was wait for Naruto to bring me the copying card tomorrow. Thinking about what Naruto said about using the seduction technique to deal with the 3rd Hokage made me laugh. He didn't realize that was a technique specifically for him, designed to bait Mizuki. I decided not to dwell on it and lay down to sleep, waiting to see Naruto's results the next day. The following day at school, in the classroom. As Iruka entered the classroom, the earlier commotion came to an end. Iruka, silence. "Dear students, congratulations on your graduation. I hope each of you will embody your own ninja way, uphold the will of fire, and realize your dreams as soon as possible. Alright, let's begin the class distributions. First class. Second class. 7th class, Uzumaki Naruto Uchiha Sasuke Tetsuya." Upon hearing his class assignment, he had a rough idea of the situation and said nothing. At that moment, Naruto jumped up and shouted, "Iruka sensei. Why do someone so strong have to be in the same class as Sasuke?" Iruka, feeling a headache coming on, replied, "Naruto, sit down. You are the bottom of the class while Sasuke is the top, and Tetsuya is also among the top 3 in theoretical grades. This arrangement is meant for mutual complementarity." Everyone laughed heartily except for Ino, who was displeased that her boyfriend was not in the same group, pouting in frustration. I also spent a lot of effort to cheer her up. There's no way to break apart the Inuzuka, Nara and Akimichi trio. However, I remembered that this was likely the doing of the old geezer, the 3rd Hokage. It turned out I wasn't wrong, it was indeed because of the 3rd Hokage. Since Naruto often dined with Tetsuya to improve his meals, the third Hokage began to take notice of Tetsuya. At first the third Hokage was quite vigilant, worried that Tetsuya might be an enemy spy with ulterior motives regarding the tailed beasts. During that time he arranged for the Anbu to infiltrate Tetsuya's home to investigate. Of course Tetsuya was aware of this given his sensing abilities. Later, upon realizing it was simply about making friends, he relaxed somewhat. When the third Hokage checked Tetsuya's academic performance, he found that the kid's theoretical grades were quite good and he had unique insights on many questions, especially regarding the will of fire. Hence the third Hokage moved Sakura to another class, as Naruto and Sakura had no particular bond. Seeing that Naruto and Tetsuya had a good relationship and Tetsuya understood the will of fire well, he placed Tetsuya in the 7th class. If Tetsuya knew the third Hokage thought this way, he would probably spit soda in his face. The will of fire. Anyone who has gone through 9 years of compulsory education wouldn't write such nonsense to deceive children. For Tetsuya this was trivial, he could easily write something that would overshadow the will of fire. Returning to the subject, after scolding Naruto, Irika continued with the class distribution. 8th class Inazuka Kiba Yamanaka Shino Hyuga Hinata. 9th class Yamada Yuichi Haruno Sakura. 10th class Naro Shikamaru Akimichi Choji Yamanaka Ino. Hearing this, Ino felt much more balanced, as neither Sakura nor Hinata were with the ones they liked, instantly feeling like she hadn't lost out. Meanwhile Tetsuya looked at the 9th class and thought, aside from Sakura they're all supporting characters. What he didn't know was whether Sakura could still become Tsunade's apprentice like in the original, given that she was just a pretty face with a romantic mindset. Without the aura of the 7th class it was uncertain if she could manage. After finishing the class distribution, Irika gave a few reminders and left while the students in the classroom began to anticipate their team leader. Ino started chatting with me, fantasizing about having a handsome teacher. Upon hearing this I felt a dark cloud over my head. Oh no, Asuma's monkey face. Ahem, it seems like Yuhi Kurenai was also forced by circumstances when she was young. Otherwise she wouldn't have chosen Asuma. If Kakashi weren't so cold, perhaps things would be different. Ahem. Just then the team leaders began arriving one after another to take their respective classes. I looked around and was shocked to see that aside from the 12 ninja strong class, all the other classes were led by Chunin. It would be a miracle if they didn't become cannon fodder. A cannon fodder teacher leading a bunch of little cannon fodder, just imagine that scene. Tsk tisk, forget it, I won't think about it. At that moment the 8th class teacher Yuhi Kurenai also took her students away, followed closely by Asuma. When Ino saw Asuma's monkey face, she immediately froze and started to resist. I had to coax Ino for quite a while, and in the end I had no choice but to kiss her on the cheek in front of everyone, allowing her to run out blushing. Finally, looking around, only the 3 of us remained, so I pretended to doze off on the desk. Knowing my teacher was Kakashi, only a fool would wait idly. I might as well take this opportunity to continue absorbing knowledge about the Flying Thunder God technique so that I could use it when the Land of Waves plot begins. Meanwhile Naruto was still setting up his pranks just like in the original. To clarify, although Naruto still liked pranks, he wasn't drawing on the Hokage rock to attract attention like in the original, rather it was just a small hobby. After all, he had friends like Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. Unlike in the original, they often gathered for meals or played in the forest, allowing Naruto's childhood to not be as miserable as in the original. Back to the main point, Naruto was also preparing his prank. Sasuke appeared cold on the outside, but internally he began to observe. And me. Sorry, I had no interest in pranks, I was focused on studying the Flying Thunder God technique. Just then the classroom door was pushed open and Kakashi walked in, the blackboard eraser falling onto Kakashi's head just like in the original. Ahaha, Tetsuya, look. This teacher actually got hit. At that moment I also lifted my head to observe this chakra measuring unit. Kakashi started observing the 3 of us. Sasuke is indifferent, Naruto enjoys pranks, and Tetsuya is too laid back. There's no sense of teamwork. How should I put it? Your first impressions are quite poor, Kakashi said as he walked in. Alright, now let's go to the rooftop together. Having said that, he walked out by himself. The 3 of us followed closely behind, and just like that the 4 of us arrived at the rooftop. Alright, let's do a self-introduction. You can talk about your dreams and hobbies. Hearing what Kakashi said, Naruto asked, shouldn't the teacher introduce himself first? Me. Well, my name is Hatake Kakashi. As for my dreams and hobbies, I don't want to tell you. That's all. What the heck? In the end, we only know your name. Hearing Naruto's complaint, Kakashi pointed at Naruto. You can start. Uzumaki Naruto. My dream is to become Hokage and gain recognition from everyone in the village. My hobby is eating ramen, and I love Ichiraku ramen and the food Tetsuya makes. Upon hearing this, Kakashi thought, oh. It seems like he has some good bonds with Tetsuya. Alright, next. Uchiha Sasuke. My dream is to revive the Uchiha clan as for my hobbies. To be precise, it's a goal. I want to personally kill that man, Sasuke said with a grim face. Uchiha, it seems Itachi has a significant impact on Sasuke. After thinking this, Kakashi looked at Tetsuya, and just as he was about to speak, Tetsuya chimed in. Hey Sasuke, if you want to revitalize the Uchiha, you need to start dating now, marry 10 or 8 wives and have dozens of kids. In about 10 to 20 years the Uchiha clan will be revitalized. Hearing this, both Kakashi and Sasuke were left speechless, thinking what a bizarre thought process, while Naruto burst into laughter. Seeing Naruto's reaction, Sasuke was furious, wishing he could drag him out for a duel. Kakashi cleared his throat, signaling everyone to stop the noise. Alright, enough with the commotion. Tetsuya, it's your turn. Okay, Tetsuya. My dream is to make a name for myself since I'd become a ninja. As for my hobbies, I guess I'm just more laid back about life. Listening to the introductions from the three, Kakashi pondered the dreams of these three are quite decent, but what kind of hobbies are they? Sigh, 3 problem children again, Kakashi thought, feeling a headache coming on. Alright, now that the introductions are over, I will announce the first mission. Naruto and Sasuke were sitting up straight while Tetsuya remained indifferent. Tomorrow morning at 5 at the 3rd training ground. Don't eat breakfast. Hearing this, Naruto asked, why, Kakashi-sensei? Because I'm afraid you'll throw up, Kakashi replied with a stern face. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke looking a bit scared, I on the other hand was unfazed. Knowing the plot, I had already figured out Kakashi's little trick. After saying this, Kakashi didn't bother with us anymore and vanished with a body flicker technique. After Kakashi left, I was too lazy to talk much with the two of them. I just greeted them and vanished as well, since I promised Ino I'd go to her house tonight to celebrate graduating and becoming a ninja. With the sound of the alarm ringing, I slowly got out of bed. Checking the time, it was 9 in the morning. So I got up, washed up, dressed neatly, and took my ninja tool bag before heading out for breakfast. In the 3rd training ground, Naruto and Sasuke were slumped on the ground staring blankly at the sky. Suddenly they heard footsteps and looked down to see Jiraiya walking over slowly. Hey! Jiraiya, what are you doing? Why are you so late? Hearing Naruto's words, I casually stuffed 2 meat buns into Naruto's mouth and tossed 2 more towards Sasuke. Don't you two know that Kakashi is notoriously late in Konoha? Should I say you're both foolish or just too naive? Hearing this, both of their faces turned slightly red. After all, gathering information is crucial for ninjas. Kakashi was late yesterday and they hadn't paid attention to it. Who could they blame? The two of them didn't say much and began to eat their buns. After finishing, the 3 of us sat down together to rest. During this time, I also explained the purpose of the survival exercise to them and discussed our tactics for later. When the battle with Kakashi starts, Naruto will use multiple shadow clones to wear him out, while Sasuke and I will leave our position to find suitable spots to strike. I will assist Naruto in the attack while Sasuke will find a good position for himself. We will use ninjutsu and your Uchiha shurikens or windmill shurikens to harass and attack. After hearing this, the two agreed without hesitation, and so the 3 of us waited for Kakashi to arrive. About 20 minutes later, Kakashi finally showed up. I'm sorry, I lost my way on the path of life. What a lame excuse, Naruto mocked fiercely. Kakashi smiled awkwardly and dismissed it, saying, alright, let's begin the survival exercise. This is a super difficult exercise with a 66 elimination rate. You must fight me with the determination to kill me. The time is set until noon. If you manage to take the bells from my hands before then, you'll pass. Saying this, he placed an alarm clock on a tree stump and hung 2 bells from his waist. Upon seeing the 2 bells, Naruto asked, Kakashi-sensei, why are there only 2 bells? Kakashi slowly replied, pulling out a book called Intimate Paradise, because one of you 3 will not qualify and will be sent back to the Ninja Academy to repeat the year. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto and Sasuke's expressions immediately turned serious, while I looked at Kakashi with indifference. You're kidding. If you're sending back your teacher's son, the 3rd Hokage will get angry. Besides, I have the Flying Thunder God technique and it's easy to deal with Kakashi. Seeing that everyone was ready, Kakashi said, alright, the exercise begins. After saying this, he went back to reading Intimate Paradise. Upon hearing start, Sasuke and I instantly vanished, leaving Naruto alone on the spot. Naruto followed the previous plan, summoning over 100 shadow clones and charging towards Kakashi, while I waited at a 45-degree angle in the right rear of the forest for my opportunity. At this moment, Sasuke began to move from the left side of the forest. He threw dozens of kunai and shurikens towards Kakashi. Kakashi, seeing this, raised Naruto's shadow clone to defend. As the clones exploded, Sasuke used wire to pull back the shurikens trapping Kakashi and then launched a fire-style great fireball towards him. At this moment the attacked Kakashi's shadow clone also exploded. Seeing this, Sasuke quickly left the area to change positions, while Naruto, noticing Kakashi was gone, also dispelled his shadow clones. I saw Naruto dispelling the clones and cursed him for being foolish. This only reveals to Kakashi where your real body is. As expected, once Naruto dispelled his clones, Kakashi rushed up behind him and executed a famous scene, Konoha body technique, secret art, 1,000 years of pain. This sent Naruto flying. Watching him, I facepalmed, feeling embarrassed. Just then I also heard Sasuke's shout, likely due to being trapped by Kakashi's shadow clone using genjutsu. Sasuke was also unfortunate, stealing Sakura's role. Well, it seems I have to step in myself. With this thought, I took out my Flying Thunder God kunai from my tool bag. Seeing Kakashi standing there reading Intimate Paradise, I immediately threw the kunai using the technique Shuriken Shadow Clone. As the ninjutsu was unleashed, the kunai multiplied tenfold, flying towards Kakashi. Kakashi saw the kunai and instantly dodged backward, landing, and realizing the style of these kunai, his expression became serious. These kunai are the Flying Thunder God kunai of my teacher. How could this kid know? Just as Kakashi was pondering, I teleported from the forest to stand in front of him, locking eyes with Kakashi. When Kakashi saw me, my blue pupils were glimmering slightly. Kakashi stared at me with a serious expression. Yeah, what are these kunai? Shoo. Kakashi-sensei, let me tell you a little secret. I have a hidden surname, Senju. Hearing this, Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. Senju? Then what about these Flying Thunder God kunai? Oh, these were custom made. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, it's a ninjutsu created by my grandfather, so using it shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing this, Kakashi was completely stunned. Senju. Grandfather. The second Hokage. Ahem, alright Kakashi-sensei, this is a secret. Please keep it confidential, especially from the third. You know the faces of Konoha's higher-ups. I just want to live peacefully in Konoha and don't want to get too involved with the higher-ups, you understand? Hearing this, Kakashi fell into deep thought. Just as Jaya said, the faces of Konoha's higher-ups are indeed unpleasant. But as a Konoha ninja, if you don't report. Ahem, Kakashi-sensei. What about Jiraiya's various limited editions of Intimate Paradise? Deal. This. Isn't it something we don't even need to think about? Hearing Kakashi's quick response, I was also stunned. Is Intimate Paradise that charming? Forget it, as long as he can keep a secret it doesn't matter. When Jiraiya returns to the village to teach Naruto, I can just deal with it with him. Alright Kakashi-sensei, it's time for me to make my move. After saying this, I began to attack. Thus Kakashi and I started our battle. Without wasting words, I directly began using the Flying Thunder God to continuously attack Kakashi. Although Kakashi could defend against it, he didn't know that I could directly mark with my 6 eyes, so I placed the marks on the 2 bells, and while Kakashi was distracted, I quickly used the Flying Thunder God to snatch the 2 bells. At this time, Naruto was hanging upside down from a tree while Sasuke was knocked out by genjutsu and tied to a stump. After I helped the 2 of them untie, Kakashi also said, alright, now it's your turn to choose how to distribute the 2 bells. After saying this, Kakashi looked at himself. I then unhesitatingly tossed the 2 bells to the 2 of them, saying at the start we agreed on a battle plan. The cooperation between Sasuke and Naruto was quite good, but they lack practical experience. As for my solo combat ability, it's decent. Let the 2 of them follow you, the famous Kakashi, for learning. I will go back to repeat the year, it's just right for me to hang around for another year. Hearing this, Kakashi had a black line on his forehead, thinking, this brat actually wants to go back to loaf around for another year, he really is lazy. However, indeed, by observing, the 3 of us should still have a battle tactic in place at the beginning, but it was likely that I disrupted one of the links, leading to their plans falling apart. Naruto and Sasuke, upon hearing what I and Kakashi said, insisted that it wouldn't do, saying that we are all comrades. If worse comes to worst, we'll all just repeat the year together, it's not a big deal. We can fight again next year. Seeing the 3 of them, Kakashi's mouth also curled up slightly beneath his mask. Alright, now I announce that Team 7 is officially formed. After saying this, he even gave a thumbs up. Hearing this, Naruto and Sasuke were also confused. They were just unqualified and now they were qualified again. What was going on? Seeing the expressions of the few, Kakashi explained, on the path of a ninja, while missions are certainly important, those who cannot complete missions are called trash. However, if you don't care about your comrades, you are even worse than trash. After saying this, without waiting for the reactions of the few, he announced, tomorrow morning at 9 gather at the Hokage Tower's mission hall. We will begin Team 7's first mission. Dismissed. Yes, X3. Arrived at coordinate point A. Arrived at coordinate point B. Arrived at coordinate point C. Received. Did you find the target? Coordinate A not found. Coordinate B not found. Target found at coordinate C. Received. Preparing to capture. Commence action. Report target Little Tiger has been captured. Received. Confirm the target and return to base. Hokage Building Mission Hall. For the past month Team 7 has been stuck doing meaningless rank missions. Today Naruto finally couldn't hold back and began to demand higher rank missions while Sasuke nodded in agreement. I ignored their bickering and started looking at the panel I hadn't checked in a long time. Host Senju Tetsuya. Appearance Gojo Satoru, same hair color as Tsunade, same hairstyle as Tokigawa Genji. Bloodline Senju clan bloodline. Stamina max. Mental max. Speed max. Perception max. Insight max. Chakra 10 tons wind fire water attributes. Skills unlimited sorcerer power of Halfsang. Animal type fish fruit mythical beast flash dragon fruit. Flying thunder god 6 eyes can teleport to any visible location. 8 extreme fist Jeet Kyun do 3 body technique instant body technique shadow clone technique Uchiha throwing technique shuriken shadow clone technique mind's eye modification basic observation hockey fusion spiral sphere full set fire release great fire annihilation great fire extinguishment single seal version second generation water release full set simplified seal version sage mode yada mirror yada shard amaterasu sword laser beam light speed kick roar of the flash dragon. Note all ninjutsu activation requires the user to be at least 16 years old. The system has fused the Flash Dragon Fruit skill with the Unlimited Sorcerer, allowing the Flash ability to be used in conjunction with Flying Thunder God. Items Triton Flying Thunder God Kunai 999 various fresh ingredients daily necessities omitted here. Points 330,000. Thinking this should be the mission to the Land of Waves, I should be able to loot a few 100 million Rio. I had already planned how to use it. After Pain's attack, he'll buy some land near the bar, and after the fourth war he'll set up a bar just like in my past life. It will definitely be profitable. I'll build a small villa just like Naruto's then. Just thinking about it made me happy. I looked at the other aspects and seeing no changes aside from the points, I closed the panel, too lazy to look further. After all, I was already at the top configuration. I hadn't turned 16 yet, so many things were still not activated. I also didn't want to deal with the Rinnegan explaining it would be difficult. As for why my points had decreased, half of the reason was because Naruto had come to my house several times this month pestering me to cook for him. The other half was because I often brought a bunch of ingredients to Ino's house to cook. Shikamaru was fine, but Choji, that little foodie, was also there, so the quantity was definitely large. Of course, I also used the system to spend points to create a necklace just like mine and engraved the Flying Thunder God mark on it, then gifted it to Ino. This made Aunt Keiko ridicule Uncle Hachi for a long time, making him learn from me. It made both Ino and me blush. Jokingly, I couldn't let my future in-laws see me act too casually. Even though I had lived 2 lives, my past self was still a single dog. Even when I got married in the pirate world, I had no family, so I had indeed never experienced this. Ahem. Hearing the third Hokage's voice, I pulled my thoughts back. In that case, I have a crank escort mission to assign to Team 7. After speaking, the third waved his hand and an umbu left to call the employer. A few minutes later, the third said, "Come in." At this point, an old man reeking of alcohol and wearing a straw hat leaned against the wall and walked in. Heck, can this group of kids handle it? Especially that short one in the middle, he looks very unreliable. After saying this, he took another swig of alcohol. Hearing this, Naruto instantly blew up, but luckily Kakashi held him back in time. "Don't worry, these are all my excellent subordinates, and with me a Jonin escorting you, there won't be any problems." After hearing Kakashi's words, Dazna didn't say anything further and began to introduce himself. "I am Dazna, a famous bridge builder from the Land of Waves. This time you need to protect me back to my country and wait for the bridge to be completed." After speaking, he walked out without acknowledging Team 7. Seeing this, Kakashi also informed everyone to gather at the Leaf Village Gate in an hour. Thus the escort mission to the Land of Waves was about to begin. After all, it was a mainline mission, so I still had to show some face. Moreover, the 3 of them had never been out of the village before, so it would be a lie to say they weren't excited. An hour later, Team 7 gathered. The 5 of us set off towards the Land of Waves. On the way, the few of us chatted while walking through the woods. During this time, Kakashi also educated us about the major ninja villages and some basic chakra knowledge. Dazna also occasionally chimed in. As we walked, we suddenly noticed a small pond ahead. Knowing the plot, both Kakashi and I saw it immediately, so I threw a flying thunder god kunai into a nearby tree. Kakashi understood my action as well. So everyone continued walking as if nothing was wrong. When Kakashi passed the pond, I had already used Flying Thunder God to teleport away. The pond then moved, charging towards Kakashi, instantly shredding him apart. Naruto, exclaimed Kakashi-sensei. First one, take care of it, said two Chunin as they charged towards Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto was already scared silly at this point, while Sasuke, as in the original work, pinned the weapons of the two to the tree trunk, then prepared to use the Great Fireball technique to resolve the battle. At that moment, clap clap, Kakashi also walked out from the bushes clapping his hands. All right. Tetsuya, you can come out now. After hearing Kakashi's words, I didn't delay and directly appeared in front of everyone from the tree. Kakashi approached the two Mist Village Chunin and began to gather intelligence. Naruto and Dasna still hadn't come to their senses, clearly still quite shocked. At this point, after Kakashi dealt with the two Chunin, he came over to begin summarizing. Regarding this unexpected situation, Sasuke and Tetsuya performed adequately. Tetsuya had already detected the pond issue and prepared in advance, while Sasuke handled the unexpected situation quite well. As for Naruto, he was completely dazed during the emergency, being closest to the employer yet unaware of the need to protect him. If a real situation arises, what will you do? Also, Mr. Dasna, a crank escort mission does not involve ninjas. When I interrogated those two Chunin just now, their target was you. Don't you need to explain anything? Dasna fell silent after hearing this, while Naruto seemed to be in deep thought. Suddenly he picked up a kunai and stabbed it into his palm. This is the last time. Next time I will definitely take action. I am the man who will become Hokage. Hearing this, Kakashi felt very pleased and immediately walked over to check Naruto's injury, finding that the wound on his hand had already started to heal. Is it due to the Nine Tails? As for Dasna here, he also started to find excuses for his actions like in the original work and began to play moral blackmail, saying that if this person was hurt it would make him sad, or that person would report Team 7 to the Leaf Village, which certainly stunned Naruto and Sasuke. However, Kakashi still inquired about the opinions of the three of us. What was there to ask? It was hard to come out and play, so how could we go back so early? The three of us immediately expressed our willingness to continue with the mission. Accompanied by thick fog, 5 people cautiously crossed the river by boat to sneak into the land of waves. Looking at how they arrived like thieves, I couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. It's just a group of ordinary warriors, why the fuss? As the group walked along the road, I suddenly noticed the fog thickening. Given the current situation, I guessed we were about to encounter Zabuza. The legendary scene is about to unfold, the water dragon bullet with 44 seals. At that moment, Naruto suddenly threw a kunai into the grass only to discover it was a snow rabbit. Seeing this, I realized Zabuza was nearby. Just as I thought this, a large sword flew towards me. Get down! Kakashi shouted and pressed Sasuke down while I tackled Naruto and Tazuna. Oh, isn't this the infamous copy ninja Kakashi? As the words fell, everyone turned towards the sound and saw Zabuza striking a pose while standing on his executioner's blade. Sasuke, Naruto and Tazuna formed the swastika formation to protect Tazuna. After saying this, Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector to reveal his Sharingan. Sasuke became a bit excited upon seeing Kakashi's Sharingan. I noticed Sasuke's reaction and said, "Don't get too excited, Sasuke. That Sharingan was given to Kakashi-sensei by his companion before they passed away. I saw it in the documents while gathering information on Kakashi-sensei." After hearing this, Sasuke calmed down a bit while Kakashi looked at himself in surprise. Seeing Kakashi looking at me, I smiled in response and continued to stand beside Tazuna. Just a moment ago I had thrown over 20 Flying Thunder God kunai behind me to ensure Tazuna could safely retreat in case of unexpected situations, especially since there was a white figure watching from the tree nearby. Thus Kakashi started fighting Zabuza while the three of us observed our surroundings and prepared defensive measures. At that moment, Zabuza, the crafty one, directly activated the hidden mist technique. However, this ninjutsu was useless against me since my mind's eye was open. Thus Zabuza attacked us a few times without success and temporarily gave up. He decided to focus on defeating Kakashi, so Zabuza's main body continued its assault on Kakashi. Just like in the original story, the fatigued Kakashi was soon trapped by the water prison technique in his battle against Zabuza. Meanwhile, Zabuza's water clone approached us. Naruto split off hundreds of shadow clones to temporarily hold off Zabuza's water clone. As for us, the three of us started thinking about how to rescue Kakashi, while Naruto and Sasuke wanted to save Kakashi just like in the original story, and I was more straightforward than them. Alright, stop overthinking it, just watch me. With that I began to form seals and exclaimed water release water severing wave. A high-pressure water column shot directly towards Zabuza who was trapping Kakashi. Both Kakashi and Zabuza were startled and Zabuza instantly leaped away to dodge the attack. Kakashi thought to himself, Jaya can actually use the second Hokage's water release ninjutsu. It seems the Senju lineage is indeed true. Otherwise who would teach him how to use such techniques? It must be a ninjutsu scroll left by his family. Upon realizing this, Kakashi no longer doubted and prepared to deal with the enemy in front of him. Naruto and Sasuke gasped at the sight of the technique, having never seen such ninjutsu before. Naruto immediately wanted to learn it, and even though Sasuke, being proud, didn't say anything, he was also looking at himself. You too should test if you have water chakra after this mission. If you do, I'll teach you. After hearing this, Naruto asked how to test for chakra, and I began to educate both of them on what chakra attributes or what chakra paper is and how to judge its usage. Meanwhile, just like in the original story, Kakashi and the two performed the legendary scene of the 44 Seals Water Dragon Bullet. Afterward it was Still White who came out to take Zabuza away, and Kakashi was left unconscious from a lack of chakra. Once it was over, everyone took turns carrying Kakashi back to Tezuna's home, waiting for him to wake up. Fortunately, since we had not been protecting him, Kakashi wasn't injured, just suffering from a lack of chakra. The next day after Kakashi woke up, he called the three of us to a forest to begin his instruction. However, before starting, Naruto said he wanted to test his chakra attributes, so Kakashi took out the testing paper for the three of us to check. As expected, it was just like in the original story. Naruto had only wind chakra, Sasuke had fire and lightning chakra, while I possessed wind, fire and water attributes. Instantly Naruto became unhappy. Finally, unable to stand it anymore, I urged Kakashi to teach Naruto a crank wind release technique. Kakashi agreed, which lifted Naruto's spirits a bit. After the commotion, Kakashi began discussing serious matters. This morning I realized that the Anbu from the mist should be allied with Zabuza. Zabuza likely isn't dead yet. Upon hearing this, Naruto asked how to deal with Zabuza, to which Kakashi calmly replied, "I'll handle Zabuza when the time comes. You all need to focus on protecting the bridge construction, that's the most important matter." And so Kakashi started teaching the others to climb trees. Meanwhile, I had already mastered walking on water, so Kakashi assigned me to ensure the safety of the workers on the bridge. Sitting on the bridge watching the bridge builders felt incredibly boring, so I decided to listen to some music. I spent 100,000 in the system shop to buy a wireless gaming headset. Since it was a system product, I could purchase the songs I wanted to hear in the shop, which would then be automatically stored in the headset's chip. Thus I spent another 20,000 selecting dozens of songs and ignoring everyone else, half lay down and listened to the music. Days passed in this leisurely manner. During this time, Naruto and Sasuke also had their tree climbing competition as in the original plot, and Naruto encountered Haku having a dispute with Inari. However, I paid no attention to these events as this task was simply too dull. Every night I returned dirty and drenched. Days went by and tomorrow would mark the completion of the bridge. If nothing unexpected happens, there will surely be an incident. Tomorrow is the last day. Zabuza is very likely to launch an attack then, so Team 7 will all participate in the bridge protection work tomorrow. Understood, we responded in unison. The next day the bridge was shrouded in mist as Zabuza appeared before everyone with his subordinate Haku. "Kakashi, am here to take my revenge today. Haku, go play with those little brats in the back." Thus the battle split into two groups, Kakashi against Zabuza and Haku against the three of us. To be honest, I really lacked interest. So I didn't feel like participating, letting Sasuke and Naruto handle the fighting. It could be seen as helping them grow, otherwise if I kept doing everything myself they would likely become useless. So I walked over to Tezuna's side to protect him, taking over Sakura's role from the original story. During this time Haku attempted to pull me into his ice mirror technique, but I swiftly used Flying Thunder God and slapped him back. Thus, aside from my unexpected intervention, the plot continued along its original trajectory. Zabuza and Haku both died, and Zabuza took Kato with him before dying. The bridge was still named after Naruto. However, on the night before returning to the village, I discovered Kato's location through the system's guidance. I sent a shadow clone to find the money Kato had left behind, using Flying Thunder God to place all the found wealth into the system's warehouse, only to find there was actually 1 billion Ryo. Wow, I struck it rich. After returning from the Land of Waves, Team 7 began yet another mundane drank mission. However, since I always used the shadow clone technique to complete tasks, Sasuke and Naruto learned to utilize it as well, prompting Sasuke to seek me out to learn the technique. Thus all 4 members of Team 7 engaged in missions using shadow clones. On Naruto's side, he started practicing the crank wind release technique that Kakashi had promised to teach him. Meanwhile, Sasuke was practicing treading water and the fire release great fire extinguishing technique that I had taught him. Indeed, I had taught him this technique. Sasuke, knowing I possessed fire release chakra, inquired if I knew of any fire release techniques. I decided to teach him the great fire extinguishing technique, thinking it was fine since it was a technique from the Uchiha clan. About a month later, at the meeting point, Kakashi was preparing to take us to receive a drank mission when he noticed a messenger hawk in the sky. He simply said disband and left. Naruto and Sasuke were puzzled and confused about Kakashi's situation, while I instantly realized that the Chunin exams were approaching. With the defection of the second pillar, Naruto apprenticing under Jiraiya Tsunade's return, and the death of the third Hokage. Haha, finally. I can soon be free and no longer have to hide. Just as I thought this, Naruto expressed his opinion. Suddenly, no missions, and so early in the day, why not just go to Ichiraku Ramen for a gathering? Sure, it seems like we haven't gathered for a meal in a while. Recently it has been either missions or training. Sometimes we need to pay attention to rest and balance work with relaxation. Hearing Naruto, I immediately expressed my agreement. Honestly, after these past few years I was hesitant to cook again. The appetite of this group had completely deterred me. Sasuke also thought for a moment after hearing me and expressed his agreement. After returning to the village due to my performance in the mission in the Land of Waves, Sasuke recognized my strength. Additionally, after teaching him the Shadow Clone and Great Fire Extinguishing techniques, it was now easier to get along with him than before. However, he still remained an arrogant tsundere. Thus the three of us decided to go to Ichiraku Ramen. On the way I pondered that guy Sasuke, it should be relatively easy to correct the plot if I intervene, but I am inherently lazy. Besides, letting Sasuke train with Orochimaru is indeed more effective than in Konoha. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke, both of whom had become so powerful after training outside the village for 3 years. Who in their right mind would train in the village? Hey, you let go of Konohamaru. Just as I was reminiscing about the original plot, Naruto's voice interrupted me. When I snapped back to reality, I saw Kankuro and Konohamaru. Oh, isn't this Naruto's little brother? What's going on? Did someone bully you? Naruto ignored my comments and dashed forward to rescue Konohamaru. Sasuke threw a stone at Kankuro's hand, allowing Naruto to rescue Konohamaru. I threw a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting behind Kankuro and pressing the kunai against his neck. The small coordination between the three of us caught Kankuro and Temari completely off guard. Don't move or be careful of your neck, my kunai is quite sharp. Seeing this, Kankuro tried to argue, is this how you guys from Konoha treat guests from other villages? It was this little brat who bumped into me first. Before Konohamaru could say anything, I interjected, brother, you're quite brave. You dare to cause trouble for the grandson of the third Hokage. Are you really not afraid, or are you just foolish? Upon hearing this, Kankuro realized he had kicked a metal plate. Temari, who was next to him, tried to ease the tension but was interrupted by a cold-voiced Kankuro, stop embarrassing yourself. At this moment everyone looked up to see a person with a gourd on their back and deep dark circles under their eyes standing in a tree nearby watching us. I immediately recognized it was Gaara. Looking up, I clicked my tongue. Seeing those dark circles in real life was impressive. Were they really not drawn on with eyeliner? Gaara then approached and apologized to us on behalf of Kankuro. Kankuro wanted to say something, but a single glance from Gaara silenced him. Gaara stared at Sasuke. What is your name? Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name? Sasuke also scrutinized Gaara. I am Gaara of the Sand. Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara then gestured to himself, indicating he was introducing his name. Tetsuya. I'll remember you all. I hope we meet in the Chunin exams. Having said that, he prepared to leave with his two companions. Hey, what is this Chunin exam you speak of? Just as Temari was about to enlighten everyone, I interrupted Naruto. The Chunin exams should be taking place soon and Kakashi must have gone to handle this matter. They should be genin from Tsunagakure, and this exam might be a joint examination between Konoha and the Sand. Upon hearing what I said, Gaara and his companions remained silent and left. Meanwhile, 3 little ones joined us for our Ichiraku Ramen gathering. The next day, Kakashi indeed found us presenting the Chunin exam registration forms and asking if we were willing to participate in the exam. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, I grabbed a form and began filling in my information. Seeing this, Naruto and Sasuke also started filling in their forms alongside me. Kakashi, seeing this, said nothing further since they were all willing. That was sufficient. He was well aware of the trio's capabilities and they would definitely pass the Chunin exam. After the 3 of us completed our information, he announced a 3-day break. We were to gather at classroom 301 of the Ninja Academy 3 days later. With that, he disappeared in a flash. As the three of us prepared to disperse and attend to our own matters, a sudden voice called out to us. Sasuke-kun. The three of us turned to see Sakura, so we stopped to see what she needed. Sasuke-kun, long time no see. I heard the Chunin exams are about to start. Did you register? Yeah, I just finished registering. Is there anything else? If not, I'm going to train, I said. Sakura's expression soured upon hearing this. Seeing her reaction, Naruto inquired, what's wrong, Sakura? Is your class participating this time too? Naruto, both of my teammates are not planning to participate in this exam, so our class won't be participating. Upon hearing Sakura's words, everyone expressed their understanding while Sasuke left without even turning back. Noticing this, Sakura hurriedly chased after him. I waved at Naruto and prepared to head home. Before leaving, I also reminded Naruto that he could practice treading water. After hearing this, Naruto decided to practice treading water in the coming days. After all, he believed what I said and knew I wouldn't harm him. As for me, I returned home to prepare for a date with Ino, whom I hadn't seen in a long time. After all, it had been a while and I missed that girl. Thus, during these 3 days, Sasuke practiced ninjutsu, Naruto practiced treading water, while I went on daily dates with Ino, eager to make up for the month of missed time. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the Chunin exam. The three of us agreed to meet at the gate of the ninja school. When I arrived at the gates, Suju and Mingren were already there, so the three of us headed toward classroom 301. On the second floor, we saw two Konoha gatekeepers using an illusion to block the door. With my Rinnegan of perception, or rather my sixth sense, I recognized it as Genjutsu. At a glance, Suju noticed it too, and we simply walked toward them. At the doorway, a green-head boy was pleading with the guards to let them through, and then Suju spoke. Hey, move aside. That illusion is too simple, don't block our way to the third floor. The two gatekeepers exchanged a look and turned towards Suju with interest. Do you see it? At that moment, Lee Luwaka and the others also realized it was an illusion. After all, this was only the second floor. Just as we were about to move on, Shaoli suddenly stopped Suju. My name is Lee Luwaka. You must be this year's top genius, Uchiha Suju. Hearing that, Suju puffed up with pride, lifting his chin like a flamboyant peacock. Shaoli declared, I challenge you, Uchiha Suju. I will prove that hard work can surpass genius. Thus the proud Suju and the thick-browed Shaoli began sparring in a training room. As in the original tale, Suju was overwhelmed by Shaoli's taijutsu. The confrontation ended when our captain Kai Huang stepped in to put a stop to the farce. We eventually reached the third floor and entered classroom 301. As soon as the door opened, Jingyi flung herself into my arms. I patted her head and greeted the other dozen or so familiar faces one by one. Where's Xiaoying? Why didn't she come to the exam? Jingyi asked, and I told everyone about the earlier encounter with Xiaoying and the reason she hadn't shown up for the test. Only then did everyone realize that our class's supervising instructor was a Jonin while the other classes were overseen by Chunin. At that moment, Yao Shirdo arrived to perform his bit of posturing. I stood aside watching him show off. True to the original, he soon got roughed up by the genin from his own village. Then Senju she pushed open the door and entered the classroom, intimidating the genin with a display of authority. With her frightening visage, she quickly cowed the lower-ranked students. Senju she began to explain the assessment rules, implying that the test would evaluate everyone's intelligence-gathering skills, how well you could obtain information without the other side knowing. After that, the exam began. When I received the paper and looked at the questions, I hadn't seen the exam in the anime. Upon reading the first question, I couldn't help but exclaim inwardly at its absurdity. A kunai must be thrown from point A to point B, a distance of 20 meters. Question: how much force is required to hit the tenring? What the hell, why not ask why 1 + 1 = 3? I grew bored of solving the test, wrote my name, tossed the paper aside and feigned sleep. Jingyi and Suju were watching me. Jingyi looked worried while Suju seemed intent on copying answers. Suju looked at me with a puzzled expression, not understanding what I was doing. After all, my theoretical knowledge at school had always been solid. Later, I realized the reason. This exam was about intelligence gathering. Whether we answered the written questions didn't matter. So they left Mingren and me alone and went searching for targets to copy from. Mingren scratched his head, desperate to copy but afraid to and lacking the knowledge anyway. Hinata quietly offered her paper, indicating that Mingren could copy from her. Mingren hesitated for a long time, then looked at me and saw I hadn't written anything and was dozing. He politely declined Hinata's offer and decided not to copy. Just as Mingren was still pondering why I wasn't filling in the answers, Senju she announced the 10th task and began to call the crowd. Mingren was still nervous, but when he saw the indifferent expressions on Suju's and my faces, he relaxed. Here the story diverged from the original. Mingren and I were close, and whenever he had doubts he would ask me. So when he noticed my nonchalance, he didn't leap up to chant his own encouragement as in the original. Then Senju, she said, very well, those who remain will pass this assessment. No sooner had she finished than there was a bang as Yusho Shihongshu made a dramatic entrance. 1 2 3. 13 ah. There are so many. Ibishi, did you cheat? Senju, she looked at the Chunibyo girl with a blank stare and replied, how could I? These questions are of my own design. Fine, I understand. Leave the next part to me, follow me and I will eliminate half of you. After saying this, Hongdo even licked her lips. The genin trailing behind her began whispering among themselves. Mingren immediately reverted to his fiery mode and began spouting his ninja way in dreams. Zhuyi Zhuazhu, hot-blooded Thailander. Well, Zhuazhu and I both pretended not to know him. Hinata meanwhile watched from the side with eyes full of admiration. Hongdo noticed Mingren and prepared to make an example of him. She hurled a kunai at Mingren. In an instant I caught the flying kunai and in a reflex threw a Feilation kunai back toward Hongdo. She barely registered the kunai landing beside her. As Hongdo prepared to charge Mingren, I teleported beside her with Feilation and said, Examiner kunai are not meant to harm comrades. I returned the kunai she had thrown, then walked back to my team, leaving Hongdo standing there flustered in the wind. Zhuazhu whispered to me, Hey Zhuyi, I forgot to ask earlier, what ninjutsu was that? A form of instant movement. I glanced around to make sure no one else was listening and answered no. It is the space-time technique developed by the second Hokage Feilation. It uses marking seals to perform instantaneous spatial jumps. Zhuazhu was startled, he had not expected such a powerful technique. Mingren listened in secret pride, for it had been the jutsu he once copied for me. I remembered how when I had stolen the sealed book I hoped to learn another jutsu, but Iroka Sensei returned before I could study it. In the panic I used the copy tag to replicate the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Returning to the matter at hand, Hongdo stopped wasting words, produced a death contract and began explaining the assessment rules and the forest of death. Several teams withdrew after hearing the explanation. The three of us signed the contract and took the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, the same heavenly scrolls as in the original. In a corner a figure of ambiguous gender watched Team 7 intently. Dishiwan. He glanced at Zhuazhu and then at our direction. Feilation. How did this boy learn it? Intriguing. Things are becoming more interesting, ha ha ha. I noticed Dishiwan's gaze but paid it no mind, just an ugly snake after all. Zhuazhu, Mingren and I discussed who should carry the scrolls. In the end I volunteered to guard them. With Feilation at my disposal my mobility would be unmatched. We waited at entrance 44 to enter. 5 minutes later the gates opened and the teams plunged into the forest. The three of us exchanged a glance and entered as well, beginning our 5-day assessment. As they entered the forest the three began their journey. Just like in the original story, Sasuke still went to save Shangling while Naruto also went to the restroom. This gave the lower ninjas of the Rain Hidden Village an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. I had no intention of indulging them, after all I recalled they were wielding the Heaven Scroll, so I swiftly dealt with these minor characters. The three continued on their way when they suddenly realized that only Sasuke and I were left while Naruto had mysteriously disappeared. This led me to guess that Orochimaru was coming. As expected, a sudden wave of killing intent surged towards us, instantly freezing Sasuke in place with fear. I on the other hand was fine, after all I could withstand Shanks' Conqueror's haki while Orochimaru was merely child's play. In the distance the figure of Orochimaru appeared on a tree, his snake-like eyes fixed on Sasuke and me. I promptly slapped Sasuke on the head to wake him up. At that moment Orochimaru strolled over leisurely. Ah, what luck to encounter two little mice. You must be the Heaven Scroll, I am the Earth Scroll. If you want it, come and attack me. He then waved the Earth Scroll before swallowing it whole, surprisingly licking his tongue afterward. Seeing Orochimaru act this way made me feel nauseated. Sasuke, however, stared seriously at Orochimaru, ready to attack at any moment. Orochimaru wasted no time and immediately began his assault. After all, he was there to assess Sasuke's capabilities. As I saw Orochimaru charging towards me, I prepared to retaliate. At that moment Orochimaru performed the hand seal for the summoning technique, directly summoning a giant snake to attack me. I understood that Orochimaru intended to plant a curse mark on Sasuke, the Heaven Curse seal, so I cooperated by jumping away from there, engaging in battle with the snake in another location. While I was having an intense battle with the snake, Sasuke, as in the original story, was protected by Naruto in his Nine Tails form but was cursed by Orochimaru with the 5 Elements seal. Sasuke also reached his moment of glory using the Windmill Shuriken in conjunction with the Dragon Fire technique, impressing Uncle Snake, who personally thanked him by planting a curse mark, saying he could come to find him again if he wanted more. Thus Uncle Snake departed satisfied. As I saw the plot come to a close, I joined the two, creating a shadow clone to take them to a safe cave where we could rest. Just as I was about to take a nap, I noticed the flying thunder god mark on Ino's necklace emitting a chakra fluctuation. Without further thought, I left a flying thunder god kunai at the spot and instantly teleported to Ino. At Ino's side, the Inuzuka trio were huddled in the bushes trembling because outside on the lawn Gaara was battling the lower ninjas of the grass village, which was basically Gaara crushing them single-handedly. At that moment I arrived beside Ino and the Inuzuka trio looked at me in bewilderment, completely unsure of how I had come. Gaara also noticed me and wanted to fight. "Gaara, you should leave, there will be an opportunity in 5 days and we can fight then." With that I ignored Gaara and took the Inuzuka trio away. Gaara stared at my retreating figure in silence for a long time after hearing my words before turning and leaving. I, on the other hand, was walking with the Inuzuka trio towards the place where I had previously settled Naruto and Sasuke. "Tetsuya, why did you suddenly come to my side?" After we reached safety, Ino hurriedly began to ask. "Well, look at the necklace I gave you, I marked it with the flying thunder god. I felt your chakra input, which is why I came. If you encounter danger in the future, just input chakra into it and I will sense it and come to protect you." After hearing this, Ino smiled slightly, feeling very reassured as her boyfriend was taking such care of her. She then took out the necklace to examine it and indeed found a circle on the back with a 3-tomo design. At this point Shikamaru also chimed in, the flying thunder god technique created by the second Hokage. "Tetsuya, how do you know how to use it?" "Well, I'll tell you secretly, but you have to keep it a secret." Upon hearing Tetsuya's words, the three wore serious expressions. Especially Shikamaru, who thought, "Why did I say that? It feels like trouble again." As expected, after hearing Tetsuya's words, the three of them froze in shock. "Actually, I have a surname. I am Senju and my full name is Senju Tetsuya. As for the second Hokage, I can call him Grandpa." "Haha, how about that? Surprised, aren't you?" The three nodded like wooden dolls. "Alright, it's nothing serious. I won't change anything just because I'm a Senju. We've known each other for so long, don't you understand me? You just need to help me keep it a secret." The three nodded in agreement, indicating no problem. Thus the four began to chat and laugh again. Ino linked her arm with mine and I naturally took her hand, and the four of us headed in the direction I came from. Meanwhile, after I left, the curse mark on Sasuke began to activate, releasing a wave of sinister chakra that attracted the 6 paths TOS from the Sound Village. Just as in the original story, Sasuke directly took on 3 opponents and acquired the Earth Scroll. Just as Sasuke finished the battle, Naruto woke up and I also arrived with Ino. I noticed that besides the Inuzuka trio there were also members from Team Guy and Team 8 around. Wow, all the 12 small strong are gathered. Seeing that we were fine, Team Guy and Team 8 left. Hinata looked worried about Naruto, but I assured her that Naruto was fine and she relaxed and left. I indicated to Shikamaru and the others that they could leave for now and we would meet at the center tower later. Seeing Ino's reluctant expression, I took her to a big tree and when no one was watching, kissed her on the lips. "Mum." Ino was caught off guard and kissed back, initially blushing and shy, but soon began to respond. Although we had secretly kissed many times before, both enjoyed the feeling, but after all we were still kids and Ino was always very shy. After a long moment our lips parted. Looking at my cute little darling with her face flushed, I smiled and said, "Alright, be good, you and Shikamaru should head to the center tower. I will wait for Naruto and Sasuke to be in better shape before I go." Ino nodded after hearing this and finally left with Shikamaru and Choji. I checked on Naruto and Sasuke, both of whom were nearly out of chakra, so I set up a fire and started barbecuing. After finishing the barbecue, Naruto and Sasuke had almost recovered. Looking at the Heaven and Earth Scroll in my bag, the three of us set off towards the center tower. To ensure both of them had the strength for the preliminary rounds, I urged them to quicken their pace. Thus the three of us took about a day to reach the center tower, and due to my insistence on hurrying we did not encounter Kabuto along the way. As the three of them entered the central tower, they encountered Ino and her group. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, it was time to get down to business. Thus I took out the Heaven and Earth Scroll and simultaneously opened it. Suddenly, with a bang, Iruka emerged from the smoke. At that moment Naruto exclaimed, "Ah! Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here?" "Ha, Naruto, of course I came to personally congratulate you all on passing the second round of the exam." Iruka chuckled upon seeing Naruto's surprised expression. "Alright Naruto, since there is still 1 day left, everyone should take this time to rest well. The second round of exam will soon lead to the preliminary matches, so everyone must be in high spirits." "Okay, X6. Thus Team 10 and Team 7 walked into the central tower together, each finding their own rooms to tidy up a bit before resting. At that moment, with a ding, I sat up straight from the bed. I actually heard the long-awaited voice of the system. System ding. In order to rationally utilize the host's devil fruit ability, the task is initiated. The system grants the host an egg of a summoning beast cub. Please use your abilities to hatch it. You may choose to use the powers of light, fire, water, or wind. The summoning beast will evolve according to the ability you use to hatch it, and the hatching time is 1 year. Only one ability can be used, so please choose wisely. After seeing the task given by the system, I also checked the panel. Host Senju Tetsuya. Appearance Gojo Satoru, same hair color as Tsunade, same hairstyle as Tokigawa Genji. Bloodline Senju clan bloodline. Stamina max. Mental max. Speed max. Perception max. Comprehension max. Chakra 10 tons, wind, fire, water attributes. Skills: unlimited sorcerer power of stopping Sang. Animal type fish, fish fruit. Mythical beast type flash, dragon fruit. Flying thunder god with 6 eyes, can teleport to all visible locations. 8 trigrams fist, Jeet Kyun do body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, Uchiha throwing technique, shuriken shadow clone technique, mind eye modification, beginner observation, hockey fusion, Rasengan full set, fire release, great fire annihilation, great fire extinguishing, single seal version, second generation, water release, full set, simplified version, sage mode, Yada mirror, Yada's mirror, Kusanagi sword, laser beam, light speed, kick roar of the flash dragon. Note: all ninjutsu activation requires the user to be at least 16 years old. The system has merged the skills of the Flash Dragon Fruit and Unlimited Sorcerer, allowing the Flash ability to be used in conjunction with Flying Thunder God. Items: Trident, Flying Thunder God kunai 999, cash 1 billion Rio, various fresh ingredients, all daily necessities omitted here. Summoning Beast Cub Egg 1. Points 500,020. Seeing an extra egg in my backpack, I took it out to hold and inspect. To my surprise, it was almost as tall as I was. I was startled, but upon closer observation I found that this egg was likely to hatch into a dragon, as the patterns on the eggshell resembled the dragon totems of Huagua. So I asked the system for more detail. System: is this a dragon egg? It's so big, how am I supposed to hatch it? System: host, are you foolish? Just place it in the system backpack and choose to use your ability to hatch it. Yes, this is indeed a dragon. Once hatched, it will be your exclusive summoning beast to assist you. This is also to facilitate your use of Sage Mode after transforming into a dragon. Upon hearing the system's words, I instantly understood. Because I need to use Sage Mode, I must awaken my ability through the fruit. Having a summoning beast provides a reasonable justification. Moreover, Naruto and Sasuke will soon have summoning beasts as well. It wouldn't do for me to be left out. I originally planned to sign a contract with Mount Mayaboku through my relationship with Naruto. Thinking of this, I felt that my system was still so considerate. Wow, my system is still so thoughtful, love you lots. The system responded, stating that there was no need for such expressions and to please take care of oneself as you are male. Tetsuya. I am left speechless as the system starting to dislike me now. But it doesn't matter, I will first resolve the summoning beast issue. System: I choose to use my fruit's light ability to hatch the dragon egg. Ding, the host has chosen the light ability for hatching. The host will place the summoning beast cub egg back into the system backpack, where it will automatically absorb the light ability, and the host will be notified once the time is up. Hearing the system's words, I immediately put the dragon egg back into the system backpack. Now I didn't have to worry about it, I would just wait for the harvest at the right time, feeling quite pleased. I didn't think about anything else and went to sleep, waiting for the preliminary matches tomorrow. The next day, everyone gathered at the preliminary match venue, and the opening still consisted of listening to the old man's nonsensical speech. After half an hour of babbling, it was finally time to start, with the referee being Moonlight Gale. Looking at that skinny guy, I felt a bit sorry for Yuzuki Yugo. Being in a relationship might not be very pleasant for them. At this time, Moonlight Gale also asked if anyone was withdrawing, and Kabuto chose to forfeit as in the original story. Thus the remaining participants began their respective matches. The first match was still like the original story, Uchiha Sasuke vs. Akato Yoroi, the same Lion's Barrage. After the match, Kakashi took Sasuke away to seal the curse mark. In the second match, Sakan vs. Yamanaka Shino won. In the third match, Ken Mizumi vs. Karasuma won. In the fourth match, Ken Tsuchi vs. Inazuka Kiba, Ken Tsuchi won with illusion techniques. In the fifth match, Tenten vs. Tamari won. In the sixth match, Nara Shikamaru vs. Akimichi Choji forfeited faster than Shikamaru. In the seventh match, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Inazuka Kiba. Just like in the original story, Naruto used to fart to completely dishearten Kiba, ending the battle with a barrage. In the eighth match, Hyuga Hinata vs. Hyuga Niji the Examiner intervened to stop the uncontrollable Niji, and Naruto appeared dominating the scene to protect his girlfriend. Afterward, I also gave Naruto the recovery medicine I bought from the system shop to give to Hinata, preventing her from suffering any aftereffects. In the 9th match, Gaara vs. Rock Lee, just like in the original Gai Sensei, I stepped in to save Lee. In the 10th match, Tosu vs. Tetsuya. I directly copied the entrance style of the 4th Hokage during the 4th Great Ninja War, using Flying Thunder God to teleport into the arena. Everyone present gasped in astonishment, including the 3rd Hokage, who was equally surprised by my use of Flying Thunder God. Once the match started, I didn't go easy on Tosu, launching a smooth series of Flying Thunder God techniques that swiftly sent Tosu packing, winning easily. On the 3rd Hokage's side, he summoned Kakashi to inquire about the situation. Kakashi, seeing that there was no need for concealment, explained what he could about his Flying Thunder God technique, successfully deceiving the 3rd Hokage. As several people stepped out, the Anbu suddenly appeared before them. Kenshin Tetsuya, the Hokage has summoned you. Hearing the Anbu's words, everyone exchanged glances, and I had already anticipated this. I then said to them, "You all go ahead to Barbecue Q, I will meet with the 3rd Hokage and come right back." After hearing my words, they went to Barbecue Q while I followed the Anbu to the Hokage building. To be honest, this was my first time here. In my past life, I had only seen it in anime, and upon arriving in this world, I was reluctant to get involved with these old-timers due to the trouble it might bring. Lost in my thoughts, I reached the door. The Anbu instructed me to knock and enter, then vanished in an instant. Seeing the wooden door, I cast my chaotic thoughts aside and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came the response from the 3rd Hokage. Upon hearing his consent, I pushed the door open and stepped inside, where the 3rd Hokage turned to look at me. Once inside, I began to take in my surroundings. The Konoha F4 has gathered. Gazing at these 4 old men, I felt that Konoha was quite decayed. Though various technologies existed, the technological tree of the Hokage world was quite skewed. It wasn't until Kakashi became the 6th Hokage that technology truly began to develop, and it only started to progress during Naruto's tenure as the 7th Hokage. With so many years passing in between, Konoha had been embroiled in political infighting, completely neglecting technological advancement. Fortunately, there were no countries like the Akatsuki from my past life, otherwise Konoha would have perished long ago. Thinking of this, I decided to stop dwelling on it and greeted them. 3rd Hokage, greetings to all the elders. Tetsuya is here. Come take his seat. The 3rd Hokage smiled kindly and invited me in. Thank you, 3rd Hokage. I responded appropriately and took my seat, waiting for him to ask his questions. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage took a couple of puffs from his cigarette and expressed his curiosity. Tetsuya, I never expected you to be the grandson of teacher Tobirama. This has surprised us all. However, I must ask you, where did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? That ninjutsu was classified as a forbidden technique within the Sealing Scrolls. In response, 3rd Hokage, due to my father's connection with the 2nd Hokage, there are records of the Flying Thunder God technique at home, though they are not complete. It should be the version used by the 2nd Hokage in his early years, and I discovered the scroll while cleaning the room. After discovering it, I began to study it. Later, I realized the ninjutsu was incomplete, so I started to improve the Flying Thunder God technique, and by the time of the Chunin exams, I had nearly perfected it. Hearing my answer, the 3 old men and the 3rd Hokage looked at me with astonished expressions. The 3rd Hokage thought to himself, are you joking? The Flying Thunder God is a spacetime ninjutsu. This child is not using the version modified by Minato from the Sealing Scrolls, he is using the original version and has improved it himself. This is genius. Such talent should be preserved within my Hokage lineage. Moreover, this child displayed an excellent understanding of the will of fire during his graduation assessment. Meanwhile, Danzo wore a serious expression, deep in thought. I could tell he was likely considering how to recruit me into his root organization. The 3rd Hokage then stopped his contemplation and said, I never expected you to be so wise at such a young age. It seems we have another genius in Konoha. Ha ha ha. You flatter me, 3rd Hokage. I responded with humility to his compliments. 3rd Hokage, all right, little one, I have a general understanding of the situation now. I hope you will continue to work hard and become a pillar of the new generation in Konoha, allowing the will of fire to continue to be passed down. The future belongs to you youngsters, you may leave now. Yes, 3rd Hokage. After saying this, I bid farewell to the 3rd Hokage and the elders and turned to find my friends to go eat barbecue. Hizashi, let's recruit this child into root. I can definitely train him to become the 2nd Tobirama of Konoha. Just as I left, Danzo couldn't sit still and started making his demands. Upon hearing this, the other 2 advisors chuckled silently, thinking, you're joking, right? the grandson of teacher Tobirama going to root. You must be dreaming. The third Hokage's expression darkened immediately and he exclaimed, Danzo. That is the grandson of teacher Tobirama. Do not extend your hand toward that child, he is the hope of Konoha's future. Manage your root properly. And I am the Hokage, remember. Upon hearing this, Danzo trembled with anger, feeling frustrated by this phrase, I am the Hokage, which was constantly used to suppress him. After a while Danzo calmed down and snorted coldly before storming out. The three remaining individuals ignored him and instead discussed how to handle this child. They deliberated whether to keep him in Team 7 or recruit him into Root for training. In the end, the third Hokage decided to maintain the current status and make arrangements after the combined Chunin exams. Tetsuya on his part didn't concern himself with what the third Hokage was thinking anymore and began celebrating with Team 10. When Naruto saw the cursed mark on Sasuke, he remarked, Sasuke, why does that thing on you look exactly like the mark on my flying thunder god kunai? This statement caught everyone's attention and both Sasuke and Kakashi looked over at me. I then pulled out my flying thunder god kunai for everyone to see. After examining it, everyone found that it was indeed identical. What could I say? It was merely a coincidence. Thus everyone finished today's gathering with laughter. The next day I essentially spent all my time with Ino, whether it was shopping, eating, or training together to help her improve her taijutsu and ninjutsu. Sasuke on the other hand was taken away by Kakashi for secret training, specifically to learn Chidori. Meanwhile Naruto encountered Jiraiya. When Naruto told me about this later in the evening, I felt happy for him and prepared a feast to celebrate Naruto finding a teacher. While Naruto was training and summoning jutsu off in the distance, I found their training location and approached Jiraiya asking him for a signed copy of his Intimate Paradise series. At first Jiraiya thought I was one of his kind, but after explaining it was for Kakashi he expressed no interest. With no other choice I used my super seduction technique, nearly causing Jiraiya to faint on the spot. The nosebleed he had was more ridiculous than Sanji's. After obtaining the signed books I immediately fled and contacted Kakashi to come pick them up, only to find that this old pervert had arrived early. It seems that Intimate Paradise is the only thing that can ensure Kakashi is on time. Thus in the month leading up to the final exam everyone was busy with their own training, preparing for the Chunin exams. Only I knew that this exam would not proceed, so I continued to accompany Ino for shopping and training. At first Ino urged me to train properly, but after realizing she couldn't persuade me she decided to let it be, as it had been a long time since we had such a lengthy period together. Today is a beautiful day with gentle winds and bright sunshine. After a month of rest the day of the final assessment has finally arrived. Early in the morning the atmosphere is lively and various eateries have opened their doors to attract customers. Meanwhile I am still reluctant to leave my cozy bed when suddenly Ino walks in and forces me to get up. But am I someone who easily submits? The answer is definitely no, so I start to act cute. I won't get up unless you give me a kiss. Ino, seeing me like this, can only helplessly accept it. After all, what can her boyfriend do but pamper her? So she leans in, and just as she is about to kiss me I pull her onto the bed and start kissing her passionately. Ino is taken by surprise, but soon she begins to respond. After a long while we finally part our lips. We have been kissing for nearly 10 minutes and it's gotten quite intense. Ino playfully complains, you naughty pervert, you always bully me like this. Next time I won't trust you anymore. Hee hee, got it, I promise I won't do it next time. I know I'm wrong but just can't help it, hee hee. The young couple enjoys this rare moment of intimacy in the morning. After finishing breakfast and getting ready today, Jaya looks quite the same as before, except he wears a pure white long-sleeved shirt with the sleeves rolled up instead of black, paired with casual black 3/4 pants and black ninja shoes. Putting on the couple's necklace with Ino and adjusting the ninja tool pouch, the two of us walk out hand in hand, fingers intertwined. After all, both of them are quite good looking, and today is the final assessment of the joint exam. Many outsiders have come to Konoha to watch the competition. This leads to a high rate of attention on them, but I express that I have already gotten used to it and am not bothered by a few extra pairs of eyes. Thus we stroll leisurely towards the competition venue. Upon arriving at the venue I find that besides Naruto and Sasuke the other contestants have mostly taken their positions. However, I am not in a hurry to join them. Instead I accompany Ino to find a good viewing spot in the stands. After selecting a spot just as I am about to sit down and chat with Ino, I hear the staff announcing for everyone to gather at the competition area. Reluctantly I have to say goodbye to Ino and jump down from the stands to gather with the others. Don't you ever get tired of being with Ino every day? Seeing my old man and old lady like that makes me think women are really troublesome, Shikamaru curiously asks me as I approach. Hearing Shikamaru's question I can only sigh at how naive he is, still unaware of the complexities between men and women. It's fine Shikamaru, I don't mind the trouble, hee hee. Shikamaru, hearing my casual remark, doesn't push further but instead starts discussing how troublesome this assessment is and how he really doesn't want to participate, even regretting that he was slower than Choji to surrender. I laugh and say, alright Shikamaru, the Nara clan has always been the strategists of the Hokage. You don't want to end up with the title of a lowly genin for 1,000 years, do you, little strategist? Shikamaru rolls his eyes at my comments, saying, come on, I find the Chunin exam troublesome enough. Spare me from the strategist title, I just hope to have more time to take afternoon naps in the future. After hearing this, I think to myself, Shikamaru is still young now, but once the 4th grade ninja war starts he'll be the first to complain about wanting to be Naruto's strategist, and he might even rush to Kakashi's side to learn in advance. In this way we chat idly about trivial matters when suddenly Choji and Shino walk over. Seeing Shino, I know that Asuma has arrived. As we stand in front of him, a few contestants greet him. He pretends not to hear and just stares at us blankly, not saying anything. Seeing him like this, I can't help but sigh. Konoha has become so corrupt, with mid-level officials too lazy to work, merely doing superficial tasks. No wonder during the battle between the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru there were only 3 Umbu on the roof and all of them were elite. While my thoughts are wandering, the audience gradually enters the venue. In the center of the stands, the 3rd Hokage and the 4th Kazekage Raza slowly take their seats. Listening to the noise around me, I look up and see the 3rd Hokage and 4th Kazekage exchanging pleasantries. Isn't that Orochimaru? It seems he does have some qualifications to be a Hokage. This business banter shows he has truly mastered the Third's teachings. At this moment Shino also begins to speak. Just as the entrance gate of the competition is about to close, I suddenly hear a voice from behind. That must be Naruto, I think to myself as I turn around, and it really is Naruto. Naruto's arrival doesn't cause much of a stir. Suddenly a member of the Umbu approaches Shino and whispers a few words before leaving. After hearing what the Umbu said, Shino adjusts himself and begins to explain the requirements and rules of the final assessment as well as the recently modified order of appearance. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru notice that Sasuke has not yet arrived. Following Orochimaru's suggestion, they decide to place Sasuke's match last. After all, this assessment is being observed by the daimyo, who wants to see the performance of the last member of the Uchiha clan. After thinking it over, the 3rd Hokage agrees and thus begins today's final assessment. The first match is Naruto Uzumaki vs. Neji Fuga. Just like in the original story, Naruto uses the chakra of the Nine Tails to break through Neji's chakra points, winning the match with shadow clones while launching his ultimate technique, saying the technique I was least good at was the shadow clone technique. Don't believe in destiny. Change your own destiny. This successfully inspires Neji. After the match, Hinata takes Neji away to resolve their differences and Naruto receives applause from everyone for his performance. The second match is Shikamaru Nara vs. Temari. Just as Shikamaru is being lazy, Naruto comes up to me and kicks him, sending Shikamaru tumbling down, which makes the audience burst into laughter. Just like in the original anime, without any changes, Shikamaru uses his high IQ tactical skills to successfully control Temari. However, due to insufficient chakra, he ultimately concedes. Nevertheless, Shikamaru can now be considered engaged. The matches are quite thrilling and the audience is constantly applauding. The third match is Tenzo Senju vs. Kankuro. Just as I prepare for my match, Kankuro directly forfeits. This leaves me speechless, although Kankuro also forfeits in the original story. However, this situation is quite embarrassing for me. Shikamaru walks over, expressing envy that I can advance without even competing. Hearing Shikamaru say he envies me, I roll my eyes dramatically. The audience feels regretful as they all wanted to see how the unexpected member of the Senju clan would perform. What a pity cowardly Kankuro does not want to be my stepping stone. The fourth match is Shino Aburame vs. Jinchuriki. In a similar situation, due to Orochimaru using Jinchuriki as a sacrifice for Edo Tensei, Jinchuriki is absent and Shino wins by default. The fifth match is Sasuke Uchiha vs. Gaara. Before Shino can announce the participants, Gaara has already entered the arena, quietly waiting for Sasuke's arrival. Seeing Gaara like this, Shino says nothing. As everyone waits for almost 10 minutes, the audience grows impatient seeing Sasuke hasn't shown up and begins to protest. The third Hokage, seeing the situation, is also troubled. Just as he thinks of announcing Gaara the winner, Kakashi arrives with Sasuke. Watching the two of them arrive late and still posing, I am left speechless, thinking what the heck, it's already this late and they're still putting on airs. They really have never experienced the harsh realities of society. This perfectly illustrates the phrase, the sun is shining, the rain has stopped, and Sasuke feels he can do anything again. Just as Kakashi and Sasuke were enjoying the atmosphere, Kazuki interrupted their banter. Ahem, alright Uchiha Sasuke. Since you are already here, get ready, the assessment is about to begin. Hearing Kazuki's words, Kakashi jumped onto the platform and walked towards us. By the way, Kakashi, I shouldn't even call you teacher anymore. Although Naruto was taken away by Jiraiya for guidance, at least you taught him a significant wind release technique, while Sasuke was directly taken away to receive special training. I, on the other hand, have not learned anything throughout, and I even sent you a special gift. The only thing I might be able to learn is to pose like you too, I said with a face full of frustration as I saw Kakashi approaching. Upon hearing my words, Kakashi felt awkward. His student from Team 7 had nothing to teach him. He already knew the basics, he didn't need ninjutsu, and his chakra was even greater than Kakashi's. Ahem, alright Tetsuya. Who told you to be a genius? I have nothing to teach you. You look down on those ninjutsu and you can't learn my techniques since they lack lightning attributes. Kakashi chuckled and ignored me, focusing on the special gift I had given him. Seeing that Kakashi was no longer paying attention to me, I also decided not to bother him. I watched Sasuke's match with the others. On Sasuke's side, the match began with him and Gaara exchanging harsh words. I shook my head at the sight, thinking the second pillar is too arrogant. However, the two didn't waste much time and quickly started attacking. Sasuke threw shurikens at Gaara's sand defense, then unleashed fire release great fireball technique. Although not as wide as Madara's, it still drew gasps from the audience. Upon realizing it had little effect on Gaara, Sasuke, like in the original story, used his Sharingan to copy Lee's taijutsu and executed a series of smooth combos. After Gaara was unable to withstand the attacks and turned into a ball, Sasuke noticed it was ineffective. He jumped onto the wall to form hand seals and used Chidori, successfully injuring Gaara. At that moment, Ninjutsu Nirvana Sanctuary Technique, Kabuto, hiding in the corner, released an illusion to start hypnotizing the audience. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others on stage fell under the illusion. Seeing this, Gaara and Kankuro directly fled and Sasuke hurriedly chased after them. On my side, I directly formed hand seals to dispel the illusion affecting everyone while Shikamaru was still lying on the ground. Not bothering to waste words, I kicked him in the rear. Ouch! What's wrong with you? I finally get a chance to rest and it's so annoying. At that moment, Sakura, Ino and Kakashi also ran over. Kakashi, seeing everyone, began assigning tasks. Naruto and Shikamaru go chase after Sasuke and help him deal with Gaara and the others. Sakura volunteered to go find Sasuke with Naruto. Shino was ignored and could only follow along. As for Tetsuya and Ino, you two will protect the civilians and if possible use Flying Thunder God to relocate unrelated personnel to safety. After saying that, he summoned Pakin to assist Naruto in finding Sasuke. Received X5. Everyone began to split up and take action. Ino ran to find Shoji, Hinata and Kiba to help guide the now awake civilian audience, while I summoned over a dozen shadow clones and used Flying Thunder God to start transporting unconscious civilians in bulk. After sending off the last batch of civilians, I chose not to return to the arena. Instead, I went back to my doorstep, pulled out a stool, put on my headphones and started listening to music. After all, I only have this one house and I don't want it to be destroyed just yet. Meanwhile, Naruto and the third Hokage were smoothly following the plot. That guy Naruto continues to successfully show off in front of Sasuke while also managing to sway Gaara. As for the third Hokage, he was still using the Reaper Death Seal to seal the souls of the first and second Hokages as well as Orochimaru's. Through my perception with the Byakugan, I sensed that the third Hokage was about to pass away, thinking, well, this could be considered the third Hokage exiting as a hero. Suddenly an unceremonious voice interrupted my thoughts. Hey, isn't this Naruto's teammate? Your name is Senju Tetsuya, right? What are you lamenting about all alone here? Hearing Jiraiya's words, I wore a face full of frustration. Damn it, you only remember my surname, not my first name. Naruto calls you a perverted sage, which is quite fitting. Jiraiya awkwardly laughed at my retort as the third Hokage suddenly mentioned that a member of the Senju clan had emerged in Konoha, which made everyone curious. However, Jiraiya didn't think much of it. While protecting villagers in the village, he saw me sitting here in a daze surrounded by a few corpses of sand and sound ninjas. Curious about the familiar wounds, he came over to ask what I was doing here. I replied, somewhat annoyed, you know, this is Orochimaru's way of giving the third Hokage a dignified exit. You're not getting involved, so why should I meddle? Let them handle it themselves. After saying that, I took out a pack of cigarettes and started smoking without caring about Jiraiya. Seeing me smoke at such a young age, Jiraiya's mouth twitched, but he quickly turned serious, thinking this kid actually knows about this. He seems more complicated than he appears. Either he knows something or this kid has a very strong ability to analyze information. Just then a sand ninja on the rooftop saw me and Jiraiya and immediately threw a kunai, preparing to attack. Seeing this, I immediately threw a kunai with Flying Thunder God and executed a small combo with Rasengan to take down this minor goon. I had been thinking about when to let Jiraiya know about my Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, and now the opportunity presented itself. Indeed, after I finished the battle, Jiraiya was stunned at the sight of my Flying Thunder God and Rasengan. Except for the hair color not being pure gold and the hairstyle being different, I looked just like a younger version of Minato. Immediately Jiraiya asked seriously, "Hey kid, who did you learn these two jutsu from?" Upon hearing Jiraiya's inquiry, I directly explained the reason I had told to the third Hokage earlier, while I simply stated that I had come up with Rasengan on my own. Rasengan was created because I lacked an attack jutsu without hand seals while using Flying Thunder God, and since I don't have lightning attributes I couldn't learn Kakashi's Raikiri. I had no choice but to think of a way to create a jutsu without hand seals. One day while accompanying Ino shopping, I happened to see a kid playing with water balloons, and that's when I thought of this jutsu, though I haven't figured out how to throw it yet. Hearing my explanation, Jiraiya was dumbfounded. What's going on? This is basically the same origin as when Minato invented Rasengan. This kid is a genius. No, he might be even more of a genius than Minato. After all, this kid improved upon Flying Thunder God, which was more challenging. He came from the original version. It seems Konoha has someone to carry on its legacy. Thinking about this, Jiraiya sighed deeply and stopped saying anything further. However, he began to ponder, stroking his chin. Could this kid be the prophesied child mentioned by the Toad Sage? At that moment an Umbu approached Jiraiya to report that the battle was over. Orochimaru had escaped and the Sand Ninjas had surrendered. The elders summoned Jiraiya to the Hokage's office. As I watched Jiraiya leave with the Umbu, I got up to gather the corpses around and went home to prepare morning clothes. At the Hokage building, Jiraiya and the two advisors pulled at each other for a while, and in the end Jiraiya suggested searching for Tsunade to become the fifth Hokage, to which the two advisors agreed. However, when Jiraiya proposed bringing Naruto along, the two advisors immediately rejected the idea. Jiraiya stated that he had gathered intelligence about an organization called Akatsuki whose goal was to capture the tailed beasts. To ensure Naruto's safety, he must accompany him, and the two advisors had no choice but to compromise. There was no one left in the village to guarantee the safety of the Jinchuriki, so they could only entrust him to Jiraiya. The next day all the ninjas in the village wore black clothes to mourn the brave sacrifice of the third Hokage and other ninjas during Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha. After the morning, Jiraiya was the first to find Naruto, informing him to pack his belongings and leave the village with him to find the fifth Hokage. At the village gate of Konoha, accompanied by the sound of ding ding ding, two figures, one tall and one short, wearing straw hats, entered the village. Kurenai was walking with Asuma, preparing to have some dumplings to rest, when she suddenly noticed two suspicious figures. At that moment Kakashi happened to walk over, as he had arranged to meet Sasuke here. However, upon seeing the expressions of the two, he followed their gaze and discovered the two suspicious individuals, signaling Asuma and Kurenai to follow. Just as the two suspicious individuals left, Sasuke arrived in front of Kakashi. Kakashi said, "Sorry Sasuke, I just remembered that I have something to take care of and need to leave for a bit. I'll come find you after I'm done." Sasuke was confused but thought little of it and left. After Sasuke departed, Kakashi also hurried in the direction that Asuma and Kurenai had left. On Asuma's side, as they reached the riverbank, two individuals wearing red cloud cloaks on a black background stopped. "Long time no see, Mr. Asuma, Miss Kurenai." As the short man took off his hat, his face was revealed. Itachi Uchiha. Both Asuma and Kurenai were taken aback, not expecting an rank rogue ninja to be in the village. "I see you have a good reputation in Konoha, Itachi." As they turned to look, Asuma and Kurenai saw a strange shark-like face. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Kisame Hashigaki. I am Itachi's partner." At this point Asuma asked, "Are you here to find Sasuke?" "Not exactly. This time we are here to find Naruto. Tisk, the target is the Ninetales." Upon hearing Itachi's answer, Asuma began to consider countermeasures when Itachi and Kisame suddenly attacked. Thus Kurenai and Asuma started to engage with the two. Just as they were at a disadvantage, Kisame used the Water Dragon Jutsu. Water-style Water Dragon Jutsu. Kakashi also arrived just in time, and as he was discussing with the two how to capture Itachi, Itachi directly cast Tsukuyomi on Kakashi, incapacitating him instantly. "Huff, the target is Naruto. Huff, it seems you really are from that organization called Akatsuki." Hearing Kakashi's words, Itachi and Kisame were momentarily stunned. Itachi said, "The Ninetales is the highest order given to us by the organization. Kisame, capture Kakashi and take him away." Upon hearing this, Kisame charged directly at Kakashi. Konoha Whirlwind. At this moment Guy arrived just in time to save Kakashi. Seeing Guy arrive, Itachi also gave up on capturing Kakashi and ran away with Kisame. After securing Kakashi, everyone began discussing Itachi's situation. At this time Sasuke, who had come to find Kakashi, heard the news that Itachi was after Naruto and was instantly stunned. It wasn't long before Sasuke snapped back to reality and dashed out chasing after Naruto in the direction he left the village. Meanwhile, Naruto and the others were heading towards the short book street. That's right, there were 3 of them now. I had been dragged along to be a laborer. Since I could call Tsunade cousin by seniority, Jiraiya dragged me along with Naruto. He called it traveling together. The 3 arrived at a small town where Jiraiya was lured away by a girl in a purple outfit, and I looked on in speechless disbelief. I couldn't believe that Jiraiya actually cooperated with Itachi's clumsy genjutsu. What can I say, he really is a lecherous old man. So Naruto and I rested in the inn, during which I also taught Naruto the method of practicing Shadow Clone Jutsu and instructed him on how to train in Rasengan. Yet after using Shadow Clone for so long, Naruto still hadn't figured out how to use it. He truly was as foolish as in the original story. Knock knock. Just as Naruto was in the first phase of his water ball training, there was a knock at the door. Hearing the knock, I went to open it. It should be Itachi and Kisame. Sure enough, as I opened the door, I saw a pair of Sharingan eyes and a pair of beady eyes staring at me. Naruto also stood up and walked to the door, and Itachi directly said, "Naruto Uzumaki, come with us." Meanwhile, I was yawning beside them. Seeing my attitude, Kisame directly swung his big sword Samahata at me while I threw a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique to the right and hit Kisame with a Rasengan, marking him, and my attack also affected Itachi. Just as Kisame was about to get serious, Sasuke came running around the corner. Upon seeing Itachi, his expression changed drastically and he immediately formed seals using Chidori to charge at Itachi, while Jiraiya had just returned, standing in front of Naruto and me. Thus Jiraiya confronted Kisame. Jiraiya used Frogmouth Binding technique to trap Kisame and Itachi, while Itachi directly gave Sasuke a set of loving iron fists along with a Tsukuyami to wake him up. Afterward, he did not linger and shouted for Kisame to run together using Amaterasu to clear the way, and the 2 fled. Meanwhile, Guy arrived shortly after and Jiraiya arranged for him to take Sasuke back to Konoha. The 3 of us continued towards the short book street, and this time Jiraiya was also preparing to teach Naruto Rasengan. However, due to my intervention, Jiraiya directly became a hands-off manager, letting me teach Naruto while he went off to drink and have fun. Thus the 3 of us strolled leisurely towards the short book street while Tsunade encountered Orochimaru. Orochimaru tempted Tsunade, offering to revive her 2 most beloved people in exchange for her help in healing his arm. The next evening, the 3 of us entered a tavern. In a corner, a blonde woman with twin ponytails and a short-haired girl holding a pig were drinking. At a glance, it was clear that these 2 were Tsunade and Shizen, and Jiraiya walked over to greet them. Tsunade was surprised, saying, "What day is it today? Old friends are appearing one after another." Ignoring Tsunade's words, Jiraiya directly introduced us to her. Upon hearing my name, Tsunade was also quite surprised, not expecting there to be descendants of the Senju clan, theoretically still her cousin. However, I stated that it didn't matter to me as I had always lived like this. At that moment, Jiraiya urged Tsunade to return to the village to inherit the position of 5th Hokage, to which Tsunade replied, "Only a fool would want to be Hokage." I secretly nodded in agreement. Naruto could not sit still at this moment. Becoming Hokage was his dream and could not be tarnished, and so he began to argue with Tsunade. Seeing that Naruto resembled her younger brother, Tsunade proposed to spar outside. Just like in the original story, Naruto was bullied by Tsunade with a single finger, and in a desperate moment he used the incomplete Rasengan. Upon seeing this, Tsunade's expression grew serious, scolding Jiraiya for teaching Naruto this ninjutsu. Jiraiya could only awkwardly chuckle, but Tsunade suddenly became interested in making a bet. "Hey, little brat, if you learn Rasengan within a week, I'll agree to go back and become Hokage and give you a gift." Thus Naruto began his week of intense training. As time passed with Naruto's training day by day, due to my previous instruction for him to use Shadow Clone Jutsu for practice, Naruto mastered the Rasengan much earlier than in the original story. I also insisted that he practice using it with one hand, only forbidding him from using clones for assistance. Thus the week was almost over, and that night we gathered at the tavern for dinner. Of course, I knew what Tsunade was planning. It was merely to drug our food and drinks to disrupt our chakra, while she would handle Orochimaru herself. I was too lazy to attend their old classmates' reunion anyway. After all, I would need Naruto to help Tsunade overcome her blood phobia, and this part of the plot didn't require my involvement, so I simply cooperated with Tsunade to perform the act. To have an excuse for tomorrow, I ate like crazy, even finishing the most, and thus everyone ended the dinner. Early the next morning, Shizune and Naruto started arguing. They had already learned of Tsunade's plan and discovered Jiraiya on the balcony. After Shizune had given us 3 a simple treatment, Jiraiya was also ready to take us to find Tsunade, while I refused, saying, "You all go first. I ate the most yesterday and need some time to recover. I'll join you once I can move again." Seeing me like this, Jiraiya didn't insist further and let Shizune lead the way as the 3 of them rushed towards Tsunade. After they left, I went directly to the system store to buy an antidote and drank it, then lay on the bed to check my status pan. Host Senju Tetsuya. Appearance Gojo Satoru, same hair color as Tsunade, same hairstyle as Tokugawa Genji. Bloodline Senju clan bloodline. Stamina max. Spirit max. Speed max. Perception max. Comprehension max. Chakra 10 tons, wind fire water elemental. Skills unlimited, sorcerer, force of stasis azure. Animal type fish fruit, mythical beast type shining dragon fruit. Flying thunder god with 6 eyes, can teleport to all visible positions. Bajikwan Jeet Kyun do body flicker technique, shadow clone technique, Uchiha throwing technique, shuriken shadow clone technique, mind eye revision, beginner observation, haki fusion complete, Rasengan fire release, great fire annihilation, great fire extinction, single seal version, second generation water release complete, collection simplified seal version, sage mode, yada mirror, yada jewel, kusanagi sword, laser beam, light speed, kick, roar of the shining dragon. Note: all ninjutsu activation requires the user to be at least 16 years old. The system has fused the Shining Dragon Fruit skill with Unlimited Sorcerer, allowing the Shining ability to be used with Flying Thunder God. Items: Trident Flying Thunder God Kunai 999 cash 1 billion Rio, various fresh ingredients, all daily necessities omitted here. Summoning Beast Hatchling Egg hatching. Points 438,200. After checking the panel, I decided to teach Naruto the Flying Thunder God technique, as I would no longer need the kunai after I turned 16 and gained the fruit ability. In fact, many ninjutsu would be unnecessary. When the time comes, I'll give all the kunai to Naruto, as I still have hundreds of unused Flying Thunder God kunai in the system warehouse. So I bought a duplication card from the system store to save the training method of Flying Thunder God in my mind, which I would give to Naruto before he and Jiraiya went out to train. After sorting everything out, I lay back down and fell asleep again. Jiraiya, just like in the original story, had Naruto desperately protecting Tsunade from her fear of blood. However, because I forced Naruto to use the Rasengan with one hand when Kabuto attacked, Naruto didn't use shadow clones and knocked Kabuto away by himself. Later, the 3 ninjas and summoning beasts gathered. The legendary summoning trio had a long-awaited battle, and after everything was settled, Tsunade prepared to return to the village to officially take over as the 5th Hokage. Just as I was dreaming and getting cozy with Ino, I suddenly felt someone shaking my body vigorously, interrupting my good time. When I opened my eyes, I saw Naruto's big face looking at me, shouting, "Tetsuya, Tetsuya! Get up! Granny Tsunade and that perverted sage asked me to wake you for dinner." Hearing Naruto's words, I sleepily glanced at the clock and realized I had unknowingly slept until after 5 p.m. So I directly got up, washed up, dressed, and went downstairs with Naruto to the tavern. As soon as we pushed the door open, we saw Tsunade and Jiraiya already drinking for a long while. "Hey kid, are you feeling okay? I was a bit worried after seeing how much you ate yesterday," Tsunade asked with a carefree smile when she saw us enter. "Old hag, I won't eat with you again, no matter what you say next time." I didn't want to bother with Tsunade anymore, and together with Naruto sat down and started eating. "Hey you little brat, what did you say?" Tsunade slammed the table angrily. Alright lady Tsunade, both of you should tone it down a bit," Shizen chimed in to ease the tension, while Jiraiya hid aside, trembling and afraid to provoke Tsunade. Seeing this, Tsunade and I stopped talking and we all quietly ate our meals. While everyone was silently eating, I heard Naruto whispering to me, "Tetsuya, does Tsunade really want to become Hokage? Looking at her drunken every day, always gambling, trying to act young and having a bad temper, I'm worried about the future of Konoha." Whoa. Hearing Naruto's words, I was also left speechless and hurriedly covered his mouth. "Could you speak a little quieter? Can't you see how quiet it is around us?" I was just about to explain as I looked at Tsunade's increasingly darkening face. "Hey! Naruto, the bet we made earlier should be settled now. Come out with me." With that, Tsunade slammed the table and walked out, while Jiraiya covered his face, not wanting to watch his foolish disciple. Thus the 5 of us stood on the street, and the 3 of us could only look at the 2 preparing for a solo battle, speechless. One was a grown adult still getting angry with a kid, while the other was a kid who didn't know how to read the room. "Kid, as I said before, I will only use one finger. If you defeat me, I will give you a gift." With that, Tsunade extended her index finger and beckoned to Naruto. Seeing Tsunade's provocation, Naruto held back his anger and charged at her, but Tsunade casually dodged. Just as Naruto closed his eyes thinking he would be flung away like before, Tsunade stopped her movements, lightly kissed Naruto's forehead and placed her first-generation necklace around his neck, saying, "This necklace is for you, the future Hokage." Hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto's face turned slightly red, but he happily accepted the gift. Thus this little farce came to an end and everyone rested for the night. The next day, the 5 of us set off to return to Konoha. On the way, Naruto also asked Jiraiya about the necklace, and Jiraiya explained the origin of the first-generation necklace to Naruto. After a 3-day journey, the 5 of us returned to Konoha village, and after exchanging greetings, everyone dispersed. Naruto went home to tidy up. Jiraiya accompanied Tsunade to the Hokage building while I went to spend some intimate time with Ino. As soon as Tsunade returned, she went to Kakashi's house and the hospital to attend to the injured. The treatment for Lee's injuries was also put on the agenda. Meanwhile, due to Konohamaru's unreasonable antics, Naruto was also summoned to the Hokage building by Moegi and Udon. Sasuke, on the other hand, was being taken care of by Sakura at the hospital. It seems I haven't written about Sakura for a long time, but there really hasn't been much to write about. Taking advantage of the fact that neither Ino nor I had any missions, I decided to go on a date, but just then the Umbu suddenly came in. Senju Tetsuya, the Hokage wishes to see you. Hearing that the Hokage had summoned me, Ino urged me to hurry. There was no choice but to take Ino home first before heading to the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. I pushed the door open and walked straight in, seeing Tsunade handling administrative matters. Without saying a word, I plopped down on the sofa. You little brat, you're being a bit too casual, aren't you? Tsunade stared at me with a deadpan expression while Shizen beside her awkwardly smiled. I shrugged. It's all thanks to the Hokage's good teaching. Tsunade. Shizun. Alright, enough of this nonsense. I called you here because of the Chunin exam. Chunin exam. Didn't it end midway? What's left to discuss? I asked, knowing full well it was likely about being promoted to Chunin. Although you didn't participate in this exam, I heard from Jiraiya's descriptions that you've already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique from second grandpa and the Rasengan from the fourth Hokage. I heard that Naruto's Rasengan was taught by you. I replied the Rasengan was something that the perverted old man saw I could use and he had me teach it, while the Flying Thunder God technique was something I found in the scroll left by my father while cleaning the house. The perverted old man should have explained it to you, right? I didn't hide anything and told Tsunade direct. That's about what I understood, and I heard that the Rasengan was developed by you yourself. Although the fourth Hokage developed it long ago, it seems you're quite the genius. Cough cough, it's just the support of my peers keeping it low-key. Tsunade. This brat is still so annoying. Shinsuke is cuter. Cough cough, alright, let's not digress. Senju Tetsuya, I in my capacity as the 5th Hokage officially appoint you as a Chunin of Konoha. Do you have any objections? None. Upon hearing Tsunade's formal words, I stopped joking around and indicated there were no issues. Tsunade nodded in satisfaction at my agreement. She then instructed me to take the appointment letter to process my Chunin certification and to receive my Chunin headband and vest. 5th Hokage, can I not wear this vest? It's too ugly and doesn't fit my aesthetic. Tsunade sighed, fine, do as you wish. Also, please remind Nara Shikamaru to hurry up, he still hasn't arrived. Got it. I saluted and ran out with the appointment letter. I sent a shadow clone to find Shikamaru while I went to process my Chunin certification. Thus, under the butterfly effect, besides Shikamaru, I also became a Chunin. When I returned home after finishing my business, Ino told me about the events of the day. Tetsuya, not long after you went to the Hokage building this afternoon, Naruto and Sasuke got into a fight on the hospital rooftop. Later, when I bumped into Sakura, she told me about it. Oh. Who won? I inquired, knowing that likely Sasuke had been provoked by Naruto. Tisk tisk, the influence of Indra and Ashura's chakra is indeed significant. Sasuke still sought Naruto rather than me. At that moment, Ino said Sakura said she couldn't persuade them, and in the end it was Kakashi Sensei who appeared and separated them. Is that so? Then we don't need to worry about it. Everyone has their own path to walk, we just need to focus on ourselves. Upon hearing this, Ino stopped discussing it and switched to another topic. She found out that I had become a Chunin and immediately expressed her desire to go home and tell her mother, celebrating together in the evening. No need, Ino. Not just me, but Shikamaru also became a Chunin. After all, you three are in the same class as Soma, will probably celebrate with you all. As for me, just a kiss will suffice as a reward. Hearing my words, Ino rolled her eyes and said, you little lecher, always trying to take advantage of me. Despite the teasing, Ino leaned in to kiss me. 5 minutes later, Ino left my embrace, her face red as she said, alright you big bad guy, I've rewarded you now. Hee hee, okay, I'll let you off today. Upon hearing Ino's words, I didn't press further. Instead, I pondered when to formally request Ino's parents' consent at Uncle Hachi's house. Although Uncle Hachi and Aunt Keiko had already tacitly approved, I still needed to follow the formal process. While I was lost in thought, Shikamaru and Choji came to invite Ino to celebrate Shikamaru's promotion with a barbecue. Tetsuya-kun is here too. Congratulations on becoming a Chunin. Would you like to join us? Choji invited me as he saw me and Shikamaru nodded in agreement. I directly declined saying thanks, but I'll pass. You guys can celebrate as Team 10 and I'm going to find Naruto later. Seeing that I had other matters, they didn't say anything more and walked with Ino toward the barbecue. I waved at them before heading towards Naruto's house. Knock knock knock, Naruto, are you home? Coming. Shortly after, Naruto opened the door and seeing me asked curiously, huh? Tetsuya, what brings you here? Is there something up? Can I come find you if there's nothing going on? Let's go. I'm treating you to a Chirako ramen all you can eat. Really? Wait for me, I'll be right back. Saying that, Naruto dashed back inside to put on his coat. The two of us ran to a Chirako ramen for a simple meal, especially since Naruto would be leaving soon. By the time he returned I would probably be a Jonin. They say that Konoha's lower-ranked ninjas are the strongest and I somewhat regretted becoming a Chunin. As soon as we entered the shop, Uncle Ichirako greeted us warmly. Oh, it's Naruto and Tetsuya. Long time no see. What would you like to eat today? Naruto said, long time no see, Uncle Ichiraku. I directly sat down and said, long time no see, Uncle Ichiraku. The usual 2 large bowls of miso chashu with egg, extra chashu and narutomaki. Alright, please wait a moment. Uncle Ichiraku began to get busy. At this moment Naruto also sat down and said, Tetsuya, I heard you just got promoted to Chunin, congratulations. Thanks, but you're also impressive. It's just a matter of time before you become a Chunin. Hearing our conversation, Uncle Ichirako said Tetsuya became a Chunin. Congratulations. So today the first bowl of ramen is on me. Celebrating Tetsuya's promotion to Chunin. Thanks, Uncle. X2, by the way, Naruto, I heard from Ino that you got into a fight with Sasuke on the hospital rooftop this afternoon. Naruto responded to my inquiry about the afternoon's events saying, well, after I finished dealing with Konohamaru I went to the hospital to see how Sasuke was doing. I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the ward Sasuke wanted to spar with me, so I continued. So you two ended up fighting? Yeah, it started that way, but after we both used ninjutsu, Kakashi Sensei came out and stopped us. Kakashi Sensei said teaching us ninjutsu doesn't mean we should use it on our comrades. Hearing Naruto's words I realized it was probably a Rasengan and a Chidori, with Kakashi intervening after seeing the clash. However, Sasuke must have seen the power of Rasengan as well and it would likely provoke him again. So I said, well, it's not that ninjutsu can't be used on comrades, it depends on the purpose for which you use it. It can be used to attack enemies or to protect comrades, just keep these 2 points clear, Naruto. I understand now. After hearing my words, Naruto seemed to regain his composure. Alright, enough of that, let's eat. With that I ignored Naruto and started eating. Thus the two of us chatted while eating, but thanks to my guidance Naruto was in a good mood. When it came time to pay, Naruto had eaten 6 bowls of ramen while I had only 1. Thinking about Hinata, that big eater, I can only say that Naruto's tough days haven't arrived yet. After filling our stomachs we each returned home. On this quiet night a significant yet trivial event occurred. A little brat defected from Konoha. Early the next morning the Umbu came directly to my window. Senju Tetsuya, urgent mission, report to the Hokage building immediately. Hearing the Umbu's words I immediately got up, washed up and headed towards the Hokage building. On the way I ran into Shikamaru, who seemed to have been summoned alongside me. Tetsuya, you were called too. I wonder what it's about, it's really troublesome. Hearing Shikamaru's complaint I shrugged and smiled, saying nothing. He didn't know that I definitely knew. It must be about the defection of the Uchiha. At this point the only thing that could bring Shikamaru and me together was this matter. The two of us arrived at the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. Come in. The two of us walked inside. You two are here. We received a notice from the Umbu that Uchiha Sasuke has defected. The two of us were very surprised and Shikamaru asked, when did this happen? Just last night. Sasuke knocked out Sakura and 2 guards before leaving. Hearing this, Shikamaru and I fell silent with Shikamaru and fought while I pretended to ponder. After all, I was the only one who knew the plot. At that moment Shikamaru spoke up, so Lord Hokage, what do you need us to do? Nara, Shikamaru Senju Tetsuya. In my capacity as the 5th Hokage I issued a mission. You two gather your trusted genin companions to form a team and pursue Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing Tsunade's words Shikamaru frowned and asked, Lady Tsunade, aren't there jonin in the village? Why are we only allowed to choose genin? In response to Shikamaru's question Tsunade replied, because the jonin currently in the village are all on missions and there are no extra forces available. However, don't worry, once Kakashi returns I will have him catch up with you. After hearing this Shikamaru and I had nothing more to say and directly left to find our teammates. What Shikamaru didn't know was that this was actually just a test from Tsunade for the 12 young ninjas aimed at making these boys grow quickly. Thus Shikamaru and I began searching for team members Naruto, Neji, Choji, and with the two of us a total of 6 gathered at the village gate. At this moment Sakura and Ino also approached. Sakura cried, "Naruto, please bring Sasuke back, this is my lifelong request." Hearing this, Naruto immediately gave a thumbs up and declared, "Don't worry Sakura, I will definitely do it, this is my lifelong request too." Meanwhile I said to Ino, "Take care of yourself, wait for me to return Mua," after saying that I also kissed Ino and set off with everyone. An hour later, whoosh whoosh whoosh, 6 figures moved through the forest, suddenly stopping and standing on a tree. "They should be just ahead," said Kiba and Neji. "It's probably less than 2 kilometers away." Upon hearing Kiba and Neji's intel, Shikamaru immediately devised a battle plan. Neji first, Choji second, I third, Naruto fourth, Kiba fifth, Tetsuya sixth. "Neji, use your Byakugan to observe the situation. I will formulate plans at any time. Naruto and Choji will protect everyone. Tetsuya will provide timely support." "Understood X5, alright, let the operation begin." Thus the 6 of us chased after Sasuke and the Sound 4. Not far ahead, Zaku said, "There are a few little mice following us from behind." Upon hearing Zaku's words, the 4 of them quickened their pace. "This won't do, Jirobo, you stay behind to block them," said Kadamaru. So Jirobo stayed behind and the 3 of them carrying Sasuke's barrel left. At this moment Neji also noticed the situation and was about to warn them when he heard Doton Suibaku no Jutsu. Instantly the 6 of us were trapped inside. At this time I didn't want to waste time and directly said, "Neji, use your Byakugan to check the chakra flow of this technique." Neji began to observe over here. Hearing Neji's words, I immediately unleashed a Rasengan towards the weak point of the technique, instantly shattering the earth prison. Jirobo was taken aback, not expecting it to be broken so quickly. At this moment Choji stepped forward and said, "Everyone leave this person to me, you continue to pursue Sasuke." After saying this, a few of them left, continuing to chase after Sasuke. At this time Naruto saw my Rasengan and immediately expressed his desire to learn it. "Naruto, after this mission you can ask Jiraiya, he knows this technique too, but right now the mission comes first." After saying this, everyone quickened their pace. Thus, just like in the original story, Choji vs. Jirobo, Kiba and Akamaru vs. Zaku and Kin, Neji vs. Kadamaru, Shikamaru vs. Tayuya. Meanwhile I continued to chase forward with Naruto. We arrived at a grassy area and found a handsome man waiting for us. "You two should leave, this is a vital vessel for Lord Orochimaru and it's impossible for you to take him away." As soon as Kimimaro finished speaking, Naruto became furious. "What nonsense vessel? Sasuke! Sasuke! I know you can hear me, come back with me, Sakura is still waiting for you." Naruto was still trying to wake Sasuke. I had already taken out my kunai ready to step in at any moment after Naruto's performance. Seeing that Sasuke ignored him, Naruto split into thousands of shadow clones and charged at Kimimaro. Seeing that I wasn't needed just yet, I temporarily held back, leaping to the side to watch the show. "TSK tisk Sasuke, you've really angered Naruto. Look, he's already starting to transform into the Nine Tails." At that moment the barrel containing Sasuke suddenly exploded and Sasuke emerged, emanating an ominous aura. Naruto shouted Sasuke's name, but upon seeing him Sasuke ignored him and jumped away. I walked over and said, "Enough Naruto, stop shouting, leave this guy to me, you go after Sasuke. Don't force it, just do your best." After saying this I patted Naruto's shoulder. With that, how the situation would develop next was left for the 2 of them to resolve. Right now I needed to prepare to face Kimimaro and see just how strong this character known for plot killing really was. Upon hearing this, Naruto no longer lingered and rushed forward. As Kimimaro was about to stop me, I threw my kunai at him using the Flying Thunder God technique with Rasengan to strike Kimimaro while also marking him with the Flying Thunder God seal. "You're quite skilled, what technique is this?" Kimimaro asked, rising from the ground. "Flying Thunder God is spacetime ninjutsu." "I see, no wonder. My name is Kagaya Kimimaro. Senju Tetsuya." Upon hearing my name, Kimimaro was slightly taken aback. "Senju? No wonder then, I will take this seriously. At least before I leave I need to deal with you for Lord Orochimaru." "Haha, do you think you can deal with me? I just wanted to test your strength, otherwise I could leave any time. Do you think the Flying Thunder God is just for show?" Hearing my words, Kimimaro fell silent and directly entered the second stage of his curse mark. I then threw my Flying Thunder God kunai using the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, instantly flooding the area with Flying Thunder God kunai. Jun Malu furrowed his brow upon seeing the shurikens surround him, preparing his defenses. However, he was unaware that he was already marked. Meanwhile, I was contemplating how to attack, considering it was my first time officially using the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, Jun Malice's defensive capabilities were formidable. After a moment's thought, I decided not to overthink it, as he was about to meet his end anyway. Before his death, I thought I might as well exchange a few blows with him. Thus I split into 3 shadow clones, and after a brief exchange of glances began my assault. The shadow clone launched a spiraling sphere right at Jun Malice's feet with a swift motion. As he turned to look, another shadow clone arrived from the right, executing the spiral sphere. Caught off guard, Jun Malice had no choice but to extend all his bones for defense. Upon witnessing this, I exchanged glances with my shadow clones. One clone approached Jun Malice while the other executed the Flying Thunder God instantaneous rotation technique, arriving before me. I then unleashed a massive super spiral sphere, while the remaining shadow clone also teleported in and unleashed a super spiral sphere at Jun Malice before dissipating. With the 2 spiral spheres attacking from both sides, I pushed forward, sending the spheres and Jun Malice flying several meters before they exploded. Jun Malice lay motionless on the ground, completely deprived of any chance to counterattack. This guy isn't as strong as described in the original work. Could it be because I am too powerful? I pondered, stroking my chin as I observed Jun Malice fall victim to my series of attacks. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed above me, "You are Senju Tetsuya. It seems this battle does not require my assistance." Turning around, I found Gaara hovering in the air watching me. I greeted him with a smile. "Hey Gaara, long time no see. You've changed a lot. How have you been lately?" I've been doing well lately, thanks to Naruto." Upon saying this, Gaara revealed a faint smile. Seeing his expression, I realized Naruto's words had been quite effective, so I said, "Really? If there's a chance, you should thank Naruto properly. By the way, are you here to help?" "Yes, the 5th Hokage of Konoha requested assistance from Tsunagakure, so we came." "Oh. Are there 2 others? Temari and Kankuro?" "Yes, but by now they should have finished their business." As the 2 conversed, Jun Malice regained consciousness, realizing his body was on the brink of collapse, and decided to make a final desperate attempt. Corpse Bone Path, Early Fern Dance. At this moment I sensed something was off, turning back to see Jun Malice awake, striking a peculiar pose. Not good. With no time to explain, I immediately teleported beside Gaara, grabbing his arm and fleeing the scene using the Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing me escape, Jun Malice exhaled the breath he had been holding and slowly collapsed, saying, "Though I wish to assist Lord Orochimaru in eliminating him, just as that person said, I can't reach him at all. I'm sorry, Lord Orochimaru, in the end I could not assist you." With those thoughts, Jun Malice took his final breath. From a distance, Gaara and I sighed in relief when the ninjutsu ceased. Phew, it's finally over. What kind of ninjutsu was that? The range is enormous. Gaara asked at this moment. This? I don't know, but it should be that person's bloodline limit's ultimate technique. That person has a bloodline limit. Yes, he said his name is Kagaya Jun Malice. He should be from the Kagaya clan of Kirigakure, and his bloodline limit should be the Corpse Bone Path, which uses attacks based on his own bones. I see. Gaara nodded in understanding. At that moment I recalled that in the original work Shikamaru and the others were seriously injured, so I turned to Gaara and said, "Gaara, can you do me a favor? I'm worried about my companions ahead. Can you check on them? It would be convenient for you to pick up Temari and Kankuro and return to Konoha together. I still need to see how Naruto is doing." Hearing my words, Gaara nodded and replied, "Sure, I'll go check on your companions and then head back to Konoha to inform the 5th Hokage of the situation." "Okay, thanks. I'll head out first." With that, I teleported away toward the Valley of the End. Meanwhile, the fight between Naruto and Sasuke had also concluded, just like in the original. Naruto lost and Sasuke departed. Naruto only left a scratch on Sasuke's forehead protector before he fainted. When I arrived, I saw Naruto lying on the ground unconscious. After surveying the surroundings, I walked over to him. "Hey! Wake up, wake up!" Seeing that no matter how much I called, Naruto wouldn't wake up, I decided to stop and wait for Kakashi to arrive. So I sat down to rest, contemplating my plans following Naruto's departure from the village. After Naruto and Sasuke leave, I could first find Tsunade to join the Umbu for 2 years while waiting for the summoning beast to hatch. Then I could see if I could get Tsunade to teach Ino. Finally, I would apply to leave the village for training, thus giving me a legitimate reason to use my fruit abilities, and I could also travel a bit. Just as I finished planning, Kakashi arrived. "Hey, is it over?" "Yeah, it seems Naruto lost. However, Sasuke hasn't become so heartless as to kill Naruto. It seems their relationship is not bad. Just now Sasuke actually ignored me. It seems those two are true love, and I was just a coincidence," I replied, shrugging with a sarcastic tone. Upon hearing my words, Kakashi wore a dark expression. Alright, put Naruto on my back, let's head back. Okay, hello Pakin, long time no see. As I greeted, I placed Naruto on Kakashi's back. Isn't this Tetsuya? It truly has been a while, the last time was during the Chunin exams. Yeah, seeing you makes me think I should find some time to get a summoning beast for myself. As we chatted, we completely ignored Kakashi. At that moment Kakashi said, alright, enough chatting, let's get moving. So the three of us in Pakin headed back to Konoha. Upon returning, Kakashi took me and Naruto to the hospital, settling Naruto in before we headed toward the operating room upstairs. After all, several of my friends were severely injured and it was necessary to check on them. I then noticed Shikamaru waiting outside the operating room for Choji and approached him to greet Shikamaru. How is everyone doing? Hearing my voice, Shikamaru looked up relieved to see I wasn't hurt inside. Choji is in critical condition due to using family forbidden drugs. Niji has penetrating wounds on his right shoulder and left abdomen, while Kiba and Shikamaru are slightly better, they should recover in a month. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, I patted his shoulder and reassured him Choji and Niji will be fine, don't worry too much. These are experiences we all must go through because we are ninjas. At that moment Shikamaru's father Shikaku approached saying, hey, you're the one who took away that guy's precious daughter, right? Ahem, Uncle Shikaku, please don't say that. It wasn't a deceit, it was mutual affection, please watch your words. Upon hearing my words, Shikaku laughed heartily, easing the heavy atmosphere slightly. Shikaku said to Shikamaru, what Tetsuya said earlier is correct. As ninjas, taking on missions comes with the constant risk of death. You all will have to face this, and if you don't have this mindset, you are not fit to be a ninja. I believe Choji and the others must have this awareness and faith in you, so you just need to trust them. With that, he walked away. After hearing this, Shikamaru lowered his head in thought, and I didn't know what to say either. Just then the lights in the operating room turned off and Tsunade came out. Shikamaru hurriedly stepped forward. Lady Hokage, how is Choji's condition? Phew, thankfully he was sent back in time, he's out of danger now and just needs to stay in the hospital for a while to recover. After saying this, she stretched lazily and left. At that moment Shikamaru shed tears, saying, great. Choji is okay. I also stepped forward to pat Shikamaru on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort, and then I left. Downstairs, Sakura and Ino also arrived at the hospital to check on their comrades. Sakura said, Ino, I'm going to see how Sasuke is doing. Ino replied, you go ahead, I'm going to find Shikamaru. The two parted ways and I happened to come downstairs just in time to run into Ino, who was looking for me upstairs. Ino, relieved to see me unharmed, threw herself into my arms and said, that's great. You're okay. I saw how badly injured Choji and the others were and I thought you might be seriously hurt too. Hee, it's because I have the goddess of luck protecting me, so I'm fine. Right. My goddess of luck. As I stroked Ino's head, she pouted and said, stop being silly, I'm being serious. Alright, I admit my fault. I was just trying to lighten the mood because I was afraid you were too worried. After saying this, I held Ino's hand and walked toward the hospital exit. By the way, Sakura went to see Sasuke. How's he doing? Is Sasuke injured? Ino then asked. Who said they brought Sasuke back? Naruto and Sasuke fought in the Valley of the End and Naruto lost, so Sasuke left. I said without turning back. Ino was surprised. Huh? Does that mean we worked hard for nothing? Who said that? Although this mission failed, everyone grew from the experience. I continued, I believe Lady Tsunade arranged this mission to help us grow up quickly. Ino responded, is that so? I thought we were really going to capture Sasuke. You silly girl, think about it. There are plenty of jonin in the village who could easily complete this kind of mission. Why did Lady Tsunade insist that we, a team of chunin, take it on? And capturing Sasuke is indeed true, it's just not necessary to capture him for the mission. I explained to Ino. After hearing my explanation, Ino understood. It turned out this was merely a test, and whether or not Sasuke returned wasn't a big deal. It was more important for the new generation in the village to grow up. Thus the two of us walked home, and as soon as we closed the door, I directly wrapped my arms around Ino's waist and kissed her. Ignoring Ino's resistance, I pried her mouth open with my tongue and took the opportunity to enter. Just like that, we kissed our way from the entrance to the sofa. 15 minutes later, as our lips were still intertwined, we finished enjoying this delicious moment. Phew, why do you always have to kiss for so long? I'm almost out of breath. I can't help it, I like you too much. Every time I see you, I lose control. Hearing my words, Ino blushed and looked at me, gazing into my beautiful blue eyes. She leaned in to kiss me again, and I began to explore her body. After a long while, our lips finally parted. You naughty boy, are you satisfied now? Ino huffed, pouting. He recharge complete and satisfied for now. After saying this I held Ino in my arms and we snuggled together enjoying this simple and peaceful time. Meanwhile Naruto had just woken up and was reporting the situation of this mission to Kakashi. At that moment Sakura came in. Upon discovering that Sasuke hadn't returned she also became disheartened. Seeing her like this Naruto reassured her, Sakura, don't worry. One day I will bring Sasuke back, this is my promise to you. Thank you Naruto, but don't put too much pressure on yourself, just do your best, Sakura replied. After saying goodbye she left and Kakashi also had something to attend to and left first. Not long after another person came in. Naruto was delighted to see Hinata. Hinata blushing greeted Naruto. Naruto-kun, how's your health? Are you injured? Thank you Hinata. I'm fine, the doctor said I should be fine in about a week. Thus Naruto and Hinata chatted and laughed in the hospital room. Meanwhile in the Hokage office Jiraiya said, Tsunade, I found out about that organization and Orochimaru's whereabouts. Let's hear it, Tsunade replied, leaning back in her chair. According to my intel, the Akatsuki organization's goal is the tailed beast, so I intend to take Naruto out of the village for training for 3 years. Just in time for Orochimaru's reincarnation to have just completed. The next time will be in 3 years, so Sasuke is relatively safe for now. Listening to Jiraiya's report, Tsunade began to think. After a long time Tsunade pressed her temples and said, alright, you handle it, but be careful. If things get tough, come back. No problem, Jiraiya assured upon hearing Tsunade's agreement. At this time Jiraiya suddenly asked, by the way, what are you planning to do about Shikamaru? With the 7th team now down to just him, Tsunade realized that the entire 7th team was about to be gone, so she called the Umbu to summon Shikamaru. Let's wait for Shikamaru to arrive and see what he thinks before we decide, Tsunade said. Jiraiya replied, alright, let's see what he has in mind when he arrives. After a while there was a knock on the door. Tsunade immediately said, come in, and saw me walk in. Lady Tsunade, what does that lecherous old man want with me? You brat, just like Naruto, lacking respect. I am the sage of toads, Jiraiya. Before Tsunade could speak, Jiraiya got flustered. Alright, enough with the noise. The reason I called you here is for a serious matter. Tsunade directly interrupted their bickering. What is it? Why the rush? I asked in confusion. It's not an urgent matter, I just wanted to ask your thoughts. Jiraiya is planning to take Naruto out of the village for training for 3 years and Sasuke has also defected, but for now he is safe. So I wanted to know what you plan to do. Upon hearing Tsunade say this I understood the situation. After thinking for a moment I said, Lady Tsunade, I plan to apply to enter your direct Umbu for 2 years of training, and in the 3rd year I intend to go out and explore depending on the situation. Originally Jiraiya wanted to take me as his disciple and train with Naruto, but upon hearing that I already had my own plans for the future he didn't insist. Tsunade's eyes lit up upon hearing my words. Having such talent in her Umbu would be advantageous, so she said, alright, you can train in my Umbu. At that time I can also teach you my super strength. Upon hearing Tsunade's words I immediately shook my head and declined. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. I can train in the Umbu, but I don't need the rest, I have my own training plan. However, Lady Tsunade, I suggest you take Ino as your disciple. What do you think? Upon hearing my words Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances. They felt that since I had my own plan there was no need to say more. But upon hearing the latter part Tsunade teased, alright, I understand. As for what you said about Ino, I see you are using this opportunity to have me take care of your little lover. Hearing Tsunade say this I felt a bit embarrassed as it was clear what I was thinking. However, Tsunade did not refuse. Alright, I'll assess Ino first. Whether she is suitable will depend on her abilities. If her talent is good I will consider taking her as a disciple. Hearing that there was hope I quickly thanked her. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Alright, that's it. You can go now. I will have someone notify you about the Umbu matters. Tsunade waved her hand to dismiss me. Yes, I responded, having gotten what I wanted, and then I left. After leaving I hurried to inform Ino about the good news. Sweetheart, I have some great news for you. Ino asked, what good news? Ahem, just now Tsunade called me to her office to ask about my thoughts for the future, and I told her I was ready to join her Umbu. She was going to accept me as her disciple, but I declined. Later I suggested to her to take you as a disciple. She didn't refuse and said it would be a test for you. If you pass she will accept you. Upon hearing this Ino was momentarily stunned, but then happily said, really? Did Lady Tsunade really say that? Of course, why would I lie to you? You need to be prepared, okay? When Tsunade comes to find you, don't let her down. Ino, feeling a bit annoyed, lightly hit me and said, how is that possible? I'll go buy some medical related books right now. So I accompanied Ino to a nearby bookstore to buy books on basic medical ninjutsu, and later we had a simple meal at Uncle Hachi's house. After I left, Jiraiya also went to the hospital to visit Naruto, informing him about his upcoming training and ensuring his safety during the 3 years with Sasuke at Orochimaru's place, which excited Naruto. He then stated that they could set off soon, but Jiraiya added, "Wait until you heal properly before we depart. You have about a week, so during this time you can say goodbye to your friends." With that, he left. By the 5th day, Naruto had recovered and been discharged from the hospital. After tidying up his small home, it was already evening. He ran to my house and called me to go eat at Ichiraku Ramen as we were departing tomorrow and wanted to have one last meal together. The next morning at the entrance of Konoha village, most of the 12 ninja guardians had arrived. Shaoli had also received ample treatment for his injuries since he hadn't participated in the previous mission. Shoji said, "Naruto, take care of yourself out there." Shikamaru added, "Naruto, make sure you train hard with Jiraiya." Hinata said, "Naruto-kun, please be safe on the road." Shaoli exclaimed, "Naruto-kun, burn with youth." Shino said, "Naruto, I believe you will come back different. You may wonder why." Kiba said, "Naruto, just wait until I surpass you, ha." Seeing my companions come to send me off, Naruto was very moved and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely become stronger and be recognized as Hokage by everyone." "Alright Naruto, come here," I called him over. "What is it, Tetsuya?" Before he could finish asking, I slapped the Flying Thunder God replica card on his forehead. Naruto didn't suspect anything upon seeing my action. Although I mentioned there were only 2 cards, he didn't think much of it. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Since he knew what it was, he simply reviewed the memories he received. He discovered it was the Flying Thunder God technique I had given him before and looked at me with a puzzled expression, unsure of what I wanted him to do. Seeing Naruto's confusion, I explained, "When training, learn this space-time ninjutsu. Now you know why I wanted you to learn the one-handed Rasengan, it's for this. Also, don't forget the training method I told you about using shadow clones." Naruto nodded in response. Just then Jiraiya came over and asked what happened just now. "What ninjutsu do you want Naruto to learn?" I taught Naruto the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique so he can master it in these 3 years. Jiraiya was also shocked by my statement, not expecting me to teach Naruto the Flying Thunder God, but considering Naruto was Minato's son, he didn't say much and prepared to set off. "Naruto, take this." As Naruto was getting ready to depart, he heard me call him and turned around to find me tossing him a storage scroll. Before Naruto could speak, I directly said, "Inside this scroll are about 500 Flying Thunder God kunai. Regular kunai are too light, this one is specially made for you. Consider it a gift as you start your training." Naruto was very touched and replied, "Tetsuya, don't worry. I will definitely master this ninjutsu. Good, I believe in you. It's getting late, let's set off." After saying this, I waved goodbye to Naruto. Thus, under everyone's gaze, Naruto embarked on his 3-year training journey. After seeing Naruto off, I was summoned by Tsunade to the Umbu, beginning my 2-year career in the Umbu. Ino followed Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu, but Sakura, upon learning this, ran to find Ino, hoping she could introduce her to Tsunade. This differs from the original story due to my influence. Ino and Sakura essentially swapped roles, with Sakura now seeking out Ino. Not long after Naruto left the village, while I was on a mission for the Umbu to monitor the village, I suddenly sensed 2 familiar chakras, one of which should belong to Sasuke. Suddenly I recalled the plot from Boruto where Sasuke, having grown up, brought Boruto back in time, so I didn't think much and instantly disappeared from the tree. Boruto said, "Sasuke-sensei, is this the Konoha village from before?" Sasuke replied, "Yes, but I don't know exactly what time it is." "Let's go ask someone." "No need to ask, I can tell you." At this moment I appeared next to the 2 and said. Sasuke and Boruto turned to look at me. Sasuke was surprised that he had been discovered while Boruto was sizing me up. "Sasuke, what is going on here?" I asked. Sasuke recognized me and was surprised, asking, "How did you know it was me?" Seeing their surprised expressions, I explained, "Come on, I can sense your chakra. Looking at this kid's appearance, it's clear he's probably Naruto's son, right? So you took Naruto's son as your disciple?" Sasuke replied, Yes. This kid thinks Naruto only cares about being Hokage and neglects his family, so he wants to learn ninjutsu from me to defeat Naruto." Hearing Sasuke's words, it seems like the future hasn't changed much. Naruto is still so neglectful of his family. It looks like I can tell him about a cabinet system so he can take more breaks. Alright, the current period is just when Naruto is out training. He just left a few days ago. If you want to catch up, go straight out of the village, you can still make it. I have to go on a mission, so I'm leaving now. With that, I vanished. At that moment, Boruto asked Sasuke-sensei, "Who is this Umbu? You know him?" He's Senju Tetsuya. Sasuke replied. What? He's Uncle Tetsuya. No wonder he felt familiar just now. I didn't expect it to be true. Uncle Tetsuya was so stylish when he was younger. Boruto was shocked upon learning my identity. Sasuke, hearing Boruto's comments about me, said, "You're looking at it too one-sidedly. Tetsuya is incredibly strong. Right now neither Naruto nor I could defeat him in an unknown fight unless we teamed up." Are you serious? I see Uncle Tetsuya being so relaxed I can't tell at all. Plus neither Kayajuro nor Byakuya mentioned anything about it to me. Sasuke shot a glance at Boruto and said, "Do you think Urashiki came to this period because he was driven away by Tetsuya?" Really? Then I need to find Uncle Tetsuya and ask him about it when I go back. Boruto became excited. Alright, don't waste time, hurry up and find Naruto. After saying this, Sasuke took Boruto and left Konoha heading towards Naruto. 3 days later, Sasuke and Boruto found me in the village and briefly explained the situation. Since Urashiki was driven away by me and came to this period, it was a bit earlier than in the original story, and Urashiki had not come to Konoha but went straight to find Naruto, indicating that there were still some changes in the future. Then there's Sasuke, who didn't team up with Jiraiya like in the original story but directly defeated Urashiki by himself. The reason is that both of Sasuke's eyes are Rinnegan now, making him much stronger than in the original story. After finishing his words, Sasuke prepared to use Genjutsu to erase my memory. At this moment I said, "Brother, did you forget my eyes? Can your Genjutsu even work on me?" Upon hearing my words, Sasuke recalled the embarrassing scene from the 4th grade ninja war and thought this guy's eyes were immune even to infinite Tsukuyomi. Seeing Sasuke's expression of not knowing what to do, I said, "Alright, stop looking so constipated and take this." I tossed a scroll to Sasuke and explained, "This is something I prepared for Naruto. Take it back for him to see. It's a cabinet system that can significantly reduce Naruto's workload, allowing him to rest more and spend more time with his family. By the way, please pass a message to him. Having a small family means having a big family. Spend more time with your family, and being responsible for the entire village doesn't mean you have to take on everything yourself. Learn to arrange your subordinates reasonably and collaborate. Also, when you came here, this world became a parallel world similar to yours. Because the events happening to you here have not occurred in your world, it doesn't matter if you erase my memory or not." After hearing my explanation, Sasuke understood. After a brief farewell, without lingering, he took Boruto and returned to the future using the plow. After a full year, I am finally back. I stood before Konoha's main gate and sighed deeply. At last, all my abilities have awakened. No more restrictions remain. My summoning beast has hatched. Sage mode is fully mastered. What an arduous journey it has been. Host Chiensho Zion physique resembles Gojo Satoru with Tsunade's hair color and Ryutani Genji's hairstyle and bloodline. Senju clan lineage and stamina. MAXN chakra control. MAXN speed. MAXN sensory perception. MAXN insight. MAXN chakra capacity 10 tons. Windfire and water. Natures and abilities. Limitless sorcerer technique. Power of arrest. Azure and Zoan type. Devil fruit. Fish fruit. Mythical variant. Radiant dragon. Awaken and flying thunder god technique. Forms IVI enhanced by 6 eyes. No marking. Required instantaneous teleportation to any location within line of sight. 6 original combat sequences devised. N8 trigrams. Palm Jeet Kyun do enhanced. Byakugan Rasengan compendium. 2nd Hokage's water release techniques. Great fire annihilation. Great fire annihilation loss. Sage mode. Dragon transformation. Photonic particle mode. Yada mirror. Yasakani no Magatama Kusanagi sword. Laser beam. Lightspeed. Kick roar of the radiant dragon items. Summoning beast. Guanyo 1 billion Ryo in cash. Note: all abilities are fully activated. Only frequently used jutsu appear in the active skill bar. Endpoints 50002. N. At 17 years old, the protagonist stands 183 centimeters tall. A cigarette rests between his lips, occasionally lit. His hair is styled exactly as Ryutani Genji's. He wears a pure white long-sleeved shirt with sleeves rolled up, revealing a vibrant dragon-themed arm tattoo stretching from his right pectoral to his forearm, a mark that manifested upon dragon transformation. This tattoo serves as a vessel for his summoning beast to absorb and store natural energy, functioning similarly to Tsunade's Ine seal. Round-framed sunglasses rest on his face. Below, he wears casual cropped trousers and high-top shinobi boots. Around his neck hangs a matching pendant, the same one he shares with Ino. A silver ring adorns his right ring finger, the engagement ring he purchased with Ino 1 year earlier before departing the village. As I prepared to enter Konoha, I glanced right and exclaimed, "Hey, Naruto! You've grown so tall." "Ha! Who are you?" "Wait, you're Jiraiya." Naruto stared for a long moment before bursting out in astonishment. Jiraiya approached just then. Well, look who's grown up. Little Jiraiya, you've shot up like bamboo." "Hey there, perverted old man," I greeted Jiraiya casually. "So Granny Tsunade mentioned in her letter you'd gone off alone to train a year ago. How'd it go?" Any breakthroughs? Jiraiya asked curious. In response I recounted the past year's journey to both Naruto and Jiraiya. After all, staying in the village would make my newfound power inexplicable. My flying thunder god kunai now gathered dust in the system vault. I no longer require physical markers for teleportation. 1 year ago I left Konoha and journeyed first to the Wind Country's border, then followed the convergence zone where wind and earth chakra intermingled. Ascending along that path I stumbled upon an ancient ruin, and inside discovered a sealed beast carved into the wall. At its plea I broke the seal. What emerged was a golden dragon older than even the Sage of Six Paths. Its kind had vanished long ago amid primordial wars. This lone survivor had been sealed into the stone wall moments after birth by its parents, awaiting the destined one to awaken it. I formed a blood pact with the dragon, dropping a single drop of my own blood onto its brow. System-generated rationale, I named it Guanyao Radiant Brilliance, for its mastery over light. From that moment we trained together. Unlike conventional summoning contracts, ours was forged through blood upon the dragon's forehead, granting me a dragon core embedded deep within my body. This core enables fusion, transformation into a golden dragon akin to tailed beast transformation, requiring months of mutual refinement. Half a year passed before harmony was achieved. Next came photonic particle mode training, an additional half-year of rigorous discipline. I explained Sage Mode's two forms to Jiraiya and Naruto. Photonic particle mode: eyes shift to golden vertical pupils, tattoos ignite and unfurl, the entire body shimmers beneath a radiant golden mantle of natural energy, distinct from Naruto's orange-gold chakra cloak. Golden horns sprout from the temple's sunglasses, dissolve into photonic filaments, transforming into dragon whiskers, Guanyao coils around the arms, drawing ambient natural energy. The second form is dragon transformation, complete fusion into a colossal golden dragon reminiscent of fairy tales' water dragon god. Jiraiya and Naruto listened stunned. You wield light. Indeed, no such summoning beast exists in the shinobi world. To dispel doubt I summoned Guanyao directly from my arm tattoo. Lord Jiraiya, what is your command? Guanyao asked. Nothing urgent, just wanted my friends to meet you. After greeting them warmly, the dragon dissolved back into the tattoo. Jiraiya, does your summon reside within that tattoo, or inside your body? Jiraiya asked. Within the tattoo. It manifested after dragon transformation training. It's not merely ink but a sanctuary for Guanyao. He rests here in spectral form, much like Tsunade's Yin seal, but instead of storing chakra it stores Senjutsu chakra. Without waiting for their reaction I turned to Naruto. So, how's your training gone these past 3 years? Pretty solid. I've developed Rasengan variants, and I've mastered the Flying Thunder God too, though I'm not yet at 3rd stage, believe it. Naruto beamed with pride. That's so. Then take these. I tossed him the remaining Flying Thunder God kunai scrolls. Naruto, and Jiraiya, and wait, Jiraiya, don't you need them? What about yours? I no longer rely on them. A few spares suffice. I now fight using techniques refined with Guanyao. Naruto accepted without further hesitation, stowing everything into his pack. The three of us strode toward Konoha's gates. No sooner had we entered than Naruto leapt onto a utility pole. The village feels just the same. Hey, Tsunade Baken's face is carved onto the Hokage rock now. Just then a voice rang out, Naruto. Is that really you? When did you arrive? Looking down, Sakura stood beneath the pole waving up at him. Oh, Sakura. Just got back. Yeah, I ran into Jiraiya at the gate so we chatted a bit. Naruto dropped lightly to the ground. Ha! You're Jiraiya. Wow, you're so tall now. And wait, you've got tattoos. Sakura stared astonished. Ah, it's complicated, hard to explain in a few words. I'll tell you properly another time. I brushed it off lightly, then suddenly a voice cried out, Jiraiya. Before I could turn, a figure launched herself into my arms. Who else could it be but Ino? Though a year had passed, she remained unmistakably my little darling. I'm home, I said, smiling down at her. Hee, welcome home, she replied, her smile sweet and luminous. Jiraiya cleared his throat. All right, lovebirds, save the tender moments for later. Right now we report to Tsunade in the Hokage office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door to the Hokage's office swung open and 5 people entered Tsunade's office. At that moment Sakura smiled and called out to Shikamaru, Shikamaru, look who it is. Shikamaru squinted and scrutinized Naruto. Isn't that Naruto? Long time no see, I almost didn't recognize you. Ah, Shikamaru, it's been a while. Naruto also greeted with a smile. He turned to the girl next to him and pondered for a moment before asking, who are you? Shikamaru interjected, you don't remember who I am. Shikamaru stepped in to ease the awkwardness, this is Temari, don't you remember? From the Chunin exam. Oh, I remember now, you're Gaara's sister. At this moment Naruto finally recalled, hey Shikamaru, long time no see. He extended his fist. Shikamaru reciprocated and said, yeah, long time no see, you've grown so much in just a year. Everyone turned to look at Naruto, as just a year ago he was only 1.75 meters tall. Just as he was about to greet Temari, Tsunade spoke up, oh, isn't this our famous Golden Flash? You finally decided to come back. Golden Flash. X2 Naruto looked confused while Jiraiya stared at Naruto in surprise, as that title hadn't been used for years. Seeing that everyone was about to discuss something, Temari said her goodbyes and prepared to leave while Tsunade arranged for Shikamaru to escort her out. After the two left, Tsunade turned to Jiraiya and Naruto and asked, you guys have been outside for so long and didn't know about this kid? The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. At that moment Shizen came out to explain, ahem, the situation is as follows. After Naruto and Jiraiya had left about a year later, Zetsu, who was still in the Yambu, went to the border between the Land of Thunder and the Land of Fire for a mission. At that time a small disturbance team from the Cloud Village came to provoke Konoha and then ran away. Zetsu had just arrived and discovered the situation, so he talked to the nearby Konoha ninja to understand what was happening. It turned out this small team had previously provoked Konoha ninjas, but no one took the bait and their skills weren't very impressive. Gradually this small team became increasingly brazen in provoking Konoha's ninjas at the border. They couldn't beat them nor could they scare them away, and so it continued for some time. After hearing about this, Zetsu gathered a few ninjas and planned to deal with them the next day. So when the small team returned the following day, they found dozens of shuriken coming at them from all directions. Just as the team leader was about to give the order to attack, Zetsu used the Flying Thunder God technique to swiftly eliminate the entire team. The ninjas from the Cloud Village reported this to Raikage, who upon hearing about this attack method thought it resembled the 4th Hokage style, so he personally went to the front lines to confront Zetsu. Thus the two engaged in battle. Due to Zetsu's strong sensing ability, he evaded many of Raikage's attacks and even injured him. After Raikage returned, he placed a 1 billion bounty on Zetsu in the underground black market, labeling him as the second Golden Flash. Upon hearing Shizen's explanation, everyone finally understood how it was. Jiraiya sighed, both the second Golden Flash have fought the same Raikage. The younger generation is impressive. Upon hearing Jiraiya's remark, Naruto inquired about the details, prompting Jiraiya to recount the events when the 4th Hokage encountered the brothers A and B from the Cloud Village during the Third Great Ninja War before he became Hokage. This made everyone realize why it was the same Raikage, as neither the 4th Hokage nor the 4th Raikage had become Kage at that time. Meanwhile, I didn't concern myself with that and began to report on my situation over the past year. I recounted the story I had told Jiraiya and Naruto to Tsunade and informed everyone that I was now using the power of light. Tsunade, upon hearing this, seemed skeptical, so I decided to demonstrate my newly acquired ability, Yada Mirror, in front of everyone. They watched as I utilized the principle of light refraction to make light bounce around the Hokage office, even calling out the light to show everyone, and Tsunade finally believed what I said. While everyone was still in shock from my previous demonstration, Tsunade interrupted their thoughts and spoke, ahem, enough of the small talk. Come in, please. Everyone. Just as everyone was confused, a white-haired figure entered through the window, and upon closer inspection it was Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Oh Naruto, long time no see, you've grown quite a bit, Kakashi replied with a smile. At this point Tsunade said seriously, the reason I called Kakashi here is to test Naruto and Sakura on their training results during this time. Ha! You're testing us. What about Zetsu? Naruto asked. I already know Zetsu's strength, so he doesn't need to be tested, Tsunade replied. The others also expressed no objections. Alright. Since that's the case, let's meet at the third training ground at 1 p.m. tomorrow. You all can disperse now, Tsunade said, waving her hand. Seeing this, everyone left one after another. Just as Kakashi was about to leave, Naruto called out to him, Kakashi-sensei, wait a moment, I have something for you, and pulled out a green book from his bag. Upon seeing the green cover, Kakashi's eyes lit up with excitement. I borrowed this book from the pervy sage to read, but I didn't understand it. I saw you reading this book before and thought you might like it, so I got it from the pervy sage to give it to you, Naruto said, observing Kakashi's expression. Alright, remember not to be late tomorrow. I'll head out first. Kakashi closed the book and without waiting for anyone's response instantly disappeared. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, who was pouting, and said, humph, that's a super rare limited edition signed book that hasn't even been released yet. What an uncultured guy. After the little incident, everyone called Shikamaru and Temari and agreed to go for barbecue Q to grab a bite, while Jiraiya and Tsunade chose to go drink. Walking down the road, Naruto began to ask Temari, why are you in Konoha at this time? Are you on a date with Shikamaru? Shikamaru, finding it troublesome, replied, "Don't joke around, it's just for the Chunin exam." Temari, blushing slightly, did not respond to Naruto's question. After a moment she said, "This time we are jointly hosting the Chunin exam with the Sand Village, so I came to Konoha to discuss the exam details on behalf of the Sand Village. By the way." At this moment Sakura also recalled something and said, "Naruto, are you participating in this exam?" Naruto looked stunned for a moment, still processing the question. In that moment Ino spoke up, "Yeah Naruto, right now you and Sasuke are still genin among our peers." Upon hearing Ino's words, Naruto and Sakura felt a twinge of sadness thinking of Sasuke, and suddenly Naruto reacted, "So you all became Chunin?" "Yes." Sakura made a victory sign. Not only that, Ino explained, Zetsu and Neji are already Jonin. Neji just got promoted while Zetsu became a Jonin about a year after you left. Upon hearing this Naruto said, "No wonder Granny Tsunade said Zetsu didn't need to take the test. By the way, what about Gaara? Where's Gaara?" At this moment Naruto thought of Gaara. Shikamaru responded, "Gaara is now the Kazekage, so you'll have to address him as Lord Kazekage when you see him." Hearing Shikamaru's words, Naruto smiled in relief. "Kazekage, huh? It seems Gaara has been recognized by the people of the village." Thus everyone chatted as they made their way to the barbecue queue for a meal. During this time they also called Shoji over, and Sakura explained to everyone that she had to follow Tsunade for training and didn't have time for missions, so she had withdrawn from Routine 9. In this way everyone happily concluded the dinner gathering that night. I held Ino's hand and returned home. As soon as we entered the house I wrapped my arms around Ino's waist and kissed her, both of us expressing our long-missed feelings for each other. After a long time we parted our lips. "Baby, I can't help it anymore," Zetsu said at that moment. Ino shyly replied with a soft hum. Thus the two, filled with passion, transformed their relationship into something deeper. They moved from the living room all the way to the kitchen, then to the bathroom, and finally to the bedroom, the entire house filled with sounds. People might not want to hear this part, is omitted for brevity. 2 hours later. The two of them, after their exercise, were lying on the bed. Inoue was nestled in my arms, still slightly panting, while I was savoring the wonderful sensations from earlier. Looking at the beauty in my embrace, I gently kissed her forehead and said, "Baby, I finally got to you, hee hee." Hearing my words, Inoue's face flushed and she playfully reproached, "You big bad guy, you come back and bully me right away." Hearing Inoue's sultry voice instantly rejuvenated me. I quickly got up and ran to the wardrobe to get the tights and knee-high socks I had prepared earlier in my favorite colors of black, white and gradient. Inoue was momentarily stunned when she saw what I had pulled out, then playfully scolded, "Oh you big pervert, so you had this plan all along." Looking at Inoue's enchanting figure with her hair cascading down and hearing her sweet voice as she teased me, I couldn't hold back anymore. I dashed back to the bed and kissed her passionately. Thus the two, who had just tasted forbidden fruit, of course I was already experienced from my past life, began a night of revelry again. This time I had Inoue wear the various stockings I had prepared for her, and once more the room was filled with sounds that others might not want to hear. This night was wild for both of us, and it continued until the early hours when they finally fell silent. The next afternoon, as sunlight streamed into the bedroom, I slowly awakened, gazing at my precious one. Remembering the craziness of the night before, the corners of my mouth lifted slightly as I pecked her lips. This kiss woke Inoue, who was sleeping in my arms. Looking at her still drowsy form, I smiled and said, "Baby, you can snooze a little longer. I'm going to make breakfast." Inoue replied with a nonchalant and turned over, falling back asleep. Looking at the adorable Inoue, I smiled and got up to wash up, heading downstairs to prepare a heartfelt lunch. About half an hour later I walked back into the bedroom and saw Inoue still lazily sleeping. I gently approached her and called out, "Little lazy pig, it's time to get up. Breakfast is ready." At this point Inoue groggily woke up and looked at me, saying, "I don't want to get up, hug me." Seeing this cute girl who only acted cute in front of me, I affectionately stroked Inoue's head and princess carried her into the bathroom. This way, after the two of us enjoyed each other's company at home for nearly 2 hours, we finally stepped out. By now it was almost 3 p.m. While walking down the street, Inoue suddenly realized she hadn't returned home the night before, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's all your fault. I need to hurry home. Oh, my parents are definitely going to scold me again." "They won't, I bet your mom will be very happy." I raised my eyebrows and replied. Hearing this, Inoue blushed and playfully scolded, "It's still your fault. Next time I'll see how I deal with you, After saying this, she hurriedly ran home without waiting for a response from me. I just smiled and shook my head, not minding her, and headed toward the third training ground. Aunt Keiko noticed Inoue's rosy complexion when she returned home. As someone who had been through this, she immediately understood what had happened and was filled with joy, feeling as if she might soon have a grandchild. However, thinking about the age difference, she felt it necessary to remind Inoue to pay attention to safety measures. Upon hearing this, Inoue blushed even more, not expecting that Tetsuya had actually guessed right. Still, she requested her mom not to tell her dad and to keep it a secret since they were only engaged and not yet married. Meanwhile, when I walked over, it happened to be Kakashi casting an illusion on Naruto and Sakura. So I went to stand next to Tsunade and Jiraiya. As someone who had been through similar experiences, Jiraiya immediately noticed the signs when I approached and gave me a thumbs up. I responded with a grin and returned the gesture. Seeing this, Tsunade frowned, indicating she didn't recognize these two fools. Thus everyone continued to watch the test. Unlike in the original story, Naruto was much stronger now due to my teaching him the Flying Thunder God technique, and with various shadow clones and Rasengan he was giving Kakashi a hard time. Kakashi had no choice but to hide. Meanwhile, Sakura had also learned Tsunade's super strength. Note: Sakura had mastered all of Tsunade's jutsu. Inoue had only learned medical ninjutsu and Ine sealing, but since she hadn't learned the 100 healings technique, her Ine sealing was not as effective. She discovered that Kakashi might be underground and thus punched the ground. The three of them became entangled in combat until evening, when Kakashi's chakra finally couldn't hold out any longer and Naruto used the Flying Thunder God to ambush him and seize the bells. Tsunade then stepped forward to praise Naruto and Sakura before seriously saying, "Vortex Naruto Haruno Sakura Senju Tetsuya Hataki Kakashi. I am now issuing a Hokage order. You three will form Team Kakashi and will start missions tomorrow." Yes, they all replied in unison, which was about what I expected. Even if Sakura was not in Team 7 and even though I was a Jonin, the worlds will still had a corrective force, it just varied in severity. After the matter concluded, Naruto invited me, Sakura and Kakashi to celebrate at Ichiraku. Kakashi flatly refused. The three of us knew without thinking that he wanted to go home and read. Naruto then looked at me and Sakura. I indicated that it didn't matter and Sakura agreed as well. So the three of us headed towards Ichiraku Ramen. After finishing the meal, the three of us parted ways. When I got home, I found Inoue was not there. She must have gone back to her own house. I called out to Guanya to ask it to send Inoue a goodnight message, then returned to my room to wash up and sleep. The next morning in the Hokage Tower's mission hall, I looked at Tsunade, who had a constipation-like expression, Shizen with an awkward smile, and Irika, who looked helpless. Naruto was throwing a tantrum again, unwilling to take on low-level missions. Kakashi and I were speechless while Sakura stood by looking awkward. After 3 years he was still so unreliable. Truly, aside from his height, he hadn't grown at all. Just as Tsunade was about to pull out a prank mission, an Umbu suddenly arrived and handed her a secret scroll. After Tsunade opened and read it, her expression turned serious as she said, "Team Kakashi, I am now issuing a missions rank. The Kazekage Gaara of Sunigakure has been captured by the Akatsuki organization and Sunigakure requests assistance from Konoha. I now require you to head to Sunigakure to assist the Sannin in rescuing Kazekage Gaara, and you are to depart immediately." Everyone was taken aback at the task's content. The capture of the Kazekage by the Sannin was no small matter. Especially Naruto, who upon learning that Gaara had been captured was like an ant on a hot pan, jumping around anxiously. The others also recognized the seriousness of the situation and didn't dare delay. At this point Kakashi spoke. "Team Kakashi, gather at the Konoha gates in 10 minutes. Dismissed." Swish 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 swish, 4 figures instantly disappeared. 10 minutes later the 4 of us were fully equipped. Kakashi saw that everyone was ready and set off directly while Naruto took the lead, rushing ahead. He was quite anxious about his friend's predicament. In the desert of the Land of Wind, 5 individuals were making their way towards Sunigakure. During their journey, Kakashi's team encountered Temari returning and informed her of Gaara's capture, prompting her and the others to hurry to Sunigakure. Shortly after entering the desert, they were caught in a sandstorm, forcing them to slow down. Temari, anxious like an ant on a hot pan, was calmed only by Kakashi's words of comfort. After approximately 3 days they finally reached the narrow passage and Temari hurriedly led everyone to the medical hospital in Sunigakure. Upon arriving at the hospital they heard that Kankuro was in critical condition, causing Temari to collapse in despair. I quickly shouted, "Nurse, there's a problem here, please come take a look." I then added that Umbu over there, please take this pink-haired girl to treat Kankuro, she is Tsunade's disciple. Thus Sakura followed the Umbu to treat Kankuro while the nurse worked to stabilize Temari's emotions. Naruto, Kakashi and I waited outside Kankuro's room for Sakura to finish her treatment. At this moment Kakashi commented while reading, "Not bad Zetsu, you're starting to look like a jonin. Stay calm and think before you act." I didn't feel particularly happy about Kakashi's praise, as my role was quite similar to the original story, only I had taken Kakashi's job. Naruto, however, began to fantasize about directing others himself when he became Hokage, inspired by my earlier commands. Suddenly footsteps echoed down the corridor and Kakashi looked up. One of the figures leaped towards him shouting, "Konoha White Fang, prepare to die." Kakashi felt a bit awkward upon hearing this, but the attack was already upon him. At that moment Naruto acted, creating two shadow clones to restrain the old lady in front of him. A voice came from behind. Sister, take a closer look. This person is not Konoha White Fang. He has been dead for a long time. Upon hearing this, the old lady began to scrutinize Kakashi, realizing he was indeed not her enemy, and suddenly she started to act cute, saying, just kidding. I felt a shiver while Kakashi could only smile awkwardly and Naruto remained oblivious. Meanwhile, Sakura was busy inside, hurriedly working on the antidote while Kakashi engaged in conversation with Chio and Ebizo. You are the son of White Fang. Chio exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Kakashi's introduction, realizing that the person before her was the son of her enemy. At that moment Temari arrived, looking much calmer than before. Naruto reassured her, don't worry, Sakura is already inside treating Kankuro, just wait a bit. With Naruto's words, Temari felt relieved while Chio scoffed, saying anyone nowadays claims to be able to use medical ninjutsu and cure the poison of a puppeteer. I'm getting old and can't keep up with the times. Just then the lights in the operating room turned off and Sakura walked out, saying the toxins in Kankuro's body have been eliminated. He just needs to drink the antidote I prepared, and after a few days of rest he will be fine. Hearing this, Temari truly relaxed and went into the room to check on Kankuro, while Chio remarked, such young medical skills are impressive, reminiscent of your Tsunade. Proudly Sakura responded, I am indeed Tsunadesima's disciple. After a brief exchange, Sakura went to prepare the antidote. Kankuro then woke up and handed Kakashi the fragment of the attack he had received from Sasori, informing everyone that he had encountered the Akatsuki member. Kakashi wasted no time in summoning Pakken to locate Sasori's whereabouts. Chio was slightly taken aback after hearing this, but left without saying a word, lost in her thoughts. Naruto and I stood there in a daze with nothing to do. We decided to have everyone rest in Sunigakure. With the sandstorm raging at night, there was nothing else to do but sleep. The next morning Pakken brought news and the four of us waited at the narrow passage for the ninjas dispatched from Sunigakure. After waiting for over 10 minutes with no one arriving, Naruto, growing impatient, asked, why aren't they here yet? If they delay any longer, I'm worried about Gaara. In the dark cave there stood a massive humanoid statue, unmistakably the Outer Way Demon statue. Its fingers held 8 phantom figures along with 2 ninjas dressed in black robes adorned with red clouds forming hand seals to absorb the tailed beast chakra of Gaara, who floated in midair. These were none other than the infamous core members of the Akatsuki, the legendary group of the ninja world. Scorpion, it seems you haven't cleaned up the bugs behind you properly, Deidara mocked. Shut up. Deidara, they're just a bunch of bugs, just come and deal with them. Scorpion said impatiently. At that moment Kakuzu spoke up, leader, how much longer do we have to wait? I'm still waiting to make some money, Kakuzu replied. Kakuzu stopped thinking about money all the time. Come join me in praying to the great evil god, Haiden advised him. You can pray to your broken evil god by yourself. Kakuzu retorted without giving him any face. What did you say, you bastard? I'll sacrifice you to the great evil god. Enough. Kakuzu, Haiden, quiet down. We should finish up in about a day, Pain interjected. Everyone seems to be getting along quite well. Kisame said. The others responded. How did you come to the conclusion that we have a good relationship? Pain replied, all right, it's the final moments. Which two of you will go and stop the approaching ninjas? Leader, let me and Kisame go, we're more familiar with the leaf ninjas, Itachi suggested. Kisame added, yeah leader, let me and Itachi go, I have a grudge to settle as well. Seeing this, Pain nodded in agreement, alright Itachi and Kisame, you two go deal with those ninjas while the rest of you continue the sealing process. Then Itachi and Kisame dispelled their shadow clone technique and exited the ceiling. At this moment the two of them sat on a stone discussing their targets. Let me handle the beast in the distance, I have an account to settle with him. Upon hearing Kisame's request, Itachi agreed, fine, then you'll go deal with the Nine Tails. Thus the two directly utilized the Sand Village's spies brought back by Scorpion to use the technique of transfiguration, sending 2 dummies towards their respective targets. At this time our small team was on the way to the Land of Rivers, only a day away from our destination. When I saw a scene that felt very familiar, a figure appeared before me, Uchiha Itachi. Oh, I see, is this where Itachi entrusted Naruto with Shizui's Sharingan? Just as I was reminiscing about the original story, Itachi spoke, Sasori Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi murmured with a serious expression. At this moment I also noticed Naruto's chakra in disarray, indicating he had already fallen under a genjutsu. It seemed he had already entrusted his eyes to Naruto. I then reached out and patted Naruto's shoulder to help him disrupt the opponent's chakra. You've grown, Naruto, Itachi murmured, then added, you should be the so-called golden flash they talk about, I didn't expect you to be so young. I remember you should be Kakashi's student just like Naruto. I can't really say I'm Kakashi's student, I can only say I'm a teammate since that guy never taught me anything. At this moment Naruto snapped back to reality and jokingly asked Kakashi-sensei, I never taught you. Should I ask Kakashi-sensei to teach you the leaf body technique ultimate 1000 years of pain? I learned it secretly before. Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi. Zetsu. Upon hearing Naruto's playful remark, the three of them instantly had black lines on their foreheads. At this moment Itachi also wondered if he had found the wrong person. Naruto seemed a bit unreliable. Cough cough, consider the occasion, stop messing around. Seeing Itachi's expression, I guessed he thought Naruto was somewhat unreliable, so I hurriedly stopped Naruto. Just kidding, only Naruto can solo against Sasuke in the end, and since I am immune to genjutsu without the other heavenly god and the other heavenly mouth, fighting Sasuke would just be wasting air. I personally feel that the other heavenly god is still very necessary. After all, with me in this world, I don't know how the butterfly effect will play out. If in the end Naruto's verbal persuasion doesn't work, he can still use the other heavenly god. Returning to the present, Naruto, Kakashi and Itachi were now in a standoff and I was preparing to help. At this moment Naruto's shadow clone ran over and said, Zetsu, don't participate in this battle, I want you to see the results of my training, haha. Alright, good luck, I replied, stepping aside to join Chio and Sakura as mere bystanders. At this time Kakashi was entangled with Itachi while Naruto's real body hid behind a tree, starting to form a Rasengan with one of his shadow clones. Seeing Naruto do this with a Rasengan made me furious. At this moment Naruto finished forming the Rasengan, and seeing Kakashi pinning Itachi down, the two charged towards Itachi shouting, Big Ball Rasengan. Naruto shouted angrily as he hurled the Rasengan at Itachi. And just like that the battle ended. Just as Naruto happily ran towards me, I directly slapped him on the head. What the hell, you've been able to form a standard Rasengan with one hand 3 years ago, and now you still need 2 people to form an ordinary Big Ball Rasengan after 3 years. Also, you can use Flying Thunder God now. Can't you mark Kakashi's shadow clone and then teleport over? Why do you have to shout while running? Upon hearing my words, Naruto instantly felt awkward while Kakashi also smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. Sakura, hearing my words, also laughed awkwardly because I was just speaking the truth. Chio on the other hand was surprised and thought both of the young boys from the Leaf can use Flying Thunder God, and this guy named Zetsu seems to be the recently famous Golden Flash. Sigh, why are all the geniuses in the Leaf? I didn't care about what everyone else thought and directly told Naruto, you better listen to me. After this mission, hurry up and train when you return to the village. Aim to master the one-handed Big Ball Rasengan within a week, otherwise I won't teach you any other derivative techniques of Rasengan. Upon hearing I mentioned derivative techniques, Naruto immediately promised, don't worry Zetsu, I will definitely complete the task. Seeing that things were wrapping up, we continued forward. At this moment Kakashi curiously asked, are there any other derivative techniques? Is it about adding nature transformation to chakra? Yes, currently the direction I am developing is similar to what Jiraiya taught Naruto, because both Naruto and I naturally have an abundance of chakra. Upon hearing this, Kakashi's expression darkened. Is it really appropriate to say this in front of me? Consider other people's feelings, you jerk. Seeing Kakashi's face, I shrugged and continued, like Naruto and I, besides the Big Ball Rasengan we can also derive it into an Ultra Big Ball Rasengan, and there's also a Wind Attribute Rasengan. Although I have developed the Wind Attribute Rasengan, I still want to pass it on to Naruto. Once Naruto learns it, he can name the technique himself. Upon hearing that I would let him name the technique, Naruto was instantly moved and said, don't worry Zetsu, will practice the one-handed Big Ball Rasengan as soon as I get back. When I master it, I'll come find you to teach me new ninjutsu, and I promise to give it a super cool name. After hearing this, I shrugged and said it was no problem, while Kakashi was sweating nervously, recalling how his teacher named techniques and shivering. Everyone knows that Namake's Minato is terrible at naming, suffering from latest age Chinibu. Just look at the names he came up with in the original story, like Spiral Flash, Super Round Dance Roar Style, and the names he gave to Naruto and Sasuke's techniques, Scorch Release Flash, Will Gale Black Arrow Style. Luckily the second Hokage named the Flying Thunder God properly, and we must also thank the unnamed hero who corrected the name of Rasengan, or else we would have a string of Chinibu names. As everyone dashed through the jungle, Naruto asked Jayi, besides the Wind Release Rasengan, don't you also have fire and water releases? Have you developed Rasengan techniques for those elements? I have developed them, but their utility is limited. The fire release has great power, but since it is a close-range attack it can easily affect the user. The water release Rasengan is no different from the standard Rasengan unless what? Naruto, realizing I had stopped speaking, became anxious. Ahem, unless you add fire or water release to the Wind Release Rasengan's form, I said without hiding anything. Kakashi pondered adding fire or water in the form of wind release. Seeing everyone deep in thought, I interrupted, alright, stop thinking. I've already tried it, it's quite difficult. Even with precise chakra control it won't help as one must also research the mixing ratio of the elements. For now I haven't attempted it and the wind release version of Rasengan is already considered in Shrank Forbidden Technique. If it is successfully developed it should be classified as Ultra Shrank and could be called the Blaze Release Rasengan. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. Chiyo said, I didn't expect you little brat to develop such dangerous ninjutsu at such a young age. You and your village's second Hokage should get along well. Everyone else. Chiyo, what's wrong? What I said was incorrect. Ahem, the Chiyo grandmother, the second Hokage, could be considered my grandfather. Nanny. Oh right, you also have the Senju surname. I almost forgot. I remember Senju Tobarama liked to develop forbidden techniques when he had nothing to do. It seems you have inherited that trait quite well, Chiyo said in surprise. Not really, I don't enjoy developing forbidden techniques. I just need to create powerful moves. As I mentioned about the Rasengan development approach, calling it a forbidden technique is merely because ordinary people can't use it. Although currently I am the only one who can, if certain conditions are met, everyone will be able to use it, I retorted to Chiyo. Kakashi, upon hearing that conditions are needed, asked, conditions? Physical conditions or chakra amount? The others looked at me with expectant eyes waiting for my final answer. Seeing everyone looking at me, I stopped playing coy and said, ahem, the most important and necessary condition to use this ninjutsu is to practice sage arts, meaning one must master sage mode. Isn't that still a forbidden technique? Sage training isn't that easy. Everyone was quite surprised by my stated conditions. After all, besides the first Hokage of Konoha, only Jiraiya and Jei can currently use sage mode, which makes the requirement extremely stringent. I could only awkwardly scratch my nose. There was no choice, as I practiced everything ended up becoming forbidden techniques. However, upon hearing my conditions, everyone was very curious about how strong the wind release Rasengan would be if one must use sage mode to employ it. At this moment Naruto leaned closer and asked, Jai, is this ninjutsu really that powerful? Yes, it's incredibly strong. In fact, it could become your signature ninjutsu, and it's different from the fusion of fire and water. It feels like the Rasengan has mutated. Everyone exclaimed, mutated. Naruto said, Jai, quickly demonstrate it for me to see. I replied, we'll talk about that later. For now we must focus on our journey. Besides, I need to teach you when we get back, there's no need for you to rush. Oh right. After you learn it you must go to Jiraiya at Mayaboko Mountain to learn sage arts. Otherwise, if you learn it and Tsunade sees it, you still won't be able to use it. Alright, Naruto replied, no longer pushing the matter and focused on the journey. However, he still found it strange why Tsunade wouldn't allow him to use it. But aside from Naruto, the other three seemed to have guessed something from my words. After all, Kakashi is a genius and Sakura and Chiyo, one a medical ninja and the other a puppeteer, understand human anatomy quite well. They all knew the corresponding usages of chakra attributes, so they could guess quite accurately. Kakashi said, alright everyone, we've wasted enough time. Let's speed up and keep moving. After that, the five of us began to quicken our pace and move forward rapidly. A day later, in a valley of the land of rivers forest, whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly 5 figures appeared on the surface of the lake at the bottom of the valley. A massive rock stood on the lake's surface with a sign reading forbidden posted on it. In front of the rock stood a torii gate, and on the water's surface in front of the gate stood 5 figures who were Kakashi's team and Chiyo. As soon as the 5 arrived, they began to look around for an entrance. Suddenly they heard the sound of whoosh whoosh whoosh, and everyone looked over to see it was the arrival of Team Guy. Upon seeing everyone, Naruto greeted Otsutsuki. Naruto-kun, long time no see, youth. Lee looked quite excited upon seeing Naruto. Naruto. You've changed quite a bit, Neji slightly nodded. Ten said, Naruto, it's been a long time, you've changed a lot. Not really, except for his height, he hasn't changed at all, Sakura stated. Everyone. Oh. It's been a long time, everyone. I lazily greeted everyone. It's been a while, Jayekuan. You still seem the same as before, Ten replied. Has still as lazy as before, Neji commented coldly. Just like Jayekuan, we must burn our youth, so come duel with me. Lee said passionately. At that moment, Guy revealed his big white teeth while smiling, saying, Lee. Very good, just like me and Kakashi, he will always be my rival. Hi. Guy sensei. I must say I feel sorry for the two of you, you must have worked hard. I looked at Neji and Ten and said, X2. Neji and Ten were perplexed, unsure how to respond to me. Meanwhile, inside the rock, the others had just finished the seal and a pitcher plant emerged from the ground. White Zetsu said, Leader, the Konoha people are already here. How should we deal with them? Then I'll stay and fight them. It's a good opportunity to see if there are any materials I like to make into puppets, Sasori said. Deidara added, in that case I'll stay with Sasori. Alright, Sasori and Deidara stay while the rest dispersed. Pain made the final decision. At that moment Deidara asked, hey. 1 against 7, isn't the Ninetales coming too? What does it look like? I'll take care of that too, Itachi replied. At this time the group outside was still exchanging pleasantries and Kakashi interrupted saying, alright everyone be quiet. Niji, use your Byakugan to scout the situation behind the rock. Byakugan. Niji activated his Byakugan to observe the situation inside the rock. After my observation I found that there were only 3 people inside, one of whom lay on the ground, Niji reported. At this moment Naruto also spoke up. Wait Naruto, there is a ceiling symbol on the rock. Niji, use your Byakugan to check if there are similar ceiling symbols around. Kakashi stopped Naruto and said to Niji, alright. After that Niji began to observe the surroundings. About a minute later he said, yes Kakashi-sensei, in all 4 directions, north, south, east and west about 1 kilometer away there is a ceiling symbol at each location. Niji reported. What are these? At this time Naruto also asked. Kakashi explained, these are 5 ceiling barriers that require 5 people to simultaneously tear off the ceiling symbols to break the barrier. At this moment Guy said, Kakashi, let our team handle it. The members of Team Guy then put on communication headsets and spread out in the direction indicated by Niji while Kakashi stood in front of the ceiling symbol on the rock. Sakura, after I tear off the ceiling symbol you directly shatter the rock. Kakashi ordered Sakura. Alright Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied. Lee is in position, Niji is in position, Tenten is in position and Guy is also in position. Received on my command 321 tier. After saying this Kakashi tore off the ceiling symbol and jumped away. Sakura then rushed to the rock and punched it, shattering it and revealing an opening. Kakashi's team and Chio rushed into the opening and what greeted their eyes was Sasori and Deidara, with Deidara sitting on Gaara's corpse laughing at everyone. Everyone's expressions turned serious and Naruto shouted at Gaara, hey. You get off Gaara now, Gaara. Gaara. Wake up. Meanwhile Kakashi was contacting Guy's team. Guy, how are you doing? Kakashi, there was an unexpected situation here, someone who looks just like me is blocking me. Guy replied, it's the same here. Kakashi said, it seems like the Akatsuki set up a backup plan after breaking the barrier. Can you handle it on your end? No problem Kakashi. Well, handle this side first and then regroup with you, Guy replied. At this moment Deidara looked at Naruto and said, Sasori, the 1-7 description must be this little brat in front of us. I didn't expect the old lady Chio to come as well. Such a boring game of grandparent and grandchild, Sasori replied coldly. Seeing this Deidara also said, then Sasori can stay to deal with Chio and I'll go play with the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. Saying this Deidara formed a flying object out of clay, swallowed Gaara and flew towards the cave's upper side before creating clay bombs to blow open the cave ceiling and fly outside. The people in the cave quickly dodged the explosion and after seeing Deidara carrying Gaara escape, Naruto chased after Deidara. Kakashi then said, Tetsuya, stay and help him, going after Naruto. After saying this he dashed out. Tetsuya was left speechless thinking, damn, you didn't seek my consent before running off. With Naruto in his Ninetales form you won't be able to handle it. Chio said, you two retreat for now, let me handle him, after all he's my long-lost grandson. Hearing Chio's request I stepped back, leaving space, quietly watching the battle between Chio and Sasori while Sakura walked over worried and asked, Tetsuya-kun, is this alright? It's fine, let them fight first. If the situation goes awry I'll step in to resolve it won't be a problem, I reassured Sakura. After hearing my words Sakura also sighed in relief as my strength was indeed very formidable. Currently my power is almost on par with Naruto and Sasuke's strength during the 6 Paths era, especially since my external assistance has arrived while Naruto and Sasuke's will have to wait until the 4th grade ninja war for their 6 Paths power-up. At this moment Chio and Sasori stopped their small talk and began to battle. Chio summoned her father and mother puppets to engage in a fierce battle with Sasori's Hiriko, with dozens of exchanges yielding no clear victor. Seeing that her father and mother couldn't end the battle, Chio summoned the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu and began the second round against Sasori. This time Hiriko couldn't withstand it. Sasori jumped out of Hiriko, revealing his youthful face. Chio exclaimed in surprise, Sasori, you have abandoned your humanity and turned yourself into a puppet. Sasori replied, old lady, you don't understand, only eternity is true art. After saying this Sasori stopped talking nonsense and took out a scroll summoning the 3rd Kazekage and said, this is my most perfect work. Chio was shocked, so that's it, you killed the 3rd Kazekage. No wonder we couldn't find any trace of him despite searching high and low. Of course this is my most perfect masterpiece, Sasori said proudly. After that the two began an intense battle, exchanging attacks for nearly 100 rounds. After they stopped, Chiyo panting looked at her 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, which were almost destroyed, while the third Kazekage's puppet had only sustained minor damage. As Chiyo was catching her breath, the third Kazekage puppet, manipulated by Sasori, attacked her with iron sand. Just at that critical moment, Sakura couldn't bear to watch any longer and rushed out, punching the iron sand towards Sasori. Sasori slightly tilted his head to dodge and then looked at Sakura. Seeing this, Chiyo said, "Sakura, quickly leave, I will deal with Sasori myself." Sakura directly refused, saying, "Chiyo Baba, don't do that, you rest first and I will fight him." Seeing this, I walked in front of Sasori and said to the back, "Sakura, take Chiyo Baba far away, I will handle the rest." Sakura then took Chiyo away from the battlefield. At this moment I twisted my neck and said, "Sasori of the red sand, are you ready for your last words?" Sasori, hearing this, angrily manipulated the third Kazekage puppet to attack me while I didn't hold back roar of the flashing dragon. I opened my mouth, unleashing a massive beam of light towards the third Kazekage puppet, which was instantly engulfed and obliterated by the light. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, wondering what had just happened. "You took down what we fought so hard for just like that." Sasori, however, didn't feel regret but looked at me and said, "You're quite impressive, you deserve to be collected by me." After saying this, he took off his Akatsuki cloak, revealing his modified puppet body, and pulled out a scroll from his back, shooting a flame from his palm. Seeing this, I immediately formed seals and said, "Water, release water, severing wave." I aimed it down at Sasori's body. Sasori, seeing this, hurriedly dodged, and then without holding back he activated Red Secret Technique performance of 100 puppets, which made Sakura and Chiyo surprised at the sight of the hundreds of puppets. Sasori coldly said, "Little brat, I once used them to destroy a city." I, however, casually replied, "Is that it? Is this the last serenade? If it's only this, then I'll resolve the battle right now." Sasori said nothing and directly manipulated the hundreds of puppets to charge at me. I softly chanted Radiance and instantly entered Sage Mode. Sasori, Chiyo and Sakura were all taken aback by the golden light surrounding me, but I didn't pay them any mind and jumped into the air, launching my ultimate technique against all the puppets on the ground, including Sasori, Sage Art 8 Shako Jogo. Accompanied by a dense shower of golden beams falling down, everything in the cave was affected by the attack. Sakura, seeing this, quickly evacuated with Chiyo outside the cave. After a minute of extensive bombardment, I descended from the sky, gazing at the devastation below as I began to search for the chakra heart embedded within the scorpion puppet. At that moment, Sakura and Granny Chiyo arrived by my side. Sakura asked Zekin, "Is this the power of light you mentioned before?" "Ah yes, this is my derived technique used in Sage Mode," I replied while searching for the core of Scorpion. Chiyo remarked, "So this is Sage Mode? It's truly impressive. This should be my unique version, other Sage Modes may not function the same way." Noticing Chiyo's misunderstanding, I began to explain. Sakura said, "Really? I thought all Sage Modes were like this, since I've never seen one before." "Not quite. The one from Mayaboko Mountain seems to enhance overall abilities, while the one from the Earth Dragon Cave appears to boost offensive capabilities. As for the Wetbone Forest, I'm not familiar with it, and I can't say if the first Hokage used its sage techniques. You can ask Lady Tsunade when you return." Upon hearing my explanation, Sakura and Chiyo finally understood the differences between the three great sage regions and their respective techniques. "Found it." At my voice, Sakura and Chiyo turned to see a purple cylindrical object engraved with the character Scorpion. Sakura curiously asked Zekin, "What is this?" "I saw you searching for it just now. This is Scorpion's chakra core, which can also be thought of as his heart. After all, if the entire body is a puppet, it cannot use chakra, which is why I was looking for this," I patiently explained to Sakura. "Granny Chiyo, you can take this. It's Scorpion's possession, a keepsake for you." After saying this, I handed Scorpion's core to Chiyo. She responded, "Thank you, Senju Tetsuya. You're welcome. Alright, let's go. We should check on Naruto and see how he's doing." With that, the three of us headed towards Naruto's direction. Just after we left, someone entered the cave searching for something, and a carnivorous plant appeared known as Zetsu. White Zetsu said, "I didn't expect Scorpion to lose." Akatsuki's member replied, "Since Scorpion Senpai lost, I can become an official member now." Zetsu quickly helped me find Scorpion Senpai's ring. "Look for it yourself. If Deidara sees you in such a rush, he might kill you." Akatsuki's member replied, "I bet hell blow me up with clay." "Found it." White Zetsu said, "Don't say that, Black Zetsu. Akatsuki's member is a good kid." Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, Deidara was being chased and beaten by an enraged Naruto, ultimately cornered near his claybird. Kakashi, watching from the sidelines, was anxious because he hadn't received the suppression talismans from Jiraiya to restrain the tailed beasts. At this moment a voice rang out, "Naruto, calm down." Kakashi turned back to see us arriving and asked Jiraiya, "Did you resolve things on your end?" "Yes, it was resolved. The opponent was too weak and was instantly defeated by me." I walked over to answer Kakashi's question. "What nonsense!" Deidara shouted angrily, "How could Scorpion-sama lose?" I ignored Deidara, activating my 6 eyes as I fixed my gaze on Naruto. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I entered a sewer, noticing a light ahead, and walked towards it. After turning a corner I saw a massive iron door. This must be where the Nine-Tails is imprisoned, I thought as I approached. "Kid, who are you and how did you get in here?" A dark voice echoed. "Don't worry about how I got in. Just pull back your chakra and don't interfere with Naruto," I retorted directly. "Ha ha ha, do you know who I am, daring to speak to me like that?" The Nine-Tails responded. "Heck, Kurama, what proud fox, doesn't everyone know?" I mocked. The Nine-Tails angrily roared, "Who are you and how do you know my name?" "Calm down, Kurama. I'm not here to argue with you. You don't need to know who I am, you just have to understand that Naruto is the boy mentioned in the prophecy by the Sage of Six Paths." I spoke patiently. The Nine-Tails arrogantly replied, "How do you know that and why should I believe you? The golden-haired blue-eyed boy who plays with the nine-tailed beasts. As for whether you believe me, you can observe for yourself." "I never asked you to trust me, you arrogant little fox," I shot back at Kurama's nonsense. Before Kurama could respond I continued, "All right, I'm leaving. Just withdraw your chakra, there's no need to interfere. Keep an eye on Naruto's chakra, you might find surprises." After saying that I exited the ceiling space. Seeing me leave, Kurama also retracted his chakra and began sensing Naruto's chakra. Upon inspection he was taken aback. After perceiving Naruto's chakra, Kurama was genuinely astonished. This familiar chakra, how could Kurama not recognize it? This is definitely Ashura's chakra. Back in reality, watching the tailed beast chakra gradually retract from Naruto, I approached him and said, "Naruto, in the future be mindful of controlling your emotions. You need to calm down a bit." "Ha, I understand. It's just that I felt sorry for Gaara when I saw him," Naruto replied. At this moment Kiba had also concluded his battle and joined the others. Seeing this, Deidara began biting the clay on his clay bird. Kakashi, observing with his Sharingan, shouted, "Everyone get away. That guy intends to self-destruct with his clay." Before Deidara could say anything a voice rang out, "Have you ever experienced the speed of light kick?" Deidara, taken aback, noticed a foot in front of his head but his body couldn't react. As a result he was kicked several kilometers away. Moments later a loud explosion echoed and dust rose around. As the dust settled everyone hurried towards the explosion. After searching for a while they found no trace of Deidara's body, so he must have escaped. After all, there's a law of invisibility when it comes to injuries. Ultimately everyone returned to search for Gaara's body. Naruto, with a sorrowful expression, said, "Finally Gaara has gained the village's recognition." Why? He had just become the Kazekage and he was still so young. At this moment Chio stepped forward after thinking for a long time and used her forbidden technique, self-revival. Seeing this ninjutsu, Sakura understood what was happening and stood by quietly sobbing. The others, noticing Sakura's demeanor, also realized the situation and fell silent. Only Naruto, unaware of the situation, ran over to ask Sakura. After learning from her that this was to save Gaara, he rushed to Granny Kyo's side, placing his hands on her, saying, "I have a lot of chakra. Use my chakra." Granny Chio looked at Naruto with a comforting smile, thinking, "Next is the era of you young people. You will surely create an era different from us old folks. I believe you will succeed." With that she began to increase the output of her chakra and Gaara slowly began to regain his vitality. "Where am I?" "Wait, Naruto. Don't go, wait for me." Gaara suddenly opened his eyes to find Naruto gazing at him with a gentle smile. Still dazed and disoriented, Gaara glanced around, struggling to grasp the situation. His gaze fell upon Lady Chio, and instantly he noticed something amiss. Recognizing her frail condition, he pieced together the truth and strained to rise. Naruto said gently, "Gaara, your body is still weak, rest first. You owe your life to Lady Chio, she collapsed from exhaustion after saving you." Naruto turned and saw Sakura cradling Lady Chio while the others stood in solemn silence, their faces etched with grief. I stepped beside Naruto and murmured, "Naruto. Lady Chio used a forbidden jutsu, trading her own life for Gaara's. She has passed away." Naruto froze speechless. Meanwhile Gaara rose unsteadily to his feet and bowed deeply before Lady Chio's still form. At that moment distant black specks appeared on the horizon, growing steadily larger and nearer. It was Kankuro and Temari leading a large contingent of Suna shinobi who had followed our trail to search for Gaara. As relief washed over the group at Gaara's recovery, their joy dimmed abruptly upon noticing Lady Chiyo's lifeless figure lying nearby. Kakashi stepped forward to explain the full circumstances. Upon learning of Lady Chiyo's sacrifice, the 1,000-strong force fell utterly silent and bowed in unison, honoring her memory. Elder Ebizo watched heart-heavy with quiet awe. I never imagined my sister would give her life for another. It seems she has found a new legacy. The group then began their journey back to Sunagakure. 5 days later they arrived at the village gates, where shinobi lined the cliffs of the valley of the inn, cheering and waving wildly. Naruto felt a profound warmth swell within him, witnessing Gaara finally embraced, not as a weapon but as Suna's true Kazekage. They gathered before Lady Chiyo's gravestone for a collective moment of mourning. I signaled Sakura to place Sasori's core beside it, a final tribute. After resting half a day they prepared to depart for Konoha. At the valley's entrance, Naruto and Gaara shared history's first handshake between the Hokage and Kazekage, symbolizing reconciliation between their villages, before parting ways. Of course, certain iconic moments remained unchanged. Might Guy carried Kakashi on his back, radiating unmistakable camaraderie. Lee enthusiastically invited Neji to join him on the journey, only to be politely firmly declined. In the end, all their luggage ended up strapped to Lee's back. As he sprinted after Guy, the two vanished toward Konoha in a blur, leaving Neji and Tenten staring helplessly. With no choice, the rest of us gave chase. A journey meant to take 3 days shrank to less than 1. By the time we staggered breathlessly before Konoha's main gate, I muttered inwardly, damn it, I should have just transformed and flown back. Next time I'm definitely skipping this madness. Kakashi was taken directly to the hospital by Guy. Neji and I reported to the Hokage Tower while the others dispersed. In the Hokage's office, understood, the mission details are clear. You've done well. For now, Team Guy and Team Kakashi are on standby awaiting further orders. Tsunade concluded her briefing. Yes, Hokage-sama, we replied in unison. Neji, you may go. Tetsuya, remain, I have something to discuss with you. She waved dismissively. Yes, Hokage-sama, Neji replied, then departed. I cleared my throat. Hokage-sama, what matter requires your attention? Roots Danzo has delivered a scroll concerning Orochimaru. It states that one of Orochimaru's subordinates will soon meet a member of Akatsuki at a location called the Heaven and Earth Bridge. Given the possible intelligence on both Sasuke and Akatsuki, we intend to dispatch your team to investigate, but Kakashi remains unfit to lead. Initially I considered assigning you command. Yet given Naruto's condition and the risk of Kurama's chakra erupting, I've selected someone capable of restraining him. She clapped once. Enter. A figure stepped forward. Tsunade instructed, remove your mask. He complied, bowing slightly. Hokage-sama, how may I serve? Yamato, you're here. There is a mission requiring your participation, Tsunade said. Yamato replied respectfully, Hokage-sama, please issue your orders. You will lead this operation. Depart for the Heaven and Earth Bridge in 3 days to gather intelligence on Akatsuki and Sasuke. Avoid combat unless absolutely necessary. While on duty you will not use your birth name, you are now designated Yamato. Yes, Hokage-sama, Yamato affirmed. I spoke up, Hokage-sama, if I'm not leading, will I still participate? Originally this task would have involved Team Kakashi plus Yamato. But Danzo insisted a root operative join your squad to ensure Kurama's chakra remains contained. As you know, the council exerts pressure, even I cannot always resist. Yet adding a 4th member risks compromising operational agility. So I'd like your counsel. My counsel. Precisely. One of you, or Sakura, must sit this out. All 3 of you share deep ties to Sasuke, a delicate dilemma. I trust your judgment. I answered without hesitation, then I'll withdraw. Between Naruto and Sakura, my connection to Sasuke is comparatively distant. We trained together only briefly in the same genin team. Very well. Yamato will lead, Naruto and Sakura will accompany him, with 1 additional root operative. Tetsuya, rest for now. Await my next instructions. Tsunade issued the final command. Yes, we replied in unison. Then I added one more thing I nearly forgot. During my battle with Sasori, I caught fragments of his dying words, faint but distinct. Sakura was too far away to hear them. Oh. Which words? Tsunade asked, leaning forward. I replied, only 3, Heaven and Earth Bridge. Cross-referencing your intel, the Akatsuki member bound for that location is almost certainly Sasori. Orochimaru once belonged to Akatsuki and sought immortality. Sasori too abandoned his flesh for puppetry, pursuing eternal art. They likely served as partners within the organization. Tsunade nodded thoughtfully. Yamato, upon reaching the bridge, disguise yourselves as Sasori to interrogate Orochimaru's subordinate. But exercise extreme caution. Yes, Hokage-sama, Yamato affirmed. Tsunade rubbed her temples. That concludes our business. You're dismissed. Yes, we replied again, and left the Hokage's office. As we departed, Tsunade and Shizun walked toward the balcony of the Hokage tower seeking solace in the view. Later, as Tsunade recounted the mission to Shizun, Naruto, eavesdropping from above, overheard only that I would not be joining. He immediately dashed off to assemble his team, unaware of the root operative's inclusion. I exhaled softly. So the Heaven and Earth Bridge arc unfolded despite Sasori uttering no final words. This time the intelligence came not from the puppet master himself but from Danzo. His concern for Kurama was merely pretext. His true quarry remained Orochimaru. Fortunately, I acted swiftly, offering Sasori's identity as plausible context. Without that insight, the four of them might well have failed. Whether Naruto would again unleash Kurama's fourth tail even after negotiating with the Nine Tails remained uncertain. Leaving the Hokage building, I went to find my little wife at the Ino family, but Aunt Keiko said Ino wasn't home, seemingly preparing to go on a mission with Shikamaru and Choji. So I bid farewell to Aunt Keiko and went to look for Shikamaru and the others. On the way, I happened to spot Hinata hiding in a corner, not sure what she was doing, so I approached her and asked Hinata, "What are you doing here?" "Ah. It's Zeke, and long time no see." Hinata was startled. At that moment, a figure suddenly ran over. "Oh, it's Hinata. And Jaya, what are you two doing here?" Seeing it was Naruto, I smirked mischievously and explained, "I just passed by and saw Hinata peeking at you, so I came over to ask." I was about to look for Ino. After hearing my explanation, Hinata immediately transformed into a steam girl and fainted, falling backward. Seeing this, I gave Naruto a push, sending Hinata into his arms, saying, "Naruto, you're such a lumberhead, can't you see Hinata like this?" Naruto, not understanding, asked, "See what? Isn't Hinata fainted?" I tapped his head, frustrated, and said, "You thick-head fool. If you don't understand, then you might as well forget about the ninjutsu I promised to teach you." At that moment, Kiba and Shino also came over to greet me. "Hey Jaya, you're back. We hadn't seen you since your last mission." "Hey Kiba, Shino, long time no see," I replied with a smile. "Jaya, long time no see. I didn't expect you to remember me." "You want to know why?" Before Shino could finish, Kiba interrupted, "What were you guys talking about?" "What ninjutsu?" "Oh, it's nothing, just because Naruto here is a thick-head fool. Everyone in the village knows Hinata's feelings, but that stupid Naruto is the only one who doesn't. I was just saying that if Naruto doesn't figure out Hinata's feelings, I won't teach him that strength ninjutsu," I explained to Kiba and Shino. The two finally understood the situation and immediately said they would help Naruto sort it out. Naruto then said, "Don't worry Jaya, when I figure it out I'll come find you. I will definitely learn that ninjutsu you mentioned." After saying that, he left to find his teammates while I walked down the streets of Konoha wondering where Ino was. At that moment, I bumped into Naruto again. At this time, Naruto was discussing something with Shikamaru and Choji about teamwork, and I walked over. We all greeted each other and I asked Shikamaru where Ino was. After Shikamaru told me he was about to go find Ino. At that moment, a black lion charged out, exploded by Choji, and on the rooftop ahead sat a person, Sai. Seeing this, Sai drew 5 lions again charging towards us. Choji, seeing this, used multiplication technique to catch the lions, while Shikamaru cast shadow imitation technique towards Sai. Naruto had already jumped onto the rooftop charging at Sai, while Sai blocked Naruto's kunai with a short blade. At that moment, I shot a laser beam that pierced through Sai's left shoulder. Sai looked at me in shock and I coldly said, "Do you have any idea how you'll die for attacking a comrade in the village? Don't think just because you're in ROT you're tough, I could take you down in a heartbeat." Sai was startled and didn't expect that someone here knew about ROT, but he maintained a cold face and said, "Ninjas are always accompanied by death, and I was merely testing your strength. Don't act cool in front of me. I am Senju Jaya. Go back and ask Danzo if he dares to lay a hand on the grandson of his own teacher. Who do you think you are? Get lost." After saying that, without waiting for Sai to respond, I reduced my power and kicked Sai towards the entrance of the route. Seeing Sai's embarrassing appearance, I thought lucky I held back my strength, otherwise Sai, you wouldn't be able to go on missions for days. Although your annoying face makes me feel displeased, you did show your face, and attacking a comrade in public is ultimately undesirable. I had originally thought that now that my abilities were activated I could deal with Danzo, but because I was too fierce during my missions in the Ambu, Danzo didn't dare to come find me. Damn it, I want to kill that old dog Danzo, but he doesn't even give me a chance. Danzo, upon learning about the incident, remained silent and merely snorted coldly, arranging for Sai to receive treatment. Tsunade heard this and laughed heartily, secretly thinking it served him right for provoking me. Naruto, hearing me mention ROT, was also confused, and I didn't bother explaining to him. I let him find his teammates while I went to look for Ino, and then we went on a date together, considering Ino had a mission the next day. After returning home, we didn't stay up too late, just doing some exercise for about 2 hours before going to bed. The next day, Yamato took Naruto and the others early in the morning to the Tenchi Bridge while Ino and Shikamaru went out to carry out their mission. Everyone's gone and I'm left all alone. I don't know what to do. Naruto and the others have already started their mission at the Tenchi Bridge, but I don't know how it will turn out. Never mind, I'll ask when they return. Just as I was lost and thought, a member of the Umbu suddenly approached and said, "Lord Jia, the Hokage requests your presence." Oh, got it. You can go now. I looked at the Umbu and said, yes. After that, the Umbu left. Watching the Umbu leave, I thought, I'm really impressed by the hierarchy in the Hokage world. Back when I just graduated, they treated me like dirt. After they learned my last name was Senju, their attitude did a complete 180. After 2 years in the Umbu, they now address me with respect. I can understand the respect now, since during my 2 years in the Umbu I was assigned to the most dangerous missions, which is why I became a jonin about a year after Naruto left. Even that old dog Danzo didn't dare to provoke me easily. Tsunade had previously asked me to be the Umbu captain, but I refused, citing my young age. At that moment I suddenly thought, Tsunade calling me to the Umbu, wouldn't she really want me to become the Umbu captain? The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed, so I pondered what excuse I could use to decline as I walked towards the Hokage office. Reaching the office door, I knocked, "Come in." So I pushed the door open and entered. "You're here just in time, I have a mission for you." As soon as I entered, I heard Tsunade's voice. Hearing Tsunade mention a mission, I breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully it wasn't asking me to return to the Umbu as captain. Tsunade, seeing my expression of relief, teased, "What? Did you think I would call you back to the Umbu?" I didn't stop talking nonsense. Seeing that my little thoughts were exposed, I hurriedly shook my head and denied it. Tsunade, laughing at my reaction, said, "Alright, I know you don't want to go back to the Umbu, I won't force you. This time I have a small task for you." Then Tsunade waved her hand, calling someone, "And you can come in now." Following Tsunade's gaze, I turned around and saw 3 little kids peeking their heads in at the door, which made me feel a bit overwhelmed. Damn it, aren't those Naruto's 3 little lackeys? How did they get tangled up with me? At that moment Tsunade began to introduce this task. Ahem, Jia, this task is for you to take care of these 3 little ones for a few days. Hibiya has a mission and temporarily left the village. Your task will end when he returns. Hearing that it was only for a few days, I felt relieved and said, "Alright, then these little kids can follow me for these few days." 7th training ground. Cough cough. "Alright, you little ones, please introduce yourselves first." After hearing my words, Konohamaru was the first to speak. "Hello, I'm Sarutobi Konohamaru. My dream is to become Hokage like Naruto. My interest is learning ninjutsu from Naruto and my hobby is eating ramen." Mo Huang. "Hello teacher, I'm Kazumaki Mo Huang. My dream is to become the best female ninja in Konoha. My interests are the same as Konohamaru's and my hobby is growing beautiful plants." Udon. "Hello teacher, I'm Is Udon. My dream is to become an excellent ninja. My interest is reading and my hobby is factorization." Okay, Konohamaru, Mo Huang and Udon. My name is Senju Tetsuya. I've already achieved my dream and my interests and hobbies remain the same. Although we have only spent a few days together, I hope we can get along well during this time. I also introduced myself to the 3 little ones. Yes teacher. X3. At this moment Konohamaru also raised his hand to ask, "Teacher, you said your dream has been realized. May I ask what that dream is?" Hearing Konohamaru's question, I replied, "My dream. My dream is to make a name for myself in the ninja world, and that has already been accomplished." Mo Huang curiously asked, "Teacher, then may I ask what your name is?" Upon hearing Mo Huang's question, although it was a name I had carved out for myself, I felt a strange sense of shame when telling the 3 little ones it was Golden Flash. But I still replied, "Cough cough, my current name is Golden Flash." Wow. X3. What a cool name. Konohamaru excitedly said. The other 2 little ones nodded in agreement. "Alright little ones, the self-introductions are done. Now I need to know what Ebisu has taught you." After saying that, I created a shadow clone. This shadow clone has 1/10 of my strength, and now you 3 have 10 minutes to devise a strategy. Let me see your abilities. After saying that, I jumped onto a tree while the shadow clone retreated to a distance of 50 meters from the 3 little ones waiting. 10 minutes later. "Tetsuya Sensei. We are ready." At this moment Mo Huang said, "Alright, let the battle begin." Hearing Mo Huang's words, I immediately announced the start. After the battle began, the three little ones used a few useless strength ninjutsu they learned from Ebisu as well as the seduction technique taught by Naruto. It was called Seduction Technique Girl Technique, and the three even used a combination ninjutsu called Seduction Technique Pudding Combination, leaving me speechless. So I directly dispelled the shadow clone and called for a halt to the battle. Alright, stop. I have a rough idea of your situation. You three have no attacking ninjutsu and Naruto's seduction technique is only effective against perverts, I said as I walked up to the three of them. The three little ones had gloomy faces and did not know what to say. At this moment I also said, alright, stop looking so glum. Over the next few days I will teach each of you a practical attacking ninjutsu. Today I will demonstrate it once and starting tomorrow I will formally teach you. First let's check the chakra attributes of the three of you so that I can teach you the corresponding ninjutsu, I said, taking out chakra paper for the three little ones to test. Konohamaru has wind and fire, Mo Huang has water and earth, and Udon has water. After the test I said, now I will start casting ninjutsu, pay attention. After saying that I began to form seals and cast ninjutsu: fire release, great fire annihilation, water release, water trumpet technique, water release, water chaotic waves. Wow. X3. After casting the ninjutsu I said, alright, I will teach you these three techniques over the next few days. If you learn quickly I will teach you more. If you learn slowly we will stick to these three, it all depends on your mastery. Konohamaru will learn fire release while Mo Huang and Udon can learn water release. You two can also learn both water release techniques. Upon hearing my words, Konohamaru immediately became unhappy and said, Tetsuya-sensei, you're being unfair. They both get 2 while I only get 1. Haha, you little rascal, if you can learn the fire release ninjutsu I just demonstrated I will teach you the Rasengan, that's Naruto's signature technique. Hearing Konohamaru's words I also said with a smile. Really? That's awesome. Konohamaru jumped up happily upon hearing what I said. Alright, that's it for today. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. let's meet at this same place. Now you are dismissed. After saying that I vanished in an instant. The three little ones also left together to go home, preparing to study ninjutsu well tomorrow. The next day at the 7th training ground. Good morning, Tetsuya-sensei. X3. Good morning, little ones. Alright, today I will formally teach you the 3 ninjutsu from yesterday. Seeing that the 3 little ones had arrived I didn't hesitate and spoke directly. The 3 little ones listened seriously as I explained the learning methods for ninjutsu, the sequence of forming seals, how to channel chakra and how to stabilize the form after casting. After a morning of practice the 3 little ones' ninjutsu had taken shape and sometimes they were able to cast it, although the range and damage were not significant. Alright, gather around, I called the 3 of them over as I checked the time. Everyone performed well during this morning's training. If this continues you should be able to use it in about 3 to 5 days. However, because you are too young the range of your ninjutsu won't be very large, but it will be sufficient for now. As you grow older and your chakra increases the range will expand. I also summarized the training of the 3 today. Understood, Tetsuya-sensei. X3. Alright, it's almost noon. I'll treat you all to lunch today, let's go have barbecue Q. Come on. After saying that I turned and headed towards the streets of Konoha. Yay. X3. Thus the 4 of us had lunch together at the barbecue restaurant, and in the afternoon the 3 little ones continued their training while I guided them. Just like that the day passed. The next day I took the little ones on a few drank missions near some lakes. Ebisu had already taught the 3 how to climb trees, so I taught them how to walk on water. We trained walking on water while doing missions and the day went by just like that. The 3 were very tired and when they got home they fell asleep immediately. On the 3rd day we continued training. However, the morning was focused on practicing walking on water and the speed of forming seals, while the afternoon started with practicing ninjutsu. By evening the 3 of them had basically become proficient in the ninjutsu I taught them, so I took the 3 little ones to Ichiraku to eat ramen. On the 4th day I did not take the 3 of them on missions in the morning but instead tested their learned ninjutsu. They all did quite well and I received a notification from Tsunade that Ebisu would return to the village in the afternoon. After testing the 3 of them I also taught Konohamaru the training method for the Rasengan, while telling the other 2, I've already taught the training method for the Rasengan to Konohamaru. If you 2 want to learn it you can ask him for the training method. Alright, your teacher Ebisu will return to the village this afternoon. Although we have only spent 4 days together, you 3 little ones are very smart and I am quite satisfied. This is also my first time being a teacher and it has been a pleasant experience. Hopefully we will meet again someday. After saying that I waved goodbye and left. At this time the 3 little ones called out behind me, "Thank you, Tetsuya-sensei." The 3 little ones also bowed to express their gratitude. Haha, no need to be polite, keep it up, little rascals. I waved my hand with my back to them, successfully showing off. After showing off, I directly went to the Hokage office to report to Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, since Ebisu is back, I won't need to worry about those 3 little ones. They did quite well over the past few days. Each of them learned a brank ninjutsu I taught, and I also taught Konohamaru the Rasengan. After hearing this, Tsunade smiled and said, not bad. It seems you have a talent for being a teacher. Next time if there's an opportunity, would you like to take a class formally? I'll think about that later. If I have time, I will consider it. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. After saying that, I took my leave. Thus 3 days passed and Naruto and the others returned to Konoha. After learning that Naruto had finished reporting the mission at the Hokage building, I headed directly to his home. Knock knock knock. Coming. Tetsuya, you're here. Come in, I was just thinking of looking for you later. Naruto exclaimed as he opened the door, discovering it was me. I walked in casually, found a place to sit and asked, how did this mission go? Did you see Sasuke? Naruto, hearing my question about the mission, excitedly began to recount his experiences. This mission was not much different from the original plot. It still involved Yamato impersonating Sasori and contacting Kabuto. Then Yamato was attacked by Kabuto and Orochimaru appeared to expose Yamato's true identity. However, Naruto did not appear with 3 tails right away as in the original story. Instead, he inquired about Orochimaru's whereabouts and asked where Sasuke was. At this moment, Kabuto suddenly attacked Naruto and Naruto swiftly used the Flying Thunder God technique with a Rasengan, severely injuring Kabuto. Orochimaru was slightly surprised to discover that Naruto could use the Flying Thunder God technique, not expecting Minato's child to have mastered it. You've grown a lot, Naruto. I wonder who is stronger now, you or Sasuke? He. After saying this, Orochimaru ran towards an open area in the distance while Naruto, Sakura, Sai and Yamato chased after him. Then a battle erupted among the 3 behind, with Sai watching from above. Due to Orochimaru's disgusting techniques, he could not be defeated. Naruto noticed Sai watching from the sky without helping and immediately got angry, then sought chakra from the 9 tails. The 9 tails believed what I had said earlier and did not interfere with Naruto anymore. When the 9 tails heard Naruto asking for chakra and saw Orochimaru's grotesque form, it immediately granted him the power without hesitation. However, due to excessive force, it gave too much at once, causing Naruto to transform into a 4-tailed state, nearly losing all consciousness, but in the end the 9 tails secretly helped him regain control. In the end, Yamato, unaware of the 9 tails situation, thought Naruto had gone berserk, so he used with style to suppress the 9 tails chakra. At this time, Sai approached Orochimaru and due to a collaboration with Danzo, Orochimaru allowed Sai to take Kabuto back to his base. Meanwhile, after Sakura treated Naruto's injuries, the 3 of them also chased after the direction Orochimaru had left. They later found Sasuke at Orochimaru's base. Naruto continuously tried to persuade Sasuke, but Sasuke ignored Naruto's verbal attempts. Nevertheless, they still had a small scuffle. In the end, Orochimaru intervened just as Sasuke was about to use Kirin, stopping the farce, and then left with Sasuke and the injured Kabuto. On the way back, Naruto kept arguing with Sai, blaming him, while Sai kept adding insults about Naruto and Sakura's wounds and even gave everyone ridiculous nicknames. Clearly this was not something Naruto and Sakura were good at, as they had never insulted anyone before, and by the end both were nearly driven to frustration. After hearing Naruto's complaints, I chuckled and said, there's no need to get angry, Naruto. Everyone has their own personality, just ignore Sai from now on. It's not a big deal, you can treat him like air. Just focus on yourself and be true to your heart. Be true to my heart. Aha, got it, Tetsuya. Let's go to Ichiraku Ramen. After talking with you for so long, I must be starving. Seeing Naruto's carefree demeanor, I shrugged and said, sure, but since your mission is over, you should also go find Hinata. Once you sort things out with her, you can start your training. Upon hearing my words, Naruto's face turned slightly red as he remembered that Ino and Shino had already told him why Hinata would blush and faint when she saw him. Ahem, okay, I'll do that. Naruto said, blushing. If you succeed with Hinata, I'll cook for everyone and we'll have a huge feast together. Really? Then I'll go find Hinata tomorrow. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. After 3 years he could finally enjoy my cooking again. That night, after eating at Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto went to find Hinata the next day. As for me, I went to find Ino and Niji making plans for a dinner gathering at my house the next day. I started thinking about what dishes to prepare, ultimately deciding on a mix of Japanese and Chinese cuisine. The next day my friends gathered at my house and their eyes lit up upon seeing the dishes I had prepared. Mapo tofu, pan-fried dumplings, sweet and sour pork, teriyaki chicken, fried pork cutlet, fried beef steak, grilled meat, steamed shrimp, steamed hairy crab, sushi rolls, fried chicken wings and drumsticks, braised pork ribs, grilled eel and so on. With a large table filled with Chinese and Japanese delicacies, as everyone watched with mouths watering, they began to feast, nearly getting into a food fight. If you keep fighting over food, then none of you will get to eat. It's not like there's no more food. I finally had to intervene, and only then did everyone settle down. Later everyone learned that Naruto was now with Hinata. Naruto, being his silly self, kept scratching the back of his head and grinning while Hinata blushed profusely. Fortunately, I had Ino accompany Hinata to distract her, otherwise things would have turned awkward again. So everyone happily finished this delightful meal. Finally done. I'm closing the kitchen. After sending everyone out, I collapsed onto the sofa, reflecting on how this bunch could eat so much, at least 3 times the normal amount, leaving me utterly exhausted. At that moment Ino came over and sat beside me, gently saying, "Well, you are naturally lazy. Since everyone can only eat your cooking so rarely, they surely want to eat more. Isn't this just proof that your culinary skills are excellent?" "I know, but I always make too much. As for future cooking, if I'm interested I'll cook, if not I'll only make it for you." Saying this, I leaned over and kissed Ino on the cheek. "Hee, that's great. From now on I'll only eat your cooking," Ino said happily. "That's fine, but you have to wait until you marry me first, hee. Oof. I knew it. I'm ignoring you now." Ino pouted, looking displeased. "Alright, I was just joking. I'll cook for you whenever I have free time." Seeing Ino like this, I could only coax her. "Okay, I was just joking. I'll head back now." With that, Ino jogged to the door. "Okay, be careful. Say hi to your uncle and aunt for me." "Got it. Good night." "Good night, sweetheart." After giving Ino a goodnight kiss, I saw her to the door. The next day I called Naruto and Yamato to the 5th training ground. "Starting today I'm going to teach you a new ninjutsu. This technique is extremely difficult, as you know, Naruto. It's an strength technique." Yes, I know. It's the wind release Rasengan, right?" Naruto replied excitedly. "Yes, that's the technique. Once you master it, you can even name it yourself. As for you, Captain Yamato, I called you here because I need your assistance with Naruto. As you know, Naruto currently cannot control the power of the Ninetales, so I hope you can help." "I see, Tetsuya. I'll help in any way I can. Just let me know your requests directly," Yamato said upon hearing my request. "Captain Yahiko, please use your ninjutsu to create a bridge that can roughly hold around 1,000 people over the waterfall. I will have Naruto cut the waterfall when the time comes. Naruto split into 500 shadow clones and have each clone gather leaves from the nearby trees, at least 1 leaf per clone." After I outlined my plan, the 2 of them began their preparations. Once they were ready, I said, "Captain Yahiko, find a spot nearby and be prepared to suppress the Ninetales chakra at any moment. Naruto, come with me." Naruto and I walked to the center of the field, and I said, "Naruto, for the first phase, you and your shadow clone should hold the leaves in your hands and channel your wind attribute chakra, imagining your chakra as a thin and sharp blade. Remember, it must be thin and sharp, then cut the leaves in your hands. Come back to me for the second phase once you have succeeded." Upon hearing this, all the Narutos nodded in unison. I added, "If you really can't imagine it, you can go find Asuma to learn. His weapon is infused with wind attribute chakra." "Okay, got it, yeah." After hearing this, Naruto exclaimed, "Josh. Everyone. Let's do our best. Oh. X500. With that, Naruto began his training in ninjutsu while I took a rest on Yahiko's side. Days passed, and by the 3rd day I happened to be chatting with Yahiko when I suddenly noticed the chakra fluctuations from Ino's necklace. Suddenly I realized this seems to be the time when Asuma was killed by the immortal duo. "Captain Yahiko, I've left Naruto in your hands. Something has happened with Asuma, I need to check it out." Without waiting for Yahiko's response, I activated Flying Thunder God and disappeared. At this time Asuma was already bleeding from his abdomen. If he didn't receive treatment soon he would die, while Haiden mockingly looked at the leaf ninja from within his formation. "Kakuzu, hurry up, Haiden, finish off the 50 million quickly so I can continue making money." "Got it, Kakuzu." Just as Haiden was preparing to deliver the final blow, a voice interrupted, "Bro, can we chat for a moment?" Before Haiden could respond, I used Flying Thunder God to bring him outside the formation. Upon seeing me, Kakuzu said, "Senju Tetsuya, the 2nd generation's golden flash with a bounty of 100 million on the black market. I wasn't looking for you, but it seems you've come looking for me." "Oh. You're that guy who threw shuriken at the first Hokage from 800 meters away and then fled in fear." Hearing my taunt, Kakuzu immediately became furious. "You brat, what nonsense are you saying? How could I, Kakuzu the Great, be scared off?" "Oh. You're getting anxious. It seems I hit the nail on the head, huh?
and shrank-robed ninja the immortal Kakuzu. I mocked Kakuzu.
Hey Kakuzu, stop wasting time with him, get rid of this guy.
Haydn shouted towards Kakuzu. Hearing Haydn's words, I fixed my gaze on the two of them and called out behind me. Ino. Hurry and treat Asuma or he'll be done for. Upon hearing my words, Shikamaru, Choji and Ino rushed to Asuma's side to take him for treatment.
At this moment I also put away my lazy attitude and said, everyone else stay back, I won't be responsible if you get caught in the crossfire. Without giving the others time to react, I immediately split into two shadow clones. I marked one of the clones and then that clone used Flying Thunder God to leave in search of an open area. Meanwhile I engaged in a fierce battle with Kakuzu and Haydn. Fire style Great Fireball, Wine style Pressure Damage. Fire style Great Fire Destruction, as powerful as Madara's. Seeing my large-scale fire technique, Kakuzu pulled Haydn and retreated towards the side. At this moment my shadow clone and I used water style Water Severing Wave. The two began to flee in a panic dodging techniques while running. Lightning style Earth Walk. Wind style Great Breakthrough. Thus, after exchanging blows for several rounds, the shadow clone that found a place finally sent me a signal. So my shadow clone and I exchanged glances, each of us took one, and while the two were unresponsive we used Flying Thunder God to teleport to the place the shadow clone found. Look here, this is your grave. Are you two satisfied? I tossed the kunai used for Flying Thunder God and said boastfully. You brat dare to underestimate me. I am immortal. I've decided to offer you to the evil god. At this moment Kakuzu's expression turned grave as he thought, I didn't expect this brat to be so strong, I need to find a way to escape, I can't win against him and Haydn. I didn't care what the two were thinking and directly said, today neither of you will escape, even if Jesus came he couldn't take you away, that's what I said. Just as they were puzzled about who I said Jesus was, light. Upon hearing my words both turned to look and saw my entire body enveloped in golden light. Have you ever experienced a lightspeed kick? With a whoosh the two didn't have time to react as I kicked Haydn 2 kilometers away while I directly pursued him, leaving Kakuzu to the shadow clone. On the shadow clone side, various water style techniques and laser beams were recklessly fired at Kakuzu. In the end the shadow clone also got tired of playing, using the spiraling shuriken to end the battle, sending Kakuzu down to hell. The shadow clone can only use ninjutsu and basic fruit skills, it cannot use sage mode. On my end, after catching up to Haydn, I directly decapitated him and sealed his body, finally using the spiraling shuriken to turn Haydn's head into dust. There was no other choice, both immortals were too weak. Haydn, aside from his immortal body and physical techniques, could do nothing. Once Kakuzu realized he had 5 hearts, it was easy to take him down, just unleash powerful techniques. After resolving the battle, I activated my Byakugan to search for Ino and the others. Upon sensing them I advanced at light speed. With a whoosh I appeared in front of the Leaf Ninjas and asked, how is Asuma? Upon seeing me, Ino collapsed into my arms and said it just ended. Fortunately the injuries didn't worsen. He should rest in Konoha for about a month and he should be fine. I patted Ino's head and smiled, saying as long as he's okay, I took care of those 2 Akatsuki members myself. Let's head back together, I happen to have something to deliver to Lady Tsunade. With that I, along with Team Ino, Shikacho and the 2 gatekeepers of Konoha, brought Asuma, who was lying on a stretcher, back to Konoha. As soon as Kurenai heard the news she hurried to the hospital while I went directly to the Hokage's office to find Tsunade. Is this the immortal body you were talking about? Tsunade asked upon seeing the headless corpse I had taken out of the scroll. Yes, I cut off his head and he was still alive, but after I destroyed his head I don't know what will happen to his body, so I brought it back for you to see if it has any research value. I understand the situation. You can leave now, I'll send someone to study it. Okay, I'll take my leave. With that I departed and headed towards the training area where Naruto was. At this moment Naruto had just completed the first phase of his training and was lying on the ground resting. Yo, have you completed the first phase? I said as I walked towards Naruto. Yeah, where did you go just now? Naruto asked curiously. I ran into Asuma and the Akatsuki Ino called me for help and I just got back after solving it. So I briefly explained the situation to Naruto and Yahiko before starting to teach Naruto the second phase of his training. For the second phase, Naruto stand on the bridge that Captain Yahiko built over the waterfall, then create shadow clones from head to tail, and finally using the method from the first phase work together to cut off the waterfall. Once you finish resting you can begin. With that I left. As time passed day by day I spent this period accompanying Ino while Shikamaru and Shoji came to my house to express their gratitude for saving Asuma. Then Yugo also came to convey her thanks. I felt a bit embarrassed by all this, but I also expressed that it was nothing significant, after all they were all comrades from the village. I would check on Naruto's training whenever I had time. On the afternoon of the 4th day I arrived at the training ground. I found that Naruto had completed the second stage of his training, so I began to guide him through the final stage. Naruto, I will now teach you the last stage of training, which is to integrate the feeling you had while cutting the waterfall into the Rasengan, that is to infuse wind nature into the Rasengan, transforming it into the wind release version of Rasengan. I suggested first create 2 shadow clones, grouping them in threes. One will help stabilize the Rasengan while the other will infuse it with wind nature. After saying this, I turned to Yamato and said, Captain Yamato, this is the most critical and dangerous step.
This stage can easily deplete chakra, causing Naruto to directly use the Nine-Tails chakra, so I need you to be vigilant. If Naruto shows any signs of the Nine-Tails chakra, stop him immediately. Yamato responded seriously. Understood. Leave it to me. I nodded and said to Naruto, now let me show you the completed wind release Rasengan as I promised before. Pay close attention. With that, I directly entered Sage mode, my body enveloped in golden light, and I heard the humming sound as a massive windmill-like Rasengan appeared before Naruto and Yamato. Naruto exclaimed excitedly, Tetsuya, is this what it looks like when it's finished? So cool. Yamato also gasped, what immense chakra. Alright, that's it. Naruto, you can think about what to call this technique now. After saying that, I dissipated the wind release Rasengan in my hand. Naruto squinted, stroking his chin as he pondered. After about a minute, he happily said, how about wind release spiraling shuriken? Tetsuya, what do you think? That's a good name. From now on, this technique will be called wind release spiraling shuriken. Keep up the training, this will be your signature ninjutsu from now on. I said with a smile. Okay. I will work hard to complete this jutsu as soon as possible. Naruto shouted excitedly. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer. Keep training and I will go get Hinata to keep you company. I chuckled and left. Naruto's face turned red upon hearing this, but he quickly composed himself and created about 300 shadow clones, starting his training in groups of 3. I walked over to the Hyuga residence and knocked on the door. Soon a servant from the branch family came out and asked what I needed. I am Senju Tetsuya, here to find Hinata about something. Please inform her. Yes, Lord Senju Tetsuya, please wait a moment while I notify the head of the family. After realizing who I was, the servant quickly ran into the courtyard to inform Hyuga Hisashi. At that moment, a voice disrupted Senju Tetsuya's life completely. Ding! Warning! Warning! Due to the world's will sensing a power not belonging to this world. It is searching for the source of this power to eradicate it. Please prepare within 24 hours. The system will assist the host in transformation. Hearing the system's voice, I was left in shock. What is happening? The world's will. Damn. At this point, I disregarded formalities and rushed into the Hyuga clan's courtyard, grabbing the servant who was about to inform the clan leader. Hello, where is Hinata? Take me to her directly, I have urgent business. Ah. Oh. Please follow me. The servant, seeing my urgency, didn't waste time and took me to find Hinata. Passing through 2 corridors, I arrived at the training ground in the Hyuga courtyard where Hinata was practicing against Niji, developing her own techniques. Hinata. I need to talk to you about something. Ah. Tetsuya-kun, you're here. What is it? Hinata, seeing my urgency, was unsure of what I needed. I have urgent business, so let me be brief. Naruto is training a new ninjutsu at the 5th training ground, and he is just one step away from succeeding, but it's also the most dangerous step, so I hope you can check on him whenever you have time and cheer him on. Ah. Oh, okay, no problem. Hinata blushed slightly at my request for her to cheer for Naruto. Alright, I need to find Lady Tsunade. Let's talk later, Niji too. After saying that, I left without waiting for anyone to respond, leaving Hinata and Niji staring at each other in surprise. I directly rushed into the Hokage's office, banging the door open. Lady Tsunade. Urgent matter. Tetsuya. What is so urgent? Hokage-sama, please find me a place where I won't be disturbed. I need to enter seclusion for training, please. I rushed into the office and said urgently. Tsunade frowned upon hearing my request to enter seclusion, saying, what is going on with you? Why the sudden need to enter seclusion? Tell me the details so I can assess the situation, otherwise I can't make arrangements for you. Lady Tsunade, it's urgent, there's no time to explain, I will let you know after my training is complete. No, the ninjas of the village are currently on missions. I arranged tasks for you since you had been resting for so long. Tsunade rejected directly. Is that so? Then there's nothing I can do. I'm leaving. After saying that, I took off my Konoha forehead protector from my shoulder and placed it on Tsunade's desk. Hey you brat. What are you doing? Tsunade yelled angrily upon seeing this.
My temper flared and I shouted back, I told you I'm in a hurry.
I'll explain later.
If you want let me train, then I'll leave the village and find a place to train myself.
After saying that, I prepared to leave.
Wait. Tsunade saw that I was genuinely anxious, thought for a moment and then relented, saying, alright, there's a cave in the back mountain of Hokage Rock where the 4th Hokage and Jiraiya used to train.
You can go there. Hearing Tsunade's words, I quickly left.
Here. At this moment Tsunade threw my forehead protector to me. Next time don't casually use the forehead protector as a bargaining chip.
Got it, I said without looking back.
After leaving the Hokage building, I created 2 shadow clones, instructing one to find Ino and the other to find Naruto. I explained to them that I would be entering seclusion for training and would look for them once I was done. Just as I left, Tsunade's expression turned serious as she pondered. Tetsuya is usually quite lazy and has never been this eager to train, especially not wanting to be disturbed. Even if he were urgent, it wouldn't be like that. Something must have happened to him or there is an issue with him. After saying this, she hurriedly called out, come here.
An Umbu appeared and said, Hokage-sama.
Arrange a small team to seal off the cave in the back mountain of Hokage Rock. No one is allowed to approach except for me. Immediately use a communication hawk to contact Jiraiya and have him return right away. Just say that something has happened in the village.
Yes.
The Umbu then vanished.
Silence. Tsunade shouted.
Hearing Tsunade's voice, Shizune hurriedly ran into the office and asked Lady Tsunade, what is it?
Arrange a barrier team to quickly meet me at the back mountain of Hokage Rock. I will go ahead. Without another word, Tsunade jumped out of the window.
Just as Tsunade issued the command, I was sitting in the cave communicating with the system. System, come out and explain what you just said, that the world consciousness has discovered me. System, yes, however it has not yet found the host. It has only detected a power that does not belong to this world and has begun searching.
Why? Wasn't it working fine before?
System, because although the host used it before, it did not affect the original plot.
But didn't I already change Ino?
System, because Ino has not yet married the host, it does not count as a change. Ino may still end up with Sai in the future. So you're saying I was only discovered after I killed Haiden and Kakuzu?
System, yes, host.
If I change the plot after the transformation, will I still be discovered? System, no, if the host only uses the powers of this world, then it will no longer be a plot and the host will also belong to this world and the notion of plot will cease to exist. Then system, is this so-called world consciousness the sage of 6 paths?
System. Alright, I knew it, it's definitely that old man causing trouble.
So system, will I no longer be able to use the powers of the Gomu Gomu no Mi after my transformation? System, in theory yes, but it will be modified by chakra and the summoning beasts previously given to the host will be reclaimed by the system and transformed into yang attribute chakra.
The summoning beasts will disappear.
System, yes host, because the host's summoning beasts do not originally belong to this world.
Then I won't be able to enter dragon form either.
System, the host can choose to enter dragon form and become the first dragon-shaped summoning beast in this world.
Well, never mind. What about sage mode?
System, the system will assist the host in cultivating a brand new sage mode.
Alright, then let's get started.
System, remind the host, if you want to modify the powers of the Gomu Gomu no Mi through chakra, you need to prepare the following: possess fire, wind, lightning, water chakra attributes and the Mizukage clan's water transformation technique. Host, please note fire plus lightning can give the host slight attack capabilities and increase its power. Wind plus lightning can enable the host to float and move at light speed. Lightning plus water can give the host slight flexibility, for example lightspeed movement can evade the necessity of refraction.
After learning water transformation, the host can elementalize. I saw the introduction and immediately retorted, damn. The system is misleading me.
Lightning attribute in water transformation, I remember that Mizuki is in one of Orochimaru's bases. Let me think about where.
Right in Orochimaru's eastern base.
After thinking, I immediately split into 2 shadow clones, one to find Kakashi for the lightning attribute chakra cultivation method and the other to fly east at light speed. System, remind the host you have 13 hours left. If the transformation is not completed by then, the sage of 6 paths will discover the host's location.
I got it. After saying that, I opened the panel. Host Senju Tetsuya. Closed. Points 32600. What's going on with the system?
System, host, due to the preparation for transformation related functions are being shut down one by one. After 13 hours everything will be reclaimed, shut down and refreshed.
Can I still buy things in the shop now? System, yes. Quickly buy me 2 copy cards. System, okay host.
Thus the system bought 2 copy cards, but now the system's backpack cannot be used, it can only be taken out and placed in a pocket. I also noticed that the color of the tattoo on my right arm had faded, so I called for Hikari but found there was no response. At this moment outside the cave, just after my two shadow clones left, Tsunade arrived with people at the cave entrance and said, "Barrier team, set up a barrier around this mountain. No one is allowed to approach without my permission." Yes. X6 Kakashi was at home looking at a yellow book when he suddenly noticed someone coming. Seeing it was my shadow clone, he asked what was up. So the shadow clone told Kakashi that it needed to cultivate lightning attribute chakra, and Kakashi directly went into the house and handed over his lightning attribute cultivation scroll to the shadow clone. On the other side, the shadow clone flying east was using its mind's eye to sense, finally finding the base with 3 hours left. The shadow clone traded with Mizuki at the base. I released Mizuki for his freedom and he taught me the water transformation secret technique. As for whether I could learn it, it was purely up to me. After the shadow clone saved Mizuki, it found a place to learn the water transformation technique taught by Mizuki, while Mizuki went to find his beheading sword in the base. Thus, with only half an hour left, the shadow clone learned the water transformation technique and then directly dispelled itself. In the cave, I also used the cultivation scroll that the shadow clone brought back, using the copy cards to cultivate lightning attribute chakra. After that, I kept waiting for news from the other shadow clone when suddenly a piece of information entered my mind and I knew that the water transformation technique had been successfully cultivated. After completing the preparatory work, I said, "System, it's done, we can start the transformation now." System: "Okay host, now starting the detection." System: "Please choose the character's appearance. I'll keep the current look but change my hair to a light golden color." System: "Remind the host that after the transformation the host will only have the powers of the Gomu Gomu no Mi and all of Gojo Satoru's abilities will be unavailable." That's fine, I just need Gojo Satoru's looks. I'll keep my eyes blue and have my eyebrows the same color as my hair. System: "Okay host, now we begin the transformation, which will take 1 month. System: "Friendly reminder, the Sage Chakra stored in the host's arm and Hikari have been absorbed. They will be converted into Yang attribute Sage Chakra and integrated into this transformation. The transformation ratio is water 0. 5 water transformation 0. 5 fire 1 lightning 1 wind 1 yang 6. Alright, let's begin." System: "Okay host, the transformation will take about a month. During this time the host will enter a dormant state. Please ensure the safety of the surrounding environment. Goodbye host." 3, 2, 1, start. 2 weeks later, in the Hokage office. "Tsunade, I'm back. I heard something happened in the village. What's going on?" At this moment Jiraiya pushed the door open and walked in to ask. "It's Jiraiya. You're back. Actually, it's not a matter in the village, it's about that kid Tetsuya." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya and said, "Tetsuya? What happened? Did he get caught peeping on a girl bathing?" Jiraiya said jokingly. "Bastard, do you think everyone is like you?" Tsunade immediately retorted angrily. "Previously, that kid Tetsuya rushed over to me in a panic asking me to find him a place to cultivate in private. At that time I refused and he threw away his forehead protector, preparing to leave the village. In the end, I let him go to the place where you and Minato used to cultivate." Tsunade leaned back in her chair and said, "I thought it was something serious that you called me back for. If he wants to cultivate, let him cultivate. That kid is smart. Who knows, he might develop some incredible ninjutsu." Jiraiya plopped down on the sofa and said, "The problem is I found something off, otherwise why would I call you back?" Tsunade rolled her eyes. "What did you find?" At that time I noticed that the kid was very anxious, as if something bad was about to happen at any moment. In the end, he even lost his temper at me. After I arranged for him to leave, I calmly thought about it and felt he must have encountered some problem, or there was something wrong with his body, leading him to need to enter seclusion for cultivation, or perhaps to heal himself." Tsunade analyzed seriously. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, also thought seriously, and just then there was a knock on the office door. "Come in," said the voice as the office door opened. Tsunade and Jiraiya turned to see Naruto standing in the doorway. "Granny Tsunade," Naruto greeted, then added with mild surprise, "Oh, perverted sage is here too." "Naruto, what brings you here?" Tsunade asked. "Well, it's like this. Earlier Tetsuya came to me and said he'd be entering seclusion for cultivation. Before leaving, he instructed me to seek you out once my training was complete, Granny Tsunade, and specifically asked you to arrange for the perverted sage to guide me in mastering sage mode. But since Jiraiya-sama is already here, there's no need to trouble you, Granny Tsunade," Naruto said with a cheerful grin upon spotting Jiraiya. "Ah, I see. Then what technique have you been cultivating?" "Tetsuya only mentioned you were training, but never told us how far you'd progressed," Tsunade asked curiously. Jiraiya, equally intrigued, turned his gaze fully toward Naruto, awaiting his reply. "It's the same technique Tetsuya promised to teach me after we rescued Gaara, the wind release infused Rasengan. And I've even given it an incredibly imposing name, the Wind Release Raisin Shuriken.
Tetsuya himself said this technique would become my signature jutsu. Naruto declared proudly. Oh. Naruto, you've mastered nature transformation of chakra too. Tell us, what's the technique called? Jiraiya's interest instantly ignited.
Ahem, its name is the Wind Release Raisin Shuriken, Naruto announced, lifting his chin high like a flamboyant peacock.
Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged amused smiles.
Then Jiraiya spoke up, then let's head to the training ground, Naruto, let's witness the fruits of your cultivation. With that, Jiraiya rose to his feet and gestured for Tsunade to join him. Tsunade dispatched an ANBU operative to summon Kakashi to Training Ground 7, and together they set off toward the nearest site. At Training Ground 7, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Yamato, Kakashi and Hinata had gathered, and even Sakura and Ino, having heard rumors of Naruto's successful mastery of Unstrength Jutsu, arrived to observe the spectacle.
Ahem, here I go. Everyone please stand back.
With that, Naruto created 2 shadow clones and began forming the technique.
The onlookers stepped several paces backward, then watched in awe as a low resonant hum filled the air.
Gradually a colossal wind-shaped Rasengan materialized before them, unmistakably the Wind Release Raisin Shuriken, its surrounding gale so fierce that its biting gusts stung their faces. Naruto then raised the Raisin Shuriken aloft in one hand and charged forward, slamming the technique squarely into a wooden training post. In the next instant he vanished via Flying Thunder God technique, reappearing precisely where he'd begun. What remained before the stunned witnesses was a massive densely compressed sphere of wind-natured chakra relentlessly assaulting the post. Jiraiya gazed silently at the spectacle, his heart swelling with quiet reverence. Minato, this boy has already surpassed you. He's advanced the Rasengan beyond mere form into nature transformation itself. Unaware that Tetsuya had personally taught the technique and mistakenly assuming he'd merely assisted Naruto's development, Jiraiya reflected inwardly.
After 1 minute the jutsu dissipated. Its aftershock sent everyone sprawling, some staggering upright only after long moments. Tsunade's expression hardened into solemn gravity. Naruto, this technique is forbidden.
Effective immediately, you are prohibited from ever using the Wind Release Raisin Shuriken again.
It is now classified as Unstrength Forbidden Jutsu.
The elation on Naruto's face collapsed instantly, he drooped crestfallen. Beside him Jiraiya frowned.
What is it, Tsunade? Is something wrong with the technique?
It's lethally dangerous, not only to the target but to the user as well. Look closely at Naruto's hands.
All eyes turned to Naruto's palms, revealing a dense web of fine lacerating cuts crisscrossing his skin. Tsunade continued gravely, that is the technique's fatal flaw. Observe the training post, it's utterly obliterated, reduced to nothing.
My observation confirmed that the Raisin Shuriken simultaneously severs chakra pathways within both the target and the user, though the latter suffers milder symptoms initially. Prolonged use, however, will permanently cripple the arm. The group fell silent in shock, none had imagined such peril. Jiraiya stood deep in thought, until Naruto broke the silence. Granny Tsunade, I already knew.
Tetsuya warned me beforehand.
That's why I asked the perverted sage to take me to Mount Mayaboku for sage art training.
He said mastering sage mode is the absolute prerequisite for wielding this jutsu safely. Sakura recalled Tetsuya's words and nodded earnestly to Tsunade. Yes master, Tetsuya truly did say exactly that.
Kakashi added quietly, indeed Lady Tsunade, Tetsuya-san explained sage chakra thoroughly to all of us. Jiraiya suddenly interjected, cutting in with sudden clarity, I understand now, I finally grasp why that young Tetsuya insisted I guide Naruto to Mount Mayaboku. All eyes converged on Jiraiya as he elaborated. Mount Mayaboku's sage mode harmonizes and elevates all physical faculties, enhancing strength, speed, stamina, and most critically resilience against trauma. It fortifies the body comprehensively. Which means, if Naruto deploys this jutsu while in sage mode, it inflicts no harm whatsoever upon his own body. Only then did the others comprehend Tetsuya's profound foresight, and Jiraiya murmured awestruck, that boy possesses extraordinary intellect. His reasoning is razor-sharp, his training regimen meticulously sequenced, each step deliberately engineered as Naruto's personalized cultivation path. Not a single detour, every stage calibrated to eliminate wasted effort. They realized then that Tetsuya had foreseen this entire trajectory long ago, and collectively marveled, truly a genius. Hearing their words, Naruto felt a surge of gratitude, and silently vowed, thank you Tetsuya. Whatever you ask of me in the future, I'll answer without hesitation. After brief reflection, Tsunade declared, Naruto, suspend all training for now. Rest and heal completely. Under no circumstances may you use this jutsu during recovery. Once your convalescence concludes, I'll assign a mission, and afterward I'll formally dispatch you with Jiraiya to Mount Mayaboku for sage art cultivation. Understood, Granny Tsunade, Naruto affirmed readily. Very well, dismissed everyone. Jiraiya accompanied me back to the office.
With that, Tsunade departed.
In the Hokage's office, she resumed back to our earlier discussion. What are your thoughts on Tetsuya's situation? Jiraiya paused thoughtfully, then replied, your concerns hold merit. I'll remain in Konoha for the time being, keeping watch. You continue assigning missions to Naruto and the others. Let's observe how swiftly Tetsuya resolves his matter, and once he does, I'll take Naruto to Mount Mayaboku. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Agreed. Danzo has grown increasingly restless lately. Your presence reassures me greatly. And once Tetsuya emerges, we'll consult him directly on Naruto's next phase of development. Ha ha ha, shifting all responsibility onto that boy certainly lightens your load. Just wait until he finds out, he'll curse you bitterly behind your back, I guarantee it. Jiraiya chuckled.
Tsunade smirked faintly. He deserves it.
Who does he think he is, bellowing across my office like that? I am his elder sister after all, and still he dares scold me. I'll break his legs if he tries again. Jiraiya shrugged non-committally, satisfied the matter was settled, and slipped away, resuming his longtime pastime of discreetly observing the women's bathhouse. And so time passed day by day. After Naruto recovered, Tsunade informed Kakashi's team, Yuhi Kurenai's team, and Asuma's team to head to the Land of Water's hidden mist village to assist the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei in capturing the Three Tails.
However, this time Kakashi, Kurenai and Asuma did not participate.
Instead, Yamato led the team alone.
Kakashi had other tasks. Kurenai was several months pregnant and her belly was quite large, and Asuma could only take leave to accompany Kurenai.
While Naruto and the others were on their mission, Jiraiya also received intelligence about the Akatsuki organization. The intelligence indicated that the leader of the Akatsuki was hiding in the hidden rain village. Thus Jiraiya bid farewell to Tsunade and prepared to investigate. As in the original story, the two made a bet on the street at dusk that Tsunade would regret for a lifetime. A month had quietly passed. Inside a certain cave, a voice chimed, ding, modification successful, the host is about to awaken. At this moment a figure slowly opened his eyes, revealing our male protagonist Senju Tetsuya.
Phew, finally over, my body feels stiff. System, how long has it been?
The system replied, since the host entered hibernation 32 days and 10 hours have passed.
32 days. That's quite a long sleep. System, opened the ninja technique shop. After a long pause. After purchasing the desired ninja techniques, I opened the panel to check. Host Senju Tetsuya. Appearance light golden hair, blue pupils, hairstyle similar to Takagekyou's Genji. Bloodline Senji clan. Abilities Bloodline elimination, light release, wind, fire, lightning, water, yang. Physical strength max, spirit max. Power max, speed max. Chakra 10 tons. System backpack 1 copy card 9. 8 billion Rio. Activated ninja techniques. Mastery in combat, mastery in swordsmanship, sage mode, human sensing technique similar to Tobarama, planetary Rasengan, spiraling shuriken. Light release Yada mirror, Yada Jogan, laser beam, Amatsu Kaze, sword, roar of light, lightspeed kick. Water release, water barrier, water severing wave, water dragon bullet, water dragon bite. Fire release, great fire extinguishing, great fire loss. Points 330. These ninja techniques should be enough, I thought to myself after finishing the purchases. Phew, luckily the money is still here, otherwise my bar business would have been stillborn before it even began. System, what does the human sage mode mean? The system explained, host, the human sage mode refers to the host not having signed a summoning contract with the 3 great sanctuaries. The system has modified the host's tattoo, allowing the host to absorb natural energy in the human world and convert it into sage chakra, thus forming a human version of sage mode. The system reminded the host has a small tattoo on the shoulder resembling the wedge of the Otsutsuki clan. When the host uses sage mode, the tattoo will climb up the right arm. This was transformed from the host's previous tattoo. Normally the wedge will automatically absorb a small amount of natural energy and store it, converting it into sage chakra when used, similar to the Yin sealing technique. Haha, system, you really are thoughtful. You've let me enter the tattoo era ahead of time. By the way, system, how long can I use sage mode once I enter it? The system responded, the time to enter sage mode depends on the host's practice. Once proficient, it can be activated instantly. The duration of use is a fully charged wedge can sustain sage mode for about a week, and once the wedge is full it will no longer absorb natural energy. It takes about 3 weeks to fill it completely. I see, it seems my primary goal now is to master sage mode. Activating sage mode is like having a tattooed arm, just thinking about it feels cool, haha. With that I stood up to stretch my body, noticing that the surroundings had not changed much from a month ago. It's time to emerge. I haven't seen my friends for so long and I wonder how they are doing now. With that I walked towards the cave entrance.
As I stepped outside I saw several Umbu patrolling the area, so I approached and asked, "Hey brothers, what are you doing here?"
Tetsuya dono. You've come out. One Umbu exclaimed. Just came out. What's the matter? Nothing.
Tetsuya dono, it was previously ordered by Lord Hokage to have an Umbu squad guard this area, prohibiting anyone else from entering.
The Umbu answered respectfully. Is that so? Understood.
You've worked hard, you can withdraw and please take down the barrier as well.
With that I waved my hand and left. Yes, replied the 6 Umbu, and one of them left to notify the others.
In the Hokage's office, knock knock.
Come in.
I pushed the door open.
Tetsuya. Finished your training.
Why has your hair color changed?
Tsunade looked up at me a bit surprised. Yeah, I just finished and came out to report to you. As for my hair, it should be due to the training. Is that so? Tell me what exactly happened.
Tsunade paused her actions and looked at me.
Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, I sighed. Koyo, I'm sorry to put this on you.
I then explained the story I had discussed with the system. Well, how do I put it?
At that time my body had issues.
My summoning beast seemed to want to seize my body for some reason, and I sensed something was off. So I thought of finding a secluded place to resolve it, and then I came to you, as you know. Later, as I entered the cave, I began to try to absorb the power of the summoning beast. After absorbing it, that summoning beast died, so I was considering how to merge this power.
Since my body couldn't handle it, I thought of the bloodline limit.
After coming up with an idea, I sent out 2 shadow clones, one to ask Kakashi for lightning attribute training methods and the other found a member of the Kirigakure and learned the water transformation technique. Then I began attempting to create a bloodline limit in the cave, but unexpectedly what I created was not a bloodline limit.
Not a bloodline limit. What is it? Tsunade interjected. Well, it's not a bloodline limit, it's bloodline elimination. Bloodline elimination. Tsunade exclaimed, and Shizen beside her was also surprised. Yes, bloodline elimination, but more accurately it is a fusion of 4 attributes.
I had absorbed the abilities of the summoning beast, which resulted in a large amount of yang attribute chakra, causing my body to be unable to handle it. Thus I began to merge the wind, fire, lightning, water along with water transformation and yang attribute chakra. At first it was very difficult. If the proportions were incorrect it wouldn't merge. Eventually I found the best ratio, and that's how I achieved the fusion. Since I didn't know what to call the 4 types of attributes, I called it bloodline elimination. After I finished speaking I stood by and watched Tsunade. After a long while Tsunade said, indeed there has never been a bloodline like this in the ninja world that merges 4 attributes.
So I don't know what to call it either. Let's call it bloodline elimination. By the way, what is your bloodline elimination? Light release fused with the summoning beast's large amount of yang attribute chakra, resulting in the mutation into light release. Moreover, I can use it like the Kirigakure's water transformation. I call it elemental transformation. Light release. I remember that your previous summoning beast used light abilities. Fortunately, you are all right. When you went in to train, I suspected that something was wrong with your body. Tsunade said, slightly surprised. Haha, really? But still, thank you, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade smiled and said, all right, you rascal, I'll give you a day off. Come report to me tomorrow morning, I happen to have a task for you. Okay, no problem, I replied cheerfully. By the way, Lady Tsunade, I have a guess, but I wonder if you know about it.
Yes, of course, this is just my personal speculation. Lady Tsunade, we can discuss this together. After all, discussing such matters is not illegal. After saying this, I waited for Tsunade's response. After pondering for a moment, Tsunade said, Shizen, go call Kakashi and Jiraiya here.
Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shizen responded and went to call them.
By the way, Lady Tsunade, how have Ino and the others been recently? Kakashi's team, Asuma's team and Kurenai's team have all been assigned to missions in the Hidden Mist Village. They should be back in a while.
Oh, and what about that lecherous old man? Has he gone out to spy again?
Jiraiya went to the Hidden Rain Village a week ago to gather intelligence. I heard that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is there, but this mission of his makes me uneasy. Tsunade frowned as she spoke.
Hearing what Tsunade said, I was dumbfounded, thinking, wow, to be honest, you guessed it remarkably well. Isn't this just the plot where Jiraiya is killed by pain? So soon.
However, by this time it may be too late to save him. As I pondered while stroking my chin, Kakashi and Jiraiya arrived.
Yo Tetsuya, you're back. Kakashi greeted me. Jiraiya smiled and said, hey, isn't this Tetsuya? Long time no see.
You've grown so tall.
Kakashi, Jiraiya, it's been a while. Okay, we can chat later.
Tetsuya just said he might have guessed the secret of wood release, so I called you both over to listen together.
Tsunade interrupted.
Kakashi and Jiraiya's expressions instantly turned serious and Tsunade added, "Alright Tetsuya, you tell us in detail."
"Oh sure. What I'm about to say is based on my speculation after developing the bloodline limit."
Kakashi and Jiraiya were shocked when they heard that I developed a bloodline limit, but they remained silent waiting for me to continue. First, let me clarify that my bloodline limit involves integrating wind, fire, lightning, water along with the water transformation technique of the Kirigakure clan and then merging it with yang chakra to ultimately develop the light release bloodline limit. As we all know, we usually only come into contact with 5 elemental chakras. The yin and yang attributes are not well understood, while Jiraiya's clan has yin attributes and the Akimichi clan's expansion technique corresponds to yang attributes. So I thought, could it be that the first Hokage's would release was not a bloodline limit but rather a bloodline elimination?
Bloodline elimination. Yes. Think about it, what does a plant need to grow?
Jiraiya replied, plants need water and soil, but they also need sunlight. At this moment Jiraiya suddenly thought, Tetsuya, are you saying?
That's right.
I believe it should be a combination of water and earth, then merging yang attributes, which eventually mutated into wood release. Just like the Uchiha Sharingan, it is stimulated by extreme yin chakra to open the eyes.
And Inoki's dust release is an ordinary bloodline elimination that merges wind, earth and fire, which does not have the derived functions of the first Hokage's would release, such as absorbing others' chakra after trapping them. Because it can absorb others' chakra, this is also the reason for the strength of the first Hokage's wood release. However, the absorbed chakra should only serve as nourishment for the wood release and cannot be used by itself. Otherwise, when the first Hokage fought Madara, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. My light release derivative is elementalization, and I can also use light for lightspeed movement, so I don't need to use the Flying Thunder God anymore as their speeds are quite similar. Everyone was shocked. After pondering, Tsunade asked, from what you say it seems very possible. Tetsuya, what do you think?
If the village conducts research based on your speculation, what are the chances of success?
Jiraiya and Kakashi also looked at me. I think the chances are low.
Moreover, I haven't finished. It's not just about knowing how to merge but also adjusting the fusion ratios.
Each person's body is different and the required ratios will vary. Take me for example.
If we use 10 as a standard, my light release ratio is water 0.
5 water transformation technique 0. 5 wind, fire, lightning each one, and yang attribute 6. With this ratio none of you would succeed. That's why I said it's impossible. Because each person's physical condition is different, using the same ratio to mix would be impossible to succeed. Another reason is that yin and yang attribute chakras are innate. For instance, the first Hokage definitely didn't have would release right after birth due to insufficient yang attributes.
However, once he grew up, he inadvertently merged water and earth, resulting in his body automatically fusing a certain amount of yang chakra, thus developing wood release. Furthermore, using techniques that fuse yang attribute chakra consumes the yang attribute in the body, and after it's depleted it will automatically refine itself. The reason for the first Hokage's early death could very well be due to the speed of refining yang attributes not keeping up with the frequency of usage, leading to an underlying condition, especially since the Warring States period was chaotic. Take Captain Yamato for instance. He originally had no yang attribute chakra. It's just that the Hashirama cells contain yang attributes, which explains why Captain Yamato's wood release is not as powerful as the first Hokage's. Because he only has that little yang attribute chakra from the Hashirama cells, and the cells refine yang attributes too little and too slowly, while Captain Yamato himself cannot refine yang attributes. Now let's compare the physical fusion attributes of the two. For instance, the first Hokage water and earth are 2, yang is 6. Captain Yamato might be water 3, earth 2 and yang 5. After hearing my explanation, Jiraiya summarized, based on your previous explanation and examples, the general idea is that each person's body structure is different, so the required fusion ratios will also vary. And also special bloodline limits like would release require the incorporation of yin or yang attributes. Yes, just as Jiraiya said, because the yin and yang attributes are generally not noticeable, it leads everyone to believe it is a bloodline limit when in fact it is a bloodline elimination that incorporates 3 attributes. Moreover, if I say I have incorporated yang attributes, then I am actually a super bloodline elimination that merges 5 attributes. In normal circumstances we cannot refine and use yin and yang attributes, they are passively refined and integrated by the body. Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a long while, Tsunade said, "Alright, we understand the situation. For now we will not conduct related research. First let's tally the ninjas in the village who possess bloodlines or yin and yang attributes, and then ask them if they know the fusion ratios of their techniques." Tsunade then ordered, "Jiraiya, you arrange this matter. We are not in a hurry, we can tally slowly." "Yes, Lady Hokage." Jiraiya received the order and left.
Kakashi, you can go back too, you've worked hard. Tsunade waved at Kakashi. Okay, Lady Hokage. After saying this, Kakashi also left. Shizune saw Gyro and Kakashi leave, so she came in. At this moment there were only 3 people in the office, and Tsunade smiled at me and said, "You little brat, you haven't left yet. Do you have something else to say?" "Ahem, well, I have a small matter." I scratched my cheek awkwardly and said. Tsunade looked at me with amusement, "Then just say it, stop being so hesitant." "Well, I want to request some time off. I plan to train for Sage Mode." "What? You want to take another leave? Also, didn't you already learn Sage Mode?" Tsunade asked in surprise. "I knew it before, but after absorbing the power of the summoning beast died and I can't use Sage Mode at the moment. However, I still have the previous training experience, so I want to find a place to develop my own Sage Mode." After hearing this, Tsunade pondered for a long time and said, "Not at the moment. I have a mission for you. Once Naruto completes the mission and returns, I will arrange for both of you to go train Sage Mode together. Didn't you already come up with a training plan for Naruto? Just take him with you to continue training." Hearing what Tsunade said, I was a bit confused and asked, "When did I come up with a training plan for Naruto? Didn't you tell Naruto to train the Raisin Shuriken and then let him learn Sage Art? He can only use the Raisin Shuriken after learning Sage Art, otherwise he will get hurt, right?" Tsunade asked curiously. "What do you mean, Lady Tsunade?" "That's because I developed the Raisin Shuriken and Naruto wanted to learn it, so I told him that if he wants to use this technique he must be able to use Sage Mode, otherwise he would get hurt." I replied to Tsunade in surprise. "What? This technique was developed by you?" Tsunade asked in astonishment. "Yes, I developed it that year when I was out. Moreover, after using Sage Mode and enduring the side effects of the technique, I could then release it." "I see. Jiraiya and I both thought it was developed by Naruto." Tsunade expressed some emotion. "Well, I suppose it could be considered Naruto's development. After all, I specifically had Naruto come up with the name for the technique since he only has wind chakra. I thought I would help him create a signature technique, which is why it was developed," I explained. Hearing what I said, Tsunade was very pleased. "You little brat, not bad, you know how to think of others. You truly are my little brother." "Ahem, so sister, can I leave now?" I asked tentatively. "Sure, go ahead, you little brat. Come back tomorrow morning and I will assign a mission to you." After saying this, Tsunade waved her hand. "Okay, bye sister." "Bye Shizune." After saying this, I left. The next morning in the Hokage's office. "Knock knock knock, come in." The door opened and I walked straight in. "Hey sis, I'm here," I said with a cheeky grin. "You little brat, why are you only just arriving? What time is it now?" Tsunade complained. I got lost on the path of life." Tsunade. "Shizune. Don't use Kakashi as an excuse to brush me off," Tsunade said angrily. "Calm down, Lady Tsunade, let's get to the point." Shizune stepped in to ease the awkwardness. "Humph kid, your task this time is to be the team leader," Tsunade said in irritation. What? Me as the team leader?" I pointed to my own face. "Yes, there are currently no special missions, so you will be the team leader. Since you're lazy, it's just right for you to stay in the village and take care of the kids," Tsunade said with a triumphant smile. Alright, which class am I leading?" I had no choice but to compromise since I needed something from her. "Class 8, I was supposed to inform you earlier, but you were cultivating for a month, so I'm only telling you today. Also, Hayashi sent his second daughter Hinata Hanabi for you to teach her, so don't lead her astray," Tsunade said. "What? Why did you bring the clan leader's daughter over? Aren't you just creating trouble for me? What did you say?" "They sent her over because they think highly of you and you are here nitpicking. This is non-negotiable." Tsunade slammed the table and shouted. Please don't think too highly of me, I really don't need it," I muttered softly. What did you say?" Tsunade stared at me sharply. "Ahem, nothing. When do I go pick up the student?" At 2 p.m. at the Ninja Academy. "But you need to make a trip to the Hyuga clan first to pick up Hanabi from Hayashi," Tsunade said. Alright, I'll head to the Hyuga clan now." "Okay, go ahead, remember to be polite, the Hyuga clan is quite traditional," Tsunade reminded. "Got it, understood." I saluted and then ran off. Leaving the Hokage building, I headed straight toward the Hyuga clan's residence. "Hyuga residence, knock knock knock."
The big door opened and a person came out. It was the same servant from last time.
Lord Senju Tetsuya, the young lady is on a mission and hasn't returned yet.
The servant said respectfully.
No, I'm not looking for Hinata, I'm here to visit Lord Hayashi. I said awkwardly. After all, last time I came in a hurry and didn't even greet Hayashi. Alright, please follow me to the reception room while I notify the clan leader.
Saying this, the servant led me into the clan grounds.
After a while,
the wooden door was pushed open and a tall man walked in and I stood up to greet him. I apologize for my rudeness during my previous visit. I hope Lord Hayashi can forgive me.
After we sat down, I politely greeted him.
No need to be polite, Tetsuya-kun. Hokage-sama has already explained the previous matter. After all, it was a sudden emergency, I can understand.
Hayashi said expressionlessly.
I came here this time for your daughter under the orders of Hokage. I will be serving as Hinata Hanabi's guiding jonin, hence I came to visit you, Lord Hayashi. After saying that, I quietly sat and waited for Hayashi to speak.
I thought to myself, what a rigid clan, no wonder no one is willing to deal with them. Damn it, this kneeling position is really uncomfortable.
At this time Hayashi spoke. Understood. I have some understanding of Tetsuya-kun's strength and I hope my daughter can make progress under your guidance. Hearing Hayashi's words, I disdainfully thought, damn it, this sounds so grandiose.
It's not like I'm begging Hokage. If Tsunade hadn't told me, I would have almost believed it.
But on the surface I still smiled and said, of course, since she is my student I will naturally do my utmost to teach her.
Then that's settled.
After saying that, Hayashi clapped his hands and shouted, go bring Hanabi here.
After a while,
a little girl pushed the door and entered.
Father, you called for me? Hanabi said, bowing.
This is your teacher from now on, Senju Tetsuya. Can remember to study hard by his side.
Yes, father. Hanabi replied respectfully. Teacher Tetsuya, I look forward to your guidance in the future. After saying that, Hanabi also bowed to me. Alright, Hanabi-kun, I look forward to your guidance as well,
I said with a smile to Hanabi. Well, Lord Hayashi, I will take Hanabi now and I will visit again when I have time.
With that, I stood up. Stay for a meal before you leave, Tetsuya-kun.
Thank you for your kindness, Lord Hayashi, but I still need to visit 2 other children's homes, so I won't trouble you any longer. Alright then, we welcome Tetsuya-kun to visit our home next time. Hayashi also stood up to see me off.
Sure, I will definitely come. Thus I held Hanabi's small hand and left the Hyuga clan. On the way I asked Hanabi-kun, what dishes do you like to eat? Teacher Tetsuya, I'm fine with anything. Hanabi said a bit awkwardly. I see, how about we go eat Oden? Okay, Teacher Tetsuya. Alright, let's go. So I held Hanabi's small hand and walked toward the Oden shop. After lunch I took little Hanabi for a stroll on the streets of Konoha. Soon the little girl was attracted by various things, pulling me and asking about everything. I answered Hanabi's questions with a smile. After all, her family has strict discipline and it's rare for her to come out to play.
I also hate that kind of atmosphere, it makes me feel very uncomfortable. Seeing that it was almost 2 o'clock, I led the little girl towards the ninja academy and shouted directly at the classroom door, Class 8, come with me. After saying that, I took little Hanabi up to the rooftop with 2 little brats following behind. I leaned against the railing on the rooftop looking at the 3 little brats beside me and thinking this one should be from the Nara clan and the other one with the dog is from the Inuzuka clan. Alright everyone, let's do a self-introduction. Share your dreams, interests and hobbies. I'll go first. The child from the Inuzuka clan spoke up. Hello teacher, my name is Inuzuka Akira. This one on my head is Kuro. My dream is to have every family in the village raise a dog. My interest is playing with Kuro and my hobby is taking afternoon naps with Kuro. Hanabi. Hello teacher Tetsuya, my name is Hinata Hanabi. My dream is to surpass my sister. My interest is soft fist and my hobbies are eating bananas and drinking milk. Shikamaru. Hello teacher, my name is Nara Shikamaru. My dream is to hope no one disturbs me while I sleep. My interest is taking afternoon naps and my hobby is playing chess. Very good, now let me introduce myself. My name is Senju Tetsuya. You can call me teacher Tetsuya or just teacher. My dream is to make a name for myself, which I have already achieved. As for my interests and hobbies, they should be slacking off. After introducing myself, I curiously asked Shikamaru, Shikamaru, I have a question for you. Isn't the Inoshikacho trio a group? Why are you alone? Oh, that's because in this generation I'm the only one since I was born a year later than Shikamaru-ni. Shikamaru explained. Oh. Then who is your father? My dad is Nara Shikaku, the younger brother of Nara Yoshino. Alright, I understand. Now everyone, we will gather at the 3rd training ground at 10 a.m. tomorrow for a simple practical exercise. After saying that, I prepared to leave. Teacher Tetsuya. At this moment Inuzuka Akira shouted. What's up, Akira? I want to ask, earlier the teacher said that his dream has been realized, so I want to know what your title is now.
Inazuka Akira said shyly.
After this question, the other two little ones also became curious, so 3 pairs of little eyes stared at me.
Haha, well, my current title is the Golden Flash. Wow. X3, alright little ones, see you tomorrow, dismissed.
After saying that, I whooshed away, shining with golden light. At 10 a.m. the next day in the 3rd training ground, I said, since everyone is here, let's begin. With that, I created a shadow clone. This shadow clone has 1/10 of my strength.
Your task is to inflict damage on it by any means necessary using any ninjutsu you like. You have 10 minutes to discuss your strategy, I added as I jumped onto a tree. The 3 little ones began to strategize. 10 minutes later, I announced, alright, time's up, the exercise begins. With that, the 3 little ones launched their attacks, with Hui leading the offense, Huohuo providing support, and luring using shadow imitation techniques from the back to disrupt. Thus, half an hour later, the 3 little ones collapsed onto the ground. I dismissed the shadow clone and approached everyone, saying, as Jinin, you all performed quite well. Each of you was able to apply your learned ninjutsu effectively, so you passed. Hearing that they had passed, the 3 little ones were quite happy, but then my voice rang out again. However, I must point out your issues. Hu's attacks were too chaotic, making it easy to lose targets. Huohuo, being young, lacks sufficient strength. And luring, you are too lazy. Hui and Huohuo burst into laughter at my remarks.
Now the next point for the 3 of you to consider: Lurin is clever, and in your trio he will generally formulate the battle plans.
But if Lurin gets restrained and you two cannot communicate effectively, what will you do?
At that moment, the 3 little ones exchanged glances, and I continued, so you 3 need to develop your own attack system. When together you should train together, and when separated be capable of fighting independently.
Do you understand? We understand. X3. Very well. I'll treat you all to lunch. Let's celebrate the establishment of Team 10.
With that, the 3 little ones and I headed towards the barbecue restaurant. The next day I began taking the 3 little ones on drank missions, weeding, collecting garbage from the river, helping clean houses, etc.
Until the 3rd day, Naruto and his team completed their mission and returned to Konoha.
Today is a day off. We meet at the mission hall entrance at 1 p.m. tomorrow, dismissed. Upon receiving the news, I directly gave the 3 little ones a day off. Just as I arrived in front of the Hokage building, everyone finished their mission report. I stealthily approached from behind and hugged Ino, whispering in her ear, welcome back, baby. Hearing my voice, Ino turned her head and saw my face, then buried her head in my embrace, rubbing against me. I greeted everyone saying, yo, long time no see. Yo, Tetsuya-kun, long time no see, Tetsuya. Everyone greeted me warmly upon seeing me. How did your mission go? Upon hearing my question, Shikamaru replied, not completed. The 3 tails was too troublesome, and Orochimaru sent someone with a crystal release bloodline limit. After we left, I heard the Akatsuki members also went, but I don't know how it ended up. I see everyone worked hard. Let's go. I'll treat everyone to barbecue. Oh. X3. Naruto, Kiba, and Shoji were the most excited. So we all headed towards the barbecue restaurant, and on the way I shared my recent news with everyone. When everyone learned that I was now a guiding teacher and that the 3 little ones I was training were Shikamaru's cousin, Hinata's sister, and Kiba's relative, they were all taken aback. Hey Tetsuya, are you sure it's okay to train Shikamaru's cousin? A big lazy person training a little lazy person, Kiba teased. Everyone laughed. Come on, I'm very responsible. Besides, I'll start training them soon. With that, we happily made our way to the barbecue restaurant. During the meal I explained why I had disappeared for a month, just as I had explained to Tsunade. Initially everyone was worried when they heard my summoning beast was trying to devour its master, but when they heard about me absorbing the power of the summoning beast to develop 4 elemental bloodlines, there were those who envied, those who admired, those who were jealous, and of course some cute ones looked at me with concern. Only Choji and Naruto ate without a care while I focused on feeding my precious Ino. Thus the gathering ended amidst everyone's varied expressions. I directly took Ino home, and as soon as we closed the door, the 2 of us began to kiss. 10 minutes later I picked Ino up in a princess carry and headed upstairs. Baby, I've missed you so much. Dear, I missed you too. I love you. Mum. First half. At this moment the orioles are singing and the grass is growing. The one I love is on the way. I know he braves the wind and rain, passing through the dusk without appreciation, traversing through the crowd thinking of embracing you. Second half. At this moment the bright moon hangs high. The one I love holds the starlight. I know he rides the waves and has ventured into darkness, sharing the same feelings, offering you redemption and wild aspirations. The 2 continued their activities until the early hours of the morning, filling the entire room with springtime warmth.
The next day at noon as the two woke up, Ino blushed at the memory of last night's epic battle.
Seeing Ino's blush lifted my spirits and I pressed down on her to begin our morning exercises. An hour later I walked out of the room supporting my waist leaning against the wall as I went down the stairs reflecting indeed there are only overworked cows not damaged fields. Then Ino with a rosy complexion followed me downstairs clearly looking very well nourished. When I saw her collapsed on the sofa she covered her mouth and giggled saying hee hee you brought this upon yourself let's see if you still bully me later. Hearing Ino's teasing I immediately stood up and hugged her joking a man cannot admit defeat. Amidst Ino's surprised shouts and admissions we once again spent half an hour in the living room completely exhausting my reserves. Afterward we walked out hand in hand. On the way Ino linked her arm with mine her complexion rosy and her smile radiant. As I put on my sunglasses I looked cool and charming. Thus we headed to Ino's house to have lunch together after all Ino had been with me since she returned to the village yesterday and needed to report home. When we arrived at Ino's home in the mountains Aunt Keiko saw Ino's rosy complexion and covered her mouth laughing. Uncle Hachi on the other hand had a dark expression when he saw me. After all no one likes it when their little cabbage is taken advantage of. I was quite nervous during this meal genuinely afraid that even my breathing might be wrong. Fortunately Uncle Hachi didn't say anything. Noticing the atmosphere was off I decided to take my leave. Just as Ino and Aunt Keiko were seeing me to the door a voice rang out you little rascal take good care of Ino. Hearing this I was slightly taken aback but immediately assured don't worry I will protect her with my life. Uncle Hachi nodded slightly upon hearing this and walked back into the house. At that moment Aunt Keiko smiled and said Tetsuya don't be afraid of that old guy. Let me tell you a secret your uncle is actually very pleased with you. Really? Thank you auntie but I will definitely keep my promise believe me. Aunt Keiko nodded with a smile saying of course I believe you. Go on aren't there 3 little ones waiting for you? Yes I'll take my leave now. Goodbye auntie. Goodbye baby. With that I vanished in a flash of golden light. After I left Aunt Keiko covered her mouth looking at Ino with a smile oh baby how cheesy hee hee. Ah, Mom. Don't laugh at me. With that Ino covered her blushing face and ran back to her room. Aunt Keiko smiled and went to the kitchen without saying much. In the afternoon I arrived at the task hall searching for a suitable crank task for the 3 little ones. Considering that all 3 were scions of their families it was perfectly fine for them to be exposed to crank tasks early on. It was a good opportunity to take a trip and help the little fellows train. When Tsunade saw that I was leading the team she said nothing more and directly assigned me a crank escort mission to the Land of Waves. Upon seeing this I thought to myself. Goodness it's an old acquaintance again. After communicating with the employer we were set to depart at 10 a.m. the next day. So I instructed the 3 little ones on what items to prepare before disbanding. In the evening Naruto proactively sought me out and invited me to Ichirako Ramen. As soon as we sat down Naruto excitedly told me that he had already learned the Rasengan and would go to Mayaboko Mountain to practice sage techniques as soon as the task with the pervy sage was over. Hearing his words I could only express my congratulations and encouragement because Jiraiya was likely already dead it was just a matter of when the toads would come to Konoha. Naruto noticed that my expression seemed odd as if something had happened. However he didn't dwell on it quickly returning to chat with me about their mission to the Mist Village. The next day at 9:30 a.m. as I was walking down the street suddenly there was a loud bang and 3 toads appeared beside the Hokage building none other than Fukasaku Shima and Gamabunta. Seeing this it was easy to deduce that Jiraiya had fallen. I immediately summoned a shadow clone to lead the team to start the mission at the main gate while I headed directly to the Hokage's office. Knock knock knock. Come in. I pushed open the door and at that moment an elderly voice rang out is this the little disciple of Jiraiya Naruto? I was momentarily taken aback and beside me Tsunade explained Lord Fukasaku this is my cousin Senju Tetsuya Naruto's companion. I also greeted Fukasaku saying hello Lord Fukasaku. Hello little Tetsuya Fukasaku replied with a smile. Tetsuya what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be leaving the village for a mission? Tsunade inquired. Oh I saw a giant toad appear next to the Hokage building as soon as I left so I came to check the situation. As for the mission I've temporarily sent a shadow clone to set off first. At this point Tsunade's expression turned sorrowful I see. You should know this as well. Jiraiya has fallen. What happened? I asked with a serious expression. Let's wait for Naruto to arrive before discussing the details Tsunade said. 5 minutes passed and then there was another knock. Come in. Naruto sleepily walked in. Tsunade-baba why did you call me so early? After a moment. Tsunade began Naruto there is bad news.
Jiraiya has fallen. Boom.
Naruto's mind instantly shifted into gear, staring blankly at Tsunade. At this moment Lord Fukasaku also spoke up. So you must be the little Naruto.
I am Lord Fukasaku. Jiraiya often mentioned you during his lifetime. You're lying. No way. The pervy sage. Enough, Naruto. This matter is true, don't throw a tantrum.
Seeing Naruto get emotional, I directly intervened to stop him. Tsunade noticed that Naruto had calmed down slightly and continued. Previously Jiraiya discovered that the leader of the Akatsuki organization was in the Rain Village, so he applied to go investigate and was ultimately killed by the Akatsuki leader named Pain.
What about the body? Was Jiraiya's body brought back? I asked at this point. It was brought back. It's currently at Mayaboko Mountain, but the arm that was severed from little Jiraiya was not found. Lord Fukasaku looked at me and said. At this moment Naruto suddenly spoke. This mission was assigned by Tsunade to the pervy sage, right? Everyone. If it were the pervy sage, he would never let Tsunade undertake such a dangerous task. After saying that, Naruto turned and stormed out. Everyone knew that Naruto needed to calm down, so they left him alone to be quiet. At this point Lord Fukasaku spoke up. Jiraiya also took his last breath at Mayaboko Mountain, using his final strength to leave a secret sign with me. With that, Lord Fukasaku tore off his cloak, revealing the secret sign on his back, at which point Tsunade asked Lord Fukasaku, did Jiraiya reveal any information about this secret sign to you previously? Lord Fukasaku shook his head. Seeing this, Tsunade arranged Shizune. Immediately arranged for the code team to start working around the clock to crack this. At this point I walked over to look at the code and said, this code looks a lot like page numbers. It might be the page numbers from Jiraiya's novels. You all should look for them and then sort them out for further examination. Hearing what I said, Tsunade called out, Shizune, by the way, go collect all of Jiraiya's written works and bring them to the code team. Try to crack it as Tetsuya suggested. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shizune ran out of the office. Little Tsunade, there's one more thing. Jiraiya said that when the mission is over he wants me to take Naruto to Mayaboko Mountain to train in sage techniques. Yes, Lord Fukasaku, I intend to do just that. I plan to have Naruto follow you to Mayaboko Mountain tomorrow. Alright, he'll come back tomorrow then. I'm sorry for the trouble. It's alright. It brings me comfort to see that little Jiraiya's disciple shared such a good bond with him. After saying this, he jumped onto Gamabunta's head and the three toads dispelled the summoning and left. At this moment Tsunade said, Naruto will go to Mayaboko Mountain tomorrow. What about you? Are you going to Mayaboko Mountain too? Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, I directly declined. I won't be going to Mayaboko Mountain. I don't particularly like toads. Just kidding. The Toad Maru of Mayaboko Mountain is just a refined toad. Look at Jiraiya, who was misled to seek the destined child every day, never living for himself. Moreover, I dare not praise their insect cuisine. Is that so? Then let's go to the wet bone forest. After hearing this, Tsunade directly threw the contract scroll at me, asking me to sign my name. I caught it, opened it, and saw the name of Senju Hashirama. Ino and Sakura's names were also there, so I bit my finger, wrote my name in blood, and pressed down with 5 fingerprints, completing the contract. I thought to myself, the slug is not bad, at least there are no insect dishes, and later I can cooperate with Ino to summon a super slug together. Seeing that I had completed the contract, Tsunade began to teach me the hand seals. Alright, the contract is complete. The sequence for the summoning technique is Haisui Shinwei. You can try it yourself. Swish swish swish, the hand seals were completed. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, a gigantic slug appeared in the Hokage office, surveying the surroundings before addressing Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, did you summon me for something? Slug, this time it wasn't me who summoned you but my cousin. With that, Tsunade looked at me. The slug followed Tsunade's gaze and looked at me, saying, you must be Lord Tetsuya, who just signed the contract. You and Lady Tsunade are both from the Senju clan. Oh, hello there, slug. I waved at the giant slug. Hello, Lord Tetsuya. Is there something you need by summoning me? The slug asked curiously. Oh, nothing much. Since I just finished signing, my sister asked me to try out the summoning technique, so I summoned you. My apologies. It's fine. If you need anything, Lord Tetsuya, you can summon us anytime. We slugs are a single entity. Those who come out are all clones of the main body. I see, understood. You can return now. Okay, farewell, Lord Tetsuya. Lady Tsunade. The slug twitched its antennae and dispelled the summoning. After the slug left, Tsunade asked, when will you go train in the wet bone forest? After this mission is over. This task is just right for me to teach the 3 little ones. I'll be leaving now. With that, I vanished in a flash of golden light.
After I left, Tsunade stepped out of the office, leaned against the wall and cried, cursing Jiraiya for being a bastard. Emerging from the Hokage building, I darted towards the village at lightning speed. After about half a day, I finally caught up with everyone. Upon dispelling my shadow clones, I learned that a group of bandits had appeared midway and the three little ones had worked together to deal with them. I generously praised the trio. The three little ones inquired about what had happened, so I recounted the events involving Jiraiya to them. Upon learning that one of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya had sacrificed himself, they were first astonished, then filled with disbelief, and finally transformed into sorrow. Even the employer was surprised, after all he was one of the legendary Sannin. Seeing everyone's gloomy mood, I took the opportunity to teach them ninjas face the risk of death while on missions. Every ninja must be prepared for this. Lord Jiraiya was no exception. Moreover, Jiraiya brought back crucial intelligence to Konoha before his death. His sacrifice was not in vain, but rather that of a hero. Therefore, what you must learn is the spirit of your predecessors. And now that there are three of you, you must learn to trust one another. I hope that in the future you can entrust your backs to your comrades. My former mentor Kakashi once said, those who typically fail missions are called trash, but those who do not cherish their comrades are even worse than trash. You three must remember this well. After teaching the trio, we proceeded towards the land of waves. The three little ones fell into contemplation while the employer smiled with satisfaction upon hearing our conversation. In the days that followed, we journeyed towards our destination, and finally on the third day we arrived in the land of waves. After escorting the employer to the designated location, we set off back. On the way back, I took time each day to teach the three how to climb trees. Hanabi and Q competed to see who could reach the highest point first, while Riku was lazy and didn't put in effort unless I urged him. Thus we leisurely made our way back, practicing as we walked. By the third day, Hanabi had already reached the top of the tree, followed closely by Q. Riku, feeling embarrassed, finally stopped slacking and reached the top on the third day. Alright, you three must be tired after these 3 days. For the remaining time, I won't arrange any training. Since it's rare for you to be out, let's enjoy the scenery along the way and not rush back to the village. Yay! X3. So the trio took turns admiring the lakes, playing with small animals and reminiscing about climbing trees. Each day the three little ones were responsible for hunting while I took out seasonings from my system bag, and we enjoyed roasted meat in various styles. If others saw us, they would surely exclaim goodness. While others leave the village to complete missions, these four seem to be out for a picnic. On the 6th day, the four of us finally returned to Konoha. It took 3 days to go but 6 to come back. Upon returning, we found that the entire village except for the outer fence was gone. I understood that it must have been Pain's invasion. I then commanded everyone, stay close to me, don't run around. Let's find someone to inquire about the situation. Yes. X3. Thus we entered the village gates and searched for nearby villagers to ask about the situation. Indeed, upon questioning a ninja nearby, I learned that what he said aligned closely with my memories. Pain invaded Konoha in search of Naruto. Knowing Naruto was at Mayaboko Mountain, he used the universal pull to destroy Konoha. Naruto made a grand entrance, battling Pain's 6 paths single-handedly. Hinata was gravely injured while trying to save Naruto, and in his fury Naruto transformed into the Ninetales to fight Pain's Deva path. In the end, everyone was suddenly resurrected and Naruto became the hero of the village. At that moment the ninja suddenly said, although I saw Naruto transform into the Ninetales, it seemed he did not lose control. The Naruto I saw had turned into a small fox with 6 tails, but he appeared to be conscious. Oh. What does that mean? I asked curiously. Because when Naruto transformed into the 6 tails, he took the last Pain and left Konoha. They must have fought far away, as we could still hear the sounds from Konoha. This ninja patiently explained. I see, thanks. After saying this, I led the three into Konoha. After a while, we finally found the temporary office of the Hokage and discovered Uncle Riku and Shizun there. I approached to greet them. Hey Uncle Riku, Shizun. Oh Tetsu, you're back. Oh. Kid, you're back. Yeah, I just returned to find the village gone, so I asked around to learn the situation. I have a general understanding of the current situation now. Alright, as long as you understand, take this. Uncle Riku handed me a map and explained this shows the temporary locations of each clan in Konoha. You can let your students go find their families first, then report back to me. After saying this, Uncle Riku resumed his work. Got it. After that, I took the 3 little ones to find their respective clans' temporary locations. I accompanied the 3 to visit their parents' clans. They were also warm and caring. After a round of small talk, I was finally liberated and headed back to the temporary office to find Uncle Riku. Uncle Riku, I'm here. Please tell me the specific situation. I casually found a chair to sit down. Uncle Riku sat beside me and began to discuss the detailed battle situation, which was similar to what I already knew. Then Uncle Riku said currently Lady Tsunade is in a coma and Danzo has found the daimyo to request the election of a new Hokage. We are recommending Kakashi. What are your thoughts? I think you should execute your ideas while I will find a way to treat Lady Tsunade. If it ends up being Danzo, that's fine. I'll hold my ground. I have a way to deal with him later. Uncle Riku felt more at ease upon hearing me, as I seemed to have a backup plan. He could just wait for this kid to handle it. At this moment I asked, by the way, Uncle, is there any planning for the reconstruction of Konoha? Uncle Riku replied, due to Lady Tsunade's coma, the Elder Council decided to restore everything as it was. Is there any large vacant land near the bar street? I want to buy it to prepare for opening a shop later. Uncle Riku looked at me with an odd expression and asked, a shop? Serious? Of course I'm serious, don't think otherwise, alright. I rolled my eyes in annoyance. As long as it's serious, it's fine. If Hachi knows about this, you know the consequences. Uncle Riku chuckled lightly. I understand. Just let me know if there's any land available. Alright, wait a moment, let me check. After that, Uncle Riku went to get the map. After a while. Let me see, I found one. Check this out, but it's on the outskirts. The previous owner exchanged this plot for another location due to the destruction of Konoha. I walked over to look at the map. The location was decent and the area was large, quite good. After reviewing, I said this one will do. By the way, I also need a piece of land. My house is gone and I need to rebuild. Uncle, please help me find a location that's close to this plot to exchange with my previous home. Uncle Riku began to look for a location after hearing this. After a while he found a spot, but it was a bit larger than my previous home. However, after I looked at it, I still felt it was too small, so I directly took the plot behind it as well to combine it. Kid, you are already exceeding the limit, you need to pay extra. Uncle Riku said with a stern face. No problem. Just let me know how much these two plots will cost together. After hearing this, Uncle Riku began calculating the price, finally saying, excluding the area of your previous house, you still need to pay the village 850 million ryo. Stepping out of the office area, I retreated to a secluded corner and purchased a sealing scroll from the system shop, sealing 850 million ryo within it. Once complete, I returned to the office. Uncle, all set, please count it. I tossed the scroll to Raku. He looked up, visibly startled. Where did you get so much money? This. Right after graduation, Team 7 went on a mission to the Land of Waves. Back then Zabuza killed Kato. I slipped into the Kato Corporation and took every bit of cash I could carry. I shrugged indifferently. Raka's lips twitched. Honestly, does anyone say things like that? Still, he processed my land deed and thus my initial plan was fulfilled. I then departed to find Yamato and instructed him to construct a modest 3-room to living room wooden house at my designated residence. Upon completion, I headed to the site where I intended to open my shop and cordoned it off with caution tape. Once everything was settled, I sought out Ino. We embraced for a long while. She had truly been terrified by recent events. Afterward, I recounted the land purchase and she, astonished, realized she was now astonishingly wealthy. Just lucky timing. Kato's headquarters held quite a bit of ready cash and I happened to claim it. But this is our dowry fund, isn't it? I'm laying the groundwork for our future. At the mention of marriage, a soft blush bloomed across Ino's cheeks. Aunt Hyoko, standing nearby, burst into unrestrained laughter. Alright, I've got matters to attend to. I'll be back soon. With that, I kissed her gently on the lips and in a flash of golden light vanished. Meanwhile, Naruto was chatting with fellow shinobi overseeing reconstruction when a voice rang out, well, if it isn't our great hero. Quite relaxed, aren't you? Naruto turned and his face lit up. Tetsuya. You're back. Heard you'd gone on a mission. Yes, a crank escort mission to the Land of Waves. Naruto, come with me. I need to speak with you. I led him to a quiet, secluded spot and sat down. Naruto, tell me in detail what happened after your tailed beast transformation. Naruto nodded patiently. After pain ambushed me, Hinata rushed out to save me, but he gravely wounded her. Blinded by fury, I transformed. I expected to lose consciousness again as before, but this time I remained fully aware. So I drew Pain far from the village and continued the battle in a remote location. Then Pain unleashed a gravity-based jutsu. I was nearly pulled in when Kurama suddenly spoke, instructing me to strike the core directly.
I fired a tailed beast ball, shattered the technique, and finally extracted the chakra receivers embedded in his body. The fight ended there. Afterward I tracked down Nagato, the true form of pain.
To my astonishment, he was also Jiraiya's disciple, and so was senior sister Konan. Even more shockingly, one of the pain bodies turned out to be my own senior brother.
We spoke at length. Then Nagato performed a resurrection jutsu, restoring everyone.
In the end, Konan carried away Nagato's and Yahiko's remains.
When it was over, I tried calling out to Kurama, but he refused to answer.
Though slightly disheartened, Naruto continued later. While heading to Ichiraku for ramen, I was summoned to Myobokuzen. Elder Shima explained that before his death Jiraiya had entrusted the key to Kurama's seal to the mountain, so they summoned me specifically to retrieve it.
Listening, I thought, so Naruto hasn't yet met his father, and he's already secured the key.
It's time to guide him toward mastering the tailed beast's power. By the way, Naruto, have you mastered Sage Mode yet?
Yeah, I just learned it before being urgently recalled to Konoha.
By then the village was in ruins, and then came the battle with Pain.
I see. Oh wait. I paused. Naruto, can you still enter Kurama's seal space?
I can try.
Just a sec.
Go ahead, try it. If you succeed, ask Kurama if there's any way for me to enter that space too.
Okay. Naruto closed his eyes and sank into the seal realm.
Seconds later he opened them and raised a fist.
Kurama says we should fist bump.
So I pressed my fist against his, and the instant my eyes shut I too crossed the threshold into the seal space, once again facing that colossal iron gate.
Brat, what do you want? Kurama rumbled. I intend to tear off the seal on this gate. What?
Kurama surged to his feet, roaring. Ignoring his fury, I turned to Naruto. Go on, tear it off.
Is that safe? Won't Kurama break free? Naruto hesitated.
No, it's an 8-trigram seal composed of 2 interlocking 4-symbol seals.
There are 2 layers. Removing the outer one lets you acclimate gradually to the tailed beast's chakra. I see, alright then. Naruto stepped forward.
Water rose beneath him, lifting him to the gate. As he reached for the seal, a hand seized his wrist, and a calm voice echoed, "That's not permitted, Naruto."
There stood the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Our eyes met. I gave him a quiet, respectful nod.
He replied, "Thank you for always looking after Naruto Tetsuya-kun. It's nothing, please enjoy this time together.
I'll leave you to it."
And with that I withdrew from the seal space, giving father and son the solitude they deserved. Truth be told, I hadn't intervened for Naruto's sake alone. My true aim was to bring Minato forth so Naruto might meet his father at last. Such a reunion was profoundly necessary. After all, he was Konoha's radiant son, beloved by all. Emerging, I pulled a pack of Huazi cigarettes from my pocket, sat cross-legged on the ground and gazed skyward, inhaling slowly, exhaling smoke into the breeze.
A single cigarette later, Naruto opened his eyes, his expression alight with emotion. "Tetsuya, thank you. Now I know who my father is."
Then he poured out all Minato had shared, how dangerous the masked man truly was, and how deeply he believed Naruto would overcome him, for Naruto was his proudest son.
"Now Naruto, you must keep communicating with Kurama.
I believe in time you'll become true comrades. And Jiraiya too held firm faith you are the child of prophecy. So train hard and master the tailed beast's power as swiftly as you can."
I'll take my leave now. With that I rose and walked away. "Yeah. I will do it, Databeo," Naruto declared, brimming with exhilaration.
I paid no mind to his fervor. Instead I returned to my wooden house and activated the system to begin designing my villa.
System. I'd like to design my residence. Any suggestions? System host confirmed. Design module activated. Simply envision your ideal structure and it shall manifest. Ah, how convenient. Let me think. And I began to imagine. I chose the same architectural style as Naruto's future home. Its elegance resonated with me.
Yet I doubled its scale. Boruto's room, I recalled, had felt modest. Behind the house I designed a rectangular indoor basketball court.
Yes, a basketball court.
After the 4th Shinobi World War I planned to introduce basketball across the lands. In my past life I'd loved the game deeply.
If circumstances allowed, I even dreamed of introducing football. Thus in my mind's eye the vision coalesced: a circular villa with gardens and a dedicated sports arena. System, convert this mental blueprint into precise architectural schematics and store them in my system inventory.
System confirmed, host. This requires 1,000,000 points.
Your current balance is insufficient. The system recommends converting currency into points. What? That expensive? I already converted points once right after awakening, and now again. System affirmative host. This remains the optimal solution. Ugh, fine. Convert 10 million Rio. System conversion successful. Points deducted. Detailed architectural schematics generated and securely stored in your system inventory. Please verify. I opened my system backpack and unfolded the generated blueprint, staring at the densely packed data that made my head ache. Indeed, professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. However, looking at the appearance of the house in the blueprint, I was still quite satisfied. After putting away the blueprint and returning it to the system backpack, I began to ponder what ninjutsu I should teach the three little ones. After a long while. Got it. I'll teach Huahua a set of Tai Chi, and for Hui I'll teach him the Shadow Clone technique. Ruren can train his mental strength. After saying this, I purchased the Tai Chi and mental strength training scrolls from the system shop and placed the 2 scrolls into my ninja tool pouch. With that done, I thought it was time to treat Tsunade, so I looked for the system again. System, do you have any medicine to treat Tsunade? The system replied, host, Tsunade is in a deep sleep due to overusing the chakra in the Yin seal, resulting in no chakra left in her body. The system suggested that the host purchase a chakra potion in the shop. Will she wake up right after drinking it? It will take about 3 days. The potion's effect is to assist the body in rapidly absorbing chakra. Alright, buy one. Suddenly a test tube with a stopper appeared in my hand containing 2/3 of a blue liquid. After shaking the liquid in the test tube, I put it into the system backpack and then checked my panel. Host Qianshou Jia. Appearance light gold hair, blue pupils, hairstyle resembling Ryuya Genji. Bloodline Qianshou clan. Abilities bloodline limit, light release, wind, fire, thunder, water, yang. Stamina max, spirit max. Strength max, speed max. Chakra 10 tons. System backpack 1 copy card 1 cash. 200 million 1 house blueprint 1 chakra potion. Activated ninjutsu. Combat mastery, sword technique mastery, sage mode, perception technique, planetary spiraling, sphere spiraling, shuriken. Light release, yada mirror, yada jewel, laser beam, Amaterasu, sword, light roar, light speed kick. Water release, water barrier, water severing wave, water dragon bullet, water dragon bite, explosion. Fire release, great fire extinguishing, great fire dissipation. Points 1150000. Wow, that's so expensive. System, how many points is this potion? The system replied, host, the potion costs 300,000 points. For a normal person with no chakra, drinking the potion can restore it instantly. Please trust the system. The system produces quality products. Alright, Sai, what a sin. After saying this, I headed towards the temporary office area. Ha! Shizen, where are Uncle Rujin and the others? Oh yeah, they went to the daimyo's mansion. They said they were going to discuss selecting a new Hokage. Shizen said somewhat dejectedly. I see, don't worry, it's fine. First, take me to see my sister. Oh, okay, follow me. Hearing my words, Shizen dismissed them as mere comfort. Thus Shizen led me through numerous turns until we reached a relatively hidden room. She stopped and said, Lady Tsunade is inside. You can go in, but don't disturb her. She is very weak right now. Okay, thank you. After saying that, I pushed the door open and walked in. Once inside, I found Tsunade lying on the bed, her face haggard and motionless, and the Yin seal had also disappeared, revealing the signs of aging in her over 50 years. I didn't waste any time and directly took out the chakra potion from my system backpack, carefully feeding it into Tsunade's mouth. After everything was settled, I exited the room and saw Shizen beside me. I said, alright, let's go. My sister is slowly recovering. She should wake up in no time. I know. It's just that her recovery is a bit slow, Shizen said. Thus the two of us returned to the temporary office and I greeted Shizen before leaving. On the way to the homes of the three little ones, I casually destroyed the test tube. Taking out a cigarette from my pocket, I lit one and smoked while thinking about my plan. If Uncle Rujin follows my advice this time, then Danzo should become the acting Hokage and participate in the 5 Kage Summit while Sasuke goes to hunt down Danzo. Tsunade will wake up soon, and when she does, I will take her to the 5 Kage Summit seamlessly. Perfect. Lost in thought, I arrived at the Inazuka clan's entrance, and then I cleared my mind and walked through the gate. Thus I brought the three little ones to a spacious temporary training ground and said, you all have rested for quite a while. Next I will teach each of you a ninjutsu. After you go back, practice more on your own. The whole village will be very busy recently and I won't have much time to teach you. You three can just focus on your training at home for now.
Yes. X3 Huahua, this is for you. I handed the Tai Chi scroll to Huahua and said this set of martial arts is called Tai Chi and it should be compatible with your Hyuga clan's gentle fist. After Huahua happily accepted it, she said, "Thank you, teacher Jaya. Ruren, this is for you." I tossed the mental strength scroll and said this is the method for training mental strength. Your Nara clan's shadow secret technique uses Yin attribute chakra, and training mental strength will increase your Yin attribute chakra, allowing you to use the shadow secret technique more powerfully and easily in the future. Yes, thank you, teacher. Ruran also happily accepted it. Next is Hui. You should know Inazuka Kiba, my friend, so after thinking it over I decided to teach you the shadow clone technique because Kiba once said that your clan's beast transformation can enhance attacks using shadow clones. Yes, thank you, teacher Jaya, Hui said excitedly. After that I told Inazuka Hui the hand signs and precautions for the shadow clone technique. Then I said to the three of them, before you train you must first learn to walk on water. The principle is the same as climbing trees, but because water is flowing it is much more difficult. However, once you master walking on water your control over chakra will become more refined, so it is essential to learn. Yes. X3. Alright, after you go home practice walking on water first. After completing that you can proceed with your individual training. Everyone do your best. Dismissed. After saying this I flashed away in a golden light. After leaving I went to accompany Ino while Naruto was getting beaten up by the ninja from the Cloud Village. Because Sasuke actually went to the Lightning Thunder Gorge to battle with the Eight-Tails Killer Bee. In the end he even caught Killer Bee and the Cloud Ninja came to demand an explanation. Naruto, in order to protect Sasuke, said nothing and got beaten up by the Cloud Ninja. Finally, since Tsunade had not woken up yet and Uncle Rujin and the others had not returned, the Cloud Ninja and Shizune conveyed that the Cloud Village unilaterally announced the news of hunting down Sasuke before leaving Konoha. The next day when the 12 young strong ones learned about the situation they didn't know what to do. After all, even though Sasuke had defected he had not done anything to harm Konoha. Hearing them talk about this matter I knew that Sasuke must have already taken out all 7 of them, or rather let them go. Then Toki successfully persuaded Niji, and now Niji was probably floating again due to awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone asked for my opinion but I said it didn't matter, we could just fight when we met. Upon hearing my words everyone instantly looked gloomy. In the end Naruto decided to find Raikage and request Raikage's forgiveness for Sasuke. Meanwhile Sakura secretly made a certain decision in her heart. That afternoon Danzo returned to Konoha with the Hokage hat he had long desired, along with Rujin and the others, to discuss the reconstruction plan for Konoha. The next day the Kages of all villages suddenly received a notification from Raikage to convene a 5 Kage summit in the Land of Iron. And our beloved Hokage Danzo began his journey on the countdown to his own demise. When Kakashi and Yamato returned they found Naruto injured, so they went to visit him and asked what had happened. Upon hearing that Sasuke had captured the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki from Kumogakure both of them were taken aback. After narrating the events Naruto expressed his desire to plead with Raikage not to kill Sasuke. Hearing this Yamato said, "Naruto, I don't think that's necessary right now, you are the hero of the village." Naruto, what are your thoughts on this? Kakashi wanted to hear Naruto's opinion. Kakashi-sensei, Captain Yamato, if I can't even save my friend then being a hero is meaningless. Moreover, with Tetsuya's help I met my father who said he has always believed in me, Naruto said with a smile. Kakashi and Yamato were momentarily stunned to hear that Naruto had met the 4th Hokage. Yamato asked Kakashi-senpai, is the 4th? Yes, that's right. After all, the 8 trigram seal is quite mysterious, Kakashi pondered before replying. Well, since our hero has spoken as your teacher I must assist. Let's go, Yamato. Kakashi said with a smile. Kakashi-senpai, I think I want go, Yamato replied with a sullen face. Huh, didn't you just call me senpai? Then you should listen to your senpai Tenzo. Ah, don't call me that. Yamato complained, scratching his head. Thus, after a bout of playful banter among the 3 in the room, Kakashi prepared to set off with Naruto and Yamato. Consequently, just as Danzo had set off, Naruto and the other 2 followed suit and left the village. Meanwhile, I was either lazing around at home or running to the mountains to be with Ino until the 3rd day. In the morning, after getting up and washing up, I was just about to head out for breakfast when an Umbu appeared at the door saying, Lord Tetsuya, the Hokage requests your presence. Oh, okay, got it, I replied before changing direction and heading to the temporary office area. At the temporary office I heard a knock. Come in. As soon as I entered I saw Tsunade devouring her food. Hey sis, you're awake. I was so worried about you. TCH brat, don't think I don't know you. You're probably glued to that Ino girl every day, Tsunade said while eating. Cough cough, alright. What do you need me for? I heard while I was unconscious that Danzo has become the acting Hokage to attend the 5 Kage summit. And that Kuki said it was your request to remain inactive. Ah yes. I was planning to attend the 5 Kage summit directly after you woke up for a seamless transition. Perfect, I said, giving Tsunade a thumbs up. Nonsense. You don't even know when he'll wake up. Wait. Did you do something to me? How could you calculate it so accurately? Suddenly Tsunade realized something was off and stared at me intently. After a long pause, I sighed and said, well, actually I fed you a bottle of chakra recovery medicine to speed up your recovery. And even if you hadn't woken up, it wouldn't have mattered. Danzo would still die. Brat, what did you just say? What else do you know? Speak honestly. Tsunade immediately became serious upon hearing that Danzo would die. It's actually about Sasuke. While you were unconscious, someone from Kumobikure came and said that Sasuke joined Akatsuki and then took their 8 tails Jinchuriki. They came to Konoha to inquire about Sasuke because they had already issued a kill order against him. As a result, both you and Danzo were absent, so they left. If Sasuke knows that Danzo will attend the 5 Kage summit, he will definitely come to kill him, as he has already killed 1 against 7. The Akatsuki organization has placed Sasuke in the position that was previously occupied by 1 against 7. What? Tsunade was shocked by what I said. Also, Naruto has already met his father, the 4th. What? How did that happen? Please explain in detail. I don't know all the details, but at that time I asked Naruto to take me to his 9 tails ceiling space. I wanted Naruto to befriend the 9 tails and become the perfect Jinchuriki. Then when Naruto was about to tear off the first seal, the 4th intervened to stop him, and later my consciousness faded out so that they could have an emotional exchange. I see. Do you know how dangerous that was? If no one was watching, what if the 9 tails went berserk? That won't happen, because when Naruto fought Pain he transformed into a tailed beast, but his consciousness was still clear, which proves that the 9 tails does not currently reject Naruto. On the contrary, it's helping him. Is that so? Then that's good. It seems we can find an opportunity for Naruto to begin training with the power of the tailed beasts. Naruto, along with Kakashi and Yamato, has already headed to the Land of Lightning, claiming they are going to plead for Sasuke. What? Those idiots, they are messing around while I'm not there. It's fine, it's good for Naruto to face some challenges, after all he's had it too easy up to now. I plan to have Naruto retrieve the key from Mayaboko Mountain as soon as he returns. Indeed. Do you have anything else? Tsunade said after hearing this. Oh, one more thing, after the matter is settled, let the other 2 useless advisors go home to retire. Otherwise, I don't recommend informing Sasuke about the high-ranking members involved in the Uchiha clan's massacre, as Sasuke only knows about Danzo and the 3rd. What? Brat, how do you know about such confidential matters? Tsunade was completely shocked this time. Please, the Uchiha clan was such a large family that disappeared overnight without a trace. If the upper echelons weren't involved, no one would believe it. None of the Konoha F4 could escape from this matter. Konoha F4? What is that? Tsunade looked confused. It's the collective term I use for the 3rd Hokage, Danzo, and those 2 useless advisors. If it weren't for your return as Hokage, I would still be hiding myself to this day. I scoffed dismissively. Hearing what I said, Tsunade didn't know what to say, because everything I said was the truth. Alright, don't get too caught up, I won't do anything to them, as that would only dirty my hands. Just find a time to remove those 2 useless members of the Elder Council from their positions. Hearing my words, Tsunade sighed helplessly, saying, you brat are really scary, you have calculated everything about these people so precisely. Naruto, you have planned your training step by step, even predicting that Sasuke would try to kill Danzo, and the timing of Danzo leaving the village, and even the timing of my awakening, all of it was calculated by you. I feel like you are even more resourceful than the Nara clan. Thanks to Grandpa, he is just smart, right? TCH, if the 2nd Grandpa knew about you plotting against your own comrades in the village, he would probably scold you to death. Tsunade said in disdain. Alright, enough with the nonsense, you should rest and adjust yourself. Tomorrow we will set off for the 5 Kage summit. By the way, after accompanying you to the 5 Kage summit, I'm going to train in sage mode at the Wet Bone Forest, I said, patting my rear as I left. Got it, you little brat. Tsunade continued to eat her meal. That evening I went to Ino's house to have dinner together, during which I also informed Uncle Hyde and Ino about my plans to attend the 5 Kage summit with Tsunade the next day. The next morning, after getting up and washing up, I stood in front of the mirror looking at my outfit that I had worn for a long time and decided to change it up. System, please respond over. System here, host. System, help me customize a suit and cloak like yellow apes at the mall. Change the words on the back to Mukai and attach a forehead protector on the left arm of my suit and cloak. Okay, host, estimated time is 5 minutes, consuming 502000 points. 10 minutes later, I donned the yellow ape style suit and cloak with a white shirt inside, wearing a yellow striped suit paired with white leather shoes and draped in the cloak, putting on my sunglasses, looking like a proper suit thug. I looked in the mirror and said, what a stylish guy. I couldn't help but laugh at my own imitation of Yellow Ape's expression and tone. Of course, apart from my hairstyle being different, I didn't have Yellow Ape's lewd expression. After all, I was still a handsome guy. I couldn't afford to embarrass myself. After dressing myself up, I went out toward the temporary office area to find Tsunade. Knock knock knock. Come in, Tsunade said. I'm here, big sister. Tsunade replied, is that you, Jaya? What are you wearing? And that cloak of yours, people might think you're the Hokage when we go out. Tsunade said with annoyance. Hee, it's fine, big sister, we're all on the same side, what's there to worry about? I laughed casually. TCH, fine, let me tidy up and then well set off. Alright, I'll wait for you at the entrance. Tsunade bluntly pointed out, I see you just want to show off outside. No, I can't help here anyway, so we'll go wait at the entrance. I tried to justify. Alright, I know your little thoughts, go ahead, I'll come by later. After saying that, Tsunade got up and went out to pack her things. I then flashed with golden light and instantly arrived at the entrance, lit a cigarette and leaned against the door with my hands in my pockets. The 2 gate guards were stunned by my outfit but quickly snapped back to reality and greeted me. I started chatting with them. After all, the gate guards were quite famous, even Pain wouldn't dare to use the front door. About 15 minutes later, Tsunade arrived with Shizune. Upon seeing Shizune, I asked, sister, are you really planning to bring Shizune along this time? Yeah, what's wrong? Am I not allowed to have someone by my side? Tsunade replied. It's not that, the problem is if you bring another person, how are we going to go? Are we going to stroll slowly? By the time we arrive, everyone will have left already. Tsunade said, puzzled, having one more person on the road is no big deal. It's me rushing you at lightning speed, otherwise do you think you could arrive on the same day? I retorted. Since that's the case, then I won't go. Lady Tsunade. Shizune spoke up to ease the awkwardness. Alright then, let's go, kid. Just bring a warm piece of clothing and the Hokage hat'll take care of the rest. Upon hearing this, Tsunade directly tossed the unnecessary items to Shizune. Holding the items, Shizune said, Z, can I leave it to you? Have a safe journey. Hokage-sama Jaya, safe travels, the 2 gate guards said. Okay, no problem, let's go, big sister. With that, I wrapped my arms around Tsunade's waist, flashed with golden light and vanished instantly. So fast. X3, the 2 gate guards and Shizune were left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, he had finished finding Raikage and apologizing was to no avail. Naruto, Kakashi and Yamato were resting in the room. Suddenly a voice came, don't you guys want to know why Uchiha Sasuke is unwilling to return to the village? The 3 immediately became alert, looking up to see a masked Obito making a grand entrance. Would release thorn killing technique, Yamato instantly used ninjutsu, trapping Obito, who had no intention to escape. Who are you and why are you here? Kakashi asked. I am Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? Naruto asked in confusion. Kakashi and Yamato, however, had serious expressions. What exactly is your purpose? Kakashi asked again. Obito used Kamui to directly walk out of the bindings and sat down on the roof, saying, I'm here to tell you why Uchiha Sasuke is unwilling to return to the village. After saying that, Obito began explaining to everyone how the Hokage lineage had been suppressing the Uchiha, almost leading to a coup, and how the 3rd Hokage in Danzo used Sasuke's life to force a massacre of the entire clan. After hearing this, the 3 were left speechless in shock. Obito ignored them and directly used Kamui to leave to find Sasuke, who had already infiltrated the 5 Kage summit, preparing to kill Danzo. After Obito left, Kakashi said sternly, we don't know if this is true or false, Naruto. We must not let anyone outside of us 3 know, or it will cause great chaos. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. Alright, let's go and join with our teammates. Just now Pakken told me that Sakura and the others have arrived too. After saying that, the 3 of them walked out of the inn together. At this time in the conference hall, the 5 Kage were having a meeting. Just as everyone was arguing over Danzo being discovered using the other heavenly gods, a white Zetsu popped its head out of the ground and shouted, Uchiha Sasuke has infiltrated. Guess where he is? The furious Raikage wouldn't let Zetsu off, grabbing him by the neck and snapping it. Raikage's bodyguard Kira sensed Sasuke's presence, so Raikage and Gaara went to check, while Tsuchikage and Mizukage sat waiting, and Danzo had long since fled. In the 5 Kage summit area, Gaara could not stop Sasuke and could only watch from the side while Raikage was engaged in battle with Sasuke. Suddenly with a whoosh, 2 figures appeared in a flash of golden light. A voice suddenly rang out, "Jaya. Look at the mess you've made. Flying so fast, look at my hair." The newcomer was Tsunade. And I could only stifle my laughter. I couldn't help it. Tsunade's wildly styled hair was just too funny. At this moment the previously fighting individuals all turned to look at Tsunade and me. Seeing the current situation, Tsunade realized it looked like a battle and said, "You all continue." Saying that she prepared to take me away from here when Sasuke called out, "Fifth Hokage, where is Danzo? Danzo! Isn't he here?" Tsunade replied in confusion. As I pressed my hand to the ground to sense 2 seconds later, I said, "Danzo was not here, he should have run away." Upon hearing this, Sasuke got up and was about to leave, but Raikage stood in front and shouted, "Uchiha Sasuke, stop. I want you to pay for Kiraba's life." Just as Raikage was about to make a move, he saw a flash of golden light and then heard a whoosh as I kicked Raikage into the wall while Darui and Kira were trying to pry Raikage out. "Alright, you go ahead, good luck, young man." Sasuke saw that I had held back Raikage and glanced at me without saying a word before leaving. At this point Raikage, who had just come out from the wall, roared, "Kid, what are you doing? Trying to start a war." "I'm going to start a war." "Are you out of your mind? Always thinking about starting a war. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." With that I prepared to make a move. "Alright, everyone stop." At this moment Tsunade stepped in to stop everyone. "Tch," I scoffed and walked over to Gaara. I walked up to Gaara and the others, taking the initiative to greet them. "Hi, long time no see, should I call you Lord Kazekage or Gaara?" I asked with a grin. Gaara smiled back at me saying, "Jaya, long time no see. You can call me whatever you like." "You brat, Gaara is the Kazekage, show some respect." Kankuro said indignantly at this moment. "Oh, isn't this the cowardly little kid from before?" I retorted directly. "What did you say? You despicable guy." Kankuro rolled up his sleeves ready to fight. Temari, noticing the awkwardness, intervened saying, "Alright Kankuro, let it go." "Haha Temari, long time no see, you've become even more beautiful. Tch, if Ino hears you say that, she might just beat you up." Temari pouted. "Alright Kankuro, Temari, both of you, let's keep it down a bit." Gaara interrupted their banter. After stopping everyone, Gaara asked Jaya, "Why did you let Sasuke go earlier?" "Actually, Sasuke came to seek revenge on Danzo. After all, he is the enemy responsible for his clan's extermination. As for what Raikage said about his brother, I suspect he is probably still alive." "What? X3 Shu. Alright, this has always been a secret of our village, so don't shout it out. Otherwise everyone will find out." At this point Gaara and the others also quieted down. "As for why I suspect Killer Bee isn't dead, it's because he is the perfect Jinchuriki. Only a fool like Raikage would believe that Killer Bee was captured." "Hey! You little brat! Who are you insulting?" Raikage's voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see Tsunade and Raikage approaching. "Alright Jaya, stop messing around. Share your assumptions with us," Tsunade chimed in. "Okay, actually it's because of Sasuke. He just activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and he hasn't mastered its abilities yet. Moreover, his chakra isn't enough for him to maintain high-intensity combat for long. He could probably only use his eye techniques twice before running out of chakra, so I deduced that the Killer Bee who was captured must be a fake." Upon hearing my words, everyone found it reasonable. After all, Killer Bee is a perfect Jinchuriki. If he could be captured so easily, then there would be no need for Jinchuriki at all. Anyone could capture a tailed beast. Raikage pondered for a moment after hearing this, then roared in anger, vowing to settle the score with Killer Bee once he found him. Meanwhile, Darui and Ki looked on with a serious expression. Thus everyone returned together to the 5 Kage summit. When Tsunade entered, both the earth and water Kages were slightly surprised to see that the 5th Hokage had recovered. With that, the 5 Kage summit commenced again, this time without mentioning Killer Bee, and instead began discussing why the Akatsuki organization was capturing tailed beasts. At this moment Obito made his entrance. Obito spoke in Madara's tone. "I never expected that the 5 Kage would gather again one day." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards of each Kage rushed out, standing protectively in front of their Kage. I walked up to Tsunade, hands in pockets, and looked at the masked man. "Who are you and what is your purpose for crashing the 5 Kage summit?" Tsunade asked. "My name is Uchiha Madara," Obito said arrogantly. "Impossible, Uchiha Madara has been dead for a long time," the Earth Kage Anoki replied with a hint of fear. "That's right, Uchiha Madara has been dead for many years," the Water Kage added.
Exactly, he was killed by my granduncle ages ago, Tsunade affirmed. Are you Chunin's granddaughter?
At that time I didn't die after the battle with Chunin. I was gravely injured, which is why I am now appearing before you in this form.
Believe it or not, it's up to you. Obito looked at Tsunade.
The others were silent. As for my purpose, it's because I have a plan called the Eye of the Moon and I need you to bring out the 8 tails and 9 tails. After saying this, Obito spread his arms wide as if wanting to embrace the sea.
Impossible, I will never hand Naruto over to you, Tsunade directly refused. Neither will I.
I will take good care of my own brother. Raikage followed suit.
Obito said, don't be hasty, let me tell you about my Eye of the Moon plan.
Obito then started rambling about his story, mentioning illusions and dreams, claiming that dreams contained everything. In the end, the 5 Kage still refused. Seeing that communication had failed, Obito said, in that case I will unilaterally launch the 4th Shinobi World War against you.
What did you say?
X5, I said I will initiate the 4th Shinobi World War and the purpose is for the 8 tails and 9 tails.
With that, Obito prepared to leave.
At that moment a voice suddenly rang out, have you ever experienced the lightspeed kick? With a whoosh I kicked Obito away, making him disappear. After doing all of this I lit a cigarette, then walked back behind the scenes with my hands in my pockets. At this point several Kage finally reacted and began to reconvene to discuss the 4th Shinobi World War, deciding to form a ninja united army. Everyone began to discuss the commandership while Inoki sneered at Gaara for being young and inexperienced.
Gaara retorted sharply, when did you start abandoning your own people?
In the end it was decided that the Raikage would serve as the overall commander of the war, the Water Kage would handle the protection of the daimyo, the Wind Kage would be the commander of the allied forces, the Hokage would be in charge of medical affairs, and the Earth Kage would provide support to the alliance. They planned to send Killer Bee and Naruto to the Turtle Island of the Hidden Cloud Village for protection. Tsunade also asked Raikage to request Killer Bee's help in training Naruto to master the power of the tailed beast. Thus this meeting came to an end and everyone began their return journey. Each Kage started contacting the daimyo of various nations to prepare for high-level meetings back in their villages. After everything wrapped up I set off back to the village with Tsunade. Having come out with great difficulty, Tsunade wouldn't easily return, resulting in me accompanying her to search for casinos along the way. Watching Tsunade wreak havoc I thought to myself, it's no wonder they call her the big fat sheep. In just half a day's time the 10 million I lent her dwindled to half. Meanwhile on Sasuke's side, after Obito announced the war he brought Sasuke and Karin to the bridge to wait for Danzo. Indeed, this was the place where the 2 famous scenes were born. Danzo was here using the 4 symbol seal to seal the bridge, a scene so iconic that I personally feel the bridge should be renamed Sealing Bridge. Sasuke engaged in a battle of the century with Danzo, who used resurrection coins to revive himself while Sasuke activated Susanoo. Danzo, imitating Tobirama, thrust kunai into Susanoo, creating the first famous scene. Afterward Sasuke defeated Danzo, who used sealing techniques to seal the bridge, leading to an iconic laughing expression from Sasuke. At that moment a figure appeared on the broken bridge and it was Sakura. Upon seeing Sasuke she excitedly shouted, Sasuke-kun. Sakura, what are you doing here? Sasuke said coldly. I wanted to be with you, Sasuke-kun. Please take me with you, Sakura replied. What use would you be to me? I can heal you, Sasuke-kun, Sakura said, glancing at Karin. At that moment Sasuke suddenly used Chidori to attack Sakura. Just as it seemed she was in peril, Kakashi rushed in to save her. Kakashi. Sasuke murmured. Sasuke, what are you doing? This is your comrade. Kakashi shouted angrily. I don't have time to play your so-called comrade games. Sasuke replied disdainfully. Let's fight, Kakashi. Show me your strength. With that he directly activated the second form of Susanoo. The two began their battle beneath the bridge as Kakashi switched to Kamui, preparing to respond. Kakashi, can that eye of yours utilize the powers of our Uchiha clan? Today let me show you what a true Uchiha is. With that Sasuke powered Susanoo up to the third form and a fierce wind swept across the lake, leaving Kakashi unsure of what to do. Ah! Ugh! At that moment Susanoo suddenly vanished and Sasuke clutched his left eye, his expression pained. Sakura fell from above him, kunai in hand, but hesitated in front of Sasuke. Sasuke snatched the kunai from her, lunging toward Sakura. Sasuke! Kakashi couldn't intervene in time. Whoosh! Suddenly a figure appeared to save Sakura and Sasuke turned to see a blurred silhouette, Naruto. Sasuke, what are you doing? Sakura is our comrade. Naruto yelled. I don't care, I only care about you, Naruto. I will kill you, Sasuke said with a vicious glare. Oh. Isn't that our infamous demon? A voice suddenly broke through the tension.
Everyone turned to see me and Tsunade.
I had sensed Sasuke's battle through sensory techniques, so I came with Tsunade to check the situation.
Senju Tetsuya, what are you doing here?
Don't think that just because you helped me earlier I will let you off, Sasuke said grimly.
Oh. Not let me off.
With those eyes of yours about to go blind.
What?
Foreseeing everyone's astonished faces, I said, alright, let's talk later. First let's see how Sasuke is doing.
Senju Tetsuya, do you know something? Sasuke stated confidently.
Well, perhaps let's talk later when the chance comes.
Your comrade has come to pick you up. As soon as I finished my sentence, a vortex appeared and Obito arrived on the battlefield. Welcome to the confrontation route. I suddenly threw in that line. Everyone. Obito. Ahem, is this your comrade?
Seeing the awkward situation, I had to change the subject.
Sasuke, your eyes need rest, let's go.
Obito walked up to Sasuke.
How did that kick feel?
I asked curiously after all I had kicked with all my might.
So it was you. You made me lose and I'll remember you.
Obito blared at me angrily.
Oh. Is that so? Then I'll be waiting. I shrugged it off unimpressed.
Alright Sasuke, let's go.
Obito placed his hand on Sasuke's shoulder and used Kamui. Naruto, I will deal with you personally. With that they vanished. Back in the cave, Sasuke said, quick, give me a transplant of a full set of Sharingan. Can't you see anymore? Alright, follow me. Obito said. Just after Sasuke left, Naruto suddenly fainted.
Tsunade hurriedly checked on him. It turned out he had been cut by a poisoned kunai while rescuing Sakura.
Then Tsunade and Sakura also treated the injured Xiangling and the poisoned Naruto. After the treatment, everyone headed towards Konoha together, and on the way Tsunade asked me, how did you know Sasuke's eyes were going blind? Because earlier Sasuke's pupils had clearly lost focus. That's a symptom of blindness, and using the Mangekyo Sharingan too much leads to this, didn't you know?
Everyone shook their heads. Seeing this, I continued, because the loss of the Mangekyo's ocular power cannot be replenished. That's why Itachi designed to let himself die at Sasuke's hands, thereby helping Sasuke awaken the eternal Mangekyo.
Eternal Mangekyo? Tsunade asked curiously.
That's right, the eternal Mangekyo is achieved by transplanting the Mangekyo Sharingan of a close relative onto oneself, thus awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara possessed this pair of eyes.
What?
X5 By the way, Tetsuya, you just said Itachi sacrificed himself for Sasuke. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's extermination was truly because of?
Naruto asked in confusion. Wait. Naruto, do you know something? Tsunade asked sternly. A lady, Tsunade, actually.
At this moment Kakashi spoke up, recounting to Tsunade the reason behind the Uchiha clan's extermination when Obito had found them. As I suspected Danzo was not a good person, I support Sasuke in this matter, I also remarked.
You little brat. Watch your words, Danzo is still an advisor to Konoha, Tsunade said, a bit irritated.
What's wrong with the higher-ups?
Did I say something wrong?
Just think about it, those 4 high-ranking officials back then caused Konoha's strength to regress so much even a small ninja village could step on Konoha. Look at the current technological developments, the Cloud Village is already in the lead, and look at us with so much electronic technology, why hasn't it developed?
Moreover, ninjas can also use ninjutsu to participate in construction, which could speed up the development. Chakra conduction could also improve transportation, build many transport tools, we could create chakra boats at sea, chakra planes in the sky, and chakra cars on the road.
There are televisions, but there are no phones for remote communication. There's conduction technology, yet no one designs chakra cannons. If it weren't for the abundance of talent in Konoha back then, winning through sheer numbers, Konoha would have perished long ago. Those 4 old fools wouldn't have the lives they do now. A bunch of useless, cowardly high-ups not thinking of developing the village but engaging in political infighting, targeting this clan and that clan.
Konoha should be grateful it didn't perish at their hands. My not killing them is already a mercy to them.
After the 3rd Hokage took office, he never participated in war again, always wearing a false benevolence.
Danzo was afraid of dying, implanting 10 pairs of Sharingan using Izanagi to save his life.
The 2 useless advisors only hide in the village saying yes, yes, yes. After Naruto's father died, Konoha was no longer the Konoha of everyone, it became the Konoha of just those 4 people. Especially the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, who fought in the shadows for many years over the Hokage position. Go see those comrades in the village who died in their political struggles, the inhumane human experiments, and the root, the families threatened by the 3rd Hokage. Sending young children to the battlefield along with the dirty deals made by the 2. The death of Shinsui was most likely the result of their collaboration to conduct would release human experiments. And Konoha's White Fang, who was killed by Danzo's slander because he threatened the 3rd Hokage's position. Oh, and Naruto too. Danzo spread rumors about the Nine Tails which the third Hokage allowed.
So only their deaths can bring new life to Konoha. Think about the original will of fire. It was meant for the older generation to protect the next generation. Now look at the third Hokage sending young children to the battlefield while hiding in Konoha. Tisk tisk, their greed is too ugly. With that I lit a cigarette and walked ahead, ignoring the others. Behind me Naruto and Sakura wore shocked expressions, unable to believe the words spoken today had completely overturned their long-held views and perceptions. Tsunade and Kakashi had grim faces that could kill, as all this was the pain of Konoha. Even Xiangling hadn't expected Konoha to be this dark. Thus everyone remained silent along the way, each lost in their own thoughts. Upon reaching a grove they discovered the 12 little warriors had been knocked unconscious. At this moment Sakura awkwardly smiled and said, "Initially I wanted to confront Sasuke alone, but everyone stopped me, so..." Everyone was silent for a long time. Eventually those laying on the ground slowly awakened. Sakura began to apologize and explain what had just happened, though she did not mention what I said. When everyone learned that Danzo had been killed they all wore puzzled expressions, as they did not know who was responsible, and Sakura did not provide any explanations. Only Sai was internally shocked, not expecting that Danzo had been killed by Sasuke. Thus a large group headed towards Konoha, at which point Kiba looked at me and said, "Tetsuya, what kind of clothes are you wearing? They look quite stylish." Hee, stylish, right? I specially ordered them. Is that so? No wonder I haven't seen them in the village. At this moment Sai suddenly spoke up, "Lord Hokage, the Root's curse mark has disappeared. What will happen to Root now?" "Oh, I know. Once Danzo died it automatically dissipated. As for your arrangements, I haven't thought it through yet. We'll discuss it when we get back to the village," Tsunade replied, waving her hand. After 3 days everyone returned to Konoha. Upon returning to the village Tsunade immediately began a high-level meeting and notified the daimyo about the impending war. I then went to the mountain to report safety to Ino and informed her that I would be going to the Wetbone Forest for Sage Mo training. That evening the two of us went to my house and started a century battle, and I also handed over my long-accumulated provisions in advance. The next day I arrived at the Hokage building and saw the restored Hokage office after a long night of work by Yamato. I knocked on the door saying, "Come in." So I entered the office. "Big sister Tetsuya. What's the matter? Did you forget? I'm going to train in Sage Mode now." "Oh, so that's what it is. Fine, you can go. If anything comes up I'll have the slug notify you," Tsunade said after a moment of thought. "Okay, then I'll be off. Contact me if anything comes up," I said before leaving. Once I reached a secluded area I called out summoning technique. I directly summoned a small slug. "Lord Tetsuya, what can I do for you?" "Slug, could you please send me to the Wetbone Forest for my training? I need a place without disturbances." "Okay, understood. Please wait a moment, Lord Tetsuya," the slug said before suddenly disappearing with a bang. About a minute later I suddenly felt a pulling sensation, and then the scene changed, bringing me to a quiet dark little island. "Lord Tetsuya," the slug crawled to my feet and said. "Oh, thank you, slug. You're welcome. You wanted a quiet place, right? Please follow me." With that the slug started walking ahead. Alright, I followed. Looking at the color of the land I thought, this island must be the true form of the slug sage. It's really vast. Compared to my past life it might be about the same size as Marineford, or perhaps even larger. After walking for around 10 minutes the slug finally stopped and said, "Lord Tetsuya, we have arrived. This is where those who came here to train Sage Mode left behind." "Okay, thank you. You can go about your business now." Seeing this small wooden hut I realized it must have been left by the first Hokage during his training. After the slug left I entered the small wooden hut, which contained only a simple bed and a table. I then sat cross-legged on the bed and called out, System, are you there?" The system replied, "I'm here, host." "System, I can now start training in Sage Mode." The system said, "Okay, host, please wait a moment." The system continued, "Host, the training method for Sage Mode has been integrated into your brain. Once you begin training, the system will assist you in the process." "Alright, let me see," I said. The method of training for Sage Mode: the host sits cross-legged and immerses their consciousness in the abdomen. The system will activate the wedge to absorb external natural energy and automatically filter impurities. The so-called impurities are the different natural energies from the 3 great sacred lands. Different natural energies will result in different Sage Modes. The natural energy filtered by the wedge is the purest in the world, and the host needs to merge this pure natural energy with their physical and mental energy. The ratios for the 3 types of energy are physical energy 3, mental energy 3, 1 natural energy 3, 6.
The host needs to merge them by themselves and the system will assist and supervise the host if there are any issues with the body. The system will provide timely reminders.
After seeing the explanation, I understood the general situation.
At this moment tattoos began to crawl up my arms and I felt an overwhelming surge of natural energy. I immediately closed my eyes, sank my consciousness into my abdomen and began to merge according to the specified ratios. The training officially began. At that moment the giant slug suddenly sensed a very pure natural energy that had not transformed into the natural energy of the wet bone forest. Thus the giant slug sent a clone to investigate and found it was the little hut where Tetsuya was. Knowing this, the giant slug realized that Tetsuya was training in sage mode but was puzzled as to why it had not taught him how to train. Seeing this situation, the giant slug decided to wait until Tetsuya finished training to ask him for clarification, so it arranged for a clone slug to stay and observe. While I was training tirelessly, the outside world had begun to mobilize military forces.
Yamato along with Naruto and Guy headed to the Turtle Island in the Cloud Village for close training.
At this moment in the square of the Rain Village, a woman stood silently on the surface of the lake waiting for something.
I already guessed you would come, Xiaonan said calmly as she looked at Obito. If that's the case, then take me to find Nagato.
Impossible, their bodies have already been placed in an absolutely safe place by me. That pair of eyes does not belong to him, Obito said coldly.
Paper Shuriken Shadow Clone. Kamui. Wait. Does the Paper Shuriken carry explosive tags? Fire Style Storm Dance. Paper Dance Technique. Got you, Kamui.
Xiaonan quickly fled from the vortex towards a certain place and Obito pursued her using Kamui.
After a long while. I will bury you here.
Obito began to look around, but there was water everywhere and he found nothing unusual. At that moment the center of the lake suddenly parted and Obito began to fall vertically, realizing that it was filled with explosive tags.
God's Paper Technique. I know your intangibility lasts for 5 minutes.
These 600 billion explosive tags were specially prepared for you. They can explode continuously for 10 minutes.
Die. 10 minutes later. Huff huff, it should be resolved. Xiaonan knelt on the surface of the lake.
Not necessarily, a voice said, causing Xiaonan to turn around sharply. A water pipe suddenly pierced her heart and she coughed up blood as she quickly distanced herself.
Obito coldly said, you don't understand the Uchiha Izanagi, the ultimate illusion technique that can rewrite dreams into reality. Is that so? But Akatsuki was founded by Yahiko.
It is a bridge towards peace.
It does not belong to you.
After saying that, Xiaonan used her remaining chakra to perform the paper dance technique separation.
Obito dodged and then directly grabbed Xiaonan's neck using Genjutsu to read her memories. After finding Nagato's location, he reclaimed the Rinnegan.
At this time Xiaonan lay on the lake surface covered in blood as her mind replayed warm scenes from her childhood with the two and Jiraiya slowly closing her eyes to depart from this world.
Meanwhile, the ninja allied forces were heading towards the gathering place in the Cloud Village, consisting of a total of 87360 people. They were divided into 5 main units: mid-range, close-range, short, medium-range support, long-range support and special ninjutsu.
In a certain cave a white Zetsu rushed in and shouted, Madara.
There's a strange person outside who wants to see you. Is that so? Then I shall go take a look. With that, Obito walked outside. Oh, Uchiha Madara, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kabuto Yakushi. Oh. You are Kabuto Yakushi. What do you want from me? I've heard that you have declared war on the entire ninja world, so I've come to propose an alliance with you.
Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, an alliance.
What do you have to offer me? Of course this. Ninja art in pure world reincarnation. Boom. 10 coffins emerged from the ground.
When the lids fell open, the deceased members of the Akatsuki organization along with past Kages of Wind, Earth, Lightning, Water and Jiraiya were revealed.
Seeing this, Obito scoffed, this little trick won't impress me. Is that so? Then how about this? Kabuto had a confident look on his face. A coffin appeared right in front of Obito.
When the lid opened, Obito exclaimed in shock and anger, you bastard.
What do you want to achieve? Obito asked with a grim face. I don't need to know who you are, Mr. Madara.
What I desire is to prove my worth through this war.
May our collaboration be fruitful. To a successful partnership.
With that, Obito led Kabuto into the cave, showing him his army of 100,000 white Zetsu, and then they began to formulate their attack plans. After some discussion, Kabuto controlled Deidara to capture the would release user Yamato, using him to enhance the power of the resurrected ninjas. Then Obito commanded the 100,000 White Zetsu and all the resurrected ninjas to attack various units of the Ninja Alliance together. After concluding their discussions, Kabuto left to find Yamato while Obito began to implant the Rinnegan into his left eye, preparing to control the captured Jinchuriki corpses and go after the Eight Tails and Nine Tails. On Naruto's side, as soon as he entered the ceiling space, the Nine Tails realized what he was planning. However, being the proud Nine Tails, he felt it was humiliating that his host allied with the Eight Tails to seize his chakra. What followed was a fierce battle between Naruto and the Nine Tails in the ceiling space. Since he had previously told Naruto that he wanted to be friends with the tailed beasts, he didn't directly seize Naruto's chakra as before. The two of them exchanged blows while talking. Naruto continuously tried to persuade the Nine Tails, while the proud Nine Tails, feeling displeased by Naruto's alliance with the Eight Tails, relentlessly mocked him, resembling two children fighting. In the end, it was Kushina who intervened, trapping the Nine Tails with the adamantine ceiling chains, leading to a dramatic reunion scene. After chatting with Kushina, the Nine Tails expressed, "Naruto, you have allied with the Eight Tails. I am very displeased. Here's some of my chakra for you, but don't come looking for me again, it's embarrassing." He then divided half of his chakra to Naruto. Although Naruto's lack of love was filled by Kushina, neither Naruto nor the Nine Tails had made amends, so Naruto could only use the Sage Mode. But for now it was enough. Back in reality, Naruto also discovered Kisame. Soon they battled against Kisame using the Daytime Tiger to instantly defeat him, although the intelligence was still sent out. Meanwhile, Killer Bee began to teach Naruto how to control his Nine Tails power, starting with practicing building blocks. Just as Naruto began the second phase of his training on Turtle Island, Yamato was captured by Deidara and Kabuto outside. Thus the war began across the 5 battlefields. A continuous wave of White Zetsu advanced to the battlefield, while Kabuto also started using Impure World Reincarnation to send some cannon fodder to the front lines. In the Wetbone Forest, the pure natural energy that had been surrounding the area for the past 7 days began to converge into the small cabin, absorbing its last traces before dissipating. Inside the cabin, a pair of eyes suddenly opened and golden pupils shone brightly in the darkness. Sage Mode successful, I shouted excitedly. Finally! I managed to activate it within 10 seconds. My perfect Sage Mode is most noticeable by the transformation of my blue pupils into golden ones, radiating a dazzling light, which is exceptionally cool. Because I was wearing a suit and cloak, although I had tattoos on my arms, they were hidden by the clothing. It wasn't a big problem. Just then a voice rang out, "Lord Tetsuya, has your training concluded?" "Ah, Snail, yes, it's finished." "Then please follow me, Sage Snail is looking for you." "Alright, just a moment." With that, I deactivated Sage Mode, got off the bed and pushed the door open. "I'm sorry, it's been a week since I washed up, so I might smell." "No worries, please come with me." After a while, upon arriving, I found a snail about the same size as Gamabunta standing before me. "You are Senju Tetsuya?" Sage Snail curiously examined me. "Yes, Sage Snail." "How did you attain Sage Mode?" "I don't recall teaching you, and your natural energy is remarkably pure." Upon hearing Sage Snail's inquiry, I explained, "Well, Sage Snail, I had already learned Sage Mode before signing a contract with the Wetbone Forest. Due to my own reasons, I underwent retraining. Since I knew how to use Sage Mode before, I was aware of the training methods. I just lacked a quiet environment for training, so after signing the contract with the Wetbone Forest, I hope to find this peaceful place to train. As for the pure natural energy, it's because I practice a Sage Mode that I developed myself, not relying on the natural energy of the 3 great sacred lands. Therefore, I can purify the natural energy from the sacred lands for my own use." With that, I began to gather Sage Chakra, entering Sage Mode after 10 seconds, opening my golden pupils to look at Sage Snail. Upon hearing my words and seeing my perfect Sage Mode, Sage Snail's antennae began to flail wildly, clearly shocked. After a long pause, Sage Snail spoke. "I see, it seems another strong one has emerged. Little one, the Sage Mode you are using now resembles the one modified by the Sage of 6 Paths, but you didn't modify it, you created it yourself." "The Sage of 6 Paths? Modified?" I asked in confusion. "Yes, indeed. A long time ago, the Sage of 6 Paths went to the home of that old man Gamamaru to learn sage arts. After defeating Kagaya, Kagaya is the mother of the Sage of 6 Paths. After defeating Kagaya, he modified the Sage Mode of Mount Mayaboku. However, he learned it first before modifying it. You, on the other hand, created it directly, so in this regard you are stronger than the Sage of 6 Paths. Even your ancestor, the one called Senju Hashirama, isn't as powerful as you," Sage Snail explained to me. "Is that so?" "Hahaha, thank you for the compliment, Sage Snail. However, my strength also elevates the Wetbone Forest, which is quite good, isn't it?" "Hee hee, little one, you're quite eloquent. You're more articulate than that little Senju Hashirama."
Sage Snail said while waving his antennae. Alright little one, now that your training is over you should return. The ninja world has started a new war. Tsunade mentioned to me that you should find her as soon as your training concludes. Alright Sage Snail, thank you for your care during this time. Hee hee, it's nothing little one. If you need anything during battle feel free to summon my clone. With that Sage Snail vanished. Just then a small snail crawled over and said, Lord Tetsuya, do you need me to inform Lady Tsunade to summon you using reverse summoning? Not for now. I need to return to the village to clean myself up, I'm too dirty and smelly. Alright, I'll contact the closest clone to the village. Please wait a moment. With that the snail left. Watching the snail depart I deactivated Sage Mode and sat quietly on the ground waiting to be summoned back. A minute later my body began to be pulled, the scenery changed and I appeared in a forest in the land of fire. At that moment the snail on the ground spoke, Lord Tetsuya, if you head west for about 5 kilometers you will reach Konohagakure. Alright, thank you snail. You can go back to your business, I'm heading back to the village now. It's no problem Lord Tetsuya. See you later. With that the snail crawled into the grass. After the snail left with a whoosh I flashed golden light and flew toward the village. Finally back home. Pushing open the door I walked into my small room. I tossed my clothes into the system backpack and said, System, help me clean my clothes, I'll wear them later. The system replied, understood host. Without further ado I dashed into the bathroom to wash up. I love taking baths, my skin feels great. I put on a shower cap and started singing and dancing. As I hummed a tune in the bathroom washing up. 20 minutes later a handsome guy with 6-pack abs wrapped in a towel appeared on the sofa in the living room. Slumped on the sofa I suddenly felt lazy. To hell with the ninja war, to hell with Uchiha Madara. Why do I have to fight when being at home is so nice? Just as I was lamenting life an incongruous sound interrupted me, knock knock knock. I ignored it. Knock knock knock, it came again. Damn it, does taking a break mean nothing to you? Reluctantly I cursed under my breath and went to open the door. The Umbu agent turned red upon seeing me. I teased, oh I didn't expect you to be a girl. Ahem, Lord Jaya, the Hokage instructed us to let you know that if you return to the village we should inform you. The Umbu agent Yuzuki Yugo said. Oh, go ahead. The Hokage said that if you return to the village you should pack your things and go to the command center in Kumogakure immediately. Alright, I understand. You can go now. After saying that I closed the door. At that moment Yuzuki Yugo was lost in thought at my doorstep, recalling my physique from earlier. Shaking her head she quickly dismissed her thoughts and left. Back inside I helplessly took out a clean set of clothes from the system and changed. System, come out. The system replied, present host. I need sunglasses like Kizaru's. Understood host. 1,000 points have been deducted. I put on the sunglasses that resembled those from my past life in the Air Force and checked my panel. Host Senju Tetsuya. Appearance like golden hair, blue pupils, hairstyle like Takagekyu's Gunma. Bloodline Senji clan. Abilities Bloodline limit, light release, wind, fire, lightning, water, yang. Stamina max, spirit max. Strength max, speed max. Chakra 10 tons. System backpack 1 copy card 9 billion Ryo. Activated ninjutsu. Mastery of hand-to-hand combat, mastery of sword technique, sage mode, sensing technique, planetary Rasengan, spiraling shuriken. Light release, Yada mirror, Yada jewel, laser beam, aim, Morakumo, roar of light, light speed kick. Water release, water barrier, water severing wave, water dragon bullet, water dragon bite, explosion. Fire release, great fire extinguishing, great fire disappearance. Points 11352600. System used the copy card to duplicate the planetary Rasengan. The system replied, host, duplication complete. Looking at the copy card in my hand I thought, phew, done. I can just tap it on Naruto's forehead when I see him. After getting ready I stepped out. Dressed in a suit and cloak, besides the pack of cigarettes in my pocket I didn't bring anything like ninja tools or bandages. To put it simply, I just went out wearing a stylish outfit, haha. Thus I strolled leisurely toward the gates of Konoha, greeting the 2 gatekeepers at the entrance. Yo, you two, no rest today. It's supposed to be an easy job, where would we find rest? You guys are the ones fighting on the battlefield, hang in there. Jaya, bring back our share. Seeing these two all pumped up I almost wanted to send them to the battlefield, but I couldn't. After all, they were the gatekeepers, if I sent them out they might not come back. I could only say, don't worry, trust me. After saying that I walked out the gate. Ready. Go. With a flash of golden light I flew toward Kumogakure.
At this moment on the battlefield there were many Narutos appearing as he had been discovered. When Naruto learned that the entire ninja world was at war, he resolutely charged toward the battlefield. Even Irika could not stop him. Killer Bee had no choice but to follow closely behind. In the vast desert, 5 figures wandered aimlessly when suddenly a massive sandstorm swept in. Magnet, release Gold Sand. Raza directly summoned Gold Sand to block the attack. Is that Shikaku? No, wait. Is that Gaara? Raza said uncertainly. Oh, isn't that the ability of Shikaku from Sunigakure? Jiraiya said. Long time no see, my dear father. A cold voice came. Gaara. Where's Shikaku? That kind of thing hasn't been inside me for a long time, and it's all thanks to you, my father. Gaara said from a superior position. What? It's because of you that I became a Jinchuriki. It's because of you that I had to strive to gain others' recognition. It's because of you that I finally became the Kazekage. Gaara said expressionlessly. What? You're the Kazekage now? This time Raza was shocked. Is this your son? He's quite a fine young man. The third Raikage said. It seems you're not doing well as a father. Jiraiya said with a smile. At this moment Inoki, flying in the sky, said it's not just that he's now the commander of our ninja alliance. Is that so? It seems I really am a negligent father. Raza said helplessly. Inoki. It seems you've lived a long time because of dust release. The second Tsuchikage said. Yes, Lord Inoki, this also allows me to see that a new era is about to arrive. Hey, don't ignore me. The second Mizukage shouted. Get out of the way. Dust release original world separation technique. Dust release original world separation technique. Everyone scattered. Boom, boom, boom. The two ninjutsu collided. Gaara and Raza began a sand-based counterattack. The third Raikage charged toward the Kumogakure ninja. The second Tsuchikage and the third Tsuchikage started their battle. Only the second Mizukage stood there motionless. Jiraiya directly summoned a summoning beast, but due to the impure world reincarnation not having blood, he couldn't summon. Yukushi Kabuto saw that Jiraiya couldn't use a summoning beast, so he began to control Jiraiya to use Rasengan to rush into the ninja army. At that moment a golden figure blocked Jiraiya's path. Pervy Sage. Naruto exclaimed. It's Naruto, he's grown. Is this the power gained after mastering the 9 tails? Jiraiya looked at Naruto with satisfaction. Yes, this is the 9 tails mode. Naruto replied happily. Is that so? It's a shame we can't have a proper chat, I'm being controlled. Defeat me now, it's time for you to surpass your master. Super Big Ball Rasengan. X2. They fought fiercely for dozens of rounds with Naruto unable to bring himself to hurt Jiraiya. At that moment Jiraiya shouted, Naruto, use your big move, quickly seal me. At that moment Naruto was very reluctant to do so, but had no choice. He could only tearfully use the jutsu wind release spiraling shuriken. He directly sent Jiraiya flying, and the sealing class took the opportunity to seal Jiraiya. Naruto, you've already surpassed your master. You are the most perfect masterpiece of Jiraiya's legendary tale. Jiraiya smiled at Naruto. Ah, Pervy Sage, thank you. Naruto said, lowering his head and shedding tears. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Kumogakure. Finally arrived, brother, how do I get to the command center? Stop. Who are you? What do you want? 2 guards stopped me and asked. I am Senju Tetsuya, Lord Tsunade sent me to find her. Alright, please wait a moment. One of the guards then left. After a long while. Senju Tetsuya, follow me. The guard returned and led me into Kumogakure. On the way I looked at the houses perched on the cliffs and couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, in terms of technological application, Kumogakure is definitely the best right now. The guide ninja reported, Lord Laying, Lady Gangsho Chiensho Jaya has been brought. Understood. You may go, Laying replied with a wave. Yes. I entered the command headquarters, watching the beautiful secretaries from Lugio and Yanin assign plans and Uncle Hai perched atop the communications apparatus. Then Gangsho called, hey, what are you looking at? Come here. Oh. I sauntered over. How is the training going? Finished yet? Gangsho asked with curiosity. Haha, the slug sage said my sage mode is even stronger than that of the 6-path sage. What? I exclaimed. Laying beside me looked utterly stunned. Gangsho, seeing his expression, lifted her chin slightly like a peacock about to unfurl its plumage. You brat, do you have any idea what you're saying?
Lei Ying asked sternly. Please, have you forgotten I beat you back then? I replied. I scratched my ear and said it nonchalantly. You brat. What did you say? Out, come on, let's have another fight. Lei Ying bellowed. Everyone working in the back turned to look. All right, Jaya. Tone it down, Gangsho interjected to diffuse the awkwardness. In truth, when she first heard Lei Ying had been beaten, Gangsho had laughed for a long time. Poof. Bah. Enough. Jaya, we've called you to send you to the battlefield and to help analyze the situation. Right now the fronts are all maintaining offensive momentum and Mingren has already joined the fight. We intended to protect him, but Lu Ka failed to block it. Any thoughts? For now, hold the line. Once the Edo Tensei on each front are dealt with, converge toward Mingren. Do not bother with Baiju, as for Mingren himself it matters little, the best defense is offense. The best defense is offense. Both Lei Ying and Gangsho fell into thoughtful silence. After a long while they considered the plan. Very well, brat, go find my AI Luo and have that old man Dayimu step down to rest. He's been fighting so long I'm afraid he might collapse, Gangsho said. Lei Ying laughed heartily. Indeed, the old fellow is aged and his back is frail. Don't let him strain himself on the field, he might not come back, ha ha ha. I shrugged. Whatever you arrange is fine with me. Alright, depart at once and try to get there early, Gangsho instructed. Gangsho asked how long would it take to reach the battlefield using the Tiansong technique. Kid, where did you learn of the Tiansong technique? Lei Ying asked in surprise. It's hardly secret, you treat it like a treasure. You. Enough, stop bickering. You two are truly sparring partners. You meet and cannot say two words without arguing, Gangsho sighed, exasperated. Gangsho pinched her forehead, speechless. Poof. Using the Tiansong technique will take about 5 minutes or so, but that ninjutsu places extreme demands on the body. Kid, can you endure it? You old man, who do you think you're looking down on? Golden Flash. I can move at light speed, your jutsu is far too slow. I'm leaving. Without waiting for Lei Ying's reaction, a golden flash and I vanished. Lei Ying, ready to fight me, found that in the blink the place where I had stood was empty. Ahem, Lord Lei Ying, he is already gone, Gangsho sighed. That fast? Lei Ying asked, puzzled. He had assumed I had used the Flying Thunder God. Yes. Lately that kid developed a four-nature fusion bloodline technique which lets him transform into light and employ the power of light, Gangsho explained. She added, across the shinobi world there is likely no one faster now. His lightspeed rivals that of the Flying Thunder God. What? Looks like I will have to spar with that kid when I have the time, Lei Ying exclaimed, rubbing his hands eagerly. Lu Jio. Tell Hai Yi to notify Wa Ai Luo's allied forces. Jia has departed and will arrive to reinforce shortly, Gangsho ordered toward Luan. Yes, Lady Gangsho. Luan replied, then hurried toward Hai Yi. At the desert battlefield, Mingren had just finished dealing with Zilai Yi and stood in sorrow while Wa Ai Luo had subdued Luoshai. His mother's absolute defense had made Wa Ai Luo feel the warmth of love. On the third Raikage's flank, when ninjas were holding the line while the second Mizukage idly toyed with genjutsu, playing Hideon-seek with the allied shinobi. Dayimu was locked in a grueling battle with the second Tsuchikage. As the two prepared for a third round of dust release confrontation, a voice from above addressed the second Tsuchikage. Have you ever tasted a lightspeed kick? With a sharp whoosh, the second Tsuchikage was kicked into the ground. Dayimu rushed in and, aiming at the head buried in the earth, unleashed Earth Release Super Heavy Rock Technique. Sealing Squad. Hurry and execute the seal. Dayimu shouted. Only then did the sealing team react and dash forward. Careful. Before the warning finished, the second Tsuchikage was already sealed. After I landed, I walked toward Mingren. Seeing the crestfallen look on his face, I took out a replication card. With a smack, I pressed the replication card to Mingren's forehead and teased, hey golden lightbulb, what's wrong with you? Broken-hearted. Shut up, you're the lightbulb, this is Ninetales mode. Mingren, smarting from my smack, retorted sharply, by the way, why are you only just arriving? I just finished training, took a bath, changed clothes and came right away. A true master always makes his entrance last, I said with a smile to Mingren. Wasn't that my line? Mingren was momentarily embarrassed. After all, back in the land of waves he had once said the same to Su Sao. Haha, borrowing it for a moment, don't mind. Quickly absorb the ninjutsu I just gave you. Oh right. I just defeated the lecherous sage, Mingren added as he checked the jutsu details. Is that so? Was he reanimated by Edo Tensei as well? This planetary Rasengan is incredible, Mingren said excitedly as he assimilated the memory. Yes. Because it spirals unpredictably, it consumes a lot of chakra, but you should be able to use it without trouble. Thanks then. At that moment AI Luo and Dayimu approached. Jaya, you're here. Yes. AI Luo, well done, becoming an accomplished Kage. Congratulations. Thank you. You're the youngster from the 5 Kage Summit, right? I heard you are the new generation Golden Flash.
And you share the same fused bloodline technique as I do.
Dayimu asked, studying me with curiosity.
Old Dayimu, you flatter me, it's merely the contrast provided by my peers.
AI Luo. Dayimu. Ming run.
Dayimu forced a laugh and said, he, in some sense youth is truly formidable. They all burst into laughter.
AI Luo smiled as well. Alright, no more fooling around. AI Luo and old Dayimu, you two go deal with the second Mizukage first.
He uses steam-based genjutsu. AI Luo-san should find his true body easily.
Old man, after you finish with the second Mizukage, take a rest.
Ming-Ren, come with me, we'll take on the third Raikage. With that I grabbed Ming-Ren by the back of his collar and flew in the direction of the Raikage.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Accompanied by the sound of exploding ninjutsu, the third Raikage was rampaging across the battlefield. As I watched the battle of the Raikage from the sky alongside Naruto, he pondered for a moment before saying, Tetsuya, let's use the Raisin Shuriken together. A pincer attack should be able to end the fight directly. Sure, after I throw you down you can directly restrain the third Raikage and I will seize the opportunity to attack him from behind with ninjutsu.
Okay.
After finalizing the plan, I promptly threw Naruto towards the third Raikage. In midair, Naruto gathered his Raisin Shuriken and hurled it at the Raikage, who narrowly dodged it by sidestepping. Taking advantage of the situation, Naruto threw the Flying Thunder God Kunai near the Raikage's feet, then tossed the Raisin Shuriken back to himself, but the Raikage jumped to avoid it. Once on the ground, Naruto caught the Raisin Shuriken with his chakra hand, teleporting to the Raikage's front and striking him with the Raisin Shuriken, while I also appeared behind the Raikage to hit him with another Raisin Shuriken. Wind Release Raisin Shuriken X2. After moving out of the ninjutsu's range, we watched two massive spherical whirlwinds stirring up the air, exchanging fist bumps and smiles.
Oh. It's a victory.
Other ninjas expressed their joy and celebrated upon seeing the damage we dealt to the third Raikage.
Alright, the sealing team, prepare.
Yes, X2. After the ninjutsu dissipated, the third Raikage was left with only half of his body and the sealing team promptly sealed him.
Alright Tetsuya, this side is taken care of, let's go find Gaara and the others. Okay, let's go.
With that I took Naruto and flew towards Gaara's direction. The people below were astonished as they saw us fly away, while a young sand ninja beside Temari asked Tamarissima, is this the bloodline user you mentioned earlier? Yes, this one is from earlier. The one I mentioned is the third Sasuke Inoki, while this is the new generation's Golden Flash from Konoha. The headquarters just informed me that he also possesses a bloodline limit, and it's a newly developed one. The golden glow around him must be the new bloodline limit.
No wonder he's so strong. Look at his outfit, it's so cool.
And that smug expression of his. I wonder if he has a girlfriend.
Two infatuated sand ninjas remarked.
Hearing their comments, Temari replied speechlessly, don't even think about it, he already has a wife and is about to get married.
X2 on Gaara's side, thanks to my reminder, Inoki avoided twisting his waist.
The two successfully dealt with the second Mizukage and were resting with the Ninja Alliance.
Naruto and I found Gaara and the others chatting and resting together, preparing for the next battle. Just as I was about to tell Naruto to disperse his shadow clone, a massive chakra appeared. Boom! A coffin lid was kicked away and a man in red armor emerged, revealing himself as our Ninja World's Dance King Uchiha Madara.
What's this?
Edo Tensei. What's Nagato and Black Setsi doing?
Madara looked at his own body, somewhat puzzled.
Hello, Mr. Madara, I resurrected you. Kabuto controlled the second Tsuchikage and said.
A coward who doesn't dare to show his face, Madara scoffed.
Don't say that I've restored you to your prime.
Kabuto said proudly.
Brat. Have you ever learned about my prime? Madara glared fiercely at Kabuto. Isn't this your time to showcase it?
With that he gestured for the second Tsuchikage to make an inviting gesture.
After a while, Madara cracked his neck and moved his wrist, saying, is that so?
Then let me show you, brat, my prime. At that moment everyone beneath the stone platform, especially Inoki, looked at Madara with disbelief, mumbling, Uchiha Madara.
Naruto, curious, asked, is this person Madara? The masked man also claimed to be Madara. How can there be two Madaras? Others ignored Naruto, their eyes fixed on Uchiha Madara, readying themselves for battle.
At that moment Madara jumped off the stone platform, gradually accelerating, and began charging towards the Ninja Alliance.
Meanwhile I watched Madara's performance from the back, preparing to make my move later.
Madara was having a great time jumping left and right among the crowd, then grabbing a person's neck, reenacting the classic famous scene and saying to the person before him, "Do you want to dance too?" Boom! With a loud sound, Temari successfully fanned Madara away with her fan, shouting, "Stop looking down on people." Hearing this, I couldn't help but facepalm. Damn, this tiger girl can really look down on you. Not only can she look down on you, but she can also take you out in an instant, sis. However, I didn't dwell on the sarcasm for long, knowing Madara was about to unleash ninjutsu. I quickly moved forward. At this moment, Madara dusted off his shoulders and formed Hand Seal's Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation. Simultaneously, I also formed Hand Seal's Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation. Thus, two pillars of fire clashed against each other, and after a few seconds, with a loud boom, both of us finished casting our ninjutsu. Madara looked at me and said, "Kid, you're quite good. How about joining my plan? Welcome to the anti-road." Madara, Kabuto, everyone. Only Naruto had a dark expression, recalling what I had said to the masked man. Madara asked Kabuto, "What does that mean?" Kabuto replied, Actually, I don't know either." Seeing this, Madara didn't ask further and directly activated the second form of Susanoo, swinging his dual blades, launching blade aura towards everyone. At this moment, Naruto, having exhausted the chakra of the Nine Tails, entered Sage Mode and charged at Madara, striking him with an ultra big ball Rasengan aimed at Susanoo, but it was ineffective. Then Naruto used the Raisin Shuriken and threw it at Madara, while Inoki went to lessen Gaara's sand. Gaara controlled the sand beneath Madara's feet and together with Naruto pulled Madara out of Susanoo. Just as Naruto's Raisin Shuriken was about to hit Madara, he switched to his Rinnegan and absorbed the ninjutsu. Naruto, seeing Madara's eyes, was shocked, saying, "Why does Madara have Nagato-senpai's eyes?" The Rinnegan is probably the final evolution of the Sharingan. Nagato is from the Uzumaki clan and lacks the bloodline limit for the eyes, otherwise you would have awakened yours earlier. I explained at that moment. "Oh. Kid, it seems your analytical skills are quite impressive," Madara praised. "Not at all, it's all thanks to my peers." Madara. I really want to kill this brat. Everyone's lips twitched. "What time is it and you're still joking? Is this the eye possessed by the Sage of Six Paths?" At this moment, Kabuto walked over to Madara and asked, "You, a worthless brat who isn't qualified to examine the Uchiha clan's stone tablet, actually knows so much?" Madara replied coldly, "Thank you for the compliment. All of this was deduced when Lord Orochimaru was studying the Uchiha clan's Sharingan." Kabuto said proudly. Summoning technique. Haven't captured the Nine Tails yet. That kid with yellow hair down there is the current Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." Kabuto explained. "Hey, is he a descendant of Mito?" Madara sensed the chakra and disdainfully said, "If that's the case." Madara formed Hand Seals and Susanoo appeared synchronously, forming Hand Seals. At this moment on the battlefield, the originally bright sky suddenly darkened. The ninjas looked up in despair and helplessly dropped their weapons, managing a wry smile. In the sky, a massive meteor was descending towards the Ninja Alliance, and upon seeing it I exclaimed, "Wow, this is even more shocking than what I saw on TV." However, I didn't pay much attention, and with a flash of golden light I soared into the sky. What does that little brat want to do? He probably thinks he can handle it himself. Ban scoffed dismissively. Hovering in midair, I adjusted my angle slightly, ensuring that it wouldn't affect my allies below. Super roar of light. I opened my mouth and unleashed a massive golden beam of light, instantly shattering the meteor. "Oh. That's great." The people below erupted into cheers upon witnessing it. Oyuki also breathed a sigh of relief. He was just about to join the fray. At that moment, Ban's voice rang out again. "So what about the second one?" Just then the second meteor was also falling, and upon seeing it I flew directly towards Naruto. Though I could handle it, I still needed to conserve chakra for the upcoming battle. After all, one super roar of light had consumed nearly 2/5 of my chakra. "Naruto. Let's combine our strengths to create a supersized Raisin Shuriken." "Oh. No problem." So we placed our hands together. Naruto used the Raisin Shuriken while I infused it with Young Chakra and Sage techniques. Just like that, a golden spiral shuriken with a diameter of nearly 5 meters took shape. When everyone saw Naruto and I preparing for the attack, they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Hee, did you infuse that ninjutsu with Yang release?" Ban observed with interest. At this moment I said, "Go for it, Naruto." "Okay." I threw Naruto's Flying Thunder God Kunai at the meteor, and Naruto instantly teleported below the meteor. He aimed at the meteor and directly tossed the shuriken, then teleported back to the ground. In this way a catastrophic disaster was resolved and Naruto sat breathlessly on the ground. I wasn't in any better shape and began gasping as well.
Hee, I didn't expect these two little brats to actually handle it. Ban revealed a look of delight. So what's next, Lord Ban?
I have another ninjutsu I want to test just right to experiment with their power.
Would release Wood World Descending.
The recently spared crowd saw Ban using Would Release again and instantly began to panic.
Oyuki and Gaara didn't have time to find me and Naruto. Oyuki used Dust Release while Gaara used Sand to defend, but the sheer quantity was overwhelming and couldn't be stopped.
Seeing the situation, I didn't have time to enter Sage Mode and could only grit my teeth and use ninjutsu once more. I jumped into the sky and shouted towards the incoming Would Release Super Yata Mirror. After more than a minute of stalemate with the Would Release, it finally stopped and I landed collapsing on the ground and gasping for breath. I was now down to only 20 of my chakra and Naruto wasn't in a much better state.
Hey! Naruto, why didn't the Nine Tails help you? I curiously asked Naruto. The plot was off. The Nine Tails should have been irritated with Ban and lent chakra to Naruto, right? Could it be because of me? I don't know.
Earlier he looked down on me for teaming up with the Eight Tails to battle him, saying it was embarrassing.
Upon hearing Naruto, my mindset instantly crumbled. Damn. Seriously, at a time like this still acting spoiled. Don't you fear for your life, Nine Tails? Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Huff, forget it, let's think of another way.
After saying that, I sat on the ground to refine my chakra.
Hee, this kid's ninjutsu is quite interesting.
Lord Ban, this person uses bloodline elimination and the intel says it's a newly created light release.
A new bloodline elimination. Light release. Using the power of light. An interesting junior. Ban seemed to be admiring a piece of art.
However, in the blink of an eye, Ban and Obito charged towards us as a blue light appeared in the sky.
Bang. Smack.
At this moment Tsunade and Reikage appeared, punching Ban away and kicking Obito aside. Coming to our side, Reikage said, "Humph kid, your bloodline elimination is quite interesting.
After this is over, let's spar a bit. Hee, let's talk after we win this war." Alright, enough chatter, I'll go treat Oyuki and Gaara first. Tsunade stopped the two. Seeing the Hokage and Reikage, Oyuki remarked, "Did the princess and the bad boy arrive?" "Right on time."
Oyuki flew over and said, "Naruto, leave this to us. 5 Kage, please take care of the masked man."
Tsunade then spoke, "Tetsuya, you should take a break and help Naruto over there, we'll handle this side." Okay.
After saying that, Naruto's shadow clone was dispelled.
I'm almost out of chakra, let me recover a bit before I go. It's the first time I've seen the 5 Kage working together. Ban walked over with a smile. Hee, well, show you the power of the 5 Kage, here we go.
After saying that, Reikage charged at Ban while Tsunade treated Oyuki and Ban entered his first form to engage in battle.
Water release Hidden Mist Technique. Thunder release Angry Thunder Axe. Fire release Great Fire Destruction.
Water release Water Barrier. Water release Water Dragon Bullet.
Lightning release Lightning Strike. Lava release Melted Monster Technique. Sand binding Coffin Sand Waterfall Funeral.
Ban was trapped by Gaara's sand.
"This is the power of the 5 Kage, you bastard." Treated, Oyuki exclaimed. "Alright sis, that's enough, him off. Go ahead." After saying that, I flashed away in golden light.
If I don't leave now, I fear my interference will affect the plot leading to the 5 Kage's deaths. In the original plot, they all survive. On the way to Naruto, I said, "System, do you have a chakra potion I can buy?"
"Yes, host.
It has been placed in your system backpack and 3,000,000 points have been deducted." Taking the potion from the backpack, I drank it directly and then incinerated the vial with fire release. I clearly felt my chakra recovering and then closed my eyes.
After 10 seconds, I opened my eyes, revealing golden pupil. Sage mode was complete.
At this moment, Naruto and Killer Bee, 2 perfect Jinchuriki, were using their tailed beast transformation to fight against 6 tailed beasts. Having just received the memories from his shadow clone, Naruto already understood what I had said. He then entered the ceiling space to communicate with the 9 tails, and the last man and beast fist bumped in reconciliation. All the tailed beasts also learned through the 9 tails that Naruto was the prophesied child of the Sage of 6 Paths and the reincarnation of Ashura. Just as Naruto was pulling out the nails controlling the tailed beasts, he also entered the deep consciousness space of the tailed beasts, and all the tailed beasts gave their chakra to Naruto. Seeing this, Obito could only retract all the tailed beasts preparing to fight personally. On Naruto's side, Killer Bee, Guy and Kakashi also rushed to Naruto's side to lend support. While everyone was still engaged in some pre-battle taunts, "Sorry everyone, I've lost my way on the path of life.
Tetsuya. Yo. Tetsuya-kun. Youth. Tetsuya, stop messing around. Yo, you are Senju Tetsuya Bakairu Kuroyaru.
As everyone was exchanging pleasantries, Obito felt the pressure. After all, my speed was too fast and Obito could no longer use his Izanagi. In an unknown forest, a figure was moving at high speed.
As we zoom in, we are surprised to see that this person is Uchiha Itachi.
At this moment, a group of 1 against 7 was heading towards Yukushi Kabuto. Suddenly a figure appeared from the lower right, and judging by his smug demeanor, it was Uchiha Juzo, the youngest of the Uchiha quartet. The two confirmed their eye contact, they were the right ones. Sasuke quickly pulled the handbrake, executing a tailspin drift, turning around to chase after the 1 against 7.
Hearing the shout, Itachi ignored it. Bang! Pow! A red and a purple two Susanoo arms launched an attack. Sasuke, I have something to do right now and I can't chat with you.
I have already transplanted your eyes as you requested. Itachi fell silent, slightly sighing in his heart. If you could become friends with Zetsu, perhaps I wouldn't have to worry anymore.
Indeed, it was Zetsu which started when the 1 against 7 encountered Nagato and Naruto.
At that time, Naruto was rushing to the battlefield but was stopped by Edo Tensei Nagato and the 1 against 7, and they quickly engaged in battle while Naruto inquired about the massacre. He then relayed all the words that Zetsu had said to Itachi, who was shocked after hearing it. He never expected that Zetsu not only knew the training methods of the Sharingan but also had a broader perspective than himself. While he was limited to the village's upper echelons and his own clan, Zetsu thought about problems from the perspective of village and national development. He also heard about the systematic training Zetsu arranged for Naruto, along with Zetsu's guidance of Naruto's thoughts, many ideas that he himself did not possess.
He could only make Sasuke hate him endlessly and then give his eyes to Sasuke.
Sigh, if Zetsu and I were born in the same era, we might have become friends and the Uchiha clan would not have ended up like this.
Itachi sighed inwardly.
Thus Itachi and Sasuke played a game of chase, with one flying and the other pursuing. After a long time they reached a cave where Itachi walked straight in, followed by Sasuke.
Hey, isn't this the 1 against 7 and Sasuke? Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said. Who are you? Yukushi Kabuto.
Why do you look like this?
Sasuke was somewhat surprised. Ever since you killed Lord Orochimaru, I have been using what he left behind to conduct research and discovered materials related to sage art.
So I embarked on the journey to find the Ryuchi cave, and after reaching it I received the sage art inheritance from the White Snake Sage.
Originally I thought I could not endure it, but then I remembered Lord Orochimaru's dream and persevered. Now, I am the most perfect sage. I am a being that surpasses Lord Orochimaru. Ha 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 ha.
Kabuto crazily recounted his experiences.
Ha, madman. Sasuke looked disdainfully after hearing this.
After that he activated his Susanoo, shooting an arrow at Kabuto, who jumped to the top of the cave, revealing his abdomen's Kentamaru, also using an arrow. Using sage art he shot the arrow at Sasuke, while Itachi and Sasuke simultaneously activated their Susanoo to block the damage. Thus the three began to fight, with Itachi immediately unleashing Amaterasu while Sasuke used Kagaya's command. Kabuto successfully dodged and used Sage Art.
Sage Art White Blight Technique. 8 plates of Magatama Kagaya's command Sage Art Inorganic Rebirth.
The three fought fiercely in the cave for dozens of rounds, and eventually Itachi's left eye was blinded. Seeing that Kabuto could no longer move, he began to explain to Sasuke, this is another illusion technique of the Uchiha clan apart from Izanagi, used to counter Izanagi, called Izanami. This illusion technique pulls people into the fragments recorded in one's eyes and repeats it infinitely. Only when the person affected by the illusion truly understands their inner self can they break free.
Alright, I will also release Edo Tensei now. Nizen. Sasuke murmured softly. When the 1 against 7 released Edo Tensei, he also turned back towards Sasuke.
He conveyed all his lifelong thoughts through his remaining right eye to Sasuke. Finally he pressed his forehead against Sasuke's forehead, smiling with relief as he said, if I could communicate with you on equal terms back then, perhaps you would not have become like this.
But you have always been my pride.
I will no longer interfere with your thoughts in the future. The path you choose, your brother will support you unconditionally.
Because I have always loved you.
After saying this, the 1 against 7 ascended in spirit, completely leaving this world.
Nizen. Sasuke lowered his head.
After a long time he walked over to the unconscious Akatsuki, using a seal to release Orochimaru.
Sasuke-kun, I didn't expect to see you again. Orochimaru, I need your help.
Oh.
How rare.
Who is that person?
Kabuto.
It seems he has already learned Sage Mode.
Boom. At this moment the cave wall exploded and Suigetsu and Jugo walked in. Hey Sasuke, Lord Orochimaru. Jogo nodded at Sasuke. I didn't expect that all my excellent subordinates have followed Sasuke-kun.
After saying this, Orochimaru walked towards Kabuto, absorbing the sage chakra from him.
Orochimaru, I need to summon the past Hokage using Edo Tensei. Sasuke said.
Well, I have a way, but we need to go to a shrine of the Uzumaki clan behind the village.
Alright, let's go. After that, Sasuke and the group headed towards Konoha.
Meanwhile, at the battlefield, the 5 Kage were struggling against Madara's attack, and at that moment Madara suddenly detached his soul, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment Madara spoke, tell that little brat not to use this forbidden technique recklessly in the future.
Edo Tensei release. What? X5 The 5 Kage were shocked to see Madara's appearance.
Helpless, they could only continue fighting.
Meanwhile, Tsunade, having overused her chakra, fell into a brief unconsciousness.
Just as she was about to suffer a fatal attack, Kato-dan arrived using his spirit transformation technique to save Tsunade and then left. On the battlefield, through news from Kakashi and Ino, everyone learned that Edo Tensei had been released, while Naruto's shadow clones began to encircle the disguised white Zetsu. Kakashi notified, attention all battlefields, the fighting is basically over.
Defeat the last masked man and the war will be won. Now everyone on the battlefield moved quickly towards the southeast to support Naruto at the masked man's location.
At this time, Naruto was discussing with everyone how to defeat the masked man, as his intangibility skill was very troublesome. Kakashi, I suggest that Naruto and I feign an attack first while Guy and Zetsu are ready to assist from the side.
I think that's a good idea. Naruto nodded. As expected of Kakashi. Guy gave a thumbs up. I think I have guessed some things.
Kakashi, you should be shocked by this.
What do you mean, Zetsu?
Kakashi asked, puzzled.
Guy and Naruto also looked at me. Actually, I suspect that the masked man is Kakashi's former comrade. What? X3 impossible. Obito.
Is he already dead?
But your Sharingan is the same as his.
This.
Kakashi fell silent. Zetsu, how do you know this? Naruto asked curiously.
Because the masked man's right eye uses the vortex to become intangible and escape, while Kakashi's eye uses the vortex to create space distortion for attacks. Both are space-time dojutsu, and both use the vortex. One is for offense and the other for defense. If they are both eyes together, it would be a perfect balance of offense and defense.
Is that so? No wonder.
After listening to my explanation, Kakashi understood.
I see, as expected of you, Zetsu. Naruto realized.
Guy looked at Kakashi with some surprise.
Meanwhile, Obito sneered and said, not bad analytical skills. But it doesn't matter what you call it, Madara, Akatsuki, or even Obito, it doesn't matter.
Because I will destroy this world and then create a world where everyone exists. After speaking, Obito directly attacked while Naruto activated the Nine Tails mode and engaged him in battle. Kakashi used his Sharingan to distract, and Guy took out his nunchaku to assist Naruto.
Don't stop. Keep attacking him. Naruto inquired, why Tetsuya? It's to see if his intangibility has a time limit.
Kakashi explained. Exactly, every jutsu has its weaknesses, we just need to find them out.
Yash. Let's go. After Naruto shouted, he charged at Obito.
We're going to. Kakashi. Guy followed suit. Thus the four of us began an unbroken cycle of attacks on Obito.
5 minutes later, Guy landed a nunchaku strike on Obito's head.
Obito was instantly sent flying, and as I saw him airborne, I followed up with my jutsu.
Sage Art Lightspeed kick 6 strikes. Bang 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 bang.
After it ended, a golden light forming a hexagram lingered in the sky. Meanwhile, Obito lay on the ground, bloodied and battered. I must say, Obito sure had a strong life. The Hashirama cells are indeed powerful. At this moment, Obito formed seals and summoned the Outer Path Deva statue using the 4 red young formation to protect it, beginning to merge with the tailed beast chakra to become the 10 tails.
Yo, Obito looking quite desperate, huh? A voice came through and everyone looked. It was Uchiha Madara. What have you done to the 5 Kage? Naruto shouted excitedly. Well, who knows? Madara said mockingly, arms crossed. Damn it. Calm down, Naruto. Don't let anger cloud your mind, Kakashi quickly reminded. Got it, Kakashi-sensei. Hey, you brat from the Senju clan, want to join me? Madara invited again. No need, you old fossil. Everyone, What did you say, you brat? Old senile. How dare you? Did I say something wrong? Aren't you senile? I already refused you once, you keep pestering me like a lovesick puppy. Ha 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 ha. Naruto couldn't help but laugh.
Meanwhile, Kakashi and Guy looked on with black lines on their faces.
Madara, although not knowing what a lovesick puppy meant, could tell it was not a compliment, and veins began to bulge on his forehead. The Senju brat is just as annoying as Tobirama. Oh, what a coincidence, Tobirama is my grandfather. Madara. At that moment Obito limped over, tossing the Uchiha fan to Madara and said, "Here, return it to its owner." Receiving the fan, Madara disdainfully remarked, "Humph, brat, let me show you the power of the Uchiha." I've already seen it, no need for that now, thanks." Madara's inner thoughts were already raging, "Damn it, I can't stand it anymore."
Fire style great fire destruction. Water style water barrier.
Water style water dragon bullet.
At this moment I suddenly thought of something fun, so I sent a shadow clone to find Kakashi.
"Kakashi, do you have any brank lightning jutsu? Just teach me one quick."
Okay, for brank, how about lightning release lightning ball? Saying this, Kakashi began teaching my shadow clone the hand seals, then briefly explained the key points.
"Alright, you should have learned it by now."
After saying that, with a bang the shadow clone dispersed. At this moment, while I was engaged in a taijutsu duel with Madara, I received the information back from my shadow clone and a smile crept across my face. Using the attack, I jumped into the air facing Madara and forming Seal's shadow clone jutsu.
Bang bang bang.
3 shadow clones appeared.
Sage Art Great Fire Destruction. Sage Art Water Dragon Bullet.
Sage Art Great Breakthrough.
Sage Art Lightning Ball. Ninjutsu 4 Release Great Bullet Technique.
Kakashi looked at my jutsu with a face full of black lines, wondering what this strange hobby was. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's awesome." Guy also gave a thumbs up, as expected of your student Kakashi. Madara activated his first Susanoo form to withstand the damage, but how could Sage Art be so easily dealt with? It directly shattered the Susanoo, scattering Madara's body.
Ha ha ha, welcome to the front lines.
After speaking, I unfastened my cloak, letting it billow in the wind, officially turning into a suited delinquent. I stood there, lit a cigarette, striking a pose, quietly waiting for Madara to recover.
"Naruto, leave this to Tetsuya, let's deal with Obito."
After Kakashi said this, he and Guy ran towards Obito. "Alright Tetsuya, be careful," Naruto said before following suit. I watched as Madara slowly recovered. It seems that using Sage Art has a significant impact on a reanimated body. After about 5 minutes of explosions from Naruto's side, Madara finally regained his strength.
"Yo, old man, finally done. I've been waiting for you for a smoke."
After saying that, I tossed the cigarette butt to the ground and stamped it out. "Humph, I didn't expect you, brat, to know sage techniques, but why don't you have the sage's simplified score?"
"Oh, this."
Saying this, I untied my cufflinks, rolled my sleeves up and organized myself, revealing my tattooed arm.
"This is it, of course, along with my eyes."
After saying that, I pointed to my eyes.
"No wonder I felt something was off earlier, your original eyes were blue." "Come on, Madara. I'm going to fight you hand to hand."
I grinned broadly and got into a fighting stance. Madara, hearing this, also smirked. "Alright brat, let me see how your strength compares to Hashirama's." After saying that, the two of us charged at each other, beginning the hand-to-hand combat. Our fists and feet collided, throwing straight punches, swinging punches and elbow strikes. I closed in again, delivering jabs, knee strikes, side kicks, followed by swinging punches and a straight jab, transitioning to an uppercut followed by a kick to the jaw. After a series of attacks, Madara was sent flying a few meters away. Neither of us used any ninjutsu, just pure hand-to-hand combat. "Ha, I acknowledge your taijutsu. Among all the opponents I've fought, none is as powerful as you. I, Madara, shall call you the strongest."
"You must be joking, this is fighting technique, not taijutsu."
"I didn't use chakra to fight you, it was pure physical prowess." Madara was left speechless. Seeing Madara like this, I explained, "Fighting techniques don't require any chakra, they are purely physical battles utilizing punches, palms, elbows, knees and legs for combined attacks."
"While you just now could only block by using chakra and your Sharingan. Is that so? It seems you know a lot that I don't." Boom boom boom.
Suddenly the 4 red yang formation shattered and the Ten-Tails was about to emerge.
Ha, alright brat, our battle will pause for now, I'll find you again later."
After saying this, Madara dashed toward the Ten-Tails. Obito did the same and the two arrived atop the Ten-Tails, using their Hashirama cells to connect and control it. At this moment, Naruto and Kakashi came to my side, asking, "How are things on your end?"
"It's fine, Madara fought me hand to hand, he couldn't win." "Is that so?"
"We can only hold our ground, Obito's intangibility is too troublesome," Naruto said.
"Yo, Tetsuya.
I didn't expect your taijutsu to be so powerful. I must spar with you when I get the chance."
"Youth. Alright guy, now is not the time for this. Kakashi quickly interrupted Guy's enthusiasm. Yo, Tetsuya strong in taijutsu, oh yeah. Alright Killer Bee and Naruto transform into your tailed beast forms, the 10 tails won't be easy to handle. Oh. Roar. The two instantly transformed into their tailed beast forms.
At this moment I also turned to the 9 tails and said, Kurama, you and that Sundara fox, I thought you'd hide inside Naruto and never come out. Humph brat, I just can't stand Naruto. The dignified 9 tails Jinchuriki actually needed outside help to gain my power.
Moreover, I detest Uchiha Madara, I must fight him alongside Naruto. Kurama was still being Sundara. Hahaha, your name is Tetsuya, right? The 8 tails Gyuki. To think you know Kurama's name, you must be quite remarkable. Yo Gyuki, nice to meet you. Humph, he should know all your names. This brat is full of mysteries, a bundle of secrets. What did you say, Kurama? The 8 tails was shocked. Humph, he told me that Naruto is the child of prophecy and also the reincarnation of Ashura. Humph. Do you think an old man like me would deceive you? Still, since he shows no aversion to the tailed beasts and even encourages Naruto to befriend us, I shall forgive him this time. TCH. You arrogant fox, do I need your forgiveness? Brat. What did you just say? Want to fight? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Enough. Stop bickering, I'm getting dizzy. Chiya, what exactly are the child of prophecy and Ashura's reincarnation that Kurama just mentioned? Naruto asked. Think of the child of prophecy as synonymous with the child of fate from Jiraiya's tales. As for Ashura, you need not concern yourself with him yet. Focus first on confronting the 10 tails. By the way, Gyuki, share some chakra with Naruto. He's only missing yours and Shikaku's now. This time Kurama was genuinely stunned. Brat, how could you possibly know that? A guess. After all, if a boy with emerald eyes plays freely with the tailed beasts, how could they refuse him chakra? What else would they be playing for? This time it was Gyuki who froze in awkward silence. Still, he clasped fists with Naruto, transmitting a surge of his chakra. At that very moment the 10 tails stirred and charged toward us at blinding speed. Kurama spoke. Then the 10 tails is swift, we must evade its advance, then close in. Its eyes are vulnerable. Aim a tailed beast ball straight into one. Well, I never knew you had tactical acumen. Impressive. Brat. Don't mistake a few words for license to treat this great beast with utter disrespect. Kurama roared directly at me. TCH. Naruto, hand me a flying thunder god kunai. When I close in on the 10 tails, I'll throw it near its eye. You use the flying thunder god technique to deliver the tailed beast ball instantly. Got it, here you go. In a flash of golden light I appeared before the 10 tails, hurled the kunai, and vanished. Simultaneously the fused tailed beast ball from Gyuki and Kurama arrived precisely on target. Excellent timing. Kurama commended. Yet the 10 tails raised its hand and blocked the blast effortlessly. Its power rendered the strike trivial. Then the 10 tails began gathering its own tailed beast ball. Kurama and Gyuki readied their tails to shield themselves. I shouted, Kurama. Channel your chakra directly onto Gyuki, I'll reinforce it with Sage Art. Hearing me, Kurama dispelled his tailed beast form. Naruto stood atop Gyuki's head and an aurora of orange and gold chakra enveloped Gyuki's entire body. I leapt onto Gyuki's head, sat cross-legged and unleashed my full Sage chakra. It's up to you, Gyuki, Kurama and Naruto said in unison. Kakashi and Might Guy trembled, sheltering deep within Kurama's chakra cloak. We're counting on you, partner, Killer Bee encouraged. Leave it to me. With that, Gyuki coiled his tails tightly around himself, layer upon layer of tailed beast chakra fortified by Sage Art. Boom! The 10 tails tailed beast ball struck Gyuki Hiden. Silence lingered, then the dust slowly settled. Half of Kurama's chakra cloak had been obliterated, revealing Gyuki beneath, yet 3 of his tails were gone. My Sage chakra too was utterly exhausted. I had reverted to my normal state, the Sage mode fully dissipated. Huff, huff. My Sage chakra is completely spent. I must now gather natural energy anew. With that I activated the Kara mark to draw in natural energy. Right, if the 10 tails is a confluence of chakra, let's examine it with Sage Art. Naruto immediately entered Sage mode. Hey Naruto, I advise against this, Kurama warned sharply, but it was already too late. Whoa! Naruto gasped awestruck, the chakra mass was colossal, vast as a planet itself. I told you not to look. Kurama sighed, exasperated.
Then, just as Kurama prepared to defend again, the Ten Tails launched its second-tailed beast ball only for a colossal vortex to sweep it away entirely.
Naruto turned and smiled.
The first division of the Allied Shinobi forces has arrived.
The second division of the Allied Shinobi forces has arrived.
The third division of the Allied Shinobi forces has arrived. The fourth division of the Allied Shinobi forces has arrived.
The fifth division of the Shinobi World Alliance has arrived.
Seeing shinobi from across the entire world set aside their ancient grudges and unite, Madara felt a flicker of surprise. When Obito saw the reinforcements arrive, he immediately resumed his pre-battle verbal sparring with Naruto, launching into another torrent of rhetoric which even I found exhausting. To my astonishment, the shinobi behind them listened intently, even nodding in agreement.
I was utterly dumbfounded. Then Shikaku approached me to discuss our next tactic.
After hearing him out, I realized this was none other than the Allied Shinobi Forces technique.
Still, I agreed on one condition. Once the technique concluded, every shinobi was to retreat 1 kilometer back.
Then Naruto and I would move in alone to sever the links binding Madara and Obito to the Ten Tails. Once coordination ended, Shikaku issued the command: Allied forces, commence.
Lightning release Pillar of Thunder.
Storm release Laser Ring.
Wind release Chaotic Gusts.
Using light and wind to obscure vision. Earth release Tremor of the Earth.
Lava release Lime Solidification Technique. Water release Water Bullet Technique.
Fire release Grand Flame Technique. Mixing water and lime, then using fire's heat to evaporate moisture, locking the mixture in place.
Immobilizing it completely. Behold! This is the Allied Shinobi Forces technique.
Naruto proudly proclaimed from the edge of the massive crater. Shikaku added: all forces, except Naruto and Chie, fall back 1 kilometer now.
Though puzzling, the order was obeyed without hesitation.
Naruto, Obito cannot phase through the Ten Tails while controlling it. Attack him with your jutsu.
I'll handle Madara. Got it, let's go.
Wind release Raisin Shuriken.
Lightspeed Kick. Obito's chakra conduit was severed by the spinning shuriken.
I kicked Madara away, ripping his conduit clean off. Afterward, I pulled Naruto from the crater and soared toward the Allied forces. Freed from Madara's and Obito's control, the Ten Tails began evolving into its second form. No sooner had Naruto and I rejoined the alliance than the Ten Tails erupted from the ground within 10 seconds.
Madara and Obito leapt back onto its head, reasserting control with Hashirama's cells, this time each wielding 2 chakra conduits. The Ten Tails' second form now gathered a tailed beast ball in the sky. Sensing grave danger, I turned to Naruto and asked,
Naruto, did you leave any flying thunder god markers near Turtle Island's waters?
Let me think. Yes, I marked one spot. But Turtle Island drifts, so that location now holds only a tiny islet. Is anyone living there?
No, it lies far offshore.
Good. Follow me.
Without another word, I seized Naruto and shot off, golden light blazing, as we sped toward command headquarters.
Mid-flight, I contacted Shikaku. Uncle Shikaku, alert the alliance to evade the Ten Tails attacks. We'll return shortly to reinforce you.
Hardly had I spoken when a tailed beast ball surged after us.
Naruto, redirect that ball to the island marker you placed at sea.
I flew ahead, positioning myself directly before the ball. Naruto activated Kurama mode. The instant his hand touched the sphere, it vanished, and a brilliant flash erupted far in the distance. Naruto, do you have a marker with the alliance?
Yeah, I left a flying thunder god kunai with Hinata earlier via shadow clone. Perfect. Return to the alliance, I'll relocate command headquarters. Understood.
And with that, Naruto vanished midair, reappearing instantly among the allied forces. I continued toward command headquarters, maintaining contact with Shikaku en route.
Uncle Shikaku, prepare everyone. I'm coming to assist. Ah, understood, Chie. Thank you just now. Don't mention it, I'll be there momentarily.
Moments later, I materialized at command headquarters.
Shikaku and I conferred urgently, yet the enemy could sense our location. Nowhere was safe.
Finally, I made the call effective immediately. Command headquarters is dissolved. All personnel disperse, return to your respective villages. As for command, transfer full authority to Shikamaru on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, everyone swiftly packed and departed, though Shikaku and Hayashi hesitated, intent on joining the front lines. You plan to go to the battlefield. By the time you arrive, the battle will likely be over. Shikaku. Hayashi. Listen, both of you return to your village. Someone must hold the rear. With everyone deployed forward, the homeland needs steady leadership now more than ever. In the end, Shikaku and Hayashi reluctantly acquiesced, departing alongside other sensorinine back to their village. After sending everyone away, I touched the ground with my finger, beginning to sense the surroundings. Well, it seems I'll be joining the fun with Sasuke and the previous Hokages. Looking in the direction, oh, it's Konoha. A flash of golden light appeared and I excitedly headed towards Sasuke. Inside the vortex shrine, 7 people were chatting. It seems we have been brought back by the impure world reincarnation, Minato said with some emotion. By the way, who are you? Hashirama asked in confusion. Me. I am the 4th Hokage, Minato said, revealing the large characters on his back. Oh, you are already the 4th. How is the village now? I don't know. Due to the 9 tails, I was sealed away before the 3rd. Minato answered honestly. Orochimaru then said, the village is now under your granddaughter Tsunade as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade, huh? Is there something wrong? Hashirama asked curiously, why is that? Because she is my great-granddaughter. I spoiled her since she was little, even my gambling hobby is influenced by her, hahaha. The village should be fine now, right? Hashirama began to worry about Tsunade potentially ruining the village. Thanks to you, it's currently at war outside. War, huh? It seems we can't escape from that era. Ahem, alright everyone, please be quiet for a moment. My companion Uchiha Sasuke has something to ask the previous Hokages. Orochimaru said. Is he from the Uchiha clan? Tobirama murmured. Hey, everyone is chatting. Why not let me join in? A voice came from behind and a golden light appeared as I materialized before them. Who are you now? Hashirama asked again. Senju Tetsuya, what are you doing here? Sasuke coldly looked at me and said. I missed you, so I came to see you. Is that not allowed? I smiled widely. TCH, don't cause trouble. I'm not here to cause trouble, I'm here to confront the 3rd Hokage. What do you mean? Tobirama asked. Just the literal meaning. The entire Konoha has been dragged into darkness by the 3rd. Shouldn't we ask about it? Monkey, what's going on? Tobirama turned to ask Sarutobi. Lord Tobirama. Sarutobi hesitated to speak. Then let me explain. At this moment I directly sat down, lit a cigarette and slowly began to speak. Since the 3rd became Hokage, he has never left the village to participate in battles, whether it was the 2nd or the 3rd Great Ninja War. He even sent freshly graduated genin to the battlefield. The 3rd himself and Danzo were secretly fighting for power within the village, dragging the village into darkness for their petty interests. The 3rd, a hypocrite on the surface, and Danzo, a rat behind the scenes, colluded to conduct human experiments on would release. Monkey. Tobirama questioned, what's going on? I thought I had already banned the experiments. Teacher, it's because the village lacks high-end combat power, Sarutobi explained. That's obvious. The high-end combat power has all been killed by you. If there were any high-end combat power, it would be a ghost. Konoha White Fang was forced to death by Danzo due to threats to the 3rd's position. Senju Rope Tree was plotted against and killed on the battlefield, with all his organs disappearing due to the would release human experiments. Boom. After hearing this, Hashirama directly erupted with chakra, his eyes fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, startling Tobirama. Big brother, calm down, let's continue to hear what this kid has to say. Tobirama also comforted Hashirama. Young man, you're a Senju, so you should be a member of our Senju clan, right? At this moment Hashirama also calmed down and asked me. Yes, Lord Tobirama should be considered my grandfather. What? X3 kid, you say I am your grandfather? Yes, my father is Senju Yukin. You are Yukin's child. I held him when he was a baby, he even peed on my face, hahaha. Everyone. Tobirama, alright, I understand. According to our relationship, you can indeed call me grandfather. Please continue. Well, next is the 4th. The 4th's wife had a difficult labor because she was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and then Obito plotted the Nine-Tails attack. Wait. Obito? Minato asked in surprise. Yes, the one fighting against our ninja alliance outside is Obito and Madara. Madara. Haha, he has been resurrected too. Hashirama rejoiced. Big brother. Don't interrupt, continue speaking. Tobirama directly stopped him. Then the whole village tried to stop the Nine-Tails, but the 3rd only used a stick to push the Nine-Tails out of the village and basically stopped fighting. Then the 4th had to fight Obito, who was using space-time ninjutsu, and seal the Nine-Tails into his son Naruto, while both parents died in the end.
The most ridiculous thing is that Naruto, who was clearly the village hero, was labeled as the Nine-Tails Demon Fox under the third's indulgence of Danzo. Then the third pretended to be kind and comforted Naruto while pocketing the fourth's inheritance, developing the Sarutobi clan, which is now the largest clan in Konoha. And Naruto since childhood has been underfed and poorly clothed. He drank expired milk and could only eat instant noodles, even thinking twice about a bowl of ramen costing 70 ryo. You see this kind of hypocrite colluding with Danzo, even beautifying it as for the village. If it weren't for Orochimaru wanting you to leave with dignity, I would have wanted to kill you. After a long while. Monkey, it seems you really are not fit to be Hokage, Tobirama spoke.
The others remained silent.
It's not over yet. There's more.
X3, yes, the third, unable to do anything himself, even altered the textbooks to claim he was the strongest Hokage, distorting the will of fire. He turned the village's will of fire into a will of fire that serves the third. The third actually sent the Senju clan to the front lines in both the second and third great ninja wars, and now the Senju clan has been exterminated with only me and Tsunade left. And the Uchiha clan was also brainwashed by the third's will of fire, ultimately exterminating their own clan under the threat of Danzo using Sasuke's life to save the village and his brother. Therefore, when Orochimaru killed the third, no one helped him, even Danzo hid away just 3 commentators by the barrier wall. TSK Tisk third, you are truly useless. Even your signature ninjutsu, the 5 elements great explosive bolt, I learned in just 1 minute.
Boom boom. This time Hashirama and Tobirama couldn't hold back any longer, and even Minato stared fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Orochimaru watched the scene, as not everyone could withstand the fury of 2 Hokages.
As everyone was in a stalemate, I spoke again. Why do I say it is darkness? The purpose of the village is to protect the villagers, while the Hokage's purpose is to protect the village. For the sake of the village, the Hokage can sacrifice their life, but you, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, are both cowards afraid of death. You used the people of your clan and the village's children to charge into battle while you hid inside the village, acting like a local tyrant. That's why I openly supported Sasuke to kill Danzo in front of my sister, and I also told Naruto everything. Moreover, my sister supports me. Once the war ends, the remaining 2 useless advisors will also be kicked out. Konoha could have developed much better, but because of you 2 rat droppings and 2 useless advisors, you dragged Konoha down. When I went to the Cloud Village during the Great War, their technological level could be said to be the best in the ninja world. Then look at Konoha with so much technology but not developing it. The entire village's people are sacrificed in your power games, becoming victims of your power struggles. Third, do you even deserve the word human? After saying this, I looked at the silent third, but he couldn't utter a word, as these were questions that came from the soul. Seeing the 3 generations in silence, I directly spoke to Orochimaru. Uncle Snake, release this old man's Edo Tensei. It's a waste of air to be alive, and his existence only pollutes it further. Alright, Zahiken, Orochimaru replied helplessly. At this moment Hashirama also spoke. What have we all been protecting? Big brother, first Hokage. Don't think like that, first Hokage. When you were here, you protected what needed protecting. Each generation has its own tasks. Where there is light, there is bound to be darkness. We just need to let the light illuminate more darkness. Isn't that exactly what we're doing now? Everyone is working together to develop the village. What about 5 years from now? 10 years from now? The village will be different then. Haha, I didn't expect that I would need comfort from a junior like you. I see you will likely become the next Hokage. Hashirama said with satisfaction. Yes, big brother, I also believe this child can do it, Tobirama nodded. No, I don't want to be Hokage. That is Naruto's dream. I directly shook my head in refusal. Zahiken, Minato said with some emotion, looking at this friend who had always helped his son. Alright, we'll talk more later. I've taken away all the questions that Sasuke wanted to ask. Sasuke, you can ask now. I won't say anything more. After saying this, I lit another cigarette. Actually, before you came, I wanted to ask them what they thought of the village. Now I want to ask you first. Sasuke looked at me seriously and said, for me, if I had to summarize it in one word, it would be home, a place that can embrace everyone who needs a home. Home is also a harbor. No matter how hard or tiring it is outside, coming home is always a joy. Just like me, both of us are people whose clans were exterminated. My parents died in battle when I was 3. There wasn't a single clan member in the village. I hadn't even seen Tsunade before she became Hokage. To avoid the third's attention, I had to hide myself every day. That was because I knew the village was in a dark period and needed someone to break through and give it new life. This isn't something one person can accomplish. As I mentioned earlier, where there is light, there is darkness. To make the light stronger, we must unite everyone's efforts and work together towards the same goal, leaving no place for darkness to thrive. I call like-minded individuals comrades. I hope to become a part of this great plan. When the village gradually improves through everyone's efforts, I will feel a great sense of accomplishment. With success comes failure and vice versa. What we need to do is identify shortcomings and correct them. Failure is the mother of success. We cannot exist forever in this world. We also need to place our hopes on the next generation. So I believe the village is a big family, one that can unite everyone in the village to work hard and develop it into a beautiful homeland. Then we hand the village over to the next generation, allowing them to make it even better. Well said. Hashirama exclaimed excitedly. Tobirama and Minato nodded in approval from the side. Sasuke, hearing my words, fell into deep thought and after a long while said, "Is it really impossible for one person to accomplish what you said?" It's impossible. Without anyone's assistance, you'll only become a dictator, just like Madara, alone with not a single friend to confide in. Moreover, no matter how strong you are, once you die, the oppressed will rise up against the dictatorship, igniting a wave of revolution, and war will come again. Long-lasting peace and development are built upon the gradual accumulation of countless predecessors. You cannot become fat in one bite. And who knows, maybe 100 years from now our little accumulations will still be recorded in the history books of future generations. Ha ha ha. After I finished speaking, I also laughed heartily. Sasuke, upon hearing this, also slightly raised the corners of his mouth as if he already had some answer in his heart. Ha ha ha, Z, you said it beautifully. This is exactly the will of fire I had when I founded the village. Predecessors shield the younger generations from the wind and rain, dedicating their efforts for the sake of the village, passing it down from generation to generation. Z, are you really not considering becoming the 6th Hokage? Hashirama, after expressing his feelings, persuaded again. Tobirama also rarely showed a satisfied smile while looking at me, while Minato smiled from the side. No, being Hokage has been Naruto's dream since childhood. I will help him achieve it. Besides, there are so many people in the village, me, Shikamaru, Sasuke, together we can all work hard. Besides, who says you must be Hokage to contribute to the village? Really? I thought you would help me become Hokage, Z. At this moment, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. I was momentarily caught off guard. Hee, but that's alright. Just like you said, it doesn't have to be Hokage. You also mentioned that any position can contribute to the village. So I have decided to become the shadow of the village, protecting it from the dark while eliminating all dangers, and this will be my path from now on. Sasuke said with a determined expression. That's a good idea. Hashirama nodded in agreement. Yes, that works. Tobirama also nodded in approval. Sasuke will be leaving Naruto in your care from now on, and Zahikin as well, Minato said with relief. No problem. That dead last wants me to protect him. Then he can give up his Hokage title to me. But Tsundere, Sasuke expressed his attitude online. Minato, fourth Hokage, don't mind him, he's just a Tsundere. TCHZ, it seems we haven't fought yet, let's find a time. Sasuke stared at me and said. Oh, after the war ends, if you want to play, I'll accompany you, I said casually. Hashirama, seeing my conversation with Sasuke, laughed and said to Tobirama, look at Sasuke's demeanor, he is exactly like Madara back in the day. Tobirama directly reprimanded, big brother, we are still in the midst of war, be more serious. Oh. Dejected Hashirama logged on. Second Hokage, I think your Tsundere attitude is not much different from Sasuke's, I directly added fuel to the fire. What did you say? Hahaha, don't say it, you actually resemble Tobirama a bit. Hashirama responded and returned to normal. Big brother. Tobirama finally couldn't hold back and said, we should get down to business now. I just came from the battlefield. Let me arrange the next actions. Alright, all four replied. Orochimaru, you go to the elder sister's position first. The 5 Kage just had a fierce battle with Madara and should all be severely injured. However, with the slug around, there shouldn't be any major issues. Take the 2 behind you to help and then regroup with the main force. Understood, Zahikin. The rest of you come with me to the main force's position to deal with the 10 tails. 10 tails. Yes, the 10 tails formed by the 9-tailed beasts. Of course, Naruto is fine, he is using the bodies of the gold and silver brothers. I remember them. They once ate the meat of the 9 tails while in its stomach and have 9 tails chakra within them. Tobirama explained. Then I summarized the battle situation and told everyone. After listening, Minato said, when we arrive on site we can use the 4 red young formation to restrict the 10 tails movements. Then the first can try to see if he can suppress the 10 tails power.
As for the fourth person's position, how about you, Zahikin, come with us? I've seen your chakra, it should be enough. Sure, I have no problem. Then let's go.
I haven't seen Konoha in a long time, Hashirama said excitedly.
Tobirama sighed and used Flying Thunder God to take the first away.
The fourth also smiled and used Flying Thunder God to leave.
Sasuke, let's go take a look too.
After all, you haven't been back to Konoha in a long time, Orochimaru suggested.
Sure. Then I'll go with you guys. I'll be responsible for taking Sasuke with me later. Humph, no need. No need.
With your speed, by the time you arrive the battle will probably be over.
Sasuke. Alright, stop being tsundere, we need to focus on the important matters.
So I and Sasuke slowly walked toward the top of Hokage Rock. As I walked with Sasuke towards the Hokage Rock, a thought suddenly crossed my mind, prompting me to call out to the system, "System, are you there?"
The system replied, "Yes, host."
Exchange for a replication card and copy the training method for the spiral shuriken to me.
Host, the replication is complete.
Holding the card in my hand, I approached the fourth Hokage and slapped it against his forehead, saying smack. The fourth Hokage looked a bit confused at first, then proceeded to examine his memories with a serious expression.
Hearing the sound, everyone turned to look at me while Orochimaru curiously asked Ziken, "What is this? Would you mind if I study it?" "This might not be possible as it belongs to my special ability." "Is that so? What a pity," Orochimaru said somewhat regretfully. At that moment Tobirama walked over and asked, "What are you talking about? What ability?"
Before I could speak, Orochimaru interjected, "Oh.
You probably don't know, but Ziken possesses the ability of bloodline elimination, which I am very eager to study." "Nani?"
Hashirama, Tobirama and Minato all looked shocked, and Minato had already learned what I had given him.
"How do you have bloodline elimination?" Tobirama asked.
I developed it myself."
"What kind of bloodline elimination?" Hashirama inquired. "It's light release." "Light release? X3, let me explain," Orochimaru offered to clarify.
Based on the information gathered by my spies in Konoha, Ziken disappeared for a month, and upon returning he already had bloodline elimination, so it can be confirmed that he developed it in that time.
"Really?" Tobirama asked in surprise. Yes.
Not only that, he also made some very bold speculations about the wood release of the first Hokage. He.
"Oh. My wood release? What speculation?" Hashirama asked curiously, with others also gathering around eager to hear what I had to say. Observing everyone, I felt speechless. "Orochimaru, you misled me. Actually, I speculate that the first's wood release is not a bloodline limit but rather a bloodline elimination." "Bloodline elimination?
That can't be right. I used water and earth to combine, and aren't both of those bloodline limits?"
Tobirama seemed to have an inkling after hearing that.
Hearing Hashirama's words, I began to explain to everyone, just like I did with Tsunade, about the special formation of would release the fusion of bloodlines, the proportions of the fusion, and yin and yang attributes.
After listening, everyone was left dumbfounded while Tobirama looked at me with appreciation and said, "Not bad."
I had similar theoretical speculations before, but since I haven't developed a bloodline, I lacked practical support and had to give up. And because you have integrated bloodline elimination, I personally think your speculations should be correct. Hearing the second Hokage's words, I shared another speculation. Actually, I think the proportions I previously told my sister and the others were underestimated. I believe the first's would release might be water 1 earth 1 yang 8 or water 1
5 earth 1 5 yang 7.
Because plants need sunlight to ripen, and similarly would release requires a large amount of yang attribute to ripen, which leads to the first consuming a tremendous amount of yang chakra each time he uses would release, while the yang attribute he passively refines cannot keep up with the consumption. Thus it can be said that every time the first excessively uses large-scale would release, he is consuming his own lifespan.
Tobirama remarked, "I see, no wonder so many members of the clan had water and earth attributes, yet no one could fuse to awaken would release. It seems it's because the clan members lacked yang attribute chakra, or the amount of yang attribute chakra was insufficient to support their awakening of wood release." At that moment I added, "Moreover, wood release isn't something just anyone can use. If I'm not mistaken, the first must also be the reincarnation of Ashura." "Reincarnation of Ashura? What is that?" Hashirama looked a bit confused. "Right, what does it mean that Ashura is the reincarnation?" Tobirama also asked.
Actually, this was told to me by the Sage of Slugs after I went to the Wetbone Forest to train in Sage mode. Ashura is actually the younger son of the Sage of Six Paths.
What? Everyone was directly stunned by this revelation. Moreover, Uchiha Madara should be the reincarnation of Indra.
Otherwise the first wouldn't have such a tumultuous relationship with him.
Ahem, what do you mean by a tumultuous relationship? Madara is my dear friend, Hashirama quickly clarified. At this moment Tobirama asked, you said Ashura is the younger son, does that mean Indra is Ashura's older brother? Exactly.
Therefore the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura will always attract each other, meet and eventually have conflicts.
And the current reincarnations should be Naruto and Sasuke. As for Naruto, it's because the Nine Tails told me. Now Naruto has become a perfect Jinchuriki and has made friends with the tailed beasts. Is that so?
It seems Naruto has grown well, the fourth Hokage said happily. According to the Sage of Slugs, every generation of Ashura is an optimistic person facing life positively no matter how difficult it gets. Look at Naruto, he has lived through so much hardship as a child yet can adjust his mindset and find joy in life.
So I believe he is indeed Ashura's reincarnation. Thus Sasuke and Naruto can be considered fated to meet as they can be regarded as brothers from different mothers. Sasuke. Everyone. From this conclusion it can be derived that Ashura's bloodline is the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan, which have been friendly for generations.
And Indra's bloodline is the Uchiha clan, which is also the reason for the continuous conflicts between the two clans.
I see, Hashirama nodded.
Moreover, according to my inference, the Sharingan can actually be awakened not only by losing something but also through an extreme desire for something or by immediately obtaining the love one desires. Because before our generation there were basically wars causing the Uchiha clan to awaken their Sharingan after losing important people in battles. Perhaps in the future the Uchiha clan will awaken their eyes out of love, and such extreme love could lead to a personality that is completely opposite to that of the original Uchiha clan.
Is that so?
It seems, Sasuke, your future children could give it a try, Hashirama said with a smile to Sasuke. Sasuke upon hearing this had a dark expression, but a girl's figure still appeared in his mind.
You can pursue this research direction in the future. I think it could be worth trying. The extreme emotions of the Uchiha could be very beneficial for the village. Tobirama also agreed, saying, by the way, Jaya, you also trained in sage mode in the Wetbone Forest. At that moment Hashirama suddenly asked. Yes, why? How did you manage to endure it?
I spent a long time training there, Hashirama said, appearing somewhat fearful.
I
didn't train in the Wetbone Forest sage mode, I created a human version of sage mode myself.
Nanny. This time everyone was shocked again. Zekin is truly impressive, I should have taken you with me back then.
There's no need for that, Orochimaru. I think it would be much better for you to come to the village later and research technology together to develop Konoha. Just imagine future generations will evaluate Orochimaru, a genius from a common background, a great man who devoted his life to science.
What a wonderful evaluation that would be. That does sound very touching, but at that time I will need to study Zayakin's bloodline elimination. That's something we can discuss. Alright, Jaya, continue.
What is this sage mode of yours like? At this moment Hashirama also interrupted Orochimaru's words. Hearing Zujian's words, I closed my eyes and then opened them again. My pupils had already turned a burnished gold.
Zujian blinked in surprise and asked why I bore no sage facial markings.
Zujian studied my sage mode closely. The others began to scrutinize me from head to toe.
Feijian asked, curious, what was on my arm.
I explained, this is my sage mode. The tattoo on my arm I call the flowery arm. I have a mark on my shoulder resembling a Ein seal. It is where I normally store the chakra for my sage techniques. When I need it I simply draw it forth and the flowery arm appears on my limb while my pupils change color. The seal I use to store the sage techniques is itself forged with sage arts. A Mirene seal cannot hold such power.
I see, not bad at all, Zujian marveled.
I added that Kuayu Sage once praised me, saying I surpassed Lu Dao Xianrun in this regard.
Really? He cried.
Yes, Kuayu Sage said Lu Dao studied sage techniques on Miaomu Mountain and later fashioned a human version from those arts, whereas I forged mine myself, making it stronger than his. Kuayu Sage even said I was stronger than you, I continued.
Why is that? Zujian asked.
Because I declared that if my sage mode grew strong, Shigulin would grow strong with it. Zujian retorted, saying he had told Kuayu the same, he would carry Shigulin's sage mode forward and make it flourish. Feijian interjected, brother, no need to argue, you lost.
Zujian demanded, perplexed why he had lost the point.
I explained that my meaning had been that my sage mode also belonged to Shigulin. Now Shigulin possessed two types of sage mode and future generations could choose which to learn. That made one more than Miaomu Mountain and Longdi Cave. As for the first, from after you until before me no one had mastered sage mode, not even our elder sister.
My remark left Zujian momentarily speechless.
Enough, hurry to the battlefield, we have delayed too long, Feijian urged.
Fijian's timely admonition snapped Zujian back to attention.
Right, let us prepare to depart, he said. Forth on the way you can send a shadow clone to find a place and practice the ninjutsu I gave you. If you learn it even a little, it will help on the battlefield.
Very well, Shuemen smiled.
Then we shall part ways here. We will go seek Gangsho, De Shuan said and departed. I activated Sage Mode, grabbed Zuiju by the collar, and with a flash of golden light we were gone.
So fast, someone exclaimed.
They remarked that it was even faster than the Flying Thunder God technique.
Let's pursue them, another urged. All right, several voices answered and 3 silhouettes vanished in an instant.
On the battlefield the forces fought desperately against the Ten-Tails. In its second form its tails had become arms, thorns of wood release sprouted on its palms, and a vast wood release insertion technique was unleashed.
Many shinobi fled in all directions. Mingren rushed to Kyushin's side to protect her and Ningxi charged in to assist. Mingren struck the palm with numerous Rasengan, but his techniques could not match the speed at which the palm fired its spikes.
As a spike hurtled toward Mingren, Chutian threw herself before him and Ningxi put himself between Chutian and the danger. Ningxi was struck and fell to the ground, his breaths grew shallow and sparse. Mingren knelt beside him, consumed by self-reproach.
Don't be like that, Mingren.
Because of you I changed, this was always my fate, yet because of you you called me a genius. With those words Ningxi's caged bird curse mark slowly dissipated and he finally departed from this world.
At that moment Daitu began to berate Mingren, relentlessly stringing criticisms together until Mingren was driven to the edge of collapse. Mingren knelt and wept.
Chutian comforted him as Rizu swiftly moved forward with members of the Rishon clan to shield them, using the 8 trigrams empty palm to buy them room.
Chutian slapped Mingren's face and said urgently, Mingren, pull yourself together. Everyone is fighting with all their might, we cannot let Ningxi's sacrifice be in vain.
Speak plainly and keep your word, that has always been your way, hasn't it, she added.
Ah, thank you, Chutian, Mingren replied.
He rose, entered Nine-Tails mode, formed shadow clones and began distributing chakra to everyone. Gradually from Ban and Daida's vantage the field filled with a dense scatter of red points. Had Daitu, your words appear to have backfired, Ban mocked. Daitu retorted with disdain that it mattered little so long as the Ten-Tails remained. Nevertheless the others were roused and surged together toward the two atop the Ten-Tails' head. Mingren hurled twin Rasengan at Daitu while Akai and Shaoli assaulted Ban with Taijutsu. The team severed the bond between the two and the Ten-Tails once more. Losing control, the Ten-Tails began to shift into its third form and lowered its torso and buds grew beneath its mouth.
Daitu dashed forward and dragged Kakashi into the Kamui dimension. The two engaged in single combat. Mingren, drained from overusing chakra, exited Nine-Tails mode and fell to his knees gasping for breath.
Xiao Ying hurried to tend to Mingren's wounds. The Ten-Tails in its third form condensed a tailed beast ball and prepared to hurl it at the assembled forces while Ban watched from the side. Earlier, before Lu Jiu and Hai were rescued, everyone had been told that Luan would command the scene.
Seeing how matters unfolded, now Luan could only have Jinye contact Huangtu of Yanin.
He hastily taught everyone the hand seals for Earth Release Barrier. Boom, the tailed beast ball surged toward them. Earth Release Barrier. Barriers rose from the earth one by one, but they could not hold. Kalabi charged forward and used the 8-Tails' massive body to absorb the tailed beast ball's impact. A voice called out, "Hey Mingren, why not use Flying Thunder God to teleport it away?"
"Zhiya, ah."
Mingren began, but I cut him off and dragged him away before he could finish.
I tossed Zuoju in front of Xiaoying.
She stared, utterly bewildered to find that the patient she was treating had suddenly become Zuoju.
"Mingren, I will transfer chakra to you.
Use Flying Thunder God to send the tailed beast ball to that previous location."
"Understood."
With the Flying Thunder God whoosh, the tailed beast ball vanished.
The pressure on Kalabi vanished in an instant and he and Mingren returned to Xiaoying's side.
"Hey.
Zhiya, what did you mean tossing me down like that?" Zuoju snapped. "Haha, the situation was urgent, second pillar, don't take it personally," came the reply. "What did you call me?" "Don't call me that, I have a name," Zuoju huffed.
"Alright," second pillar noted. I teased, looping an arm over his shoulder.
I grinned with my arm hooked over Zuozu's shoulder. Xiaoying, bewildered, asked Mingren when those two had become so close.
I don't know either," Mingren admitted, honestly unsure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the air split. "Fourth, your Flying Thunder God is faster than mine."
Thank you for the compliment, second Darren," came a reply.
"At last we have arrived."
Eyes widened as the first Darren, the second Darren, and even fourth Lord Shueman appeared. "Mingren, am I late?" Shueman asked. "No. Father, you arrived at the perfect moment," Mingren exclaimed with excitement.
"Is this young lady your girlfriend?"
Shueman asked curiously.
Before Mingren could answer, I jumped in on, no she isn't.
She is Zuozu's girlfriend. Mingren is the eldest miss of the Rishang family over there. Xiao Ying fainted at my claim that she was Zuozu's girlfriend. Zuozhu sneered dismissively but offered no contradiction. Chu Tian blushed deeply and could not meet Shuaman's gaze as if visiting a future-in-law for the first time.
Shuaman, however, oblivious to her embarrassment, stepped forward.
Shuaman wore that small sun-like smile and said to Chu Tian, "You must be Rise's daughter, thank you for looking after Mingren all this time."
Chu Tian, on the verge of swooning, stammered, "Ah, fourth lord, you are too kind, actually it is Mingren who cares for me." Meanwhile, Zhu Jian had finished a brief friendly exchange with Ban. Seeing the two conclude, Fei Jian announced, "Very well, big brother and the fourth prepare to begin." "Oh, understood," came the reply, and they entered Ninetales mode.
Mingren watched his excitement and anticipation surging. 3 figures blurred away in an instant, 2 by Flying Thunder God and 1 at light speed, and arrived at the appointed spot. Ninjutsu 4 Red Sun Array.
4 red shafts of light formed a sealing array, successfully confining the Tentails within.
Mingren peered and asked with curiosity what the formation was. Luan stepped forward and explained, "This is the 4 Red Sun Array jutsu that requires the union of 4 Hokage to employ." "Then why did Jie go over there?" Mingren asked. Mingren pressed the question again. Luan stood momentarily speechless. How on earth would I know why Jie had gone there?
At the moment when everyone was at a loss, Sasuke stepped forward to explain, "Earlier Jie came to see me. Just then I called Orochimaru to use the impure reincarnation technique on the previous Hokage, intending to ask some questions. Suddenly Jie arrived and scolded the third Hokage, prompting Orochimaru to release the third from the impure reincarnation. After that, while formulating a battle plan, the fourth invited Jie to take on this role." "I see, but wait, aren't you a rogue ninja? How did you come here?" At this moment Shikamaru reacted. Upon hearing Shikamaru's words, everyone realized that Sasuke was still a rogue ninja. Whatever you all think, I have my own path to walk, don't interfere with me." At this time Ino heard I had arrived and started looking for me, discovering I was standing at the edge of the barrier directly running towards me. "Jie." I turned to look and Ino had already reached my side. Since I needed to maintain the barrier, I couldn't embrace Ino. "Hey baby, how are you? Not injured, right?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I've been helping Shikamaru relay battle information." "That's good. I have to maintain the barrier now, so I can't leave. Be careful yourself." "Okay, you two be careful not to get ambushed." "Don't worry, I'm fine. Once the war is over, let's pick a good day to get married." "Ah. Alright, okay." Hearing me mention marriage, Ino's face turned red. "You're still so cute." Ino pouted, "You still act like this on the battlefield." "Haha, alright, you should leave now. I need to focus on maintaining the barrier." "Okay, I'm off. Stay safe." "Sure, you too." After that Ino went back to find the main force. At this moment Naruto, who had almost recovered, began shouting excitedly, "Yash! The 7th squad is officially revived. Time to go, Sakura Sasuke." "Yeah. Oh. Damn. I'm the rightful member of the 7th squad, alright. Naruto, you little punk, you'll remember this." Upon hearing Naruto shout this, I couldn't hold back any longer and shouted directly at him. "Naruto! Sasuke! Sakura!" Everyone looked at the three with awkward expressions and some glanced at Sai, whose lips twitched slightly. "Ahaha, sorry, I got too excited there." Naruto awkwardly apologized to me. Seeing this, Minato felt a bit awkward, while Tobirama looked at Naruto's natural foolishness speechless. As for Hashirama, he burst out laughing. "Alright boys, having enthusiasm is a good thing, but you might have to wait a bit," Hashirama said seriously. At this moment the third form of the Tentails launched a tailed beast bomb towards the 4 Red Suns formation, but it was blocked and had no effect. Once the tailed beast bomb ended, Hashirama began to cast ninjutsu. Senjutsu Myojinman. Seal the Tentails. After finishing, Hashirama also split off a wood clone to go find Madara to chat. "Alright boys, I will open the barrier for you. Go!" Hashirama shouted. Everyone began charging into the 4 barrier entrances, and the Tentails also split off many small Tentails to resist them. Naruto and Sasuke began to coordinate while Sakura used her monstrous strength to bombard the small Tentails one by one. In the end, Sai almost got hit during an attack but was saved by Naruto. He said something that snapped the 3 out of it, and they began to form seals. Ninjutsu Summoning Technique. X 3-inch bang bang bang. 3 plumes of smoke rose. Toad Gigi Blue Snake Snail. The new era's summoning trio go. The fourth side. At this moment I suddenly shouted at Minato fourth.
What is it, Zekan? If any techniques appear later, don't name them randomly.
Oh, okay. Minato replied, somewhat puzzled but didn't think much of it. Just as we finished chatting, Naruto and Sasuke fused the super big ball Raisin Shuriken with Susanu's Kagaya, unleashing an ultra-high damage blaze release attack on the Ten-Tail's main body. Tobirama, seeing this, thought to himself, I have never seen such a powerful Kagaya made from a near completely identical chakra mix. Even longtime partners would find it hard to achieve it. Truly is, as Jiraiya said, their meeting is destined. Like a windmill shuriken along with arrows darker than lacquered black.
Minato said happily upon seeing this.
In the end he shouted, that name I named it Blaze Release Light will Gale Black Arrow Zero style. Fourth.
You really did name it. Ahaha, I couldn't help it. It's fine, it's fine.
I thought after all the author names things, what does it matter to me? Author, damn, the male lead got killed by a fart from the Ten-Tails, the story's over.
Hey, no, I was wrong.
On the other side, at the battlefield of the five Kage, Orochimaru brought three people to Tsunade's side and, looking at her body split in half, requested Suigetsu and Karen for help.
He asked Suigetsu to reattach Tsunade's body and for Tsunade to bite Karen. The two, helpless under Orochimaru's threat of extending his neck, could only comply. Suigetsu found the slug disgusting, while Karen was somewhat reluctant due to having absorbed too much chakra from Tsunade. About 3 minutes later, Tsunade slowly awakened. Once she regained consciousness, Tsunade, seeing Orochimaru, asked in surprise, Orochimaru, how did you come here?
Sasuke rescued me and then Jiraiya arranged for me to come to treat the five Kage.
Sasuke and Jiraiya.
As Tsunade pondered, she discovered a large slug. Tsunade thought it was someone who summoned the slug, but it turned out to be Sakura, and she smiled gratefully. However, she turned to Orochimaru and said, Orochimaru, if you had come back earlier, Jiraiya might not have.
Don't think about it.
That fool has that kind of character. What he pursues is different from us and no one can change him. Moreover, rather than becoming the wind myself, I would rather see Sasuke and Jiraiya become the wind that blows through the world.
Hearing this, Tsunade fell silent.
At this moment Orochimaru said again, Tsunade, you might not know, but Zekan also discussed some very interesting things with me in the previous Hokage I summoned with impure reincarnation.
Previous Hokage. Great-grandfather and second-grandfather.
Yes, but there are also some interesting details. Then Orochimaru began to tell Tsunade about how I first questioned the third Hokage, then my speculations about the Uchiha clan awakening their eyes, followed by Indra and Ashura, and finally my thoughts on changing and developing the village with my companions.
Tsunade, upon hearing this, was stunned.
She had no idea that Jiraiya knew so much.
He didn't expect it, right?
Even I didn't expect that the little brat from the Chunin exam back then would hide so deeply.
Moreover, his current strength is terrifying.
I regret not taking him away back then.
Orochimaru, don't mess with Jiraiya, be careful or he'll hit you. Tsunade directly threatened Orochimaru. That won't happen. Zekan has already promised me that he will assist me in research.
Alright, you should go treat the other Kage. I need to head to the battlefield and join the main force.
After saying this, he didn't wait for Tsunade's reply and directly took his people away. Ban, do not assist that boy any longer.
We are all already dead, do not interfere too much with the living world. The clone of Hashirama stood before Ban, advising him.
Hashirama, who says I am helping Obito. What do you mean?
After a cold laugh, Ban began to form hand seals, manipulating Korazetsu to allow Obito to use the outer path Samsara technique. Seeing Ban forming hand seals, Hashirama's clone felt an ominous premonition and quickly turned to look at the Ten-Tails. At that moment Obito lay helplessly on the Ten-Tails' head, having been pierced through the heart by Kakashi, forming hand seals to absorb the tailed beast chakra.
Everyone! Hurry and stop him! Hashirama shouted.
After speaking, Hashirama created 5 wood clones while Tobirama could only create 2, and Minato also looked towards Obito. After hesitating for a moment, I decided to act and created a shadow clone. I watched from the side. Obito's ninjutsu had already been activated. Killing him would be useless as the Ten-Tails could help him recover, so I thought it best to wait. Naruto and Sasuke also rushed towards Obito. Minato was quicker than everyone, using Flying Thunder God to teleport beside Obito and slashing his chest with a kunai.
Obito! Minato murmured as he looked at Obito lying beneath him. Did it succeed? Sasuke asked as he approached Minato. Who said you succeeded, teacher Minato?
Obito suddenly spoke.
Boom!
The entire Ten-Tails began to shrink and Obito's body was enveloped by the truth-seeking orbs. Seeing this, Minato and Sasuke quickly jumped back and Naruto caught both of them while Gamakichi quickly escaped.
Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Obito has become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Ban suddenly lowered his arm and propped his chin saying, hee hee, it's a failure, but let that little brat play for a while longer. After saying that, he continued to sit there. Ban, what on earth is happening? At this moment Hashirama's clone was getting anxious. It's nothing, that little brat has become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Nanny. Swish. Ban couldn't be bothered to talk anymore and directly eliminated Hashirama's clone. The truth-seeking orb slowly disappeared and the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki Obito was here. At this time the clones of Hashirama, Tobirama and Minato gathered together. Hashirama said, to be honest, this guy has more chakra than I do. Hee hee, brother, I've already noticed that. Lord first, Lord second, let us feign an attack first and see the opponent's situation. That is indeed the plan, let's go. As soon as the words fell, boom. Hashirama's clone was directly shattered by Obito using the truth-seeking orbs. Seeing this, I created another shadow clone to assist. Second Hokage, fourth Hokage. You're here, Tetsuya. Just in time, we are preparing to feign an attack. Tobirama nodded at me, mentioning their plan. But we must be cautious, those black things behind him should be a fusion of all attributes. All attribute, X2. Yes, it's a fusion of the basic 5 attributes plus yin and yang attributes, 7 types of attributes combined. Is that so? But we should still try to see that thing's attack pattern. After pondering for a moment, Tobirama gave the order. Alright. X2. Flying Thunder God, second stage, Spiral Sphere. Laser Beam. Edo Tensei, interchange explosive tags. Boom. 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 All of their attacks were blocked by Obito using the truth-seeking orbs. At this moment I said, that thing should be able to change its form at will. It's not easy to deal with. Just then, boom. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki suddenly mutated, becoming deformed. Quick run. After saying that, the group immediately distanced themselves from Obito and I said, Obito just now was likely losing consciousness due to an overload of chakra. And now he is likely regaining consciousness, so be careful when attacking, it won't be good if he becomes aware. Is that so? Understood. Fourth Hokage, let's leave Flying Thunder God marks on each other just in case we need them later. Alright, second Hokage. While several people were still talking, Obito suddenly attacked Naruto and Sasuke. As 2 truth-seeking orbs were about to hit the 2, Naruto brought Sasuke and teleported to our side using Flying Thunder God. Oh. This little brat can also use Flying Thunder God. Did the fourth teach you? Tobirama was slightly surprised. No, I'm not sure about that either. The fourth scratched his head. Naruto explained, Flying Thunder God, this is Tetsuya taught me, he can use it too, but he said he doesn't need it right now. Tetsuya, you can use it too, why not use it? Tobirama asked. Oh, my body had some issues before, so I trained for a month to eliminate my bloodline limit. And then I used light release, so I didn't use Flying Thunder God anymore. Is that so? It seems your bloodline limit is quite convenient. Hee hee, not at all, it's just the support from my peers. Everyone. At this moment Obito suddenly extended a chakra arm and tore apart the barrier. It seems Obito has regained consciousness. I will dispel my shadow clone and wait for the main body to arrive. After saying that, the shadow clone vanished with a bang. The 2 also dispelled their shadow clones. Then whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 figures appeared. 3 Hokage and my main body arrived. Hashirama, I didn't expect this boy to be so strong. Tobirama, my brother's wood clone was instantly eliminated just now. And now that Obito has regained consciousness, it will be even harder to deal with. Minato's expression was also serious. First Hokage, you go over to Ban, we need someone to hold him back here. Tetsuya is right, brother, you go find Ban. I understand. You all need to be careful, that boy is not easy to deal with. Understood, brother. After saying that, Hashirama left to find Ban for battle. Teacher Minato. After saying that, Obito charged at Minato. Minato also quickly threw a kunai marked with Flying Thunder God using spacetime jumps to evade the attack, and Tobirama also joined the battle. The 2 used Flying Thunder God to jump continuously while I jumped into the air with my arms crossed. Seeing this, Naruto shouted urgently, Dad. Second uncle, quickly dodge. Sage Art Yada Mirror. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Countless golden light points surged toward Obito. Minato and Tobirama jumped away in a hurry upon seeing this, amazed at the golden light in the sky. Is this light release? A continuous attack over such a large area is something an ordinary person can't withstand. Tobirama also marveled.
As for Obito, upon seeing this, he used the truth-seeking orbs to defend but couldn't eliminate it as it was a sage technique. Slowly the truth-seeking orbs began to crack and the attack landed on Obito. The attack lasted for over a minute and I descended from the sky having used about 1/5 of my chakra, demonstrating its power.
Phew, I wonder if it caused any damage. After landing I said.
With such a wide area it should still cause some damage.
Minato said.
I shook my head and replied, in that last attack I clearly felt that Obito was using that thing to defend for a while. Although that thing was broken later, I don't know how much damage it caused to Obito.
It's fine, Tetsuya. Kurama's chakra has gathered, we can start attacking now. Naruto said. Alright, everyone cooperate to use ninjutsu, aiming to continuously inflict damage on Obito.
On Obito's side, due to my attack being a celestial technique, I could only continuously mobilize the chakra of the Ten Tails to heal my wounds. A few minutes later Obito emerged from the ruins and everyone looked at him, who had already healed, with serious expressions. Naruto and Sasuke charged forward without a word, not even giving Minato a chance to stop them.
At this moment Tobirama said, "Fourth Hokage, let them go.
We can cooperate with them as we both can use the Flying Thunder God technique for instant movement."
Alright.
After speaking, the two of them followed suit, executing a dazzling display of the Flying Thunder God technique, attacking Obito once more. This time, however, Obito was unscathed, directly using the truth-seeking orbs to absorb the ninjutsu, shocking everyone present.
Hey Gamakichi, what are you doing?
You should discuss before attacking, Naruto said, somewhat confused.
Sorry Naruto, the summoning time is up and just a bit reluctant. Is that so? Thanks anyway. You all should do your best. With that, Gamakichi returned to Mount Mayaboku. Naruto turned and saw Obito using the truth-seeking orbs to fend off the Toad's attack.
Suddenly recalling his previous attack, he promptly closed his eyes. At this moment Tobirama smiled upon seeing Naruto's expression.
Obito then taunted Naruto, "Look at your father, what a failure. Unable to save his comrades, unable to save his family, what a failed Hokage." Shut up.
You've never been Hokage, you have no right to mock.
Swish. Tobirama and Naruto vanished, rumbling.
As the father of a Hokage.
Rasengan.
Indeed, even if ninjutsu is ineffective, celestial techniques still work.
Tenzu and the Toads of Mount Mayaboku both use celestial techniques.
How could it suddenly hurt him?
Sasuke asked. Because of celestial techniques.
Just now I used a celestial technique to attack him and he recovered for a few minutes.
After that Naruto saw the Toads from Mount Mayaboku using celestial techniques.
So Naruto utilized Sage Mode, employing celestial chakra to attack Obito.
Celestial techniques. After hearing my explanation, Sasuke muttered. It's alright.
After the war you can go to the Dragon Cave to practice Sage Mode.
Yeah, I'll give it a try later.
At this moment I suddenly remembered and said, "Fourth Hokage, has your shadow clone learned the Rasen Shuriken yet?" Tenzuken, the time was too short, I could only produce a prototype version. The fourth Hokage said helplessly.
Is that so? Then forget it. At this point Naruto also returned with Tobirama. Naruto, did you mark Obito? I forgot.
Alright, then you should communicate with Kurama and see if you can use celestial techniques in Kurama mode.
Okay, sure. After saying that, Naruto closed his eyes to find the Nine Tails.
Gradually Naruto entered Sage Mode again, seemingly having communicated well with Kurama.
Tenzu Kurama agreed.
He said I could already use it together when talking to Nagato before.
Naruto said happily. Alright, then let's prepare to take advantage of speed to launch continuous attacks.
Before he could finish speaking, Obito unleashed the Ten Tails and threw black rods in 6 directions, forming the 6 paths of the sun. Then 4 flowers formed a giant tree, gathering chakra to prepare to use the tailed beast ball.
He wants to trap us all inside and wipe us out. Fourth Hokage, how many can you transfer? Sorry, at most 1. I can only transfer 1 as well, I think.
Looking at the 3 of them in a bit of a panic, I said, "Don't transfer all 4. The terrain will change elsewhere.
Naruto, you and your father should connect the chakra of the 2 Nine Tails. That way there should be enough chakra.
Then you can use the Flying Thunder God to transfer everyone outside together."
Right. Tenzu, you're still clever. Naruto exclaimed excitedly after hearing this.
Yes, that idea is good. Fourth Hokage, hurry up and start.
Tobirama said.
Thus the 2 fist bumped, connecting the Nine Tails chakra.
The previously vanished Nine Tails chakra cloak appeared on the Ninja Alliance members.
With a whoosh, everyone except Obito instantly transferred outside while the tailed beast balls within the barrier exploded. Hashirama saw Naruto's immense chakra and thought Naruto's chakra is almost comparable to mine. No, there's also the chakra of the Nine Tails in here.
Phew, now everyone is safe. Minato said, slightly out of breath. Yeah, not bad, utilizing the principle of shadow clones. Tobirama nodded.
Does the second Hokage know so much about my shadow clones?
Naruto was also a bit surprised. That's my expertise. Tobirama shouted, breaking character. Ah ha ha ha. Naruto could only laugh awkwardly.
Meanwhile, the fourth Hokage looked at Naruto gently as they had a brief exchange during their fist bump in the ceiling space.
Listening to Naruto's story and seeing how he has grown into a sensible child made Hashirama feel very gratified. Meanwhile, Hashirama was engaged in a fierce battle with Madara the Wooden Man, and Susanoo were clashing intensely.
Hashirama had no choice but to send out a few wood clones to protect other ninjas from being affected by the battle.
Alright. Dad, I'm ready to go. Naruto said. Boo. Boo. Boo.
The two-tailed beast transformed Nine Tails appeared, and the two combined their powers to form the Rasengan, with Naruto infusing it with celestial techniques. Inside the barrier after the explosion, Obito appeared, realizing that everyone was already outside the barrier, suddenly feeling a crisis behind him and immediately defended. Tobirama instantly teleported to Obito's side with the two of them, and before Obito could finish defending, two claws seized his chakra arm.
Super Giant Rasengan. X2 directly sending Obito flying. Alright. Next is the tailed beast ball. Naruto shouted excitedly. Minato thought to himself, did you see that, Kushina? Our Naruto has grown up.
At that moment, Obito directly released the Ten Tails, undergoing its final transformation as a giant towering tree sprouted from the ground. Countless branches and trunks directly shattered the barrier, rushing towards the Ninja Alliance, and anyone touched was instantly drained of chakra, appearing like a desiccated corpse. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly dodged while Madara and Hashirama jumped back and forth on the trunks, during which Madara even explained history and his plans to Hashirama. Our side was already scattered, hiding everywhere to evade the attacks of the branches and trunks. I jumped into the air again, this time directly using half of my celestial chakra to employ the light release.
Sage Art Super Yata Mirror. Boo. Boo. Crackle. Boo. Boo. Due to the branch's recovery speed being too fast, my ninjutsu could only stiffen against the divine tree, but this also provided ample time for everyone to escape. Naruto and Shikamaru also weren't caught by the branches of the divine tree, nearly losing their lives as in the original story. Thanks to me, everyone safely escaped. A few minutes later, I landed on the ground, plopping down on the ground to catch my breath. Using so much celestial chakra at once was unbearable for my body, and I directly exited Sage Mode. At this time, Naruto came to my side, helped me up, and used the Flying Thunder God to leave and join the main force. After I sat down in front of everyone, I began to let the seal absorb natural energy while resting for a bit. Phew, I need to rest. I directly consumed half of my chakra and couldn't maintain Sage Mode.
Yeah, you rest first, leave the rest to us, Naruto said.
Ino walked up to me, said nothing, and silently treated me.
At this moment, 5 figures appeared, which were the 5 Kage who had rushed over after finishing their healing.
Ah, Tsunade, I'm sorry, it's my fault that our older generation's matters dragged you younger ones into this. Hashirama said with self-reproach. Don't say that, grandfather. Now everyone has inherited your true will of fire, and that's why we are all working hard together. Tsunade said.
At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and charged towards Obito. Naruto and Sasuke charged toward Obito while the 4th Hokage rushed in to assist. The 4 of us together should be able to summon roughly half of Katsuya's clones. I rose and joined them, and the 4 of us performed the hand seal summoning technique. With a thunderous bang, a colossal Katsuyu clone materialized, larger than any seen in the original canon, nearly half the size of Marineford. This summoning drained 30% of my chakra, leaving me with only 20% for survival. The moment Katsuyu appeared, Tsunade commanded, "Katsuyu, divide your body and begin healing the allied shinobi forces."
Understood, Lady Tsunade.
Without delay, Katsuyu began splitting and slithered across the battlefield to tend to the wounded. One of her smaller forms crawled onto me, administering treatment while murmuring reproachfully, "Lord Chia, why did you not summon me earlier? We had agreed I would come at once whenever needed."
Ah, my apologies, I was preoccupied and simply forgot. Is that so? Then allow me to continue your treatment. Katsuyu let the matter drop and resumed healing.
Meanwhile, Naruto, fully transformed into a tailed beast, and Sasuke, wielding the complete Susanoo, still found themselves unable to overcome Obito. A spark of inspiration struck them both. Sasuke recalled a technique once used by Madara, while Naruto remembered how under my guidance Kurama had once encased Gyuki within chakra coils. Standing side by side, they simultaneously activated their tailed beast mode and Susanoo, merging into a single titanic entity, the armored Susanoo. So this is the sensation Madara felt when he wielded it, truly overwhelming power, Sasuke murmured, clenching his fist. Thereupon Naruto infused Sage Chakra into Kurama's chakra body and Sasuke's Susanoo merged seamlessly with it as they surged forward against Obito. Obito fused the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei Spear and the Truth-Seeking Ball Shield, while Naruto condensed 9 Sage Art Giant Rasengan Spheres along Kurama's tails. With the 12 Guardian Shinobi's aid, the Truth-Seeking Ball Shield shattered. Obito then clashed his 6 paths spear against Naruto and Sasuke's colossal Susanoo blade, only for the blade to slash open his abdomen. The gash burst open, unleashing torrents of tailed beast chakra. Seizing the moment, Naruto swiftly wrapped Kurama's tails around the surging chakra streams. Gaara sprinted forward to grasp Shikaku's chakra stream. As Gyuki had already lent chakra to Naruto earlier, Killer Bee remained absent from this effort. At that instant, Minato lunged onto Kurama's foot and extended chakra arms to seize the tails, shouting, "Everyone, grab hold. Let's lend our strength together." Seeing this, the shinobi all grasped the chakra limbs, initiating a monumental tug-of-war between the Alliance and Obito. Naruto urged them onward, and in that shared exertion their chakra wove a profound resonance, binding their hearts as one. Within his own mind, Obito gradually yielded to Naruto's unwavering conviction. Through their united will, the tailed beast's chakra was finally wrenched free from his body. The chakra coalesced back into the 9 beasts themselves. Gyuki and Kurama's chakra flowed directly into Naruto. The beasts exchanged quiet awe. None had believed Naruto would truly break their ancient seals. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having healed himself, emerged from Kamui's dimension. Without hesitation, Sasuke dashed toward Obito, intent on ending him. But Kakashi outpaced him, already standing before Obito, kunai drawn. Minato gently gripped Kakashi's wrist and said, "Let it be, Kakashi. With the tailed beasts extracted, Obito has little time left." Kakashi fell silent, torn inwardly. "Sensei Minato," Obito whispered. "I never imagined I'd make the same choice as Nagato." With great effort, Obito raised his hands to form seals. "Obito, you're planning to..." Kakashi's voice trembled with dawning realization. Just as Obito completed the hand seal, Black Setsu erupted onto his body, forcibly redirecting the jutsu's target onto Uchiha Madara. "Black Setsu. You?" Obito gasped in shock. "Ha ha ha. At last, the moment has arrived." Obito, Black Setsu chuckled. "Quick, Kakashi, kill me," Obito cried desperately. Kakashi and Minato lunged forward in unison. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Black Setsu spoke through Obito's failing form. "It's futile. It's over. Now that I've possessed him, I can prolong his life just long enough." Elsewhere, Hashirama had subdued Madara using the adamantine seal and 2 entwining wood dragons. "Now you cannot channel chakra any longer. Ultra Big Ball Raisin Shuriken." Hashirama leapt aside, thinking, perfect timing, son of the 4th indeed. The moment the technique subsided, Sai instantly formed hand seals, ninja art, Tiger Glare. But it was too late. The fissures on Madara's face vanished, steam rose from his body, his Rinnegan cracked and shattered. Madara stood fully resurrected. "Ha ha 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 ha." Madara roared with manic triumph, the undisputed sovereign of the 4 great laughers. Gaara approached the tailed beasts and addressed Shikaku. "Shikaku, I ask a favor, I need your sealing art." "Who do you think you are?" "I am Lord Shikaku," the beast bellowed. "Ah, I know. So I merely request it. If you refuse, I'll find another way." Turning to leave, Gaara paused as Shikaku called after him, "Wait, I never said I wouldn't help." Then Yanbi-san interjected, "Hey, do you know Naruto Uzumaki?" Gaara smiled warmly. "Yes, he is my lifelong comrade." "Is that so? Then we'll lend our strength too," Yanbi declared. Shikaku gazed upon Gaara, musing, "So this is the Nine-Tails brat from back then." Hearing the beasts exchange, Madara laughed wildly and charged straight toward them. The beasts braced for battle. Gaara summoned a sand orb before Shikaku wind release, scattering sand orb. Boom! 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 From above and below, left and right, the beasts unleashed relentless assault upon Madara until Shikaku liquefied his palms into sand and cried, "Ninja art, desert layer burial seal. This seal bears my own sacred sigils." Crash! Yet Madara shattered it effortlessly with his 3rd form Susanoo. Landing, he sneered, "Beasts belong caged, not roaming free. Rest assured, none of you will escape." Thwack! Kurama delivered a thunderous slap, roaring, "Who do you think you are ordering us about?" "My apologies, I was tending the wounded."
No matter, it won't be needed again. Boom. Boom. Boom.
The beasts battered Madara upward, downward, leftward, rightward, relentless, unyielding.
Everyone, stack your tails together. Thud. 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 9 tails slammed into Madara, shearing off one of his arms. A white Zetsu appeared beside Madara, delivering his Rinnegan. Madara slotted them in without hesitation, no fear of infection, and laughed maniacally anew. Then he glared Rinne Tensei Border Hell. Thwack. 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 Invisible fists struck each beast down one by one. Summoning technique, outer path, giant demon statue. Bang.
The statue loomed before Madara. Perched atop its head, he deployed the Phantom Dragon's 9 enclosing seal, chains lashing out to seize the beasts.
Thus, following the White Zetsu's counsel, the beasts were sealed one by one, from Ichibi to Kyuubi.
Before Kurama's sealing, he entrusted Gaara with a final plea: seek the 4th Hokage, Minato, to transfer the Kurama within him to Naruto. As Gaara carried Naruto away to find Minato, Madara directly absorbed the 10 tails, instantly becoming its Jinchuriki. His entire body was enveloped in white 6 paths robes, his hair turned silver white, and a forehead protector-like protrusion, resembling a horn, emerged upon his brow, concealing the eye beneath. 9 truth-seeking balls manifested behind him, a hallmark of the perfected 6-path sage mode, whereas Obito possessed only 6. Upon witnessing Naruto's extraction of the 9 tails, I vanished, instantly racing toward Minato's location. By then Gaara had already arrived and relayed the situation to Minato, who prepared to transmit the Nine Tails chakra into Naruto.
Wait! I suddenly shouted. What is it, Tetsuya? Minato asked, puzzled.
Gaara, use your sand to lift both the 4th Hokage and Naruto high into the air.
Neither Gaara nor Minato grasped my intent.
If we remain on the ground, Black Zetsu could interfere, and all would be lost.
Only then did they understand.
Gaara swiftly raised both Minato and Naruto into the sky upon a torrent of sand. A shadowy figure materialized on the ground below and snarled, "Brat!
Dare you thwart my plans? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you actually believe I'd grant you dignity? Do you wish to be sealed? Then come here."
I strode forward toward Black Zetsu, whereupon he immediately recoiled, retreating into Obito's body and falling silent.
TCH. Coward. With such timidity, how could you possibly hope to revive Kaguya? What did you say? Black Zetsu recoiled in shock. How could this plan, hidden for millennia, have been uncovered? Calm yourself. In truth, I support your mission to awaken Kaguya. Why? Because the 6-path sage's ideology is narrow-minded, his methods flawed, and profoundly selfish.
Though Kaguya's own path was also unjust, I believe dialogue remains possible.
Black Zetsu fell silent, torn between suspicion and reluctant intrigue.
So, shall we join forces? You proceed with your design, I shall play my part flawlessly.
Truly. You're not deceiving me. Why would I lie? Had I wished to seal you, I would have done so long ago. You are after all but a product of yin-yang release. And surely you don't imagine I lack the power to eliminate Obito.
I could strike him down at any moment, yet I refrain solely to aid your cause.
Very well.
Once Mother's seal is lifted, I shall speak with her and arrange for you to meet her directly.
Agreed.
But should unforeseen developments arise, contact me discreetly.
Understood. I'll dispatch a white Zetsu to reach you. Then it's settled. I'm leaving now.
With that I departed, seeking an isolated place unseen by others, and summoned the system appear.
Present, Master. Is there an item capable of resolving the souls of the 6-path sage Azura and Indra? Yes, but it will consume all of your accumulated points. Proceed. Activate it now.
Confirmed, Master.
The item has been redeemed.
When you wish to eradicate a soul, simply call upon the system.
Excellent, well done. Thereafter I wandered idly, loafing, biding time, gathering fragments of opportunity.
No sooner had I departed than Obito regained consciousness, only to find Naruto still unconscious despite Minato's infusion of Nine Tails chakra. Thus Obito devised a new stratagem.
He transported Naruto into the Kenui dimension.
Scarcely had he completed the transfer when Madara arrived, still extending his invitation.
Obito, however, seized the opportunity to extract a portion of the One Tails chakra directly from Madara's body.
Thereafter Obito and Kakashi coordinated Kamui, shifting Obito into the Kamui dimension, where he immediately infused the One Tails chakra into Naruto.
Sasuke, witnessing Naruto's condition, charged headlong into battle against Madara, only to have his heart pierced before 2 exchanges were complete.
Thereafter Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously encountered the Sage of Six Paths deep within their inner consciousness and voiced their visions for the shinobi world. Having subdued Sasuke, Madara released the Ten Tails, its form blooming into that of the divine tree awaiting blossoming. He then turned toward Obito, preparing to reclaim his eyes. Might Guy, Kakashi and Minato instantly converged, engaging Madara in combat. Minato instantly activated Sage Mode and launched a Flying Thunder God-enhanced Rasengan, but Madara deflected it with his staff, severing Minato's arm. Madara kicked the severed arm toward Kakashi and hurled Minato toward Gaara. Kakashi evaded the Rasengan-laden limb using Kamui while Gaara hastily caught Minato midair. At that moment Might Guy stepped forward and unleashed the seventh gate. Madara, observing only 7 gates open, sneered contemptuously, "The 8th gate, the final gate before death. How utterly dismissive of me." Floating aloft, Madara surveyed the assembled fighters, preparing to eradicate these persistent gnats. Yet again Guy stepped forth. He gave Lee a thumbs up. "Lee, this is the moment the blue beast becomes the crimson beast. Watch closely." Kaizensai. Lee understood Guy's intent, and tears streamed down his face. "Kai, is this truly necessary?" Minato pleaded. "We elders must burn our youth so that Konoha's tender leaves may flourish, and only through their vigorous growth can Konoha itself be reborn. Now, this is the moment I uphold my shinobi way." With that he lunged toward Madara, his thumb gently tapping his heart as crimson steam erupted around him. 8th gate, Gate of Death, open. 8 gates formation. Boom. 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 The 8th gate, the final threshold. Hoof. Intriguing. Very well, I shall indulge you. Madara remarked with faint curiosity, then vanished in a blur. Sunset Elephant. First step. Boom. He was driven nearly 100 meters underground. So this is the 8th gate. Truly no ordinary mortal could endure it. Yet even now I begin to acclimate. Time for relentless assault. Lying amidst the crater, Madara murmured upward, an airblast generated purely through taijutsu. Impressive, but still slower than that brat Tetsuya. He soared back into the sky, only to see Guy hurtling across empty space toward him. Ra! First step. Second step. Third step. Fourth step. Madara instantly encased himself in truth-seeking balls. Ignore everything else, attack now, Guy. Minato roared. Kamui. As Madara's back exposed itself, he retaliated with truth-seeking balls. Minato, arm severed, teleported via Flying Thunder God directly before the truth-seeking balls, shielding them with his body before vanishing once more. Guy surged forward, delivering 5th step. Madara crashed to earth and, scathed though winded, and gazed upon the near-exhausted Guy. This isn't over. Entertain me to your fullest. With no recourse left, Guy gathered his final strength. Gather. Crimson steam coalesced violently around him, condensing slowly into the shape of a dragon's head. Judging by the chakra density, this must be his ultimate technique. Boo! 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 The dragon had formed and roared toward Madara. Ha ha ha. Your chakra, I acknowledge it. In taijutsu, among all who've ever crossed swords with me, none surpass you. Madara names you the strongest. The words had barely left his lips when Madara recalled uttering them earlier to that brat Tetsuya. Where then has that boy vanished? Not a trace since. Madara suddenly realized Tetsuya was absent, bewildered yet with no time to ponder. The attack was imminent. It's coming. Rhea. Guy charged, space itself warping in his wake. Nani. The very fabric of space distorts. Night Guy. Madara's left half shattered under the kick, while Guy's right leg began crumbling to dust. Wah! Blood erupted from Madara's mouth as Guy hurled him, like a projectile, straight into the divine tree's trunk. Boo! 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 An explosion tore through the tree's base. Ha! You almost killed me, you wretch, but you've earned my respect. Let me grant you a swift passage. With that he hurled truth-seeking balls toward the blackened smoldering form of Guy lying motionless on the ground. At the critical instant, Naruto burst forth, kicking the truth-seeking balls back at Madara. Then placing his right hand over Guy's chest, he reignited life within him. So, he escaped the fatal destiny of the 8 gates. Something extraordinary must have transpired within Naruto. Madara mused inwardly, then addressed him aloud. It seems something profound has occurred within you. Yeah. I feel like I can accomplish anything now. Naruto replied, and lunged forward with a devastating punch. Madara barely blocked it with his staff, then retreated, intent on reclaiming his eyes. Naruto instantly tapped into Four-Tails chakra and hurled a lava-release Raisin Shuriken at Madara, who deployed Limbo, only for Naruto to evade it effortlessly. Thus the Raisin Shuriken cleaved the divine tree cleanly in two. As Madara floated midair, recovering, the voice echoed, "Absorb the divine tree. Consume it entirely." Upon full recovery, Madara ignored Naruto, absorbed the divine tree outright, then streaked toward Kakashi, seizing his Sharingan eye and implanting it instantly. Using Kamui, he vanished, hunting Obito. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito sensed Madara's arrival and knew his fate was sealed. Just as Madara left the shinobi space, Naruto and Sasuke approached Kakashi, and I arrived at Kakashi's side as well. "Hey Jie. Naruto, you and Sasuke have both gained new abilities, right?" Yes." Saying this, he revealed the power of Yang on his palm to me, while Sasuke displayed the 6-tomo Rinnegan in his left eye along with the power of In on his hand. "Alright, let me help teacher Kakashi heal first." As he said this, Naruto placed his hand over Kakashi's left eye. A few seconds later, Kakashi's left eye regenerated. "How did you do that?" Sakura asked, surprised. How should I explain this?" Naruto was unsure of how to respond. Basically, Yang release possesses a power akin to creation, and Naruto likely utilized Kakashi's other bodily tissues to create an eye for him. "Ah. Yes, that's the idea," Naruto said. At that moment, I began to call upon the system in my mind. System, eliminate the Indra and Ashura chakras from Naruto and Sasuke. System, understood. Host. Starting removal now. It will take approximately 10 seconds, please be patient. After about 10 seconds, Naruto and Sasuke suddenly felt something was amiss, as if something was missing from their bodies, but they didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land suddenly sensed the disappearance of his son's chakras and began to search for the reason. Just then a vortex appeared and Madara and Obito, possessed by Black Zetsu, emerged. At this time, Madara with his Rinnegan fixed his gaze on Naruto and Sasuke and muttered. "One possesses Yang release of the Six Paths and the other possesses In release of the Six Paths. But I have both of those. Senjutsu In release lightning style." Seeing this, Naruto immediately threw the Rakuto rod to block, while Sasuke used his telekinesis to switch places with a nearby stone platform. Not holding back, Madara used the Rinnegan ability Limbo Border Jail. "Did you see that, Naruto? There are 4 figures," Sasuke inquired. "I didn't see them, but I sensed them clearly," Naruto replied. At this moment, Madara's Limbo clones launched an attack while Naruto summoned 4 shadow clones to counter. Madara attacked Naruto's main body and Sasuke moved forward as the three engaged in battle. At this point, I had already gathered my Senjutsu chakra and activated Sage Mode, charging towards the 3. Thus the 4 of them fought together, and Madara found it somewhat challenging to take on 3 opponents, so he jumped back to temporarily avoid the onslaught. Sasuke then said to Naruto, "Naruto, use the sealing technique and attack me. I don't really know what's going on, but okay." Magnet release spiraling sphere. Telekinesis. The two attacked each other, and at that moment, swish. In an instant, Madara found himself in the middle of their techniques. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was struck. I could tell that both of them understood Sasuke's intent, but it was bound to fail, especially since Madara had Limbo Border Jail. Sure enough, just as they were about to seal in, Madara used Limbo Border Jail to swap bodies and escape. Thus Naruto and Sasuke began to strategize again. But Madara did not give them a chance and flew into the air to gather chakra. Then they saw dozens of gravitational spheres flying in all directions, causing the ground to shatter as they headed towards the spheres. Before long, the dozen or so planetary devastation spheres were completed and Madara swung his arm, throwing them all down. "It's raining, though this rain is a bit hard," Madara said smugly in the sky. Sasuke then charged up in his complete body Susanoo, while Naruto began to gather chakra and used the Raisin Shuriken. Seeing that the attention of the two was diverted, Madara quickly faced the moon, revealing the 9-tomo Rinnegan on his forehead. At this moment, I also asked the system, will I be affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi? System, no, because your 6 eyes immune you to any illusion techniques. Your mental strength is full, allowing you to withstand one full infinite Tsukuyomi. After that, you'll have to rely on your own training of mental strength. Is that so? Got it. Sasuke was continuously slicing meteors while Naruto tossed Raisin Shurikens one after another into the sky. At this point, Madara had already started forming seals to unleash his ninjutsu. 6 Paths Infinite Tsukuyomi. The surface of the moon reflected the 9-tomo Rinnegan, and everyone's eyes transformed into Rinnegan, entering a dream state. Meanwhile, I ran towards Ino's direction. Upon seeing Ino's eyes, I realized there was nothing I could do. It was too late. Now apart from the three shadows resurrected by impure world reincarnation and myself who was unaffected by the illusion, everyone else could not be saved.
Naruto continued to use Rasen Shurikens aimed upwards, worried about hitting Sasuke, and then threw them all out.
Sasuke, seeing the situation of the people on the ground, immediately flew down, infusing his Zen power into Susanoo, protecting Kakashi, Sakura and Naruto.
Hey! Sasuke, if you come down suddenly you'll get hit. Shut up. Don't make noise. Madara has already activated the illusion, everyone is under control. Nani? Boom. Boom. Boom.
Suddenly many large tree trunks emerged from the ground, entangling everyone in the ninja world who had fallen under the illusion, hanging them on the trees. At this moment Black Zetsu suddenly appeared beside me and said,
"Plans are going smoothly. Next I will find a time to control Madara. I have left a white Zetsu on you for communication." "Alright, no problem. Once Kaguya appears, don't worry about it.
Let Naruto and Sasuke fight Kaguya while you have her take you to another space. Then you just need to ensure that Kaguya is not sealed during the battle and wait for me to contact you before you come back."
"Why is that?"
Black Zetsu was puzzled. "Because if Kaguya fights Naruto and Sasuke here, the Sage of Six Paths will not show up and I will not be able to deal with him."
"I see.
So that bastard Yui has been surveilling the ninja world all along."
Hearing my explanation, Black Zetsu said angrily, "Alright, don't be angry, it will be resolved soon. You go ahead and execute your plan."
"Okay, we will contact each other later.
I'm leaving."
After saying that, Black Zetsu vanished into the ground. About 10 minutes later the infinite Tsukuyomi was completed and Sasuke had also dispelled his Susanoo.
Madara descended, sneering, "Hee, now it's just the few of you left. And I'm here too. Did you forget me?" My voice then echoed. "Ji." Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "Senju Ji. Why are you alright?" Madara asked in shock. "Because my eyes are immune to all illusion techniques, including infinite Tsukuyomi." "How is that possible?"
Madara looked incredulous.
"See Gui."
Naruto's eyes sparkled with stars.
Sasuke, Kakashi and Sakura were also astonished, never expecting my eyes to be immune to all illusions. "Hee, it doesn't matter, it's just one more person to me."
Madara regained his confidence.
At that moment Black Zetsu quietly appeared behind Madara.
The four of us besides me and Madara suddenly froze in expression but did not speak, as everyone was unaware of Black Zetsu's intentions.
Just then thrust. Black Zetsu plunged his hand into Madara's heart. "Black Zetsu. What are you doing?" "Hee, what do you think? I'm using you to resurrect my mother." "Hee, you think you can?"
Madara's words were cut short as he realized he could no longer move.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Suddenly the earth began to tremble and the god tree started to channel chakra into Madara's body.
"Black Zetsu.
You are merely a product of my consciousness."
"Wrong, Madara, I am the consciousness of Kaguya." "Impossible, it's written on the monument of the Sage of Six Paths." "Haha, Madara, who said only Obito was a pawn? You are one too. Madara, I've lived far longer than you and I can change the content on the monument at any time."
Ah, Madara's body began to swell larger and larger.
Hey. That's way too much chakra, Naruto exclaimed in shock. The others watched silently. Slowly the chakra absorption ceased and Madara's swollen body began to shrink while long hair sprouted.
At this moment Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and charged forward, but they were immediately wrapped up by the hair, unable to move at all. Slowly a feminine figure gradually emerged, opening her eyes to look at the crowd. As Kaguya scrutinized us, she suddenly sensed two individuals in her hair, revealing themselves to be Sasuke and Naruto.
Kaguya frowned and tossed the two away.
At that moment Black Zetsu returned to Kaguya's sleeve and said, "Mother, take them to a place that is advantageous for us to battle, but that kid in the yellow suit is unnecessary, his speed is too fast and will cause us trouble."
I understand, my lady."
With a flash of her eyes, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi vanished. Seeing them leave, I knew for the time being that I was safe. I took out a cigarette from my pocket, lit it, took a puff and exhaled the smoke.
Afterward I found a stone platform beside Madara's lower half, sat down, crossed my legs and waited for the first, second and fourth Hokage to arrive.
About 10 minutes later the three indeed arrived and immediately asked me for the situation.
Thus I told them about Madara using infinite Tsukuyomi, then being betrayed by Black Zetsu, and finally Kaguya Otsutsuki's resurrection.
"Are you saying that this illusion itself is the technique to resurrect Kaguya?"
Hashirama asked.
"Yes, that is correct. We understand that we are not affected by Edo Tensei, but why are you unharmed?
Why is that? Tobirama inquired. Because my eyes can immunize against any illusion once. What? X3 any illusion?
Yes, since I have had strong mental power since childhood, I gave myself a suggestion that when attacked by an illusion I would self-hypnotize to dispel the illusion. However, it can only be used once I no longer have that much mental energy. I see it seems that you are as adept at developing techniques as Lord Tobirama.
Watergate said with a smile. Well, it's not bad.
While the few were chatting, an ethereal figure appeared beside Madara's lower half, and it was the Sage of Six Paths. I am the former reincarnator of Ashura. I am Otsutsuki Hagoromo, known to the world as the Sage of Six Paths.
Sage of Six Paths. X3 and I was unfazed. Indeed, this is me, this young man. You seem not surprised to see me.
The slug sage has told me about you long ago. Besides, your mother has appeared, so what's there to be surprised about being her son?
Is that so? It seems you have secrets as well.
Excuse me, Sage of Six Paths, what exactly do you mean by the reincarnator of Ashura?
Hashirama asked curiously.
Very well, I shall tell you all. Then the Sage of Six Paths began to recount the love-hate relationship between his two sons. After listening, I directly said, without waiting for everyone to speak, in short, it's your family's business. You and your brother fight your mother, and after that your two children fight each other. The entire ninja world has been in chaos because of your family, with constant wars. At this point everyone also fell silent, because it was indeed like that. The Sage of Six Paths also did not speak, quietly watching me.
I then asked, Sage, I ask you, is Pure Land something you created?
After a while the sage replied, indeed it is me. Then can the people who die in Pure Land be reincarnated? Yes, but it cannot be immediate. It requires time to arrange for each soul to be reincarnated gradually. Then how much power of souls have you absorbed in the process? Hearing my words, the sage's expression turned serious as he said, young man, you know a bit too much. I ignored the sage and directly shouted to the system, resolve him immediately.
System understood, host.
It will take 10 seconds, please wait.
Watching the countdown of 10 seconds, I also engaged in a verbal tug-of-war with the sage while waiting. This is not what I know, but merely what I have deduced. Is that so? A little boy with such a keen mind, I must commend you for that.
At this moment the Sage of Six Paths' expression changed drastically.
Kid. What have you done to me? The sage questioned. Nothing, you are meddling too much. I'm sending you off to reincarnation.
Sage Art Soul Dispersal.
Ah. The sage realized that his body was uncontrollably dissipating.
All the chakra that dissipated entered my body. After 5 minutes the sage's chakra disappeared, and through obtaining the sage's chakra I also learned about Pure Land.
Zettia, what are you doing? Hashirama asked in confusion.
What's going on with this Sage of Six Paths?
Tobirama was also puzzled. Although Watergate did not speak, his expression was similar.
Seeing the looks on the three of them, I explained, in simple terms, the sage's soul has been obliterated and scattered, never to appear again, and the Indra and Ashura chakras of Naruto and Sasuke have been removed by me. The issues of this family have been completely resolved, and from now on the ninja world will be under our control.
Moreover, I have another reason to eliminate the Sage of Six Paths. At this time Tobirama interjected, is it because you asked the sage earlier if Pure Land was created by him and whether the people of Pure Land can reincarnate?
Just now I learned all the details regarding his creation of Pure Land through absorbing the sage's chakra.
Pure Land is similar to the bottom of a membrane.
Before the God Tree appeared, the ninja world had no chakra, all it had was sage techniques. Once chakra appeared, it was as if a membrane named chakra had been enveloped around the ninja world. After the sage died, he established Pure Land at the lowest layer where the membrane can break through the chakra limit. The purpose was to prevent all the dead from breaking through this layer of membrane to reincarnate into the underworld. Yet the sage could not offend the underworld too severely. After absorbing enough souls, he would leave a few behind to let them reincarnate. He did this to maintain his own soul and supervise the entire ninja world, ensuring that no situations exceeding his expectations could occur. And I am the one who goes against his expectations. Due to his selfishness, he has harmed our entire ninja world. Just now, after the sage's soul dissipated, I used the power of the sage to break Pure Land, and now the souls of Pure Land are starting to head towards the underworld. Pure Land has now completely vanished, and in the future when the people of the ninja world die, they can reincarnate normally in the underworld. Perhaps after you reincarnate you may become the son, grandson, daughter or granddaughter of one of us. Ha ha.
Ha ha ha, is that so?
If what you said is true, it is indeed possible.
Hashirama laughed heartily. Is that so?
It seems there are still many secrets in our ninja world, but Zettia, you have resolved something that is extremely important for the entire ninja world.
Tobirama also revealed a smile. Is that so? Then Kushina and I will be reincarnated. I wonder what we will become in the end.
Watergate also said. I do not know either, but your memories should all be gone as they are just souls. Once this matter is resolved, you will be able to leave in peace without Pure Land. Edo Tensei can no longer be used.
At this time Tobirama said Edo Tensei can no longer be used.
Yes, Edo Tensei relies on the souls that remain in Pure Land, which bear chakra and then connects to pull the souls back to the present world. Due to the sage's interference, every time Edo Tensei is used, a living person must be sacrificed to Pure Land. Every time Edo Tensei is used, Pure Land gains another soul. In fact, the sage is still pleased with others using it.
Ah. Tobirama was left speechless upon hearing my words. After all this time, the forbidden technique he developed ended up benefiting that old sage. Alright, that's enough chatting. I will contact Black Zetsu to bring them all back. The next steps are the most crucial. Due to my absorption of the power of the six paths, I activated the Sage of Six Paths mode and sensed the presence of White Zetsu on my body, subsequently awakening him. Understood, Lord Zetsu, I will go right away. With that, White Zetsu departed. A moment later, 5 figures appeared, and before anyone could understand the situation, Kaguya spoke up. Did you come looking for me? How do you suddenly have the chakra of the feathered robe on you? I just absorbed the chakra from the souls of the six paths. What? Naruto exclaimed. Enough, be quiet.
Kaguya, this time I wish to cooperate with you.
Cooperate with me? Yes, I know what you're worried about.
In fact, our goals are the same.
Kaguya fell silent, and at that moment Naruto couldn't help but ask, what are you talking about, Zetsu?
She intends to annihilate humanity.
Be quiet, do you even know what you're talking about?
Were you deceived by the six paths? I then recounted to the newly arrived group what I had just discussed with the first Hokage regarding the Pure Land. The group fell silent upon hearing this, and Naruto fell silent as well. At this moment Kaguya asked, how do you wish to cooperate with me? We will no longer seal you but rather allow you to live freely on this land. What you need to do is agree not to create any more White Zetsu and to release half of each tailed beast's chakra, allowing them to return to freedom.
Without White Zetsu you cannot defeat them. Even with White Zetsu you still cannot win. You have been sealed for 1,000 years and do not know that even our weakest ninja can easily defeat White Zetsu. Isn't that right, Black Zetsu?
Yes, it's pretty much what Senju Zetsu said.
Kaguya, I can actually understand you because like you I see the universe, not just this planet.
Your son has a narrow vision. He only knows this lake but is unaware of the existence of the sea. Although you would sacrifice humans to create White Zetsu back then, White Zetsu surely had its use, so I do not think your actions were wrong.
You believe I did nothing wrong?
Yes, the ideology of that time made people unaware of the universe, including your children. What you did wrong was not educating people about this knowledge at that time and not thinking about uniting together. You merely became a dictator while the world remained oblivious to the truth. Therefore, in my era there is no longer a need to create White Zetsu. Everyone has a common goal while discovering technology, waiting for the enemy to descend upon our planet. At this time Sasuke asked Zetsu, what have you all been saying about the universe and the enemy?
Well, how about Lord Kaguya tells you all? We will be the main combatants then.
After thinking for a long time, Kaguya replied, alright, I will inform you. Then Kaguya began to explain about the Otsutsuki clan, how they used the divine tree to develop, including the upcoming Momoshiki, Kinshiki and Urashiki. After Kaguya finished, I said, now do you understand how selfish the six paths were? Observing the ninja whirl through the souls, watching his sons reincarnate in battle for 1,000 years without intervening. The group fell silent, unsure of what to say. Alright, Naruto and Sasuke, extend your other hand that hasn't received power. I then granted Naruto the Yin power and Sasuke the Yang power. Thus both of them gathered Yin and Yang, and Sasuke's Sharingan directly evolved into the double Rinnegan.
Meanwhile, Naruto could now create truth-seeking balls himself and could continuously use the Sage of Six Paths Naruto mode. Alright, you two form a seal and release the infinite Tsukuyami. This will completely end the war.
This book was prematurely concluded. In fact, when I started writing I intended to follow the plot, but the further I went the more difficult it became to write. Originally I did not want to make the protagonist too powerful to avoid disrupting the story structure, but I found that writing alongside the main characters ended up being impossible. Because there was virtually no difference. Watching the anime is almost the same, just with some minor changes. The final story, the ninja war, ended. Everyone returned to their villages to develop, and Kakashi became the 6th Hokage, starting to discover new villages. Later Naruto successfully became the 7th Hokage and Sasuke became the head of the Anbu. I resolved the issue with Kawaki, and Zetsu married Ino, having 2 sons and a daughter. Then everyone eradicated Ishiki. My eldest son was together with Ida. The younger son was with Himawari and Boruto was with Sarada. The youngest daughter had a crush on Shikadai. Sarada became the 9th Hokage, Boruto became the head of the Umbu assisting Sarada, and Konohamaru became the 8th Hokage. The end. I initially had ideas for writing intending to develop alongside the main characters, but later realized that Kishimoto is just a manga artist. The worldview of Naruto is too vast. If I do not develop the storyline independently while writing alongside the protagonists, it requires too much description. Unlike reading the original work in a novel, every character must be written. Originally I planned to write until after resolving Ishiki, allowing the village to develop vigorously and then start exploring the universe, ultimately seeking out the Otsutsuki clan for battle and saving the ninja world. Later I found that the things I had written previously had too many loopholes, including the bloodlines. If I were writing about the Uchiha clan, it would have been much easier. Moreover, I could originate many plots myself, as the records of the Senju clan are simply too scarce, leading to limitations that made writing impossible. The Senju clan only possesses one wood release, while the Sharingan can have many Mangekyo with various abilities. I can only say that I chose the wrong path, making it increasingly difficult to write as I progressed. I also blame myself for not being adequately prepared before writing, leading to the premature conclusion. Had I known, I would have written the male lead's own storyline. This is my first time writing and I lack experience. I hope to correct this in the next book. In the next book I will make sure to clarify my thoughts and not repeat the mistakes made in this one. I must follow my own storyline.